My head hurts. This was the first feeling Song Shuqian had upon waking up. Her head was heavy, and when she touched it, it felt hot. She didn't have the energy to think. It was completely dark around her. Confirming that she was alone, she poured some spirit liquid from a jade gourd and drank it. The body is the most important. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. It wasn't that she was carefree. She simply didn't have the strength to understand her situation. When she woke up again, it was already bright outside. Song Shuqian looked around the room. It was simply furnished, with a living area, a reception room, and a bathroom. The furniture was basic: a plain wooden bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, a desk, and a simple chair without any special carvings. She searched the room but found no family crest or anything similar. She felt confused. She had clearly committed suicide. Now she was here, and her previously aching heart felt fine. Everything here was strange. She had never seen an iron lump that could glow by itself. There was also a new memory in her mind. Song Shuqian felt a bit scared, suspecting she had been captured by another race. But why would they capture her? She was also a weapon. She couldn't understand. Song Shuqian forced herself to be strong, pushing aside her chaotic thoughts to focus on the new memories. Who are you? She tried to communicate with the memory in her mind. There was no response. It was quiet all around. She didn't dare to move, go outside, or let anyone know she was awake. Her mother had said that in a crisis, she must stay calm. She should try to understand her situation, know herself and her enemy, and make the best choice for herself. Right now, the best choice was to heal her body. She took out the jade gourd and drank the spirit liquid produced that day. As the liquid entered her mouth, a weak voice came from the gourd. Shuqian, I'm sorry. I summoned you here. At that moment, Song Shuqian broke out in a cold sweat and shrank into a corner, looking around warily, trying to find the source of the voice. Heaven knows, she was terrified of ghosts. It scared her to death. The more anxious she felt inside, the calmer she appeared outside. She was used to hiding her emotions. Who are you? Don't hide. Come out and explain yourself. Don't be afraid. I am your sister. We are twins. When we were born, something happened and you went to another world. I don't know if you've dreamed of me over the years, but I've dreamed of you many times. I'm sorry for bringing you to this world. Song Shuqian listened quietly, not believing a word she said. Her mother only had her. If she had a sister, her mother would have mentioned it. Now she had to gain the trust of this strange being and take it to Master Jihua. He could surely get rid of it.
I don't have much time left.
You need to remember what I say. It is now 1968, in the flower country. My original name was Song Shuqing, and I am known as Song Shuqian, which is your name because your original fate is here, and you will return eventually. Soon you will meet Grandpa. He is a wise old man who loves us very much. Just tell him your current situation, and he will help you. Our father is a man of high ideals but low abilities, and he is easily swayed. He loves himself the most, so don't trust him. You need to be strong with him. Never believe his words. The outside world is chaotic, and your face is dangerous right now. You need to find a way to hide it. The Song family is a large family. Our ancestors produced 2 first-rank officials, 3 second-rank officials, and the wealth accumulated over generations is immeasurable. Money can corrupt hearts, so be cautious around those who approach you. The jade gourd was passed down from our ancestors. We each have one. It can store items and provides 1 drop of spirit liquid daily. Summoning you here without permission, my jade gourd is your compensation. Merging the 2 may help you. That's the most important thing I needed to say. Do you have any questions? The girl's voice grew weaker, and their time was running out. Why did you summon me? You belong to this world. You were supposed to come here at 22, but I was too tired. The spirit liquid can't save Grandpa. He is about to leave, and Grandma has already passed. I have no attachment to this world. I don't want to live alone for 4 years. What should I pay attention to? Be especially careful of the current situation. The past glory of the Song family is a sin in this era. being wealthy is even worse. In this time, being poor is honorable. The poorer you are, the more honorable. I've left my memories for you. Make sure to read them carefully. They will help you. What do you need me to do? Just live well. I'm leaving now. I'm sorry and thank you. The girl's figure faded, and Song Shuqian felt her heart being squeezed uncomfortably. Though everything was unbelievable, she strangely didn't reject it and even felt a bit of belief. She had also dreamed of this world, and this girl. Habitually, she touched the jade gourd, but it felt empty. Song Shuqian broke out in a cold sweat. That was her greatest support. Upon closer inspection, she found that the connection between her and the jade gourd was still there. She sighed in relief. As long as it was still there, it was fine. After searching, she discovered that the jade gourd had become a birthmark on her body, located above her chest, and it didn't affect its use. The jade gourd now had 100 square feet of space, allowing her to store more items. The daily drop of spirit liquid had also become more refined and effective. After suffering from a fever and headache last night, she felt completely fine today. What surprised Song Shuqian the most was that she could now enter the jade gourd, giving her a place to hide in case of danger. This jade gourd had followed Song Shuqian since she was little. When she was young, she foolishly told her mother that an old immortal had given her a treasure. Confirming it was harmless, her mother began to store things in the gourd: her dowry, items from the general's mansion, and her father's secret stash. Her mother always said that money is confidence. Having money means you have more choices at any time. Song Shuqian was originally the legitimate daughter of a general's mansion in the Daong dynasty, pampered by her mother and grandmother, and was envied by many noble girls. Until she was 5, when the emperor betrothed Princess Jiaoyi to her father, her mother fell from being the main wife to a secondary wife. A rift appeared between her once loving parents, and the once peaceful general's mansion became chaotic. They say 3 women make a drama. Princess Jiaoyi and her mother competed for their father's affection, while her second aunt vied for control of the household, intentionally or unintentionally suppressing the other branches. The once united general's mansion fell into disarray. Her wise father seemed to be bewitched, gradually favoring the princess, even demoting his wife to a concubine, making the princess the only mistress of the general's mansion. Her mother, from a scholarly family, had her own pride and couldn't bear her husband's humiliation. Unable to compete with the princess, who had grown up in the palace, she became increasingly repressed and troubled. When Song Shuqian was 7, her mother sent her to the frontier to escape the schemes of the general's mansion. Her 4-year-old brother went with her. The siblings relied on each other. The frontier was harsh, but people's hearts were simple, without endless hidden conflicts. She and her brother lived a rare, easy life, only needing to complete their lessons. Until she turned 13, she returned to the capital to be with her mother. At 15, her mother passed away. In her grief, Song Shuqian let her guard down and was poisoned, developing a heart condition, and closed herself off to focus on healing. After settling down, Song Shuqian discovered the truth about her mother's death and the royal schemes. It was a huge game, involving half the court. Song Shuqian was not a genius. All her energy was spent on self-preservation. She struggled to pass on what she had discovered to her brother, hoping he could protect himself and avoid falling into traps. Returning to Song Shuqian's time travel, it was not without warning. From childhood to adulthood, she had always dreamed of a girl who looked just like her. Now it seemed that girl was Song Shuqian from 1968. Twins share a deep connection. When one feels strong emotions, the other can sense it in dreams. Before her time travel, Song Shuqian's dreams were always bitter and hopeless. She didn't know what was causing it, but before her time travel, Song Shuqian had infiltrated Princess Jiaoyi's private treasury, taking everything inside and emptying the general's mansion's storeroom. No one would have guessed she had a magical gourd that could store items. At 18, Song Shuqian used herself as a weapon to expose the royal schemes to the light. Upon waking, she found herself in 1968. Grandpa Song lay weakly on the hospital bed, his body reduced to just bones. When he saw Song Shuxian, he smiled weakly, his eyes full of warmth. With just one glance, Grandpa Song knew that the person in front of him was not his Shuxian. The real Shuxian had a cleaner and purer gaze. She had been well protected and had a childlike innocence that didn't match her age. "Come here, girl," Grandpa Song said gently, as if afraid of startling her. Seeing the old man brought back memories for Song Shuxian, times when he taught her and moments when she entertained him to make him happy. She quickly walked to his side. "Grandpa, I'm Song Shuxian." Though her words were unclear, Grandpa Song understood. He pushed down the sadness rising in his heart and spoke as gently as he could. "Has Shuxian told you about the current situation?"
We talked about it.
"Do you mind sharing your story with Grandpa?" Song Shuxian sensed that the old man meant no harm. Even though he had lost his granddaughter, he didn't blame anyone else. She softly shared her life in another world, trying to keep it light and omitting many details, like the gourd space. Wealth should not be flaunted. She always remembered that. "That's how it is, Grandpa. Before coming here, I was 18, and the princess was scheming about my marriage, trying to find a family that would benefit her while appearing respectable but being corrupt inside. It's tough for her." Grandpa Song gently patted Song Shuxian's head, feeling sorry for her. This child had it harder than their Shuxian, learning to read people and protect herself at such a young age. In the large general's mansion, she was able to find evidence, showing her capabilities. Grandpa Song took Song Shuxian to a secret room. "Everything here has been stored in your space." Song Shuxian looked at Grandpa Song in shock, her eyes wide. "Don't be nervous. Only your grandma and I know about this. When Shuxian was little, she couldn't keep secrets and told us right away. That jade gourd is the family heirloom of the Song family, and each one is a space." Realizing he truly knew and wasn't tricking her, she accepted it openly. After all, no one knew that the space could hold people. If necessary, she could hide inside and not come out. Afterward, she helped Grandpa Song collect items from 3 secret rooms. Luckily, the space had no height limit, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to fit so much. "Girl, the situation outside is chaotic. Our family is safe because I supported the revolution early on and publicly donated our assets. Your uncle was a pilot during the war and sacrificed himself on a mission. Your mother was also a hero, saving several leaders in the past. The only variable in our family is your father. Blame it on Grandpa. I was too soft-hearted in the past and didn't discipline him properly. A few years ago, I publicly severed ties with him and removed him from the family tree, hoping it would help. Now you have 3 choices.
First, you can go to the countryside.
I'll send you back to the ancestral land of the Song family. We have always helped our relatives. Second, you can get married. I have found several suitable candidates for you to meet and choose the one you like best. Third, you can sever ties completely. I can help you change your identity, and you'll have to live in hiding from then on." After a day of turmoil, Song Shuxian had come to understand this era. "Grandpa, I want to get married. I hope my partner is a soldier. Family background and looks don't matter, as long as he has good character and abilities." She never underestimated human nature. The Song family had helped many, but they could also harm her. Wealth can tempt people. The Song family was wealthy, shining like gold bricks in the eyes of villagers. She was defenseless, and going to the countryside would be like walking into a den of tigers and wolves. Knowing people's faces, but not their hearts, she had learned to assume the worst about others. This caution had kept her safe in the general's mansion. As for severing ties and living under a new identity, she didn't want that. In this world, every action leaves a mark. She was 18 years old and had lived here for 18 years. She had met countless people, and changing her identity carelessly could lead to being discovered by someone with ill intentions, which would be unwise. Ultimately, what mattered most was that she wanted to marry someone. In the Daong dynasty, women could marry at 15. She worried that Princess Joey might cause trouble, so she had hidden for 3 years under the pretense of mourning for her grandmother. If she hadn't come here, she would have become the young mistress of the Duke of the State of Jianguo, a plan she had spent 3 years devising. The young master of the Jianguo family had never spoken since birth, making him a difficult match in the marriage market. Those who wanted to marry him often lacked good character, and those with good character were unwilling to marry him. Song Shuxian had met that young master. He was a gentleman who doted on his concubine and had an illegitimate son. When discussing marriage, they had agreed that he would provide her protection and she would help him cover for his love, allowing him to live with the woman he cherished. This was the best marriage proposal Song Shuxian could hope for at that time. In this world, she could finally find someone sincere to share her life with. A lifetime together was something Song Shuxian of the Daong dynasty had never dared to dream of. Yen. After a busy day, Song Shuxian returned to her room and began to sort through her chaotic memories. She was curious about this dynasty, which seemed to honor poverty, becoming more glorious the poorer it was. Having studied history closely since childhood, Song Shuxian quickly realized that this country was likely on the wrong path and would soon correct itself. Seeing the rejection of feudal superstitions and the destruction of idols, she decided to hide herself, as she was the greatest superstition coming from the Daong dynasty. Song Shuxian took out a book of quotes and carefully flipped through it, memorizing its contents. People here prefaced their speech with a quote. For example, when buying something, they would say, "Serve the people, comrade, I want." Learning more could only help. This era also had many interesting things. The watch she had was remarkable, small yet capable of accurately displaying time. Following her memories, Song Shuxian learned how to read the watch and use the radio and electric fan. She also discovered that the original Song Shuxian was truly talented, excelling in math, with symbols she had never encountered before. There were also English, German, and Russian languages. In her understanding, everyone spoke Daong dialect, but she didn't expect there to be so many languages in the world. The original Song Shuxian's memories contained much knowledge that she would need to relearn. After organizing her memories, Song Shuxian began planning her recent life. The first point was to fully integrate into this era and become the real Song Shuxian. The second point was to take her grandpa to the hospital for treatment. Early tomorrow morning, she would bring him some nourishing liquid and then have him checked thoroughly. For now, she needed Grandpa Song's help, and his motives didn't matter. The third point was to find a new place to live, preferably in a safe, remote village, as staying away from the center of power would ensure safety. "Grandpa, are you awake?" Song Shuxian slept well last night. She accepted her situation and decided to be Song Shuxian from the 1960s starting today. After coming to terms with it, she hurried to see her grandfather early in the morning to give him the healing liquid. Today, her grandfather looked even worse, surrounded by a sense of despair. "Grandpa, drink some water," Song Shuxian said as she poured half a cup of water from the table and brought it to him. There were only the two of them at home. The servants had already been sent away. After drinking the healing liquid, her grandfather's condition improved slightly. "Don't worry, I know my body. No medicine can help me. I've had the healing liquid before, and it didn't work. Remember, my dear, you can know a person's face but not their heart. That is your biggest secret, and you must never tell anyone." Song Shuxian felt the old man's concern and didn't care how much it meant. She took his hand and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll remember." "Good. Someone will come to meet you for a blind date today, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. The morning one is your uncle's comrade, a bit older at 28, a regimental commander who can protect you. He came out of the same trench as your uncle, who saved his life. With that bond, you don't have to worry about him treating you poorly." After talking for a long time, the old man seemed tired and rested for a while before drinking some water to continue. "The one in the afternoon is 22 years old, a company commander, introduced by your Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang is a deputy division commander in a certain military region and has a good relationship with the Song family." The candidates the old man had prepared were based on the preferences of the 1968 Song Shuxian, all gentle and scholarly types. He was shocked when Song Shuxian said she liked soldiers. The preferences of the twin sisters were so different. That day, Song Shuxian stayed home with her grandfather, listening to stories about the Song family, her relatives, and this era. She suggested many times that her grandfather go to the hospital, but he refused each time. Yen the next morning, Song Shuxian didn't dress up intentionally. She wore simple black pants and a blue top, with a pair of cloth shoes, and stepped out slowly for her blind date. Before she left, her grandfather told her not to rush. If it didn't feel right, she could look again. But she felt her grandfather's health was not good, so she wanted to find a reliable person quickly. They agreed to meet at a state-run restaurant, and Song Shuxian arrived on time. As soon as she entered, she saw a very imposing man sitting at a small table against the wall. His first impression was strikingly dark, which made his white teeth stand out. He was about 180 centimeters tall, and while his muscles didn't look exaggerated, they were clearly defined under his thin clothing. He was decent-looking, not stunning at first glance, but his overall aura was a mix of a soldier and a scholar, perfectly combined. "Hello, Comrade Song Shuxian, please sit here."
I'm Zhang Honggun.
The man was very courteous and spoke first. He had been called directly by Song's grandfather and had met Song Shuxian during a previous visit. He was surprised to see the little girl from back then had grown into a beautiful and elegant woman. Song Shuxian couldn't hide her surprise. This man reminded her of a military strategist from her past life. His aura was very similar. He seemed serious, but had a cunning side. Having grown up in a general's household, she quickly masked her expression after her initial surprise. Zhang Hongjun raised an eyebrow. He found this girl from the Song family interesting. After a brief moment, Song Shuxian took her seat and nodded, saying, "Hello, Comrade Zhang, I'm Song Shuxian." Zhang Hongjun was decisive. Since he agreed to the blind date, he didn't hesitate and introduced himself right away. "I'll start by sharing my background. My parents are factory workers, and I have 2 older brothers and a younger brother. My brothers are married, and my younger brother is in high school. I'm a regimental commander in the army and meet the requirements for my wife to accompany me after marriage." His situation was quite good for that era. Both parents worked, 2 brothers were settled, and only one younger brother was still in school. Getting married meant she could join him without living with elders, which many young brides dreamed of. Song Shuxian appreciated his straightforwardness. On a first date, there was no need for feelings. It was about laying out their terms. If they were satisfied, they could marry and get to know each other later. "Comrade Zhang, may I ask where you serve?" "I'm with the Southern Island Corps." Song Shuxian quickly recalled where the Southern Island was. Once she understood, she didn't know what to say. In her previous life, only the most serious offenders were exiled to the Southern Island. It was a barren place, prone to heavy rain and typhoons, and she worried about whether she could adapt. Putting that aside, it was important to assess his character. If necessary, she could endure some hardship. "Do you know about my family situation, Comrade Zhang?" When she said this, she was calm, without shyness or arrogance, just stating a fact. This made Zhang Hongjun's impression of her even better. Zhang Hongjun replied calmly, "Yes, I know. Your family's current situation depends on what the higher-ups say. I'm a comrade of your uncle. He saved my life back then. No matter what happens, I will take good care of you." Zhang Hongjun hadn't married at this age by choice. It wasn't due to any hidden issues. Who wouldn't want a wife and children? But as a soldier, he had decided to dedicate himself to the country from the moment he enlisted. He had witnessed too many separations and losses, training together in the morning, only to be separated by death in the afternoon due to a single battle. Some of the wives had to bear the burden of supporting the family and raising children alone. Others vented their misfortunes on their kids. Some remarried and left their children behind. Zhang Hongjun didn't want to burden anyone, so he hadn't considered marriage. Meeting Song Shuxian was merely a way to repay his comrade's life-saving grace, and he hoped his status could help her. Song Shuxian sensed Zhang Hongjun's intentions and suddenly found the meeting uninteresting. They were not on equal footing. She would always carry the reputation of being indebted to him, but her upbringing made it difficult for her to leave directly. So, she continued to make small talk. Noticing the change in her mood, Zhang Hongjun added, Even though we're together because of the life-saving grace, don't worry. After marriage, I will take good care of you and will respect you by giving you control over finances. If someone in her previous life had made such a promise, Song Shuxian would have agreed immediately. In her past, feelings were never her first choice. Character was. She remembered her mother saying that when choosing a partner, one should consider their worst traits. If she could accept the worst, then everything else wouldn't be a problem. After reading about Song Shuqian's memories from 1968, I understand that the law in this world allows a man to have only one wife. She is greedy, wanting someone she truly loves. Although she thinks this way, Song Shuqian has always known what she wants. She is ready to have a good talk with Zhang Hongjun to understand him better before making a decision, but she is not as enthusiastic as before due to outside influences. If something happens in our family, it might affect Comrade Zhang. It could make it harder for him to get promoted. Is Comrade Zhang okay with that? Zhang Hongjun clearly sensed the change in the young girl's attitude, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and made choices that benefited her. At just 18, she is indeed well-trained from a big family. I've already thought about what you said. You wouldn't believe it if I said I didn't care at all. I dare to choose this path because I trust the army. As long as I work hard enough, the leaders will notice. He said this, but his heart felt differently. He believes in his own abilities. Zhang Hongjun is a well-known scholar in the army, a serious university graduate, and a rare talent in the military. Plus, Song Shuqian has a martyr uncle, and her mother has helped high-ranking leaders. Even if something happens at home, she will be fine. The biggest problem for the Song family now is money. No one would believe they donated all their wealth. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Song Shuqian is eager to marry a soldier because the army is clean and ordinary people cannot interfere. What requirements does Comrade Song have for the future? Zhang Hongjun wants to know if she genuinely wants to build a life with him, or if she is just looking for temporary support before going back to her own life. This will also determine his attitude. Requirements? Song Shuqian is a bit confused. She hasn't thought about what life requires. After a moment of reflection, she realizes that in this world, you can't hire others. You have to rely on yourself for everything. I'm not very good at housework, especially cooking. I've never cooked in my life. That might be a problem, she admits honestly. We can eat in the cafeteria. The army's food is decent, and there are plenty of seafood in the South Island. You'll definitely like it. Not forcing her to learn to cook is a plus, Song Shuqian thinks to herself. As they exchanged thoughts, both were testing each other's intentions. After the meal, Song Shuqian felt exhausted. Overall, Zhang Hongjun left a good impression on her. Even though his words were not very pleasant, she understood his good intentions. He brought up the hardest topics first. If she could agree to those, the rest would be easy. Zhang Hongjun had a very good impression of Song Shuqian. He found her calm and likable. Despite the big issues at home, she didn't cry or wallow in self-pity. Instead, she actively sought solutions, choosing what was best for herself. She is a smart person. He does not mind this kind of cleverness that doesn't hurt others. Planning for oneself in life is not wrong. Moreover, this young girl expressed that she is open to being with him, so they could see how things go. When she got home, Song Shuqian told her grandfather about the blind date in the morning. He's a very smart person, good at weighing pros and cons, and likes to decide his attitude based on others' attitudes. On the positive side, he is very responsible and remembers my uncle's life-saving grace. Even without feelings, he would treat me well because of that. Her grandfather understood. The two had no physical attraction but were willing to be together after weighing the pros and cons. If it were before, he wouldn't have let his granddaughter feel so wronged, but now he has little time left. He only has 4 hours of wakefulness each day and can't hold on much longer. Since this granddaughter is still unfamiliar with the big world, finding a reliable person to take care of her is the safest option. But the old man still comforted her. It's okay if you don't like him. I'll think of someone else for you, and I'm sure I can find someone you'll be satisfied with. At that moment, Song Shuqian felt touched. Her grandfather's words were sincere. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'm not the person I used to be. I can handle any storm. By the way, Grandpa, do you know the name of the person I met today? Zhang Honghong Ha." When I saw his military ID, I almost laughed out loud. How could a boy have such a name? Her grandfather let her change the subject, clearly seeing that she had been well educated. His real name is Zhang Hongjun, named to commemorate the revolution. Zhang Honghong was a mistake made by the registration staff, and it was too difficult to change, so he has been called that ever since.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing this reason, Song Shuqian laughed joyfully. She really couldn't understand why someone would willingly have such a name. She was curious if his comrades in the military teased him about it. If Zhang Hongjun knew what she was thinking, he would loudly say, "Yes, they always tease me and even give me nicknames." Until now, as my demeanor has become colder, that teasing has lessened. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while longer. Before leaving, her grandfather reminded her, "You need to understand the current environment better. Be cautious in what you say and do, and remember to go on your blind date this afternoon." Song Shuqian said goodbye and obediently returned to her room. Reflecting on today's blind date, she felt that Zhang Hongjun was not a good marriage candidate. If it really comes to it, she could discuss it with him in advance, and it would be best to sign an agreement that clearly states the rights and obligations during their marriage, as well as the timeline and property for divorce. This way, if things don't work out in the future, the divorce would be legal and reasonable. Moreover, marriage involves two families. Now, due to the life-saving grace, Zhang Hongjun is willing to marry her, but she is unsure about his family's thoughts. Both of his older brothers are married, and each sister-in-law has her own opinions. Additionally, he has been in the army for a long time, and the feelings with those far away are always weaker. She wonders if his parents might be biased. After thinking this through, Song Shuqian began to look forward to the afternoon's blind date, hoping it wouldn't disappoint her. Similarly, Zhang Hongjun was thinking about Song Shuqian. He came to the blind date today because his family was pushing him, and he had no choice. If he didn't get married soon, his mother would directly arrange it for him. It was said that the other party was the daughter of a butcher, big and strong. Although rumors are unreliable, he knows his mother well enough to believe that she could do something like that. His older and second brothers chose their wives themselves, but the result was that the older brother had 3 daughters and the second brother had 4. His mother is now desperate for a grandson. She thinks a strong and sturdy girl would be good for childbearing and work, and she might even want to find him a good wife from the countryside. Heaven knows, while Zhang Hongjun doesn't look down on country people, he is a man with normal tastes and wants to find a pretty girl. When he first met Song Shuqian, he felt that the state-run restaurant looked much better. He couldn't see anyone else besides her. Song Shuqian may not have an astonishing first impression, but she is very easy on the eyes. The more you look at her, the more attractive she becomes. Seeing her made him feel like the character of a capable housewife from a book had come to life. Her occasional playful smile revealed dimples, adding a touch of charm that made people want to get closer. If he weren't so composed, he wouldn't have been able to talk to her so rationally today. Song Shuqian's mature way of speaking and acting is hard to believe from someone who is only 18. Once again, Zhang Hongjun reflected on the importance of family education. A girl carefully nurtured by her family, as long as she is willing to build a life with him, their future children and even his nieces could live well if they learn just a bit from her. Zhang Hongjun is now waiting for news from the Song family tomorrow, so he can file for marriage and take her with him to the army. He is confident that he is the best choice for Song Shuqian right now. Song Shuqian has already put Zhang Honghong behind her. She is busy sorting through her memories. Without carefully organizing the original owner's memories, everything feels unclear. Only by digesting these memories quickly can she secure her position. The blind date is set in a park. She wears a light blue shirt, gray pants, and black cloth shoes, with her hair styled in 2 braids, appearing fresh and neat. In the park, a rugged-looking man sits upright on a bench, seemingly waiting for someone. However, his strong presence keeps everyone at least 50 meters away. If it weren't for his military uniform, someone might have already called the police. When Song Shuxian approaches, she sees the man sitting straight. His intimidating aura would make anyone hesitate to approach, and those with a bit of fear would quickly back away. She has seen many such men in the Dazhong dynasty, especially those who just returned from the battlefield. They often struggle to rein in their fierce demeanor. Her former guard was like this. After the war, he returned, but his soul remained on the battlefield. While she wouldn't dare to scrutinize foreign men in the Dazhong dynasty, such observation is not out of place in this era. As she carefully examines the man before her, what catches her attention most is his eyes. What kind of feeling do they evoke? A lone wolf. His gaze is like that of a lone wolf in a cold night, icy and alert. Beneath his high nose, his tightly pressed lips reveal stubbornness and coldness, as if he could unleash a deadly roar at any moment. The stubble on his chin adds to his ruggedness and fierceness. This 22-year-old young man has an undeniable sense of pressure. He is full of aggression. There is no doubt that anyone who attacks him would be torn apart. To Song Shuxian, all of this is a plus. She likes such men who provide a sense of security. As long as she can get close to his heart, she can earn his unique affection. A lone wolf will always be loyal to his partner, and she is confident about that. Hello, are you Comrade Wei here for the blind date? Song Shuxian approaches the man and gently asks, while slightly raising her head. I am Wei Jianguo. Here for the blind date, he replies, putting considerable effort into the short sentence. Wei Jianguo came because of a command from his leader, which he couldn't refuse. Their camp is known as the bachelor camp. From the commander to the soldiers, no one is married. Because of this, the leader has faced ridicule, leading to this military order. But now, looking at the girl before him, he can't remember a word of what he had prepared to say. At this moment, Wei Jianguo feels like a naive boy, staring at Song Shuxian. Wow, how can someone be so beautiful? How can he refuse? His mind is blank, filled only with thoughts of her. He recalls some crude remarks he has heard before, surfacing from who knows where. Wei Jianguo feels his heart racing. Song Shuxian looks up at him and smiles softly, and in that instant, it feels like 100 flowers are blooming. This smile is something Wei Jianguo will remember for a lifetime. Song Shuxian is very pleased with the situation. During her 3 years of mourning in her past life, she secretly studied all the romance novels she could find and observed many couples. Those who looked at their wives with such eyes had strong relationships. Comrade Wei, let's sit down and talk, Song Shuxian says as she turns to take a seat, her every move graceful like a painting. Perhaps she doesn't even realize that the etiquette of a noble lady from her past life is deeply ingrained in her. Every gesture is picturesque. At this moment, Wei Jianguo comes back to his senses. He knows he is not worthy of such a delicate girl. He is just a rough soldier, a soldier who might lose his name at any moment. He has no right to dream of such a beauty. In an instant, Wei Jianguo suppresses all his emotions, remaining the lone wolf from the battlefield. Comrade Song, I understand your situation, but I'm sorry, I have no plans to settle down. Since the day I joined the army, I decided to dedicate myself to my country. Song Shuxian senses the shift in his attitude. She helplessly rubs her forehead. She understands this situation all too well. Her mother's close maid, Sister Pearl, married a centurion who is the same way. Sister Pearl said that this is called saying one thing while meaning another. In simpler terms, it means feeling unworthy. What they say may sound resolute, but they might feel quite upset inside. That centurion was once given a good scolding by Sister Pearl before he changed his bad habit. But she doesn't have time now, and must speak directly. From the original owner's memories, she knows this approach is called being straightforward. If that doesn't work, she can pretend to be pitiful. After all, she has set her sights on this man and intends to win him over. Comrade Wei, let me first share my situation, and then you could decide. I don't know if your leader has informed you, but my family has a distinguished background, with some officials in our ancestry. After the founding of the country, my grandparents supported the revolution and donated their wealth, thus being labeled as red capitalists. But in this day and age, I don't know what this identity will bring us, which is why I'm eager for a blind date. I chose a soldier because I admire them, and also because the military is relatively safe, unlike the noisy outside world. I am quite satisfied with our meeting today. That last sentence is the most direct thing Song Shuxian can think of. She really likes Wei Jianguo and hopes he'll give them a chance. I am quite satisfied with you. I am quite satisfied with you. Wei Jianguo keeps repeating this phrase in his mind. Darn, such a beautiful girl. He initially wanted to keep his distance, but unexpectedly, she is bold enough to confess her feelings directly. She must really like him. Earlier, she was also defending herself. Could he dare to hope for something? If Song Shuxian knew that just one sentence from her could cause such a change in him, she wouldn't have said more. She feels embarrassed. How could she say such things? People in this era are truly frightening. Standing straight, Wei Jianguo salutes her. I am Wei Jianguo, currently serving as a battalion commander, earning 84 yuan a month. I have severed ties with my parents and siblings, so I don't need to support them. My station is on the eastern coast, and I can be deployed with the troops. I wish to establish a revolutionary friendship with you. This is the first time Song Shuxian has faced such a situation, and she feels so shy that her neck turns red, resembling a cooked shrimp, losing the earlier sharpness and cunning. Seeing that she hasn't responded for a while, Wei Jianguo feels he might have misinterpreted her, feeling quite down. He tries to muster his spirits and wants to say a few words to quickly end this meeting. Looking up, he sees Song Shuxian's red ears. Upon closer inspection, this isn't a misunderstanding. She is clearly shy. In that moment, he suddenly feels less shy, wiping his sweaty hands on his pants and revealing a smile with 8 white teeth. Song Shuxian has been secretly observing Wei Jianguo and, seeing his bright smile, feels less nervous. I am Song Shuxian, 18 years old, a high school graduate, working in the R&D department of the Tianjin machinery factory, earning 43 yuan a month. I have a grandfather, but he is not in good health and worries about me, hoping I can get married soon. After saying get married soon, Song Shuxian's face turns red. How can she be so direct about marriage? But she remembers that in her original memories, this was quite normal in this era. Having traveled from ancient times, Song Shuxian is unaware that the original Song Shuxian received a very Western-style education, making her expression and behavior quite open for this time. Comrade Song, I will submit the marriage report when I get back today. What do you think? Wei Jianguo asked cautiously. He knew that Comrade Song had several suitors, and the Song family wanted her to marry soon but also hoped she would find a good partner, so they wanted her to meet more people. Wei Jianguo felt he was not worthy of Song Shuxian. He was afraid of missing this opportunity and lacked the courage to bring up marriage with her. To him, feelings could develop after marriage. As long as both worked together, they could have a good life. Song Shuxian was not one to hesitate either. Since her time in Daeong, she had wanted to find someone to live with, and her thoughts hadn't changed in this new world. Sure, when do you have time? I want to take you home to meet my grandfather, she replied. Today is fine. We can go buy something shortly, Wei Jianguo said. Song Shuxian nodded in agreement. Time was tight, so they headed straight to the department store. What should we buy? Wei Jianguo had never met parents before and wasn't sure what to get. Let's ask the sales clerk. We'll buy the best quality. They thought they had a good plan, but once inside, they were overwhelmed. What high standards could they have with such limited options? In the end, they bought 2 bottles of Maotai, 2 bottles of malted milk, 2 boxes of biscuits, 2 boxes of tea, 2 pieces of fabric, and 2 pounds of white rabbit candy. In an era where you could marry a wife for just 20 yuan, their gifts were quite extravagant. However, they had to be mindful of their situation. Though the Song family had fallen from grace, they were still better off than most. After turning their factory over to the government for public-private partnership, they received an annual dividend of 5,000 yuan. This was the income everyone knew about. At the Song family home, Grandpa, I'm back, Song Shuxian greeted as she entered, just as she remembered. Grandpa Song was sitting in a rocking chair in the sun. Hearing her voice, he smiled. You're back. How was it? Song Shuxian pulled Wei Jianguo forward. Grandpa, I brought someone back. Marriage is a big deal, and I need your approval before I can make a decision. Wei Jianguo stood straight, his heart racing, his palms sweaty. Grandpa Song, I'm Wei Jianguo, Comrade Song Shuxian's suitor. I really like her and promise to treat her well in my military uniform. Grandpa Song's cloudy eyes were still sharp as he carefully examined the young man before him. His gaze was clear, and he showed no greed despite the nice things in the house. He always noticed when Shuxian appeared and followed her with his eyes. He paid attention to what she said. Grandpa Song understood men's flaws. This young man was likely attracted to Shuxian's looks. But not everyone had such looks. Are you the Wei comrade introduced by Old Wang? Yes, Grandpa Song. Tell me about yourself. I joined the army at 16. I'm 22 now, and I'm a battalion commander with a salary of 89 yuan. After marriage, Comrade Song will manage the finances. I fell in love with her at first sight, and once I have your approval, I can submit the marriage report. The army is in Holidio, and the environment is great. Grandpa Song was pleased. He was a straightforward young man. He felt this boy was not clever enough to handle his granddaughter. He would probably be bullied. At 22, being a battalion commander was impressive. Old Wang mentioned the young man's achievements, and as long as he didn't face setbacks, promotions would come easily. He was a good match for Shuxian, and as long as they worked together, they would have a good life. The key was that this young man had feelings for Shuxian and would protect her. Grandpa Song was tired, so Wei Jianguo left after a short visit. As Song Shuxian saw him off, Wei Jianguo took the chance to ask Comrade Song, do you have any requests for the betrothal gifts? He had originally wanted to discuss this with Grandpa Song, but given the situation, he had to talk to Shuxian instead. Song Shuxian was not shy. She tried to think like the original owner and said, I don't know how much the betrothal gifts are where you come from, but here in Jinling, it's usually 88 yuan, and you can buy any 3 items. Her request was quite low. Most working-class families could manage that. Still, Song Shuxian didn't care about money. She had more than enough for 2 lifetimes and had no real concept of it. Her low request was also because she knew Wei Jianguo's real test lay in the marriage report. Marrying the daughter of a capitalist, his superiors would definitely scrutinize him. While Song Shuxian didn't care about the betrothal gifts, Wei Jianguo did. He wanted to give his future wife the best. 88 yuan? Isn't that too little? And for the 3 items, how can you only choose one? We should buy them all. Given the current situation, it's better to go with the flow. The quality of the buns isn't determined by the folds. Are you not planning to contribute to the family finances after marriage? I will. After we marry, I'll give you my entire salary each month. Wei Jianguo smiled foolishly, making it hard to look at him. After parting ways, Wei Jianguo rushed to the post office to call home and submit the marriage report as soon as possible. Though he didn't want to admit it, Grandpa Song's health was always a concern. When Song Shuxian returned home, Grandpa Song was already asleep. She had been giving him all her recent healing liquids, but they weren't working. The doctor said there was nothing more they could do, and advised the family to prepare for the worst. Grandpa Song was the first person in this world to show her kindness and had provided her with the most help so far. Song Shuxian hoped he could stay with her a little longer. But Grandpa Song was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. Today, he was confused. When he was clear-headed, he treated Song Shuxian well, like a grandfather would treat his granddaughter. When confused, he was filled with resentment towards her, angry that she had taken his granddaughter away. Song Shuxian understood all this. After Grandma Song passed away, she had been by Grandpa's side, and she was irreplaceable. Now that she was here, it was natural for Grandpa Song to misplace his anger. However, when he was clear-headed, he knew that the most innocent party in this situation was Song Shuxian. She was brought here by her own granddaughter and didn't even have a chance to resist. When confused, he just wanted to feel good. Song Shuxian accepted Grandpa Song's little quirks well. At dinner, she asked Grandpa, "What do you think of Wei Jianguo? Is he reliable?" Reliability was Song Shuxian's basic requirement for a partner. Even though she had made her choice, she still wanted to ask the elder's opinion. His experience was something she could never have in 2 lifetimes. "He's a good kid. You have good taste. Your mother met him years ago and joked about wanting him as a son-in-law. Who knew it would actually happen?" Recalling the past, Grandpa Song rarely smiled. "Girl, remember to be sincere with someone like him. He comes from a reconnaissance background and is very perceptive. What we think is foolproof may have flaws in front of him. You need to align with him. As long as it doesn't harm the party and the people's safety, he will be willing to help you with small matters." After a short break, Grandpa Song seemed to reflect. "Shuxian is right. I taught her too much idealism when she was young. It's hard to survive in this era. I was wrong to misplace my anger before." Song Shuxian quickly reassured him. "Grandpa, it's okay to misplace your anger. People have feelings and I'm still adjusting too." Grandpa Song understood that she was referring to their past feelings. Song Shuxian couldn't treat someone she just met like the grandfather she had known for years, and he understood that. After they talked things out, their relationship improved. Grandpa Song seemed to be in better spirits today, perhaps because his heart was lighter. Song Shuxian listened as he shared many stories from the past. From his tales, the images of Grandma, Dad, Mom, and little Shuxian gradually became more vivid. Slowly, Song Shuxian began to feel more at home here, leaving behind the remnants of her past life in Daeong. That evening, after returning to her room, Song Shuxian organized the original owner's belongings to see what she had. She discovered that this girl was quite wealthy. She owned a courtyard house in the city and had savings of 7,800 yuan. She also had 3 watches, an Omega, a Longines, and a Shanghai brand. And her wardrobe was filled with seasonal clothing. She was richer than many families combined. Song Shuxian reminded herself to stay low-key and not let anyone know about her wealth, as it could attract danger. The next morning, Wei Jianguo arrived early. "You're up. I bought breakfast. Go wash up. We'll eat soon. Can Grandpa eat this?" Song Shuxian's cheeks were rosy, and she appeared both lazy and dignified, a bit contradictory, but very beautiful. Wei Jianguo had spent the night dreaming shyly and had just prepared himself mentally. Now he noticed some signs of his excitement and quickly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Song Shuxian was already ready. Her so-called laziness was just her not yet accustomed to the hairstyle of this era, which turned out to look better than her neatly tied hair. "Put it in the kitchen. I'll make Grandpa some steamed eggs, and he should wake up in about 10 minutes. Uncle Wang, who usually took care of Grandpa, had something to do today and would arrive an hour late, so Song Shuxian needed to prepare breakfast for him. Since they would be living together, and it wasn't very convenient for her as a granddaughter to help Grandpa get up, she had to instruct her husband. "You go check on Grandpa and help him tidy up." Wei Jianguo smiled broadly, pleased that his wife was so comfortable with him. It was good that she didn't treat him like an outsider. He noticed that she didn't like to trouble others. Wei Jianguo quickly helped Grandpa to the bathroom and assisted him in getting ready. "Grandpa, I'll go serve the food." "Go ahead, thank you." Despite being bedridden, Grandpa was still sharp. He had arranged for Uncle Wang to come late today. He wanted to see if his son-in-law was willing to take care of him. If he wasn't willing to do something so simple, he wouldn't be a good match. There was no need for a marriage certificate if they would end up resenting each other. Fortunately, Wei Jianguo performed well. Grandpa could tell from his expression how much he cared for his granddaughter. Now he could rest easy and go find his wife. Before he could think too much, Song Shuxian called out, "Grandpa, it's time to eat." This morning, Grandpa had steamed eggs, porridge, and some pickles. He ate very little, which made Song Shuxian a bit worried. Taking the opportunity to give him water, she also fed him a drop of the essence, hoping it would help. After breakfast, Grandpa urged them to leave, saying, "You two go out for a while. I have Uncle Wang to take care of me, don't worry." Song Shuxian wanted to stay and accompany the elderly man. She had a feeling his time was limited. But Grandpa kept insisting they leave, so reluctantly, they went out. As they closed the door, Grandpa's spirit seemed to fade. Trembling, he pulled out a photo of his wife from under the pillow and gently touched her face, just like when they were young. "My dear, did I do something wrong? That girl has a good heart. She gave me the essence, and I can taste it. But I don't want to keep it. You left, and now Xuxian is leaving too. I'm all alone. I want to dislike her and leave nothing for her, but she is also our blood. She was brought here by our Xuxian, and I plan to give her those things. I've observed her these days. She's a reliable child." Grandpa continued to talk to the photo, and Uncle Wang had grown accustomed to this and did not interrupt. Meanwhile, the new couple was awkwardly navigating their relationship, with one being a reserved lady and the other a shy man afraid of saying the wrong thing. They stood a distance apart, making it seem like they were strangers. Many men glanced at Song Xuxian as they walked. Admiring beauty is a timeless hobby. Wei Jianguo's face grew darker, wishing he could hide Song Xuxian away. In the past few days, he had been on a mission and Song Xuxian hadn't had the chance to explore the world. Today, everything seemed interesting to her. A metal box with 4 wheels that could move on its own, and a bicycle with just 2 wheels. How did it stay balanced? She found everything fresh and new. However, the people in this country had poor taste. Their clothes were dull and dark, lacking vibrancy. Having seen the original owner's clothing, she knew there were many styles, and her taste was much better than that. Wei Jianguo watched the girl, finding her adorable as she looked around. "Let's go to the department store and buy you some clothes. I only have watch tickets for now, but we can buy the rest when we get to the army. How does that sound?" he asked cautiously, having boasted the day before about providing everything, only to find ticket issues today. He had come for a simple match, but unexpectedly fell for Song Xuxian at first sight. "I tidied up the house last night and found a bicycle, a women's model, and I have enough watches and a radio. They're all mine, so I don't need to buy new ones after we get married," she said, feeling a bit shy. She genuinely didn't know what the original owner had. If it weren't for this conversation, she wouldn't have connected the dots based on appearances. They discussed the situation and decided to keep a low profile, using what they had at home for now. Song Xuxian followed Wei Jianguo to the department store. "For the people, comrade, please weigh me a pound of rice noodles. All reactionaries are paper tigers. That'll be 6.5 yuan and 1 pastry ticket," the cashier said coldly, without any warmth. Song Xuxian frowned. It felt different to see this in reality than in memory. She thought this behavior was strange. Service staff should be more welcoming. She remembered her mother saying, "To run a business, one must maintain a warm attitude. Treat guests sincerely and wealth will come." She felt that this world was filled with oddities, staff being arrogant and even insulting customers, college entrance exams cancelled, cutting off the path for talent, family members reporting on each other, creating a climate of fear. If the environment didn't change, the people creating it would eventually have to. Shaking her head to dismiss these thoughts, she reminded herself that in this life, she was just an ordinary citizen and didn't need to worry about big issues. "Comrade Wei, what else should we buy?" she asked, looking at the big white rabbit candy, chocolate, and pastries in her hands. "Let's buy clothes. I know you have many, but we need to buy a new outfit for the wedding," Wei Jianguo said, fearing his wife would refuse. "Okay, let's take a look. If we don't find anything suitable, we can buy fabric and make our own." "I'm good at sewing," she replied, a hint of pride in her voice, like a kitten waiting for praise. Wei Jianguo readily complimented her. "You're amazing. When you have time, make me a set. I'll cherish it and wear it for years." "Stop joking," Song Xuxian playfully scolded. In her heart, she thought how pitiful people in this era were. She used to wear a piece of clothing only a few times, and only her favorites got worn more often. 3 years of natural disasters have just ended, and now supplies are scarce. The clothes are all a dull gray, lacking any freshness. Even the maids in the general's mansion in Daeong wear nicer clothes than these. Song Xuxian is 1,000 times unwilling and unimpressed. At her strong insistence, the two bought a lot of fabric, planning to make their own clothes at home. Seeing them spend money so readily, The woman at the fabric counter quietly asked, "Sister, I have some precious materials left over from before. Real silk. Would you like to take a look?" Song Shuxian immediately became interested. The original owner had 2 silk garments that were very comfortable, especially in summer. "Please take us to see." The 3 went to a secluded storage room, which was dirty, and Song Shuxian wanted to leave. In such an environment, even the best fabric would be wasted. But once inside, she found it was actually very clean and well-maintained. The wisdom of the working people should not be underestimated. The fabrics here were beautiful: a dark green, a light apricot, an indigo, and a lotus blue, along with some patterned ones. Besides the solid colors, Song Shuxian especially liked a bright green fabric embroidered with bamboo. "Sister, I want 9 feet of each of these patterns. How much will it cost?" The woman hesitated. After cutting 9 feet, there wouldn't be enough left to make a full garment, making it hard to sell. Plus, she didn't think anyone would buy these. Her husband was a purchasing officer, and these silks were bought by him. After a year, there were still many left. Usually, she was careful not to damage them, as unsold items would mean her husband would face criticism, affecting his chances for promotion. Realizing this, the woman said, "Sister, you have good taste. These are all great materials, and it's a lucky find. I'll be honest, I've taken good care of these fabrics. If you buy them, it saves me a lot of trouble. I'll sell them to you at cost. You can make some small items like handkerchiefs with the leftovers." Song Shuxian understood the woman's urgency. "Sister, it's not that simple. In these times, buying these also carries risks. Even if we make nice clothes, we might not dare to wear them." What she said was realistic. That's how things were now. She didn't want to put the woman in a difficult position.
Just give me a fair price.
"If it's reasonable, I'll buy them to give as gifts. If not, I'll have to say sorry." Song Shuxian was skilled at sewing, and she saw great potential in the scraps, which could be turned into hair ties, pouches, or bed sheets, all of which would look nice. "How about this, sister? All of these for 120 yuan, no receipt." The fabric was good quality. Song Shuxian had seen the original owner's qipao made from this kind of fabric, which cost several dozen yuan back then. But times have changed. What was once a luxury for wealthy ladies is now a hidden capitalist product. She didn't want these good materials to be wasted by someone who didn't appreciate them. Thinking about it, if it affected Wei Jianguo, that would be a problem. She looked at Wei Jianguo and quietly asked, "Will buying these things affect you?" "It's fine. Just don't wear them outside," he replied. Understanding his meaning, Song Shuxian realized there would be consequences, and they could only handle it secretly. That wouldn't do. She knew the current situation too well. Wei Jianguo couldn't afford any trouble. Turning back, she apologized to the woman. "I'm sorry, sister. I got carried away by the beautiful fabric. My husband is a soldier and can't be involved with these things." The woman was reasonable and perhaps used to rejection, as she didn't scold them. "It's okay, sister. These things are indeed dangerous to use right now." Song Shuxian kept apologizing, realizing she hadn't thought it through, and promised not to make such a mistake again. Wei Jianguo, not wanting his wife to feel disappointed, secretly bought enough fabric for 3 outfits and slipped it to Song Shuxian. They had to be careful, but it didn't mean they had to be overly cautious. The woman was quite nice, taking them to a storage room for defective items, where they bought some good things without a receipt. Song Shuxian liked the cotton fabric here. While others liked polyester, she didn't. She felt that polyester was uncomfortable and not breathable. Cotton, however, was comfortable and free. She also bought some coarse cloth, which would be great for making curtains. After saying goodbye to the woman, they went to the watch counter. Song Shuxian immediately spotted a couple's watch with a coffee-colored leather strap, a rectangular white dial, and deep blue hands. It looked very understated. "Excuse me, could you show us this? This watch is from the Dottie brand, and the gold by the numbers is real gold. It's a bit expensive. Are you sure you want to see it?" The saleswoman didn't see what was special about the watch. It looked plain and dull, and even a person with dark skin wouldn't be able to see it well. "We'll take a look before deciding." The saleswoman noticed their clothing and saw the imported watch on Song Shuxian's wrist, which could only be bought in overseas Chinese shops in big cities. Wow, they must be from a wealthy family. The saleswoman had only gone to the overseas Chinese shop by borrowing her aunt's watch. She couldn't afford anything there. She quickly took out the watch. Song Shuxian examined it closely, then compared it to Wei Jianguo's wrist before confirming it was a domestic product and decided to buy it. Wei Jianguo stopped her from reaching for her money and took out his own. Song Shuxian didn't argue and simply handed over a watch receipt. "Let's use my receipt." Wei Jianguo had only one receipt and didn't hesitate to take it. Seeing them like this, the saleswoman felt a bit flustered. "Sister, are you buying this for your wedding?" "Yes, sister. We're preparing these things together with family and relatives." That's how it is. Relatives help each other out. Once outside the department store, they both looked at their watches, feeling very satisfied. They exchanged smiles, saying nothing yet feeling like they said everything. "Is there anything else you need to buy?" Song Shuxian tugged at Wei Jianguo's sleeve and asked quietly. Wei Jianguo took out a small notebook he carried with him. He wasn't very meticulous in life and often forgot things, so he wrote down what needed to be done. After reviewing it, he handed it to Song Shuxian. "Take a look. That's about it. We can buy the rest when we get there. I have quite a few things to take, so please see if you can find a truck to bring them over." "Sure, no problem." Wei Jianguo hesitated a bit, and Song Shuxian didn't rush him. Their future interactions would be decided slowly over time. After walking for a while, Wei Jianguo still hadn't spoken. Song Shuxian felt a bit anxious. "Comrade Wei, we're going to be a couple for life. Is there anything we can't talk about?" Wei Jianguo hesitated and said, "Do you think it's not good to take so many things from home when we get married?" At first, Song Shuxian didn't understand, but after a while, she realized this was about their attitudes toward these items. To her, they were just objects that she used and would continue to use. Moreover, with her grandfather's health, she had to admit that time was short. While her grandfather was alive, she would stay here with him. Once her grandfather was gone, she wouldn't be able to keep that house. They had already agreed to rent it out, and she could only take what she could. In Wei Jianguo's eyes, those things were very expensive, things that an ordinary person would never be able to buy even after saving their whole life. For Song Shuxian, she felt like a part of the family, believing that half of the family belongings were hers. In Wei Jianguo's view, once a girl gets married, she becomes an outsider. In this era, many girls return home after marriage without even a place to stay. It's normal for them to have these differences. Song Shuxian explained this to Wei Jianguo in detail. "So, you see, marriage doesn't mean losing a daughter, but gaining a son-in-law. Besides, Grandma said before she passed that everything in the family belongs to me." This was the first time Wei Jianguo felt the gap between them so clearly. Fortunately, his wife didn't look down on him and patiently explained things to him. At that moment, he felt a mix of emotions, a bit sour and heavy in his heart. He felt more confident about their future. The differences between them existed, but he was willing to learn and Song Shuxian was willing to spend time teaching him. For several days, they were both very busy. Song Shuxian was busy organizing the hidden assets, connections, and various odds and ends of the Song family. Her favorite items were books. Grandpa said that the real treasure of the Song family was these books, and they should never be discarded. These books had been passed down through generations, covering a wide range of topics, possibly more than what the National Library has. "Grandpa, I'll store these in the gourd space. Don't worry, when I can take them out in the future, I will pass them on." Song Grandpa's response was somewhat unexpected. "No need. Let the Song family end with our generation." "Child, aren't you curious? Even though you are twins, why did you go to Daong Dynasty?" Although Grandpa was hunched over, his gaze remained sharp. Song Shuxian shared her previous speculations. She had her doubts, but the matter itself was quite mystical. Besides, it had already happened, and worrying about it wouldn't help. Securing her own interests was what mattered most now. Grandpa smiled. It was a divination. We're not supposed to talk about it now, but truly capable people can predict future disasters. We know someone who predicted our family would face a catastrophe this year. At that time, we worked hard to send you away, hoping that if there was a future, the Song family would still have someone. It wasn't that we chose you, sisters. It was the jade gourd that chose you. Every newborn in the Song family must recognize their master with a drop of blood, and only you two succeeded. Song Shuxian felt a mix of emotions. She stared at Grandpa, with many questions stuck in her throat, but seeing his expression, she swallowed them back. Forget it. What's done is done. Focusing on the future is what's important. Seeing his granddaughter, Grandpa nodded. In ways they couldn't see, this child was growing well. What the old man didn't say was that she had another life in a different world, equivalent to this world's Song Shuxian. Life is full of surprises. No one expected that the elders who made the decision would die one after another, while the survivors faced various problems. Eventually, they returned to the Song family's land to live out their days. And his granddaughter received a Western education, looking down on traditional culture. He had only one granddaughter, Song Shuxian. There were no other choices. At this moment, the old man admired his daughter-in-law a bit. After realizing her son was unreliable, she quickly gave him a sterilization drug. No matter what he did outside, it wouldn't affect the child. She herself participated in the revolution, maintaining a good relationship with the authorities, so the Song family had no chance to act against her. Ultimately, with the help of his wife, she expelled her son from the house. Thinking of these past events, the old man felt exhausted. They had truly made mistakes back then. He had hoped that if this granddaughter was easy to manage, she would ensure that a child would carry on the Song name. After observing for a long time, he realized this child was ruthless. If she found out about the Song family's past actions, it would be a miracle if she didn't expose them. The old man thought about his life. In his youth, he had been powerful, believing he was the best in the world. Now that he was old, he often thought about his younger days, realizing that the real head of the Song family had always been his wife, who always found a way to make him do as she said. The only thing he went against her on was the matter of Song Shuxian, and they had faced consequences for it. Sometimes, the old man wondered if his youngest son's insistence on becoming a pilot was encouraged by his eldest daughter-in-law. The grandfather and granddaughter fell into their own thoughts, sitting in silence. Song Shuxian was thinking about the letters left by her mother. There were only a few sheets of paper, but she could feel her mother's rejection of the Song family. Now it seemed there was more to the story. However, she didn't plan to dig deeper. It had been too long, and there was no point in investigating. Bringing her thoughts back, Song Shuxian approached Grandpa. Grandpa, I've organized everything. Tomorrow I'll go with Wei Jianguo to get the marriage certificate. Grandpa followed his granddaughter out of the secret room. The secret rooms that needed to be filled have been taken care of. Keep those property certificates. If you can get them back later, do so. If not, let it go. After you get married, you both should leave immediately. The situation isn't good right now. Someone might come looking for you, testing for the hidden things of the Song family. Remember, the Song family has nothing left. Everything was donated by your grandmother and mother because the elders wanted to replace your twin sister with a baby boy and drown her. Your mother and grandmother hate the Song family deeply. Song Shuxian nodded. Okay. Make sure to keep the donation proof safe. They can protect you in critical moments. If the situation in the country remains bad, find a way to go overseas. Song Shuxian nodded, agreeing with her grandfather. The old man was emotionally drained today and went to bed early. In her room, Song Shuxian organized the items in the gourd space. She loved the Song family's books, covering history, literature, military strategies, and even had 2 large boxes of storybooks. She quickly immersed herself in the world of books, finding them more and more interesting. At that moment, Wei Jianguo was on a train. He had completed a small task and rushed back to get the marriage certificate as soon as the report came in. His leaders didn't understand why he was marrying the daughter of a capitalist and even planned to delay the marriage report to give him more time to think. It was only after the introducer, Director Wang, intervened that the process sped up. He still remembered the director's words, "Treat the song girl well. You won't regret it. That child is no less than a son. If it weren't for this messed up world, you two wouldn't even have had a chance to meet." The director didn't say it, but he also treated his wife well. After all, she would soon be his wife, and just thinking about it made him smile. The passengers on the train saw a soldier who alternated between serious and fierce smiles. If it weren't for his uniform, they might have thought of calling the attendant. It was quite frightening. Even the children wanted to cry. Early the next morning, Wei Jianguo showed up at the Song family home with some things. "Grandpa, we're going to get our marriage license," Song Shushi greeted the old man. "Go ahead, Wei kid. Take good care of Shushi. If there are any issues, talk it over together. Communication is very important," the old man said, sharing wisdom from his own marriage. "I will, Grandpa," Wei Jianguo promised earnestly. At that moment, he felt extremely nervous. As they left the house, Wei Jianguo was so anxious that he was almost tripping over his own feet. Song Shushi couldn't help but laugh. "Wei comrade, why are you so nervous?" Wei Jianguo stopped and said seriously, "We're getting married now, so you don't need to call me Wei comrade anymore." He had always felt uncomfortable with that title, and today he finally got to hear her call him something else. "Then what should I call you? I've seen others call their husbands Mr., so how about my Mr.?" This was something Song Shushi remembered from her previous life. Wei Jianguo's heart raced at that moment. "My Mr. sounded so nice. Call me Jianguo, and I'll call you Shushi." "Okay." Sitting on the back of Wei Jianguo's bicycle, Song Shushi felt inexplicably nervous. It was her first time getting married, and she was marrying someone she liked. She was full of hope for the future. They rode in silence. The marriage registration office was very simple, just a small room with 3 staff members, and the same person handled both divorces and marriages. In front of them was a couple getting divorced, looking calm. If she hadn't seen the divorce certificate in their hands, she would have thought they were there to get married too. After completing their paperwork, the couple even shook hands and wished each other a happy future. At that moment, Song Shushi felt a bit confused. In her previous life, couples only divorced when things were really bad, often after a big fight with family. Now, she thought this era was great. Divorce was so easy, and no one was judging or gossiping. Later, when she saw all sorts of strange couples in the courtyard, she realized just how naive she had been and how special that couple was. When it was their turn, they submitted their documents. The staff member, a big guy, looked at Wei Jianguo with surprise, probably wondering how he had managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Holding the marriage certificate, Wei Jianguo was too excited to speak. Song Shushi had already adapted to life here and felt more comfortable than when she first arrived. She took out some prepared wedding candies and gave 3 to each staff member, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Have some wedding candies for good luck." As they walked out of the office, Song Shushi looked back at the words marriage registration office by the door. She was married. From that moment on, she was Wei Jianguo's wife, and they would likely grow old together. Wei Jianguo carefully took out a collection of great leaders' works from his bag and slipped the marriage certificate inside, afraid of damaging it. Seeing how much he cared, Song Shushi felt a warm sweetness in her heart. "Wife, should we eat at the state-run restaurant or go home to eat with Grandpa?" Hearing him call her wife, Wei Jianguo had rolled the word around in his throat countless times, and now he finally said it out loud. Song Shushi blushed and couldn't look up. Finally, she responded, "Let's go home and eat with Grandpa." "How many days off do you have?" 7 days. "But since it takes 2 days to travel, I can only spend 5 days with you," Wei Jianguo said, feeling guilty that he couldn't help more since Grandpa was unwell and Shushi had to manage everything. "It only takes 1 day to get to Holidio. I remember it used to take a long time," Song Shushi recalled, though her memory was a bit fuzzy. "The new Yangtze River Bridge opened this year, so we don't need to change to a ferry, which saves time." Song Shushi admired the people of this time. She had gone with Grandpa to see the bridge, and it was truly impressive. A bridge built over such a long river, with cars on top and trains below, stretching 6,000 meters, and it was built by their country. Speaking of the bridge, the Song family had contributed too. Grandma had donated several factories and required each one to allocate funds for the bridge. The original owner had even visited the construction site. Song Shushi still had the donation receipt from Grandma, which had her name on it. Grandma said it was a safety net for her, hoping she wouldn't need it in the future. She didn't plan to mention this. They would decide on future matters later. The two of them rode home to share the good news with Grandpa. Grandpa looked at the marriage certificate in his hands and kept saying how good it was. You two need to take good care of each other. Wei Jianguo saluted Grandpa, saying, Don't worry, Grandpa. I will take good care of Shushi. This was a promise from a soldier, and they all understood its meaning. Song Shushi looked at this man and felt hopeful for the future. Grandpa had prepared a feast for them. Salted duck, crab soup dumplings, smoked duck, assorted tofu pancakes, grilled shrimp, braised pork, squirrel fish, and almond millet porridge, with special dishes packed by Uncle Wang. The flavors were based on what Wei Jianguo liked to eat during his visits. Looking at Grandpa at the table, Song Shushi felt her eyes welling up. During this time, the old man had been holding on with sheer will, wanting to make arrangements before he left. Now that his granddaughter was settled and the couple was happy, he felt reassured about the future. This son-in-law was a rare, genuine person, with military achievements earned on the battlefield. As long as they could safely get through this tough time, their future would be bright. Seeing Grandpa eat another piece of fatty meat, Song Shushi couldn't help but say, Grandpa, the doctor said you shouldn't eat such greasy food. How about I make you a steamed egg with some sea cucumber? I've eaten light food for so many days. Today I'm happy and want to eat something I like. Once Grandpa set his mind on something, no amount of persuasion would change it. After the meal, Song Shushi was worried and asked Wei Jianguo to stay in the living room with her, just in case Grandpa called for them.
Uncle Wang, how is Grandpa?
The old man just fell asleep. I'll keep watch tonight, so you can go home and rest, Uncle Wang said, noticing his eyes were a bit red. Uncle Wang had been with the family for a long time. He was the one Grandpa saved and had always been loyal to him. Song Shushi knew he wouldn't leave, so she said, I can't sleep either. Let's stay here together. If Grandpa wakes up and calls for someone, we'll hear him. The three of them sat quietly on the sofa, not saying a word. During that time, Uncle Wang and Wei Jianguo went in to check on Grandpa a few times. He was sleeping well, and there didn't seem to be any issues. Early the next morning, Uncle Wang went to the room to help Grandpa with his morning routine. He found Grandpa lying quietly in a brand new tang suit. Young master, Uncle Wang cried out in shock, using the name he called him when they first met. Song Shuxian rushed into the room. Grandpa. The room was filled with cries. Even though they knew this day would come, they still hoped he could stay a little longer to see the world. Song Shuxian and Uncle Wang held a simple farewell ceremony according to Grandpa's wishes, inviting only close family and friends. Afterward, they scattered his ashes in the Yangtze River. Grandpa said he spent his life working hard for the Song family. To protect their legacy, he had killed his own granddaughter and sent her to another world, where she only lived to 22. He personally sent his youngest son to the military, making him a pilot admired by all. In the end, his son remained in the sky forever. He sent his eldest son abroad to learn advanced knowledge, hoping he would return to revive the Song family. Ultimately, he abandoned his wife and children for a woman, and to this day, no one knows where he is. A once happy family ended up broken apart. The only two granddaughters were separated because of his decisions, and their reunion could only be in another world. He never realized how his wife manipulated and used him, but he felt he owed her, and as long as she was happy, that was enough. Now that he was gone, Grandpa Song felt light and free. If there were a next life, he hoped to live for himself freely. Seeing Grandpa like this, Song Shuxian didn't feel as sad as she expected. Perhaps it was because they hadn't spent much time together, or maybe she had prepared herself for this moment. It could also be that the bond between the original owner and Grandpa wasn't very strong, so she wasn't deeply affected. After the funeral, Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo prepared to join the military and start a new life. Uncle Wang, Here is 500 yuan for you. I know Grandpa made arrangements, but this is my heartfelt gesture. Thank you for your hard work these days. Song Shuxian genuinely appreciated Uncle Wang. She couldn't care for people, and without him, Grandpa's last days wouldn't have been so comfortable. Uncle Wang seemed down, as if half of his spirit was gone. Miss, please don't blame the old master. He hasn't had it easy these years. After the old lady left, he lived in guilt, Uncle Wang said, his voice choked with emotion. Having been by Grandpa's side since childhood, he understood his struggles. Song Shuxian didn't respond because she wasn't the original Song Shuxian. No one knew why the Song Shuxian of 1968 left early. Yan Song Shuxian felt troubled looking at the things in the house. They were too valuable. For example, the piano that Grandma bought for a high price from abroad. With so many people watching, she couldn't store it away. Keeping it outside would draw too much attention. In the future, she planned to be low-key and wait for a better time. The furniture looked ordinary, but in reality, it was made of precious woods like rosewood, golden silk nanmu, ironwood, and chicken wing wood, with the cheapest being teak. She truly didn't want to throw them away. These woods were rare and invaluable. Renting this house with them inside would break her heart. There were also some decorations at home, like a grandfather clock, a regular clock, and an electric fan, all of which others would envy. She needed to think more about it. That night in her room, Wei Jianguo noticed that Song Shuxian had been worried all day and hadn't found the right moment to ask. Shuxian, what's wrong? Are you missing Grandpa? Song Shuxian wanted to discuss her concerns with someone local, as her memories and actual experiences were quite different. I'm worried about the furniture at home. I've rented this house to the neighborhood committee for 10 years, but I don't know where to put these decorations. We can take some small items to the family compound, but the larger ones are difficult to handle. Wei Jianguo was also thinking about these things. In this era, keeping such items was more trouble than it was worth, and he was unsure how to discuss it with his wife, who had already thought of a solution. Wife, what do you think about donating them? Wei Jianguo's suggestion lacked confidence. He didn't know how much the clock or piano was worth, but he understood that these were valuable items that money couldn't easily buy. Still, it was the best idea he could come up with. It was his inability that prevented him from helping his wife keep her belongings. Song Shuxian's eyes lit up. She had overlooked the option of donating. Yes, let's donate them. But to whom? Should we give them to the street office? Seeing that his wife wasn't upset, Wei Jianguo felt relieved and said, let's donate them to the authorities. It can also serve as a safeguard for you. Song Shuxian disagreed. She wouldn't be living here anymore, and the authorities couldn't extend their reach that far. Jianguo, who introduced you to the matchmaking? Wei Jianguo was puzzled and didn't understand why his wife suddenly brought this up. He answered honestly, it was Deputy Division Chief Wang from our military district. He thinks highly of you and said you were welcome to visit. Song Shuxian felt reassured. She had seen Deputy Division Chief Wang in the original owner's memories. He had a good relationship with the Song family, and it was said that Grandma had saved his life before. He was a very upright elder. Jianguo, let's donate these items to your military district. The piano, telephone, clocks, television. Let's donate all of them. The furniture can be disassembled, and I know of an empty yard where we can take it. All of it? Yes, all of it. Keeping these items around us feels like a curse. I was mistaken before. My identity means I can't be low-key. So, let's donate everything and spend the money openly. As a couple, this achievement will count for you, and it's good for both of us. Seeing his wife thinking of him, Wei Jianguo felt warm all over. Following Grandpa's phone book, he called Uncle Wang to explain the situation. Uncle Wang agreed to send a truck to help move the items. Deputy Division Chief Wang was thrilled. The hard times had just passed, and being able to have enough to eat was already a luxury, let alone enjoying these items. Having a fan in the hospital would help prevent soldiers' wounds from getting infected in the summer. With clocks, they could keep track of time during meetings, improving efficiency. Having a piano would allow soldiers to relax and listen to music after training. Deputy Division Chief Wang came from a big family and had an open mind, knowing what was best for the soldiers. While others avoided capitalists like the Song family, he saw it as an opportunity. Introducing Wei Jianguo to matchmaking was also a hope that Song Shuxian could help him. One shouldn't underestimate children raised in big families. Their perspectives are something rural soldiers can hardly match. Wei Jianguo was the best soldier under him, a champion year after year, brave, resilient, and decisive. But he had a critical flaw, a narrow vision, no ambition, and little education. The daughters of the Song family could complement him, and their marriage would be mutually beneficial. Shu Qian, we should go now. Song Shu Qian looked around the courtyard where she had lived since arriving in this world. Leaving felt a bit strange. Let's go. We have a holiday, and I'll come back with you. Okay. Yesterday, a truck from the army came to take their belongings. So, they were both traveling light. As they arrived at the train station, Song Shu Qian saw a row of small houses and felt curious. Her big eyes looked left and right, and she paused to look at anything interesting. Seeing her like this, Wei Jianguo felt relieved. After Song's grandfather passed away, Song Shu Qian had been in a bad mood, as if she was holding something back. Now, seeing her relaxed and free, he no longer worried. Wei Jianguo had wondered about their relationship. It felt familiar, yet strange. They thought of each other and could quickly accept each other's absence, as if completing a task. His sharp instincts as a soldier were not to be underestimated. Wei Jianguo's only flaw was his lack of imagination. He never thought that the Song Shu Qian before him was a different person inside. These days, getting on a train was all about squeezing in. No one would line up. Wei Jianguo took Song Shu Qian's small, soft hand, which contrasted sharply with his rough one. He felt a jolt, and warmth spread through him. A woman's hand felt smoother than any jade he had touched. He suppressed his feelings and led Song Shu Qian to the sleeper car. Sit down first, I'll organize our things. After settling her in, he placed their luggage where it would be easy to find, sitting beside her in a protective manner. Will you be bored? Do you want to read? During their short time together, Wei Jianguo noticed that Song Shu Qian loved to read and spent almost all her free time doing so. No, let's chat, she said. They were newlyweds and didn't know much about each other. Okay. Wei Jianguo joined the army at 16 and had never interacted with girls, so he didn't know what to say. He worried about saying something inappropriate and upsetting his wife, so he kept his words short to avoid mistakes. Song Shu Qian, while slowly adapting to this era and accepting her memories, still found it hard to talk to men, even though this man was now her husband. In the days since their marriage, they had been very proper, even sleeping in separate rooms. For a moment, they both fell silent. It was Song Shu Qian who broke the ice. She realized her husband was a man of few words but many actions, very dependable. Tell me about the family compound. I've never been there and want to know more. This question was a bit beyond Wei Jianguo's knowledge. He usually stayed in the dormitory and rarely visited the family compound. I haven't lived there, so what I know is just hearsay. The compound is a bit complicated. There are sisters-in-law from both rural and urban backgrounds, some young and some old, and sometimes there are many conflicts. But don't worry, I chose our house carefully. The sisters-in-law from the neighboring houses are all easy to get along with. Song Shu Qian felt that this was good enough. He considered her feelings before making decisions. It seemed he didn't know much else. Then tell me about your family. My mother passed away early, and after my father remarried, I joined the army at 16. On the day I left, my father and I signed a severance agreement, and we haven't been in touch since. I'm sorry. It might be tough for you since we won't have any elders to help us. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll take care of everything. If I'm not around, I'll find good people to help you. This was probably the most Wei Jianguo had spoken since they met. Song Shu Qian found it amusing. She could see his sincerity in this marriage. He was doing his best to make her comfortable, and that was enough. As they chatted, Song Shu Qian fell asleep against the window, exhausted from recent days. Wei Jianguo carefully moved her to lie down properly. She woke up to the noise of people entering their small compartment. A family of 4 came in, an elderly lady, a girl about 17 or 18, and a couple in their 30s. The girl glanced at Wei Jianguo once and quickly looked away, not daring to stare. Song Shu-qian secretly laughed. She was still just a kid. Wei Jianguo was used to it. After a year away from the battlefield, most women he met reacted like that girl. Some even cried when they saw him. He didn't know what to say and tried to stay out of the way. But he didn't expect that his wife, who looked delicate, only showed curiosity in her eyes, not fear or disgust. If Song Shu-qian knew what he was thinking, she would laugh out loud. Although she grew up beside her mother, she was actually the daughter of a general and often rode horses with her brothers when she was young. Especially during the years when her grandmother kept the princess confined in the capital, she had seen all kinds of soldiers while following her father to the border. The soldiers had no idea that the young master, who had been managing supplies and logistics, was her. If it weren't for her careless poisoning that led to heart disease, she wouldn't have chosen such a brutal way to seek revenge. To her, Wei Jianguo's presence felt normal. She wasn't afraid, but found him reliable. In this unfamiliar world, nothing made her feel safer than a soldier. Noticing Wei Jianguo's unease, Song Shu-qian took his large hand and smiled brightly at him, whispering, "I am your wife." Those 7 words struck Wei Jianguo's heart. Yes, she was the one he would spend his life with. In this era, the separation between men and women was stricter than in ancient times. When out, men and women had to keep a distance. Song Shu-qian was sensible. She wouldn't challenge the rules. She only held his hand briefly before letting go, and took out a book of selected works by great leaders, which she had been reading recently. She liked it a lot. A spark can start a fire, no investigation, no right to speak, opposing dogmatism, each filled with wisdom. Jianguo, do you want to take a break? You've been busy packing and moving our things. Even a strong body can't handle it all. Wei Jianguo appreciated his wife's concern, but he really didn't feel tired. To him, these tasks were easy, barely a fraction of his usual training. "I'll keep you company while you read." At first, when he saw her reading, he felt nervous, worried she might look down on him for being uneducated. Wei Jianguo had attended school until his mother passed away, after which he never returned. Fortunately, his wife didn't mind and even taught him, explaining the meaning of each sentence. He was grateful for his decision to go on that blind date. He could only say he was lucky, not mentioning how much he initially resisted. Wei Jianguo pointed to opposing dogmatism and asked what it meant. He recognized the words, but didn't understand the meaning. Here, dogmatism refers to rigid adherence to textbook knowledge. This phrase reminds us not to apply existing theories, experiences, or rules blindly, but to use knowledge flexibly based on real situations, emphasizing the importance of practice. They sat close together, speaking softly. Song Shu-qian was very tired lately and had woken up early that day. As the train swayed, her head nodded, and she fell asleep against Wei Jianguo again. He smiled and adjusted her position, taking off her shoes so she could rest comfortably. The old lady across from them gave Song Shu-qian a fierce glare. She had long disapproved of Song Shu-qian, seeing her as someone who showed no respect for the elderly. Didn't she notice that an old woman was sitting in the middle? Why didn't she come over to switch places? The old lady was about to scold her when Wei Jianguo shot her a look that made her back off. Wei Jianguo usually tried not to intimidate people, but now he was fully displaying his presence, which was too much for an old lady to handle. The old lady's son and daughter-in-law saw this and quickly came over to advise her not to meddle. Song Shu-qian was unaware of all this. At that moment, she saw the Song Shu-qian from 1968 again. "I'm here to say goodbye. Thank you. Our family is reunited now, and we will leave together."
Leave?
Yes, leave. This time, we really won't meet again. Sister, it's so nice to see you. Song Shu-qian also liked this girl. Sister, she said softly. The 1968 Song Shu-qian looked very happy, her eyes squinting with joy. Then she became serious and said, "Did Grandpa ask you to carry on the Song family line? Don't listen to him. It's not like there's a throne to inherit. Remember, you don't owe the Song family anything. Rather, the Song family owes you. You need to live your life well. I've checked on your husband. He's a good man with a bright future." Without giving Song Shuxian a chance to speak, the 1968 Song Shuxian continued to advise her, "If you meet those old-fashioned people from the Song family, just ignore them. I've argued with them many times. They should be used to it by now. If they ask about the family fortune, just say you're following Grandpa's will and have donated everything. If they ask again, say Grandpa always wanted a grandson, and maybe your father has already given him one, now safely protected. Just say you don't know anything, nothing at all. Oh, and with the current tense situation, remember that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Your safety comes first." The 1968 Song Shuxian kept expressing her worries. Why was she so worried? Perhaps it was the twin bond. She had seen glimpses of Song Shuxian being mistreated by her stepmother and felt a sharp pain in her heart. In reality, she had only seen part of it. If that mother and daughter didn't lower their guard, how could there be a chance to help? How could they safely get the younger brother out and let the royal family owe them? Gaining sympathy from the world? It was just a very unfortunate misunderstanding. Song Shuxian always thought her grandfather and father were foolishly loyal. When the royal family forced her father to marry a princess, they should have secretly built their strength to rebel against the royal family. Of course, she would never dare to say this. She would take action. She believed her brother wouldn't disappoint her and would seek revenge in the future. As she opened her eyes, Song Shuxian felt a sense of relief, as if something heavy had been lifted off her. Wei Jianguo had been focused on her and immediately noticed something was different. "What's wrong, Shuxian?" Song Shuxian smiled widely at him, feeling that perhaps she could live a little more easily, like in her past life on the frontier, shedding the rules and doctrines of noble ladies. She reached out and took Wei Jianguo's hand. "I dreamed of Mom and Grandma. They want me to live well. They are together now and doing great. Jianguo, I'm so happy. It feels like some chains have been broken." Wei Jianguo held his wife's hand tightly. Despite being a soldier, he believed in some unspoken things, like fate and the protection of deceased loved ones. "Then it's good to listen to Mom and Grandma. We'll come back to see them when we have time." "Okay." Seeing his wife's genuine smile, Wei Jianguo felt relieved. He had been worried about her unspoken concerns. He found the relationship between his wife and Grandpa Song strange, familiar yet distant. Even though both genuinely cared for each other, there always seemed to be something in between. If Song Shuxian knew Wei Jianguo's thoughts, she would be amazed by his insight. What was in between? It was life and death. Little Song Shuxian's soul had crossed into another world because her spirit had left her body. Under what circumstances would that happen? When a person dies. It was already quite remarkable that the victim and the perpetrator could coexist to that extent, while the two of them resolved their issues and enjoyed their sweet moments. In Jinling, Zhang Hongjun stepped onto this land once more. After his last blind date, he hadn't had time to communicate with the matchmaker before rushing off on a mission. Once the mission was over, he inquired about the Song family and Song Shuxian, and the more he learned, the more satisfied he became. How could he let go of such a beautiful, talented, and capable woman? He understood the problems the Song family was facing. If he had been a bit hesitant before, now he fully accepted it. Life is full of ups and downs. That's the norm. Now that the Song family was in trouble, he took the initiative to help. This act of kindness in their time of need would surely be remembered. Zhang Hongjun thought this was normal. In the adult world, decisions require weighing pros and cons and assessing one's ability to bear the consequences. If Wei Jianguo hadn't appeared, Song Shuxian would have surely agreed to Zhang Hongjun and collaborated with a smart person. It might have been a bit tiring, but as long as she stayed true to herself, it wouldn't be a big deal. They were both clever foxes. What was there to play at? Zhang Hongjun arrived at the Song family home, only to be informed by a neighbor that it had already been rented out. Song Shuxian, the granddaughter, had married a few days ago, and was now with the army. Zhang Hongjun never expected the Song family to be in such a hurry. He thought there would still be a chance. He felt that during that blind date, they both had feelings for each other, and once he returned, he could win her heart. He never imagined that Song Shuxian was already married. Nor did he expect that Grandpa Song had quietly passed away. The once formidable elder had turned to dust, merging with the earth. He raised his hand to touch his face, feeling a bit unwilling. He was just one step away. Such a girl had become someone else's. Zhang Hongjun also learned that Song Shuxian had donated all the household appliances they didn't need to the military unit where Wei Jianguo served. Even before she left, she had already brought honor to Wei Jianguo. Was she really that satisfied? Yan, the couple on the train, had no idea what was happening in Jinling. They were enjoying the scenery outside. Sitting by the window, as the train started moving, the wind blew through the window, lifting Song Shuxian's long hair. Wei Jianguo couldn't find the words to describe it. He just thought, wow, my wife is really amazing. Perhaps men become unconsciously childish in front of women they like. Wei Jianguo, a strong and tough man, was no exception. At that moment, he was explaining the crops outside to Song Shuxian. That's wheat, which is what we make flour from. That's corn, our main grain crop. And over there is millet, which is what we eat as rice. Both lives of Song Shuxian had been privileged. Even if she had yellow corn and millet in front of her, she might not be able to tell them apart, let alone their original forms. To her, all these crops looked the same. She didn't recognize them at all. With her eyes sparkling, she looked at Wei Jianguo, and this silent praise nearly overwhelmed him. At the same time, he decided to teach his wife some everyday knowledge. In the future, when he was on a mission, she needed to take care of herself. The old lady across from them could hardly stand it. The man didn't act like a man at all, and the woman didn't seem like a proper woman either. She found the couple, Song Shuxian and her husband, very annoying. Earlier, they had been intimidated by Wei Jianguo's presence, but now, surrounded by pink bubbles, they looked nothing like the frightening figures from before. The old lady started to speak again. In this day and age, people have lost their values. Women don't act like women anymore, and they dare to let their husbands serve them tea. Back in my day, such behavior would have been punished severely. If a daughter-in-law doesn't listen, it's usually because she hasn't been disciplined enough. A good beating would make her obedient. Wei Jianguo wanted to say something, but Song Shuxian pressed his hand down. She smiled at the middle-aged couple across from her. Do you two think the same way? Is this really your custom? The middle-aged woman smiled apologetically. Sister, that's just how older people think. Let's understand each other. My mother-in-law loves to complain. Just let her say it. Song Shuxian wasn't angry. Where do you work, sister? You have such a good temper. Seeing that Song Shuxian was easy to talk to, the middle-aged woman relaxed. After all, she was a young daughter-in-law and felt a bit shy. I work at the Women's Federation. I see a lot of things, and over time, my temper has improved. Many young daughters-in-law today don't understand how to care for the elderly. It's not easy for the elderly to raise us. As they age, they worry that their children won't be filial, so they want their children to listen to them. As children, we should accommodate them a bit. Song Shuxian nodded in agreement. In the Dazhong dynasty, it was like that. Men were above women. But that was because women were confined to the home, relying on men for their status. However, she had read great works that said women could hold up half the sky. Sister, have you encountered many family conflicts that needed mediation? Is there anything you can share? It's so boring on this train. The sister was also bored and was glad to find someone willing to listen, so she opened up. The young girl next to them occasionally chimed in, agreeing that many women weren't fulfilling their roles. The man across from them kept nodding, clearly agreeing with his wife. Wei Jianguo was worried. What was wrong with his wife? Why was she agreeing with such talk? Shouldn't she just slap them? After they finished speaking, Song Shuxian praised the young girl. Yes, it should be like that. You see, I'm virtuous. I listen to my husband, which is why I found my man. This is my experience. When men are unhappy if they hit us, we just get up and take care of them. If they're not angry, life is easier for us. You should let the older brother eat the good food today. Women can just eat something simple. A good home depends on a good man. In my opinion, you shouldn't buy 4 sleeper tickets. Women don't need sleeper tickets. Standing tickets are enough. The money saved could buy the older brother several servings of braised meat. Blah blah blah. Song Shuxian said many shocking things, and the 3 women across from her nodded in agreement. The man across from them looked like he was about to faint. Finally, Song Shuxian said to the sister from the Women's Federation, "Sister, your job at the Women's Federation isn't suitable for you. The pay is too low. You're so capable, you should be a postal worker. They say women can hold up half the sky, unafraid of hardship, and serve the people, shining in their work. Sister, you're so impressive. You should find a way to leave the Women's Federation as soon as possible. It's a waste of your talent." Song Shuxian spoke sincerely, and all 4 of them listened intently. After chatting with them, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuxian outside their sleeper to stretch their legs. "Shuxian, you don't really believe what you said earlier, do you?" "That's not right," Wei Jianguo said cautiously, feeling that his wife couldn't really think that way. But the reality was that his wife spoke with conviction, and it seemed she wanted to shine in the toughest places. Song Shuxian chuckled. "I was just teasing them. People like that only want to live by their own ideas. They have their own logic, and nothing anyone else says matters. At first, I wanted to ask about their workplace to poke fun at them, but after talking, I realized it wasn't necessary, so I just went along with what they said." A few words made the rest of the journey peaceful. As for how they will live in the future, that's their choice. Wei Jianguo looked at his wife with admiration. If it were him, he would have just given a cold stare to scare them off. But his wife managed to confuse that family, and whatever they figured out later would shape their lives. That was better than his cold approach. Song Shuxian continued, "But I was serious about telling that woman to leave the Women's Federation. She doesn't realize how many women she's harming. When someone has a problem and seeks help from the Women's Federation with a glimmer of hope, she extinguishes that hope. Just thinking about it makes me frustrated. Postal workers earn more, and it's tough work, so she wouldn't have the energy to meddle in others' lives. I think that man and their family got the message." Wei Jianguo ruffled his wife's hair. "You little troublemaker." Seeing this side of his wife for the first time, Wei Jianguo liked her even more. He had a bit of rebellious spirit himself and couldn't be a saint. His wife's way of handling things didn't seem cruel, it was charming. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. Wei Jianguo always thought his wife had lived like a princess in an ivory tower, somewhat out of touch with reality. He wanted to take the opportunity to share the struggles of ordinary people with her to prevent future issues. Song Shuxian needed to understand these things to fully integrate into this world. 2 people with different perspectives were teaching and learning from each other, which was quite fulfilling. With each other's company, the 20-plus hours didn't feel long. When they got off the train, Wei Jianguo carried all their belongings in one hand and held Song Shuxian's hand in the other, being careful not to let anyone bump into her. In contrast, the family across from them looked completely swayed by Song Shuxian. The man walked confidently with his hands behind his back, striding as if he didn't care about anyone. The woman and the young girl bore the burden on their frail shoulders. The old lady only carried her small bag and walked slowly behind them. The young girl saw Song Shuxian and asked her sister, "Why isn't that woman carrying anything?" She clearly said that's not virtuous. The sister looked at Song Shuxian with sympathy. "It's because of her man. He wants to show off and doesn't let her carry anything. Look at that young daughter-in-law. Every step she takes is so small and pitiful." Song Shuxian thought, "You're the pitiful one. Your whole family is pitiful. With so many people, if I walk faster, I'll get scolded by the crowd. I'm not stupid." After leaving the station, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuxian to a remote area where a military jeep was parked. The driver was a young soldier under Wei Jianguo. "Captain," he greeted. Wei Jianguo introduced him with a gentle expression. "This is my soldier Zhao Yongjun, and this is my wife, Song Shuxian. Zhao Yongjun, serious in demeanor, saluted Song Shuxian, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." Only soldiers understand the challenges faced by military wives, and they respect each one. Zhao Yongjun also came from a military family. He lived in the compound as a child until his father retired due to injury, after which he returned home with his parents. This was Song Shuxian's first time in such a situation, and she felt awkward about saluting. She couldn't use the formal greeting from her hometown here. She could only try to be dignified, saying, "Thank you for coming to pick us up. Here are some wedding candies for you, sweet treats." Wei Jianguo chuckled at his wife's words. No matter how mature he acted, he was still a child at heart. He stepped in to help her out, saying, "Let's grab a meal first, then buy some supplies. We need quite a few things at home, and it will be inconvenient to come back later. Since we have the car today, let's stock up." Zhao Yongjun quickly waved his hand. "Captain, I've already eaten. You two go ahead, I'll wait for you." Wei Jianguo insisted. "That's an order," and only then did Zhao Yongjun comply. They had meat buns and a bowl of noodles with meat sauce. Song Shuxian wanted to try both, but her small stomach made it hard to choose. Wei Jianguo took the half-eaten noodles from her hand and handed her the bun, saying, "Eat up. I'll take care of the rest." After a few days together, Song Shuxian was used to letting Wei Jianguo finish her leftovers and didn't feel embarrassed. Zhao Yongjun, however, was surprised. Was this really their tough captain? He knew the captain's motto was to sweat more in peace, to bleed less in war, and he was usually very strict. He hated wasting food, yet here he was, willingly eating someone else's leftovers. It was surprising to see this gentle side of the captain. Wei Jianguo didn't think of it as gentleness. It was just how he treated his wife. She was a delicate lady, and if she hadn't married him, she wouldn't have to endure this. He knew that many suitors were interested in her, including the county leader. It felt unreal to him that she chose him after just one meeting. After finishing their meal, they headed straight to the supply store. The store didn't have as much as the one in Jinling, but it was also cheaper. "Hello, I'd like 2 pounds of white rabbit candy, 4 pounds of fruit candy, 1 thermos, 2 basins for toothbrushes, and 2 bottles of toothpaste." Song Shuxian was in charge of buying daily necessities, while Wei Jianguo handled rice, flour, and oil. The two of them shopped as if they were going to empty the store. They bought everything they needed. Why make 2 trips when they could get it all at once? They also bought some local cloth made by the ants. As they drove back, Song Shuxian initially found the scenery interesting, but as time passed, it became increasingly desolate, and eventually, it felt deserted. If she didn't trust Wei Jianguo, she might have thought they were being kidnapped. Finding the outside scenery dull, she focused on the driving. The original owner could drive, and watching Zhao Yongjun's actions slowly jogged her memory. Wei Jianguo, who had been paying attention to his wife, noticed her change in expression. "Do you like it?" With just those 2 words, Song Shuxian understood. "I like it. Let me teach you when we have a chance." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Jianguo. "Really?" For that expression, he nodded without hesitation. "Really?" A smile spread across Song Shuxian's face. This was wonderful. She had been curious about new things in the world. Zhao Yongjun, driving, stole glances at the captain and his girlfriend. Was this a free show? He needed to take advantage of this opportunity to watch. Wei Jianguo made a note in his mind to see how Zhao Yongjun would handle this little rascal during training. No one knew the little secrets in their hearts. They had now entered the military district. The road was bumpy, like driving on a washboard. Song Shuxian felt her backside going numb. If she didn't get out soon, she would have to rub it. At the entrance of the family compound, a young soldier was on guard, and they had to register to enter. Wei Jianguo held Song Shuxian's hand as they approached the booth to register their details. They didn't take the car, but walked slowly toward their house. As soon as they entered the compound, they attracted attention, especially Song Shuxian. The other wives had heard about Wei Jianguo's quick marriage and were curious about the new bride, who caught the cold-faced captain's eye. Upon seeing Song Shuxian, they began to whisper. "I thought Captain Wei was a good guy, but it turns out he's also superficial. What can that delicate girl do?" She's just pretty, right? Look at her clothes. They don't even have a patch. Who knows what her family does? Maybe she's just after Captain Wei's status and is trying to latch on. She'll probably want to go back home after a few days. Their whispers were filled with malice, and the reason was simple. Wei Jianguo was blocking their men's paths. At 22, a captain like him was a promising figure anywhere. If they wanted to question his position, he had earned his rank on the battlefield with real achievements. They were just picking on someone weaker, and Song Shuxian was their target. If they knew that Wei Jianguo's position was being suppressed intentionally because of his youth, to ensure he would rise steadily, they would be envious. There were both malicious and kind voices. Oh my, is that a fairy from the sky? I can't take my eyes off her. This girl looks educated. I can't quite put it into words, but she's just beautiful. She walks gracefully and stands elegantly, like a painting. Me too. No wonder Captain Wei wanted to marry her at first sight. This girl is too good for Captain Wei. The murmurs around them didn't affect the three of them as they slowly moved their purchases, all bought in the city that morning. They would decide on the rest when the truck arrived. Shuxian, you take a break. I'll handle this. Looking at the small courtyard, Wei Jianguo felt a bit embarrassed. He had applied urgently, and since housing was in high demand, he only got this small yard. Although he didn't come to the family compound often, he knew the wives fought fiercely for the apartments. Not telling her in advance was his selfishness. He worried that she wouldn't come if she saw the environment. He thought it would be better to bring her here first and then slowly win her over. Now, seeing Song Shuxian, he felt a bit anxious. Having seen her family's big house, this small yard was even worse than the servants' quarters at her home. Shuxian, he called. On the way, Song Shuxian had already anticipated the poor conditions, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. This house was worse than what their servants lived in her past life. Fortunately, Song Shuxian was good at self-regulating. When things didn't go well, she tried to make the best of it within her means. Noticing the man's tension, she burst into laughter. It's okay. The house looks a bit shabby now, but we can fix it up and decorate it nicely. She reached out to hold Wei Jianguo's hand. Their fingers intertwined and began to examine their new home. Let's start with the bedroom, and then work on the living room and yard. We'll move backward little by little. Seeing the expression on his wife's face, Wei Jianguo felt less scared. Wei Jianguo saw his wife's expression and felt less scared. He still thought he should apologize to her. It was his fault. When you make a mistake, you have to admit it.
Shuxian, I'm sorry.
I knew this house wasn't great from the start, but didn't tell you earlier. I was worried you wouldn't want to come with me if I did. Tomorrow I'll talk to my leader about changing to an apartment.
Please don't be upset.
At that moment, Wei Jianguo seemed a bit pitiful, like a big dog that had done something wrong. Song Shuxian secretly took her husband's hand. The little yard is nice. You know I prefer quiet and apartments can be noisy. But we should try to avoid surprises like this. In a marriage, the worst thing is hiding things from each other. If we have problems, we should discuss them together. I'm not sure what needs to be kept secret in the army, but if I accidentally ask something you can't answer, just tell me, and I won't ask again. Is that okay? Sure, that sounds good. I'm not good with words, so if I do something wrong, please tell me, and I'll change. Song Shuxian almost laughed at her husband. She always knew he was a straightforward person, but she didn't expect him to be this honest. If they lived in a different time, he would have been taken advantage of. Fortunately, she met him. She didn't like to bully honest people. Wei Jianguo also felt relieved. His wife's words showed she truly wanted to build a life with him. To be honest, he still felt it was unreal and could only cautiously test the waters. His wife was too good for him, a simple country soldier. Then Wei Jianguo said, "Wife, I've been in this military district for just over a year. I only know a few comrades' wives. Besides you, I went on one blind date, which was arranged by a leader. I couldn't refuse. The girl was from a cultural troupe and we didn't hit it off, so we parted ways without even having a meal together. If anyone says anything strange in front of you, please don't get angry.
Just come back and ask me."
Song Shuqian was curious about why her husband was suddenly so thoughtful. To her, Wei Jianguo was just a rough man, carefree and straightforward.
She asked him about it.
Wei Jianguo sighed. There's a comrade whose wife he met through a blind date. They got married soon after. The girl is a doctor and is usually very busy, and so is he. His mother wanted him to marry a friend's daughter and kept saying they were childhood sweethearts. She stirred up trouble between them, making their relationship very tense. Once, when my comrade was injured and hospitalized, his mother insisted that the childhood friend come to take care of him. When his wife saw that, she was furious and lost their baby. Song Shuqian didn't expect such things could happen in this era. In her time, if a mother-in-law was unhappy with her daughter-in-law, she would directly bring someone else into the house, usually someone young and pretty. If the daughter-in-law had a baby and the mother-in-law was still unhappy, she might take the child away to raise herself. So Song Shuqian really liked this era. Life might be a bit tough, but it felt honest. She was also happy to have met Wei Jianguo. He had many flaws, but as long as he treated her well, that was enough. If Wei Jianguo continued to treat her well, she would repay him by helping him stay healthy. A healthy body meant better safety for him. Song Shuqian looked at Wei Jianguo seriously. So we agreed. We must talk about everything and confirm anything we hear right away. Okay, Wei Jianguo promised seriously. He truly meant it, and they had never argued in their life together. After their talk, they both got busy tidying up the house. Wei Jianguo was working hard while Song Shuqian praised him from the side. She really didn't know much about housework and needed to learn. Wei Jianguo was patient with her, explaining how to do things step by step. Once they cleaned up, they looked around the room and felt there was still a lot to organize. Song Shuqian pointed at the wall. Jianguo, can we do something about this wall? It looks dirty and unattractive. Their house was made of mud and bricks, and over time, the walls would lose some of their plaster. Usually, people would cover the walls with paper to make everything look neater. Wei Jianguo knew his wife didn't like it. I'll find some white powder. If I can't, we'll use paper for now, and later we can paint it. Song Shuqian had no objections and continued to make requests. I noticed there's no toilet in this house. Can we build one ourselves? Sure, I'll have a day off tomorrow. It won't take long, and I'll also make you a bathroom like the one at home. This made Song Shuqian happy. After a while, she came back to ask, Jianguo, the yard is too empty. Can we plant some flowers? That's not really possible right now. There's a push for everyone to work hard and avoid indulgence, and safety in the army is relative. We should be cautious. For now, I'll clear some space in the yard for vegetables, especially ones that can bloom. You can enjoy the flowers first, and then we can eat the vegetables later. Song Shuqian smiled and agreed. After a while, she came over again. Jianguo, what kind of trees are those in the yard? The one in the front is an apple tree, and the one in the back is a jujube tree. Do you like grapes? I can take some cuttings and set up a trellis for you. We can put a stone table and chairs underneath, so you can sit there, enjoy the breeze, and read. Song Shuqian could already picture it in her mind, and was very satisfied. This man was doing his best to make their home comfortable. That was wonderful. Around 7 p.m., the truck that brought their belongings arrived. Wei Jianguo called a few young soldiers for help, and they quickly unloaded and organized everything. They brought many items from home, even the bed that Song Shuqian had moved. That night, as Song Shuqian lay on the Kong, she was full of curiosity, rolling from side to side. It was spacious, and there was enough room for 4 or 5 people. When Wei Jianguo came in and saw his wife like this, he felt this was the life he had always dreamed of. 2 people who had never shared a room before were now nervous and shy, glancing at each other. Song Shuqian's face was completely red. In this new environment, she was so excited that she almost forgot they would be sharing a room from now on. Wei Jianguo approached the edge of the Kong, nervously looking at Song Shuqian as if he wouldn't get on the Kong unless she agreed. Despite her shyness, Song Shuqian held back from doing anything that might confuse Wei Jianguo. They lay side by side on the Kong, leaving a large gap between them. Wei Jianguo turned to look at the girl he liked at first sight and reached out to pull her into his blanket. In such matters, men usually know what to do without being taught. Looking at those lips he had longed for, Wei Jianguo couldn't help but kiss her. His kiss was clumsy, just their lips touching. "Wife, where are you?" Wei Jianguo said, sweating and unable to find the right spot. Song Shuqian. It was her first time too. How would she know where? The two awkwardly completed their first intimate moment, and the experience, well, let's just say it wasn't memorable. It was over in 3 minutes. Wei Jianguo was terrified. Was he not capable? How could that be possible? As it turned out, he was capable, very capable. From awkwardness to passionate kissing, he improved rapidly. It was a beautiful night, full of warmth and intimacy under the covers. That night, Wei Jianguo finally understood what his comrades meant by holding their wives and experienced true joy. Song Shuqian also finally understood the stories her nurse had told her about fairies fighting. It was exhausting but also very enjoyable. The next morning, she felt sore and weak, but thankfully, she was clean and fresh, having been taken care of. When no one was around, she secretly drank some healing liquid, and her discomfort disappeared immediately. Aside from some bruises on her body, she felt completely healthy. Hearing movement in the room, Wei Jianguo rushed in. "Wife, you're awake. Is your back still sore? Let me massage it for you." Song Shuqian shot him a glare. She clearly said no yesterday, and she had even cried. To Wei Jianguo, that look seemed to have a little hook. He almost lost his mind. Wei Jianguo is a doer. Yesterday, he said he would tidy up the yard and plant vegetables, and today he has already done it. He made a path with small stones from the entrance to the main house, with vegetable patches on both sides. Once the seeds are bought, they can be planted right away. Song Shuqian saw his hard work early in the morning, and her resentment from last night lessened. Wei Jianguo went to the kitchen and brought out a warm breakfast, a bowl of brown sugar eggs, a steamed bun, a bowl of porridge, and some pickled vegetables. This was a great breakfast. "Wife, you go eat breakfast first. I invited some comrades to help, and we can finish the toilet and shower room today. The white powder will have to wait. We can manage for now." When Song Shuqian heard guests were coming, she hurried to eat. It would be too rude if the host was eating when guests arrived. Wei Jianguo's comrades were also doers, 5 young men in their prime. They could finish this work in a day. Song Shuqian couldn't cook, so she couldn't help much. She quietly pulled Wei Jianguo aside. "I can't cook. How about I go to the state-run restaurant to buy food for us to eat together?" Wei Jianguo found her suggestion amusing. Cooking was really too much for her. She didn't even recognize all the vegetables. "Don't worry, you go tidy up the clothes and I'll handle the rest. We can have lunch at the cafeteria together. Once everything is set up, we can invite everyone over for a meal." Song Shuqian had no experience in dealing with comrades, so she listened to Wei Jianguo. They agreed, and went about their tasks. Song Shuqian brought everything she could from Jinling, and now she was using a sewing machine to alter the curtains. Strangely, this was her first time using a sewing machine. After a brief struggle, she seemed to have muscle memory and operated it smoothly. About an hour later, as it got hot, Song Shuqian went to the kitchen, added a few spoons of sugar to some cool boiled water, and brought it out for everyone. "Jianguo, let everyone take a break and drink some water." Song Shuqian really liked these men. They were sincere and worked hard. They also liked the sister-in-law. She was pretty, spoke gently, and didn't look down on them. The sweetened water she offered was a high standard of hospitality. While they were talking, a few women came to the door. "Sister-in-law, we see you're busy. I'm Ma Caoya, Li Baogan's wife. This is Qianlanhua, Zhu Fugui's wife, and Zhang Aihong, Zhu Changjiang's wife. We came to see if we could help." Seeing these women in their 20s and 30s calling her sister-in-law confused Song Shuqian. Wasn't Wei Jianguo only 22? Was it common in this era to marry older women? Pushing aside her doubts, she smiled and chatted with them. As they exchanged pleasantries, Song Shuqian gradually lost patience. They had no sense of boundaries. She was used to hiding her true feelings, smiling and chatting warmly, while secretly wishing ill. This directness was new to her. Looking at these women who came just to gawk, she felt a bit sorry. We just moved in, and the house is a bit messy. I really can't entertain everyone right now. Please come back when I've tidied up. Ma Xiaoya seemed not to understand. Sister-in-law, I brought you some vegetables from my garden. Let me take them inside. Zhang Aihong added, Yes, sister-in-law, don't be polite. Our men are comrades, not outsiders. Seeing that they didn't seem to grasp her words, Song Shuxian let them in to see what they wanted to do, just to gauge the limits of her neighbors. This was her way of rationalizing. In reality, she didn't know what to do. She had already politely declined, and those who cared had left. But her words didn't sound so nice. Mimicking their tone, she said, Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll gladly accept your help. Please come this way, we actually have work that needs your assistance. I want to plant this land quickly to stock up on vegetables for autumn. You won't refuse, right? Ma Xiaoya and the others seemed not to hear her and rushed into the main room. Oh wow! Is this a sewing machine? The fabric looks beautiful. It can make a dress, isn't it? And there's a bicycle here, though it looks a bit small. I wonder if it rides like mine. Look at this cup. It's really pretty. Song Shuxian watched coldly. She saw them putting fabric into their pockets, saying, I'll come back tomorrow to use this sewing machine. It'll be easier to make clothes for the kids. Sister-in-law, you don't need the bicycle today, right? I'll take it. Song Shuxian turned and went to the backyard to find Wei Jianguo, not bothering to hide. Jianguo, could you please find Li Baozhen, Zhu Fugui, and Zhu Changjiang? Their wives are rummaging through our things. I just got here and I don't know if this is a rule in the family courtyard, but you should also find out who's in charge of this. Wei Jianguo's face darkened. These people were bullying his wife in their home, and it had to be dealt with immediately. His wife was gentle and soft, and he couldn't let her be bullied. He immediately sent a few young soldiers to call for them. The others were curious too, stopping their work to see what was happening. Inside, the three women were not being polite at all. They were heading to the bedrooms, dissatisfied with the main room. Wei Jianguo stood at the door and asked, What are you doing? The three women didn't expect Song Shuxian was serious about having work to do. They hadn't seen anyone in the yard and thought she was making excuses. Wei Jianguo and the others had just gone to the back to work on the toilet, so the house blocked their view. It was just a coincidence. In front of Song Shuxian, they felt bold, partly because there were many of them and partly because Song Shuxian was young. A new wife in a strange environment would surely be cautious and wouldn't dare speak up if she was wronged. By the time she found her footing, this incident would be long past. They didn't dare take anything valuable, just some small sewing supplies, with the most expensive being 2 pieces of fabric. The three women were intimidated by Wei Jianguo and didn't dare say anything. The soldiers arrived quickly. Upon seeing the situation, Zhu Fugui felt a buzzing in his head. His wife had clung to him when he saved her, and there was no emotional foundation between them. Since moving to the compound, she had caused him constant trouble. At home, she was always competing and causing stress, making his mother sick, and had poor relationships with several sisters-in-law, turning the household into chaos. In short, she was a troublemaker. Today, she even dared to bully the company commander's wife. Li Baozhen felt embarrassed and slapped Ma Xiaoya, saying, You shameless woman, how many times have I told you to mind your own business? You're such a shallow person. After venting his anger, he slapped her again. The soldiers were used to this kind of situation and said nothing. Ma Xiaoya was the type who would take advantage of any situation. Zhu Fugui and Zhu Changjiang knew what kind of person their wives were, so they quickly made them apologize, then apologized themselves, and after receiving forgiveness, they went home. The whole process was smooth, as if they had done it many times before. And indeed, they had. At this moment, the regiment's political commissar, Su Weihua, arrived with his wife, He Yan. After learning the reason for this commotion, Commissar Su was furious. He couldn't believe there were such bold family members in the compound. It was no different from being a robber. He harshly criticized the three women and punished them to clean the toilets for a month. This served as a warning to others. As more families moved into the compound, rural, urban, educated, and uneducated, everyone had their own agendas. If left unchecked, it would affect the soldiers' relationships in the future. Su Weiwa handled the situation, and He Yanyan, as the compound's manager, stepped forward to comfort Song Shuxian. "Sister, you are beautiful and will stand out in the compound." This commotion was unnecessary. They called you sister-in-law, so be magnanimous and let's all get along. If there are any issues, come to me. I oversee matters in our compound. She then turned to the three women. You three need to change. If you're struggling, focus on farming. If you grow food, you'll have enough to eat. When you have time, come help your sister-in-law with some chores. Song Shuxian felt her anger rising. What nonsense! She held back. She had just arrived and needed to be patient. She kept reminding herself. You must be He Yanyan, the commissar's wife. I apologize for approaching the commissar directly, without going through you. This is my first time encountering such a situation, and it really startled me. They barged in without permission, rummaging through my things under the pretense of borrowing, which is practically robbery. In my hometown, they would be punished for that. Sister, you're right, and I won't be polite. I believe relationships depend on fate, and clearly there's no connection between me and those women, so there's no need for interaction. Of course, this is just a matter among us women and won't affect the brotherhood between Jianguo and the others. In the future, I will definitely come to you first if I have any issues, so please don't find me troublesome. This matter passed in a muddled way. As for the apologies from the three women, Song Shuxian didn't take them seriously. It was all for show. At the same time, she gained a general understanding of her neighbors in the compound. She found it hard to get along with them due to their completely different mindsets. That night, the couple chatted before bed. Wei Jianguo held her close. Wife, I'm sorry for making you unhappy right after you arrived. In the future, if anything like this happens, don't worry about my face. Then he added, Wife, if you hear any gossip suggesting that you're affecting my promotion, please don't believe it. I've spent many years on the battlefield and have earned high military honors, but because of my time away from the unit and my age, I won't be promoted for several years. This delay is actually beneficial for my long-term development. Some people just can't stand to see others do well and love to attack with the worst intentions. Song Shuxian was happy that he shared everything with her. In her past life, her parents grew distant due to a lack of communication, with misunderstandings fueled by the princess. It was only while enduring revenge in the general's mansion that she realized this. Jianguo, I'm really happy that you can talk to me about everything. I believe that marital conflicts arise partly from financial issues and partly from a lack of communication. Now that we have both covered, we can definitely last a long time. She wanted to be with him forever. He. Wei Jianguo remembered her words. As a child, he was very talkative, but after his mother passed away, he experienced the harshness of life and spoke less. Later, after facing life and death on the battlefield, he became even more composed. In this military district, he had to maintain a stern demeanor to manage his subordinates, and he gradually got used to it. Now, in front of his wife, he was becoming more relaxed. Wife, the bathroom and washroom are fixed, but they won't be usable for a couple of days, so bear with it for now. Tomorrow, I have to report back. You take care at home and don't be afraid if anything happens. I'll handle everything. That He Yanyan spoke strangely today. Be cautious when interacting with her. If it doesn't work out, we can just avoid her. Wei Jianguo was like a parent sending their child to kindergarten for the first time, filled with worry and constantly talking. Song Shuxian didn't mind. In the end, it was unclear who initiated it, but their friendly bedtime chat turned into a lively bedtime activity. Fortunately, they had a heated bed, so there were no creaking sounds. Otherwise, they might have thought there were mice. The next day, Song Shuxian woke up and reached out to touch the space beside her. It was cold. He had been gone for a while. She got up, drank some liquid, and tidied up, repeating her daily routine. After today, she would be living alone in the compound. In the kitchen, Wei Jianguo had warmed up some food, a bowl of thick millet porridge, a large meat bun, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. For Song Shuxian's small appetite, finishing these took some time. She knew nothing about cooking, but she could make pastries and soups. In her past life, her mother had taught her this. It was essential for a woman to survive in the household. It could be used to charm ancestors or husbands. She planned to go to the military service center to buy some items and then return to make some pastries to give to the neighbors. Maintaining appearances was still important. Locking the door was a smooth process. Nowadays, people rarely lock their doors, often just hanging a ring on the outside. Song Shuxian valued her privacy and didn't trust people, so not only did they lock the courtyard door, but they also locked the house and kitchen doors. As soon as I stepped outside, I ran into my neighbor, Sister Ding. Sister Ding is in her 20s, with a short hairstyle and a few patches on her clothes. Her shoes are a bit worn, but overall she looks clean. When she saw Song Shuxian, she gave a shy smile and said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Her words came out hesitantly, showing her nervousness. In the past, Song Shuxian would have respected others' discomfort and let her go. But now, without anyone to rely on and in an unfamiliar place, she desperately needed to fit in. Sister Ding had been here for a long time and would be a good guide. Song Shuxian blinked her big eyes and asked, "Why do you all call me sister-in-law?" "My husband, Wei Jianguo, is only 22. How old is yours?" "Sister Ding." There were rumors that the wife of Captain Wei was hard to get along with and looked down on military wives from the countryside. But it seems that's not the case. Because Captain Wei is a commander, and my husband is a soldier under him. In the compound, we call the wives of men with higher ranks sister-in-law, and those with lower ranks younger sisters. It's a common rule. Song Shuxian summarized, "So, I'm the older one among the men, and you're the older one among the women." "Yes, that's right. You educated people really understand," Sister Ding replied. After just a few exchanges, Sister Ding's true self emerged, and her earlier nervousness disappeared. Song Shuxian smiled. "This rule is quite awkward. I'm young, and before I got married, I was always called brother or sister everywhere. Hearing someone call me sister-in-law is still a bit strange. Since we are the same age, let's just use our names. I'm Song Shuxian. What's yours?" "My name is Ding Dahua," Sister Ding said, a bit shy. "Sister Ding, I want to go to the military service center. I need to buy some supplies for the house. How do I get there?" "I need to go there too." "You can come with me," Sister Ding said, feeling a bit shy. Song Shuxian happily agreed. Although she wasn't sure how to interact with the other wives in the compound, she could manage one-on-one. She would follow Sister Ding's lead, maintain boundaries, and avoid showing off her life. As they got to know each other better, she realized Sister Ding was quite talkative. Her earlier shyness was due to being unfamiliar with her surroundings. Sister Ding is 24, with 4 children. The oldest is 7 and the youngest is 2. Her husband has just been promoted and is now serving in the military. They got married at 16, and since then, she has lived alone with her in-laws, competing for limited resources and working hard to provide for the family. Life has been tougher for her than for many men, making her more assertive. Her husband can only come home for 5 days at a time, leaving her to handle everything at home. Her in-laws often ask her for money. A woman raising 4 children faces unimaginable hardships. Song Shuxian admires her. At home, she is a strong young wife, but in the compound, she feels older than her peers. She struggles to understand what others say, which makes her feel insecure and sensitive. Additionally, they have to send 15 yuan home every month for her parents, making life very tight. Poor couples face many difficulties. After 7 years of marriage, they have spent less than 2 months together. With 4 hungry children and 2 unfamiliar people, arguments seem normal. This strong woman is slowly being worn down by life. Song Shuxian feels sympathy for Sister Ding. She represents many rural military wives. Help others when you can, and take care of yourself when you can't. Song Shuxian relies on Wei Jianguo for her living. She doesn't have the ability to help others. She knows that only the authorities can change the situation for rural military wives and improve the treatment of soldiers. It will take decades to achieve that. The Military Service Center is a special supply store that mainly sells daily necessities. Some items don't require tickets, but there are limits on how much each family can get each month. Since they just moved in, they haven't received their supplies for this month yet. After saying goodbye to Sister Ding, she went to collect their supplies and bought some essential items like oil, salt, and vinegar. On the side, Song Shuxian bought 2 large tea mugs for guests. Her presence alone made her stand out. Whether in her past life or this one, she never lacked money. Despite trying to keep a low profile, others still saw her as a spendthrift who didn't know how to manage her life. People around her began to whisper, "That's the new wife of Captain Wei Jianguo. Just look at her. She doesn't seem like someone who can work. She's so thin. What can she do? Buying so many things, what a waste. Sho, keep it down. She's not easy to mess with." Yesterday, Ma Xiaoya and her friends had a hard time with her. Really? She looks so weak. How could she handle those 3 troublemakers? They didn't even argue. She went straight to Political Commissar Su. "Sister," he was furious. "Wow, that's impressive. How will the soldiers train properly now? Look at her. Captain Wei must be working hard." Song Shuxian felt that being overly sensitive to others' comments wasn't a good thing. Their words could embarrass her deeply. She couldn't understand how they could say such shameful things. Now, she was grateful that she had chosen to be herself from the start, not pretending to be poor. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to get through the coming days. She couldn't pretend to be someone else. Ignoring the whispers, Song Shuxian expressionlessly bought her things and hurried home. Once she closed the gate behind her, she finally felt a sense of relief. On the other side, Wei Jianguo was training, targeting Li Baozhen, Zhu Fuguei, and Zhu Chongjiang. They thought they could bully his wife and just say a few nice words to make it go away. But that depended on whether he accepted it. His moves were honed on the battlefield, without any unnecessary flair. Every attack aimed directly at the enemy's life. Dealing with Li Baozhen and the others, he could finish them off in 10 moves or less. It was not very damaging, but it was highly insulting. Everyone raised Song Shuxian's status even higher and talked about it with their wives at home. They hinted that if they didn't like Song Shuxian, they should keep their distance, but they didn't want to offend her. They didn't want to get beaten up. Wei Jianguo was focused on avenging his wife and didn't care about any consequences. He joined the army at 16 to survive and escape that home. Staying on the battlefield was to avenge his fallen brothers. He, Haizi, and Xiaocai had come out of basic training together, supporting each other along the way. Just as things were looking up and they could return, they died in an enemy ambush. Since then, Wei Jianguo's only goal was revenge. After the war ended, and he arrived at this military district, he lost his purpose and just did his job as a soldier each day. He didn't care about promotions or retirement. Until he met Song Shuxian, his new goal became to protect his wife and ensure she had a good life. Who would have thought that after just half a month, his feelings would grow so strong? He could sense his wife's distrust, but so what? She was trying hard to trust him, and that was enough. Now, Song Shuxian was Wei Jianguo's soft spot. During the lunch break, Wei Jianguo rushed home, unsure how his wife had fared that morning or if she was having trouble adjusting. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from his house, and his heart nearly stopped. He ran with all his might and jumped into the yard. It was the kitchen that was smoking. Inside, he found a little blackened mushroom blowing at the stove. Wei Jianguo felt a weight lift off his heart. He rushed over and carried her into the yard. "Are you silly? You can't start a fire? We eat at the cafeteria. Why are you trying to cook?" Song Shuxian looked pitiful. "I thought it looked easy when you did it, so I wanted to heat some water, but I didn't expect." Wei Jianguo found it both funny and frustrating. He took her to wash up and change her clothes. Then he went into the kitchen, started a fire, and cooked everything in 20 minutes. When Song Shuxian came out, she saw a clean kitchen and delicious dishes. The only thing she was grateful for was that only Wei Jianguo knew about this embarrassing incident. What she didn't know was that there were no secrets in the compound. The neighbors had seen everything, and her name had spread throughout the family quarters. She was dubbed the most foolish military wife. Wei Jianguo worried about leaving her alone while he was on missions, so he decided to teach her life skills starting that night. The young lady had thought making her bed was doing housework. Now all the chores were her responsibility. In the afternoon, Song Shuxian made a lot of red date cakes. They were fluffy and looked big, but they used very few ingredients. They were also very delicate, made with rare items. They were the perfect gift. Once everything was ready, Song Shuxian grabbed a small basket and visited the neighbors. "Hello, sister. I'm Song Shuxian, the wife of the new 2nd Battalion Commander Wei Jianguo, who just moved in next door. Oh my, you're really beautiful, even better looking than movie stars. Just call me Sister Feng. My husband is your husband's partner, Bai Bing. I should have come to see you sooner, but my son ate some wild fruits and got a stomachache. He just got back from the hospital." Song Shuxian liked this straightforward sister very much. She reminded her of many women from her past life at the border, talking quickly and handling things well. The kind of woman who could support a family on her own. "Is your child okay now?" Kids are like that, they want to try everything. Exactly. At that age, they're so mischievous. He learned his lesson this time and won't dare eat anything strange again. As long as the child is fine. I made some date cakes, sweet and perfect for kids. Sister, please give them to your child. Sister Feng hesitated but thought of her son in bed and decided to accept. Sister, I won't be polite. I'll take this for my child. Don't be shy with me. Saying that, she picked up an empty basket and went to her garden to gather some vegetables, cucumbers and tomatoes that looked delicious. Song Shuxian quickly thanked her. Both women were pleased with each other. Song Shuxian returned home to put things away and continued visiting neighbors with the date cakes. On the way, she ran into Tian, who was also carrying a basket to visit. You're Song Shuxian, right? I just heard a lot about you.
I'm Tian.
You've probably heard a lot about me too. We're now the top 2 notorious women in the compound. Tian was the wife of Battalion Commander Lu Xingua, who had moved in a day earlier than Song Shuxian. She was also someone who didn't like to work and preferred to enjoy life. Song Shuxian smiled and said, "Now I have more gossip to share. I almost burned down the house while trying to cook. By this evening, it should be all over the compound." They exchanged glances, one bursting into laughter and the other stifling a giggle. Their eyes sparkled with joy. That's how fate works. Just one glance, and you know your energies match. Tian has a special experience. She came from a post-apocalyptic world. The story is a bit cliché. The original Tian was the beloved child of her family, spoiled and a bit naive, with a kind heart. Then she had a cousin, a wolf in sheep's clothing. This cousin came from a family that favored boys over girls and had relied on Tian for support since childhood. Tian treated her cousin very well, giving her money, food, and clothes, even allowing her to pressure their parents to send her to school under her name. But as the saying goes, kindness can lead to resentment. The cousin grew to hate Tian, believing that Tian was just pitying her and indulging her good nature. Taking advantage of Tian's unguarded moment, she pushed her down a slope. When Tian woke up, she was in the post-apocalyptic world. By chance, their personalities were quite similar. Tian had also learned some martial arts from the people in her team when she was younger. She had been imitating them carefully without revealing her true self. However, this could only work for a short time. Eventually, it would show. Just then, a letter arrived from a matchmaker, mentioning the marriage of the 2 children. And now, they quickly got married, with Tian following the army. The post-apocalyptic world toughens people, and Tian adapted quickly, even faster than Song Shuxian. Now, the 2 girls with compatible energies became friends. When Wei Jianguo returned home that night, Song Shuxian mentioned her new friend. She is the wife of Captain Lu Xingua. Will it affect you if I befriend her? Is there competition between your units? Wei Jianguo was very happy that his wife was thinking of him. Don't worry, you can be friends with her. There is competition between our units, but it's healthy competition. We can rely on each other when facing enemies. I'm glad you can make friends. I was worried you wouldn't adapt to life here. Many of the wives in the compound haven't had much education and love to gossip behind people's backs. Song Shuxian smiled. Tian said we are the top 2 wasteful women in the compound according to the other wives. Wei Jianguo, who taught his wife such bad words. She learned to curse in just 2 days. This is not good. Wife, wasteful women is an insult. We shouldn't use it. You are the beautiful young lady of the Song family, so don't learn from them. Song Shuxian ignored him. She felt that cursing occasionally was quite refreshing, even clearing her frustrations. In her previous life, she had confined herself to the role of a dignified and elegant noblewoman because of her identity as a general's daughter. Now that the Song family was gone, and her sister wanted her to live for herself, she wanted to live differently. After that, Song Shuxian embarked on a path of self-liberation. Wife, we need to treat guests. Should we invite them over or go to the cafeteria? I don't know. I'll follow your lead. Then, let's invite them over. It may be easier to go to the cafeteria, but it wouldn't look good if it got out. When should we invite them? Next Sunday. I have a day off. We can wake up early, go buy groceries, and I'll cook. You don't have to do anything, and I'll clean up after the meal. He didn't think much of his wife's ability to do housework. She was born in the wrong era, perfectly suited to be a refined lady in ancient times. Every movement she made was like a work of art. He was a rough man and couldn't express himself well, but he thought she was incredibly beautiful. Wife, we've finished the important stuff. Now it's my turn. You rogue. Wife, you look really beautiful. Wife, I'll pay attention to what you said. I need to brush my teeth after meals, take a shower before bed, change clothes every day, and not sit on the bed after coming home. Please be gentle with me. Feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of misfortune. That night, Song Shuxian experienced a feeling like never before. Every time she thought she had reached her limit, there was always a higher one. By the end, she didn't even know how she fell asleep. When she woke up, she felt exhausted, her muscles sore. Song Shuxian quietly drank the spiritual liquid she had today. She never expected that one day the spiritual liquid would be used in such a way. If she had known that the spiritual liquid was the reason for her struggles, she might have regretted it. Wei Jianguo was a keen observer and a caring husband. He noticed that no matter what happened the night before, as long as she got a good night's sleep, his wife would recover her energy. So why hold back? Eating well was the most important thing. He had a hearty meal last night, and today he left home with a smile. This drew the attention of others, who teased him. Old Wei, what's the good news? Share it with us. You look like you're about to burst with joy. Get lost. I'm in a good mood. My wife said she would invite you all for dinner next Sunday.
Come early to help out.
Wait, your wife is treating us to dinner, and you want me to help out? Didn't your wife tell you she made a new friend? Good friends invite each other for meals. Can you let your wife do all the work? In the end, it's still our responsibility.
Seems like it.
That's right. A real man should learn to care for his wife.
You need to learn from me.
Lost in thought, Lu Xingua was completely swayed by Wei Jianguo. He was Tiantian's husband. Lu Xingua and Wei Jianguo were officially rivals but were actually good friends, having shared experiences on the battlefield. Speaking of home, my wife praised your wife a lot yesterday. I've never seen her so fond of someone. Lu Xingua recalled how sweet Tian had been towards Song Shuxian last night. He didn't want to hear his wife's name mentioned by others, so he dealt with it firmly.
Ahem. That shouldn't be said.
He felt embarrassed. Song Shuxian got up and wandered to the kitchen to eat the breakfast Wei Jianguo had bought for her. Today, she planned to find Sister Feng to learn how to cook. They couldn't eat at the cafeteria every day. She also needed to make a few pieces of underwear for Wei Jianguo since his were too worn out. Song Shuxian had never seen anyone patch underwear before. Some even had holes. It was quite a challenge for her. She got to work right away, taking out the fine cotton fabric she had bought last time. With a few quick cuts, she shaped the clothes without needing embroidery or too much detail. A few runs through the sewing machine and it was done. It only took her an hour. Looking at her watch, which Wei Jianguo had bought for her, she realized she had been neglecting him. After reflecting for a minute, she decided to continue as she had been. Her mother had said that life is tough for women in this world, and if they don't love themselves a little more, who else will? She, Song Shuxian, had always been a well-behaved child. Now that she was making clothes, Song Shuxian continued to make a few small outfits for herself. The small clothes here were different from the ones she used to wear. They were comfortable during the day, but not as cozy as her old ones at night. Making clothes for herself required more attention, so she picked out the silk she had bought last time. It was the most comfortable to wear close to the skin. She decided to make one in dark green and one in white, adding her favorite embroidery designs. Embroidery was something Song Shuxian loved to do, and she could easily get lost in it. Wei Jianguo returned home for lunch, waking her from her busy work. "Jianguo, you're back. I made you some small clothes." "Look," Song Shuxian said, proudly showing him what she had made. Her mother had told her that she could be a little spoiled in front of her husband and should let him know what she had done. This was the first time in many years that someone had made clothes for him. Wei Jianguo felt a warm and swelling sensation in his heart as he hugged Song Shuxian tightly. "Thank you, my wife." In the afternoon, looking at the small clothes neatly made on the bed, hers was silk and Wei Jianguo's was cotton. Her outfit had embroidery, while his had nothing. Suddenly, she felt a bit embarrassed. Was this difference too obvious? Forget it. Feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of misfortune. Listening to her mother's words was never wrong. Song Shuxian convinced herself like this. "Yan Shuxian, are you home?" "Yes, I'm here." Song Shuxian quickly ran to open the door, and it was Tian at the entrance. "I just found out we can go to the sea tomorrow. Are you going? There's a sea nearby." Song Shuxian's eyes sparkled. She had never seen the sea before. She had read about it in books, where the sea was like a vast dream, enchanting and captivating, making people forget their worries. "Yes, it's about 10 kilometers away by bike. Tomorrow is high tide, so let's leave early." "Let's go, I want to go. I've never seen the sea." Tian didn't expect the dignified young lady to have such a childlike side. It made her find Shuxian even more adorable. "Then I'll come to find you tomorrow. Ding Dajie and Feng Xiaonyang will join us too." "Sure, I know those two sisters. Look at me. I got so excited that I started chatting with you at the door. Come in, I have some fruit tea for us to drink." Song Shuxian took some dried apples and hawthorn from a small box, added some white tea, poured hot water, and after 2 minutes, the aroma of fruit and tea filled the air, making it sweet. The snacks were the red date cakes she had made earlier. Tian didn't hold back, and they chatted while eating. The more they talked, the happier they became, as many of their views matched. While eating, Tian sighed. Even though Song Shuxian tried to be low-key, her carefully cultivated grace was undeniable. These big families really knew how to raise exceptional children. Song Shuxian also secretly admired how amazing this country was, able to raise a clever girl like Tian from a small mountain village. "We've been chatting too much. You should try this tea. I always think the second brew brings out the full flavor, but Jianguo thinks the first brew is the best." Song Shuxian casually poured more tea for Tian. Tian took a shallow sip, savoring it, her eyes narrowing with a smile. "This is really good tea, very fragrant." She thought to herself, how should I compliment this? The second brew doesn't seem as sweet as the first, but it's still delicious. Seeing Song Shuxian's unintentional demeanor, Tian realized she didn't understand the seriousness of the situation and reminded her, "Shuxian, you're really skilled to turn wild tea from the mountains into this. It's impressive. Now people outside are saying drinking tea is a sign of hedonism. Where's the pleasure in that? By the way, I plan to plant some mint at the base of the wall. It can keep mosquitoes away and help with heat. Song Shuxian suddenly realized she had been careless. These daily habits from her past life were considered sins in this era. She had been relaxing too much lately. She shouldn't have. Song Shuxian understood Tian meant well and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Tian. They both understood without needing to say more. As a time traveler, Tian also had a space, but hers was filled with mutated plants and animals from the apocalypse. Now it was just used as a storage. The only advantage was that her skills honed in the apocalypse remained, allowing her to easily handle ordinary people. As noon approached, with the men about to return for lunch, Tian said goodbye to Song Shuxian and planned to go home to cook. Song Shuxian hadn't learned to cook yet, so she could only wash the vegetables and wait for Wei Jianguo to return to start cooking. When Wei Jianguo came back, he saw his wife in a good mood. Wife, you seem so happy today. What did you do this morning? Tian came over to play, and we agreed to go to the sea together tomorrow. I've never seen the sea. Wei Jianguo realized he had forgotten to tell his wife about their surroundings. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. We're in Holidio, and the environment is quite nice with mountains and the sea. Do you like hiking? When I have time, I'll take you hiking. There are mushrooms, wild vegetables, and wild fruits on the mountain, plus some beautiful spots. The sea is quite far from here, and some parts of the road are not easy to walk. If you want to go, you should find a few more people to join, preferably 4, and definitely don't go alone. Don't get too close to the water. The waves can be dangerous. We need to bring some tools for the trip. I'll prepare them for you later. Song Shuxian looked at Wei Jianguo curiously, sensing something different about him. When they first met, he had an unapproachable aura, but now he was more talkative than a nanny. But she liked it. If Wei Jianguo knew his good intentions were misunderstood by his wife, he would definitely scold her. Who was he doing this for? The more they spent time together, the more Wei Jianguo felt his wife lacked life experience. She must have been well taken care of before. Luckily, she was willing to learn and remembered everything he told her. Yen the next morning, Song Shuxian set off with the things Wei Jianguo had prepared. Ding Dajia, Feng Xiaonyang, good morning, Tian. The 4 of them gathered at Song Shuxian's door. Feng Xiaonyang and Ding Dajia shared a bike, while Song Shuxian and Tian shared another. Tian, I'll carry you. Just jump on when I start riding, Song Shuxian said, feeling a bit unsure. She had practiced riding a bike in Jinling, and she was okay at it, but the roads there were easy. She had never carried anyone before, and didn't know what it would feel like. Seeing the young lady's expression, Tian understood her hesitation. Carrying someone on a bike was easy for her, a woman who had survived the apocalypse. Shuxian, I'll carry you. I'm very skilled. It's absolutely safe. Hearing this, Song Shuxian quickly handed over the riding duties, feeling safer sitting at the back. After agreeing, the 4 hurried towards the sea, encountering many other women along the way. Ding Dajia said, our compound is quite mixed. Families from 2 military groups are all arranged here. Tian thought of something and said, I found it strange before. The rule is that only officers above the battalion level can have their families with them, but there seem to be too many families here. The more people, the more trouble. You 2 just arrived, and there's still a lot you don't know. There are a few people in this compound who are particularly difficult to deal with. If you encounter them, just keep your distance. Sister, please tell me who they are so I can avoid them in the future. Feng Xiaonyang was very friendly and shared a few names, 2 of which left a strong impression on Song Shuxian, Qian Lanhua and Huang Pozi. Qian Lanhua's uncle got promoted by reporting his own teacher and now works in a certain committee. This uncle became a role model for her family, and everyone tried to find dirt on others. They all wanted to create a smooth path for themselves. Then there was Huang Pozi, a typical wicked mother-in-law in the compound, whose favorite pastime was to torment her daughter-in-law. The 4 of them chatted all the way to the beach, without realizing it. When Song Shuxian saw the ocean, she was speechless. She didn't know how to describe it, feeling that all the poems she had read before could not capture the vastness of the sea. The endless blue stretched to the horizon, blending with the sky, making it hard to tell where the sea ended and the sky began. Waves rolled in continuously, making a powerful sound. The salty sea breeze blew towards her, stirring her hair and clothes. Standing before the boundless ocean, Song Shuxian felt very small, like a tiny speck of dust. The worries and fears she usually had seemed so insignificant. Taking a deep breath of the sea air, she felt the taste of freedom. Tian took off her shoes and pulled Song Shuxian along, saying, "Come on, let's chase the waves." At first, Song Shuxian hesitated. In her past life, taking off her shoes in front of men was considered improper. But then she thought this was a different world. Quickly, she took off her shoes and socks, holding hands with Tian as they ran towards the sea. Tian, you run so fast that the waves can't catch you. Ha, that's right. I'll tell you I know martial arts, so I'll protect you from now on. Okay. Ha. Their laughter echoed far away, and the people around watched the girls experiencing the ocean for the first time, remembering their own first encounters. Sister Ding and Sister Feng stood together, watching them with envy. Being young is wonderful. The tide is going out, you two stop playing, Sister Feng called out, and the girls quickly ran back. Song Shuxian wore the rain boots that Wei Jianguo had found for her that morning, holding a pair of tongs for beach combing. To keep her safe, Wei Jianguo even brought her a pair of gloves. Tian was also well prepared, with rain boots, long pants, and a sun hat. The two older women only brought a bucket. It was like the underprepared students with too many supplies. The two fully equipped girls didn't know how to beachcomb and only picked up things they could see on the sand, occasionally squealing with delight. "What's this, Tian?" Song Shuxian asked, holding up a sea cucumber. "This is a sea cucumber. It's very nutritious. You can dry it or cook it directly. And this is a sea urchin. It tastes great steamed with eggs." Song Shuxian walked slowly in one direction, turning over rocks and poking at bumps. The two older women said that good things like to hide there. In a crack between the rocks, Song Shuxian spotted a crab that looked to weigh over 2 pounds. In her past life, she loved eating crabs, and crab roe buns were one of the few dishes she could cook. Using the tongs, she grabbed the crab and quickly placed it in her bucket while it was distracted. On a rocky beach, Song Shuxian came across a stranded baby dolphin that looked like it had just been born. She approached slowly, saying, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I'm going to take you back to the sea, so don't worry." Whether it sensed her kindness or just trusted humans, the baby dolphin stayed still as she gently returned it to the water. Song Shuxian really liked that clever little creature. Sister Feng and the others focused on edible or valuable finds, while Song Shuxian was more about collecting various shellfish from the beach. About 2 hours later, beachcombing ended. The 4 buckets were lined up together. Song Shuxian's bucket was filled with a mix of items as she picked up whatever she found, barely filling one. Tian, being playful, also managed to fill her bucket. Sister Feng and Sister Ding had their buckets packed full, ready for a delicious meal. When they returned to the housing complex, they attracted the attention of the residents. How did these 4 end up together? Except for the wife of the camp leader, the others are all from the countryside. How did she end up playing with them? They're all flirts, relying on their youth to marry the most promising officer in the compound. Some people are envious, while others are indifferent, judging others for being poor or fearing those who are rich. There are always people who vent their frustrations on others. Like rats in a gutter, they watch others closely, ready to take a bite. Of course, most people are normal. TSK, aren't you just jealous? You want to pull them into your circle, but they don't want to join, so you resent them? Exactly. I think it's great that they go out and find their own food. It's important to take care of their men. The noise outside didn't bother the 4 friends. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Everyone has someone talking behind their back. Who doesn't gossip? Song Shuxian was busy, and when Sister Feng and the others saw she didn't know how to clean the seafood, they decided to go to her house to help her out before heading home. Song Shuxian earnestly learned from them. Each one was her teacher when it came to household chores. She also discovered many kinds of seafood she had never seen before. After they parted ways, Song Shuxian took a quick shower and collapsed into bed, feeling exhausted from the day. When Wei Jianguo returned from training, he found his wife sleeping with a rosy face. In the kitchen, there were ingredients for dinner: braised sea cucumber, steamed sea urchin eggs, steamed crab, stir-fried squid, and clam and loofah soup. Wei Jianguo went to the bedroom to wake his wife for dinner. As he entered the room, he saw Song Shuxian sniffing the air, her little nose twitching adorably. He picked her up and carried her to the kitchen, saying, "Found it. It's right here. Wow, you can make all this? I should have woken up earlier. I haven't learned how to cook these yet." Song Shuxian looked regretful. "Try some and see what you like. We don't need to learn everything, just the ones you enjoy. Usually, I cook at home, and when I'm on a mission, you can either cook for yourself or eat at the cafeteria." Song Shuxian beamed with a sweet smile. "Okay, you're so nice, husband. Why are you so happy?" "Because, you don't know, the ocean is so vast. Standing in front of it made me realize that many things I held on to before were meaningless. The sea is also very generous. We found so many good things today. By the way, I'm glad I listened to you and wore rain boots today. Otherwise, my shoes would have been wet and I would have suffered." "That's right. From now on, always wear rain boots when near water." "Okay." The young couple chatted warmly as they ate. At some point, the rule of not talking while eating lost its significance in their home. They had little time together each day, and mealtime became their time to connect. It's said that when you're well-fed, you think of other desires. That night, Song Shuxian was playfully punished by Wei Jianguo, who asked her to refrain from sharing everything she thought. Time flew by, and soon it was the day when Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo were hosting a dinner. The couple got up early, each riding a bicycle to the nearby village. There were several villages near the military base. The wives would go to the coastal village to trade for seafood and to a slightly farther village for meat and eggs. The village Wei Jianguo took Song Shuxian to was famous for its wealth. They went straight to the village chief and explained their purpose. With the chief's help, they exchanged 2 pounds of fresh shrimp, 1 chicken, 100 eggs, 2 chicks, dozens of pounds of dried seafood, and various vegetables and fruits, resulting in a bountiful harvest. This was Song Shuxian's first experience with barter, and she found it very interesting. They used the flawed fabric they had bought in Jinling. At that time, the purchasing power of fabric was really strong. Song Shuxian planned to build good relationships with people at the supply and marketing cooperative or textile factory here, so she could buy more fabric in the future. She later learned from her sisters-in-law that they also accepted cash for exchanges. However, Wei Jianguo's special identity made him worry about being talked about. After exchanging their goods, they headed back. Wei Jianguo jokingly asked, "Are you tired? Will you come again next time?" It turned out that today was the first time Song Shuxian found exchanging goods so fresh and exciting that she insisted on coming along. Song Shuxian snorted, "I will come again. I talked to the village chief's wife. She will save us dried abalone, dried sea cucumbers, dried shrimp, and snail meat." Tian said these things are very good for health. Wei Jianguo smiled and agreed, "You can't come alone. It's better if you come with me. This road is long, and there are some dangerous parts. It's not safe for you to go alone." Song Shuxian knew very well what she looked like. A wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. She has always understood this principle. Today went smoothly, and since the dinner was in the evening, they took their time heading back. As they passed a big mountain, Song Shuxian heard a whimpering sound. It scared her so much that her hair stood on end. "Jianguo!" Wei Jianguo made a shushing gesture, lifted Song Shuxian to a big tree, confirmed she was safe, and quietly moved toward the sound. He soon discovered a small black puppy, completely black with no mixed fur. He brought the puppy over to show Song Shuxian. Wei Jianguo thought this dog could be sent to the military dog base, where they were testing which breeds were best suited for military work. Once there, this little creature would be well taken care of. Song Shuxian was instantly captivated by the puppy. In her past life, She had always wanted to raise a dog but never succeeded due to various rules. Holding the puppy in her arms, she felt it shivering. She emptied her crossbody bag, putting money, tickets, and other items into Wei Jianguo's backpack. Then she placed the puppy inside the bag. Feeling it wasn't warm enough, she wanted to take off her coat to wrap the puppy in it, but Wei Jianguo stopped her. Since Song Shuxian needed something from him, her attitude was particularly good. She agreed with whatever Wei Jianguo said without any objections. Wei Jianguo remained silent, wanting to see how long she could hold out. In less than 2 minutes, Song Shuxian tentatively asked, "Jianguo, what will happen to this puppy? It's so tiny." Wei Jianguo teased her. "The military dog base will take good care of it. If it doesn't pass the selection, they will find it a good home." Song Shuxian thought, "Could I be that good home? It's still a baby. How can it be trained? Why not let it stay with us for now?" Wei Jianguo thought, "My wife is being quite subtle. She usually isn't like this." Unable to resist her big, pleading eyes, Wei Jianguo decided to give in. "If you like it, we can keep it. When I go on a mission, it can keep you company." Song Shuxian jumped up in joy. This was her lifelong wish. Finally, she could have her own dog. Even though it was completely black, it didn't lessen her affection for it. When they returned to the compound, Wei Jianguo took the puppy to register it. In the compound, you had to report any living creature you brought back, and staff would check periodically. Song Shuxian prepared a cup of milk powder for the puppy, feeding it little by little with a spoon. Wei Jianguo couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. People couldn't even drink that milk powder, yet his wife casually gave it to the dog. "Wife, I know you're worried about this little one, but you can't feed it milk powder anymore, not even milk essence. These precious things could get reported if given to animals. Those are all my things. Yes, they are yours. You can secretly feed it where no one can see, but you mustn't let others know." Song Shuxian was a good listener, and after that, she paid more attention. "Are you hungry? I'll go make some noodles," Wei Jianguo said, seeing that his wife understood, and decided not to continue the previous topic. "I'm hungry. I want an extra egg."
Sure.
It's strange. In her past life, Song Shuxian had everything but was unhappy. In this life, despite being poor, she felt very happy. Now she had changed a lot, resembling the Song Shuxian from when her mother was alive. The couple quickly ate a bowl of noodles and began preparing for dinner. Tian and Sister Ding arrived early to help. Looking at the full kitchen, Sister Ding exclaimed about the abundance. Having experienced hardship, she cherished food greatly. Sister Ding didn't hold back with Song Shuxian and spoke directly. "Sister, I don't treat you as an outsider when I say this. In a marriage, both people need to understand each other. You care for me and I care for you. That's how life goes on. It's not easy for Captain Wei to earn a living, so you should think more about him. Recently, there's been a smell of meat coming from your house every day. If this continues, life won't be sustainable." Song Shuxian knew Sister Ding was saying this for her own good, treating her like family. However, she felt a bit unhappy, thinking their relationship wasn't close enough for such advice. This was also influenced by her past life. In her past life, everyone urged her to be tolerant and understanding, citing all sorts of principles. But the royal family was the first to wrong her. The royal family destroyed her home and harmed her mother. She was willing to be the blade that overthrew them. If her body allowed, she would have donned armor and fought against the dog emperor herself. Understanding? No way. This life was hard-earned. If she had to live in frustration, she might as well be dead. While she thought this, she said, "Jianguo has been in the army for so many years, and he's troubled everyone for care and often eats at others' homes. I thought this was a good opportunity to thank everyone properly and also treat the comrades well. After all, it's just this once." Tian looked at the pile of ingredients, unsure how to start. What dishes does Shuxian want to make? Song Shuxian shared the menu she had planned with Wei Jianguo, laughing, "Just these. I'm worried it won't be enough. These soldiers can really eat, often more than I do in a day. If there's not enough, I'll be embarrassed." Sister Ding smiled and said, "It's enough. There will be plenty." Tian looked at the ingredients and got an idea. I'm hosting a dinner next weekend. I'll follow the standard. Xuxian, you have to come with me to buy things. No problem, leave it to me. The kitchen was initially meant to be entirely managed by Wei Jianguo. However, Tian suggested that it was better to go with the flow, so they decided that Tian would be the head chef, with Xu Qian, Sister Ding, and Sister Feng assisting. The four women busily worked in the small kitchen. Tian looked at the small courtyard of the Song family and said, I really like it here. Tomorrow, I'll also collect stones to pave the path. It will make the courtyard look nice and clean. Whenever it rains at my house, it turns into mud. I also like your stone table and stools. After being in the sun all day in summer, sitting down makes me feel warm all over. Song Xu Qian also liked the stone stool, having never realized it had that effect. Sister Feng looked at Song Xu Qian and said, who would have thought that the cold-faced king of noodles would be so considerate after getting married? Xu Qian is so lucky. Song Xu Qian blushed at the teasing. She felt fortunate to have met such a good person after her journey through time. As the time approached, guests began to arrive one after another. This time, Song Xu Qian and her friends did not invite any leaders, with the highest-ranking leader being team leader Su Weihua, making it more convenient for everyone. In the courtyard, each family had a few children, and it was generally accepted that when inviting guests, if the host did not specifically invite children, they would not bring them. As everyone entered and saw the dishes on the table, chicken stewed with mushrooms, potatoes with eggplant, a hearty northeastern stew, water tofu, stewed small fish, pickled vegetables, and a seaweed egg drop soup, each portion was generous. They had prepared over 30 steamed buns made from 2 kinds of flour. Anyone who saw this spread would have to say it was impressive. Even He Yanyan, who had recently been dissatisfied with Song Xu Qian, couldn't find fault. The young soldiers favored by Wei Jianguo were all smiles, thrilled to enjoy such a hearty meal. Sister Ding and Sister Feng's husbands were on a mission and couldn't join, so Song Xu Qian set up a separate table for the women, allowing everyone to feel more comfortable. Chen Jiaojiao, the wife of the 3rd Battalion Commander Jiang Mingjie, found it strange. While smiling and chatting with Song Xu Qian, she was secretly annoyed. She thought she was hiding her feelings well, but didn't realize that Song Xu Qian was skilled at reading such contradictions. She discreetly observed this woman, initially thinking she was just another of Wei Jianguo's bad romances, only to later learn that this woman had a 2-year-old child. That was puzzling. Sister Feng explained that Chen Jiaojia had a younger sister, Chen Mimi, who had always been endearing. She wanted to introduce Wei Jianguo to her sister, so they could be together. Jiang Mingjie's family would gain an advantage. Unexpectedly, Song Xu Qian had intercepted her plans. Seeing Wei Jianguo pampering Song Xu Qian, she felt uncomfortable and wanted to create some misunderstandings so her sister could take advantage. Everyone present was not foolish. Chen Jiaojiao underestimated how sensitive women could be in such matters. Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. This meal is the best I've ever had, Chen Jiaojiao praised sincerely, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. Song Xu Qian didn't want such a good day to be spoiled, so she encouraged everyone to eat more. If you like it, please eat more. I won't be embarrassed to admit that I can't cook. Today's meal was prepared with help from Tian, Sister Ding, and Sister Feng. Their cooking is truly excellent. Everyone laughed, acknowledging that nobody is perfect. In fact, when someone openly admits their flaws, others feel less inclined to criticize. But there are always exceptions. Chen Jiaojiao laughed so hard she nearly fell over, as if she had heard the funniest joke. You can't cook? How can there be a woman who can't cook? How do you eat at home? Song Xu Qian remained calm. I'm embarrassed to say that usually Wei Jianguo cooks. I just wash the vegetables in advance. You see, the chefs at state-run restaurants are mostly men, and our cafeteria chefs are also men. How can you think men can't cook? Cooking has nothing to do with gender. It's about ability. Clearly, I'm the one lacking in that area. Everyone agreed to change the subject, and Chen Jiaojiao didn't say another word for the rest of the meal. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. At the men's table, Wei Jianguo's brothers were also very grateful for the food prepared by Song Shuqian and the others. In these times, everyone was short on resources, and such a meal could sustain them for a long while. The meal ended with everyone happy. In these times, there was no such thing as leftover food, especially since the women were careful about eating. No one rummaged through the dishes with their chopsticks. Song Shuqian packed up the leftover food to give to Sister Ding and Sister Feng. Let's not be polite. Take this home for the kids. The two sisters-in-law, thinking of their children, accepted it with gratitude. Song Shuqian turned to Tian and said, "Since both of you ate at my house, I won't bring anything for you," and winked. She knew that while Tian seemed carefree, she, like herself, didn't want to eat leftovers, especially those touched by others. Indeed, Tian had just thought that if there were leftovers, she would let Lu Xingguo take care of them. After sending off the guests, Song Shuqian, feeling exhausted, lay back in a chair. Seeing his wife like this, Wei Jianguo carefully carried her to the bathroom. "Wife, go take a bath to relax. I'll clean up, and it will be tidy in no time." Song Shuqian happily agreed. Soaking in the hot water, she felt completely relaxed. She added a drop of her precious liquid to the bathwater to see what effect it would have. After just 10 minutes, all her fatigue disappeared, and her skin became smooth and fair. It seemed she needed to be careful in the future. When Wei Jianguo saw that Song Shuqian had finished bathing and was resting, he didn't bother to change the water and took a quick wash in her bathwater. He found that his wife's bathwater smelled wonderful, and after washing, all his fatigue was gone. He had a dreamless night. The next day, when Song Shuqian woke up, Wei Jianguo had already gone to training. The house was tidy, and Song Shuqian began to think about her future. However, she didn't want to spend her days idly. Not to mention that in her past life, she had been forced to learn many skills, but the original Song Shuqian had grown up with elite education. She was good at business and fluent in English, German, and Russian. Staying at home would be a waste of her talents. But she didn't know what kind of job she could do. Having never worried about money in either life and not having experienced hardship, Song Shuqian truly didn't know what she could do. She couldn't cook, didn't want to do hard labor, and teaching children wasn't for her. Before her journey, the original Song Shuqian was a researcher. The 1968 version of her had a strong career ambition, wanting to use her knowledge to contribute to her country. The Song Shuqian of the Dazhong dynasty just wanted to eat, drink, and have fun, have 2 children, and enjoy a simple life. So, she definitely wouldn't go back to her old profession. This was a dilemma. Song Shuqian was momentarily at a loss about what to do next. In the past, when she was restless, Song Shuqian enjoyed playing the piano, painting, and practicing calligraphy. Now, those activities seemed outdated and were to be avoided. Song Shuqian began organizing her gourd space, collecting items without knowing exactly what she was gathering. Upon seeing the collection, even someone as worldly as Song Shuqian was stunned. It could be described as wealth rivaling a nation. The accumulation of the Song family over generations, even after donating most of it, still left behind treasures that ordinary people could only dream of. The items brought from the Dayong dynasty were similar, as she had emptied the general's treasury back then. Determined, Song Shuqian decided that from today onward, she would act as if these items did not exist. She placed seals on every box as a reminder to herself. Song Shuqian was immensely grateful to her late grandmother and mother. They had supported the revolution early on, and during the years when there were no medicines on the battlefield, the penicillin sent by the Song family saved many lives. As long as a few people remembered their kindness from those years, she felt safe. Just then, the little black dog she found yesterday ran over, circling her feet. "I almost forgot about you," Song Shuqian said as she picked up the dog and rubbed its round belly. The puppy loved the scent of Song Shuqian and found a comfortable position in her arms, falling asleep. While petting the dog, Song Shuqian continued to organize. When she saw the overflowing books, she realized what she needed to do. The knowledge the original owner had was only surface level, even if she remembered it. To truly understand and make it her own, she needed to study it all over again. Fortunately, thanks to the elixir she had been drinking, her memory was excellent. It would be fair to say she had a photographic memory. After locking the courtyard gate, Song Shuxian studied diligently. When she got tired, she would stand up to play with the little black dog for a while before returning to her studies. When Wei Jianguo returned at noon and saw his wife had organized their life so well, he felt relieved. He knew his wife was different from the other military wives in the compound and worried she might struggle to make friends and feel lonely. In the past, Wei Jianguo didn't understand this, but as he rose in rank, he began to meet different people and slowly realized the gap between rural soldiers and urban soldiers, as well as the differences between educated and uneducated soldiers. He couldn't quite articulate the distinction, but he could feel it. He was willing to pursue Song Shuxian, secretly hoping to marry a cultured wife, so their children would receive a good education. He never voiced this thought, feeling it wasn't quite honorable. "Wife, it's time to eat." Today's lunch was from the mess hall, cabbage with pork slices. Song Shuxian picked out the fatty meat for Wei Jianguo, while she ate the lean meat. The couple had contrasting eating styles. One savored each bite, while the other devoured his food quickly. Fate brought them together as lifelong partners. The little black dog interrupted the moment, breaking the tranquility. Wei Jianguo looked at the little creature and thought it was good for his wife to have company. "Wife, what should we name this little one?" Song Shuxian looked at him with innocent eyes. "I forgot to name it. I felt like I had something to do this morning, and it turns out it was this." Looking at the puppy, she said, "Let's call it Mourning. Mo represents its color, and Ing reflects my hopes for it. Quick, agile, and mysterious." Wei Jianguo looked at the little black dog and suddenly felt a bit jealous. Mourning sounded much nicer than his own name. He remained silent, gazing at Song Shuxian with a pitiful expression. Song Shuxian didn't understand his feelings. "What's wrong? Is it not a good name?" "It's too nice, much better than my name. In our family, my name is the least appealing." Song Shuxian didn't expect this side of Wei Jianguo. Seeing a tall man looking so pitiful made her heart soften, unexpectedly. Eager to please, Song Shuxian agreed to several unequal agreements, like making him a pair of shoes and some embroidered clothes. As they say, a tough guy's charm can be deadly. Wei Jianguo had gradually learned this tactic through their interactions. A scholar once said that a man shouldn't be shy in front of his wife. Being affectionate helps strengthen their bond. Suddenly, Wei Jianguo remembered something and quickly pulled out his small savings. "Wife, I'm sorry. I forgot to give you this. This is all my salary from these years. When I left home, my father cut ties with me and had the village elder witness it, so I saved all my salary myself. It's all here. Over the years, I helped a few children of fallen comrades. Also, I have 3 good brothers. We all came out of basic training together, but 2 of them have passed away. I gave them each 100 yuan from their small insurance payouts." Song Shuxian looked at the 238.78 yuan in the box and felt its weight. This was money Wei Jianguo had earned with his life, his entire savings over the years. She smiled and accepted the money. "Then from now on, I'll manage our finances. I'll give you 10 yuan for pocket money each month. Is that enough?" "I don't need that much. I eat and wear everything in the army, and I don't smoke or drink, so I don't have many expenses. Just give me 5 yuan a month for emergencies." A man should perform well, and Song Shuxian certainly wouldn't push him away. Thinking of the orphans of fallen soldiers, she asked, "You mentioned helping those orphans. Do you send money every month?" Wei Jianguo felt particularly anxious, wondering if his wife would be upset. In the past, a leader's wife had scratched her husband's face over this issue. "Wife, you don't need to send money every month. They receive subsidies. I only help during the first few months." Song Shuxian understood what Wei Jianguo was thinking. That money should be spent. "If there's a need in the future, give me the address and I'll send it."
"Thank you, dear."
Wei Jianguo felt incredibly happy. His wife was so understanding. Looking at those comrades, he couldn't just ignore them. Song Shuxian found their camaraderie touching, but she wondered how much of that money would truly reach the children. She remained cautious, knowing she didn't lack money, and would think of a solution when the time came. Song Shuxian got up to wash her hands, using soap twice before feeling satisfied. Wei Jianguo. It was the first time he saw his wife being picky about dirty money. He shook his head and went off to train. The military district would have a big competition in 2 months, and he was particularly busy lately. After studying all morning, Song Shuxian felt a bit tired and planned to go for a walk in the mountains in the afternoon to gather some wild vegetables and mushrooms. She had heard from Sister Ding that it was quite fun. Just as she was about to find Tian, she came over on her own. They met at the door. Seeing each other's outfits, they felt a sense of understanding. Are you going up the mountain? Yes. Should we call Sister Feng and the others? I don't know anything about wild vegetables, Song Shuxian admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. I know. You forgot. I'm from the village. That's great. I heard there are mushrooms too. Tian, you can teach me later. Sure. Song Shuxian followed Tian, finding everything new and exciting. Tian recognized everything. Hold this stick and tap the grass as you walk. Even though we used insect repellent, it's better to be safe. In unfamiliar situations, Song Shuxian always listened to Tian and did as she was told. The two of them didn't dare to go too deep into the mountains and stayed around the edges where it was safe. This is bitter herb. It's best to eat it this season. It cools the body and can be made into a salad. This is called purslane, and it's also very tasty. This is shepherd's purse. It's great for making dumplings. One spoke while the other remembered, and thanks to her good memory, Song Shuxian found it easy to remember everything. As long as Tian mentioned something once, she could recall it. Tian, there are mushrooms here. Tian came over to look. You're really lucky. This is elm yellow mushroom, slippery and delicious. Let's pick them all. After walking for a while, they sat down to rest. Shuxian, what job do you think I can find here? I've already asked Lu Xingguo to register in logistics. I'm getting a bit bored after just a few days at home. Why not find something to do at home? I heard from Jianguo that there are very few job opportunities in logistics. It's a bit far to the town, and the factories prefer hiring people from there. I've heard that too. It's not that I need a job. I'm just bored at home. In our village, I could go up the mountain or down to the river. Here, if you do anything, a bunch of people will be watching you, and I don't want to stand out too much. I think going up the mountain or down to the river is fine. As long as it makes you happy, other people's opinions don't matter. If you want to find a job, you can explore the town more. Right now, every factory has one position for one person, and if there are job openings, they usually go to the families of the factory workers. If you keep looking around, you might find job postings. They're only up for a couple of minutes before they're taken down. People outside don't know about these things. Tian was surprised. Can it really work like that? Song Shuxian thought it was normal. That's just how things are done. There are also specific job positions tailored to certain people. Those are called carrot positions. If you want to find a job, I think you should focus on this. There are many military wives, and logistics has a priority order. Since we came later, some people have probably been waiting. What Song Shuxian thought was pretty accurate. Even though Tian lived in a harsh world, by her time, humanity was united, and the only enemy was zombies. So, she was straightforward and didn't know there were so many twists and turns to finding a job. Song Shuxian liked her straightforwardness, which is why she spoke up. Tian, with her big mouth, exclaimed, "Really? It can be like that?" Of course, there are privileges everywhere. Tian couldn't believe it and pointed to the family compound. Is there also that inside? Yes, Song Shuxian replied firmly. Complete fairness doesn't exist. It's the same everywhere. As long as it's relatively fair, that's enough. Tian wanted to ask more, but Song Shuxian changed the subject. All right, let's not think about that. Let's just live well. We can change what we can and accept what we can't. Right now, we can decide what to eat tonight, and I want to find more mushrooms. I'll take you to find them. I'm really good at finding wild vegetables and mushrooms.
In our village, I'm the best at it. Then we'll rely on you, Tian Tian.
Hee hee Shuxian, you're being so cheesy.
Is this cheesy?
Hurry. There are mushrooms over here. Their voices drifted further away. At that moment, two people emerged from behind a tree, Deputy Commander Wang and Commander Zhang, who had previously opposed Wei Jianguo marrying the capitalist's daughter. Their presence here was unexpected, and so was finding Song Shuxian chatting. Commander Zhang pointed in Song Shuxian's direction, his nostrils flaring in anger as he struggled to speak, pointing and stammering without finding the words. Seeing his old friend like this was new to Deputy Commander Wang. Now you see why I introduced Wei Jianguo to her. She's only 18, and what she says comes from the lessons we've learned from our losses. Having someone like her around, just a few words of advice can save us from taking many wrong turns. That doesn't change the fact that she's a capitalist's daughter, which could affect Wei Jianguo's promotion. Does Wei Jianguo care about promotions? Since he returned from the battlefield, he just wants to get through his service. Now, he's working harder to protect his wife, isn't he? Commander Zhang couldn't deny that. Because it was true. That girl has great abilities. What she just said was just casual advice for someone she likes. If she really cares about someone, with her planning, Wei Jianguo's future will be bright. Old Zhang, we need to think long-term. After being held back for years, if he builds a solid foundation now, Wei Jianguo's future is limitless. Are you not worried that the capitalist will treat Wei Jianguo poorly? Not at all. Wei Jianguo is like family to us, very sincere. That girl is clever and would be most wary of insincere people. With her around, Wei Jianguo's future will be fine. Sure, you sound so righteous. Deputy Commander Wang didn't mind his old friend's words. They were brothers who had come from the same trenches and understood each other well. If old Zhang weren't so straightforward and blunt, he wouldn't have remained a commander for so long. Of course, I have my own reasons. That girl's uncle was a first-generation pilot who died at just 20, dedicated to serving the country. She was supposed to have a younger brother, but he didn't survive while trying to save some leaders. Her mother was injured and bedridden for years. Her grandmother was a red capitalist who donated a lot back in the day. Many leaders owe their lives to her family's medicine. Now, she's the only one left in the family, so of course, I want to protect her. Can you protect her? Commander Zhang knew all this, but Wei Jianguo was a soldier. He had trained himself. If I can't protect her, there's still old Lu. There were others saved back then. As long as this girl stays in the military district, she'll be safe. If she leaves the military district, she becomes a military wife. That identity will protect her, right? Commander Zhang said with annoyance. Forget it. It's too late to say anything now. They're already married. I've been watching from the sidelines, and this girl isn't heartless. As long as she and Wei Jianguo can live well together, if they have to endure for a few years, so be it. Wei Jianguo is only 22 this year. In fact, Commander Zhang's concerns were not unfounded. Many families had faced troubles in recent years. Many from the art troupe were eager to marry soldiers. But after marrying, they refused to have children for the sake of their figure or wouldn't share a bed for the sake of singing, causing endless conflicts. They clearly looked down on these poor soldiers but used them as stepping stones. Commander Zhang valued every soldier under his command. Seeing such situations made him furious. Song Shuxian and Tian didn't know that someone was listening to their conversation. The two continued their search. These two were really lucky, finding clusters of mushrooms. Normally, with so many people around, there should be very few left. Tian giggled like a mischievous little fox. Let me tell you, the women in this courtyard are quite strange. They think picking wild vegetables in the mountains is shameful. They usually don't come here. It's ridiculous. People are almost starving, yet they care so much about appearances. After a pause, she continued, it's understandable that the city women don't come. They think they are better than everyone else. But which rural woman hasn't picked wild vegetables at home? Suddenly, they act all high and mighty when they come here. Song Shuxian smiled, thinking this is what happens when poor people suddenly have money. From her month of experience in this era, she found that in many ways, this place was even more feudal and contradictory than the Daong dynasty. On one hand, they emphasized filial piety, with mothers-in-law in charge after marriage and daughters-in-law expected to serve them. On the other hand, there were frequent reports of sons turning against their fathers and couples becoming enemies. The fact that no one was picking wild vegetables on the mountain showed how oppressed the young wives were at home. Finally able to leave their houses, they just wanted to breathe in the air of freedom. These people were inherently insecure, worried about being looked down upon by city folks, and not knowing how to change, so they just copied everything the city people did. Song Xuxian was inherently selfish. She only wanted to live her own life, without caring about others. But she had some genuine feelings for Tian. Humans are social creatures, and living together requires friends. Tian was the friend she chose for herself. This girl was straightforward, saying whatever came to her mind, making their interactions comfortable. Plus, she was very skilled in practical matters and could do anything. Most importantly, their views aligned. So, Song Xuxian was willing to guide her. If one person behaves like that, it's their problem. If everyone does, then it's the trend. Who influences the young wives when they first come here? It's Sister He, Tian exclaimed, her round eyes wide. She never expected it to be Sister He. She was the leader of the women in the courtyard and was always enthusiastic about helping others. Song Xuxian smiled but said nothing. Why would she do that? She should be the happiest sister in the whole courtyard. She was pampered by her family before marriage and by her husband after. What good does this do her? Song Xuxian chuckled. Believing Sister, he was innocent. Everything she did came from her heart, and her disdain for rural people was quite obvious. She even looked down on young soldiers from the countryside, thinking they smelled earthy. All her emotions showed on her face. Such a person had no cunning and could easily be used by others. But that had nothing to do with Song Xuxian. With the outside world in chaos, the military district wasn't necessarily safe either. Helping others now could lead to her own downfall. Tian, being so innocent, quickly convinced herself with just a few of Song Xuxian's suggestions. The two naturally shifted the topic to check their harvest for the day. They had gathered plenty of mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and slippery mushrooms. They also found some wild plums, which looked quite sour. Tian picked a lot, saying she would make plum jam. Song Xuxian, used to light meals, wasn't interested in those but was eager to learn how to cook. It was impossible to have someone take care of her daily life in the future, so she needed to learn to cook. Plus, she and Wei Jianguo lived harmoniously, without contraception. If they had a child, they couldn't just take the baby to the cafeteria. Tian, do you have time to teach me how to cook? I have to wait for Jianguo to come home to cook every day. It's fine for a short time, but it's quite inconvenient in the long run. Of course. I'll come to your house tomorrow to teach you. I have a cookbook of home-style dishes that I learned from. I'll bring it along. Thank you so much. You're a big help. Is there anything you need me to do? Don't hesitate. Tian felt a bit shy. I'm not very good at sewing. Could you teach me? I don't need to be an expert. Just enough to mend clothes when they're torn. In the apocalypse, everything was mechanized, and the combat uniforms they wore were provided by the military. Tian had never touched a needle and thread in her life. She had no choice but to ask for help. Song Xuxian thought this was great. A give-and-take relationship would strengthen their bond. It was getting late, and the two happily headed down the mountain. After running around all afternoon, Song Xuxian felt refreshed, and her earlier feelings of oppression had lifted. Mourning was running around the yard, marking its territory. This made Song Xuxian quite uncomfortable. When she faced her beloved dog, she wanted to scold it, but was met with its big, sparkling eyes, making her hesitate. Remembering her promise that as long as she agreed to keep a dog, she would provide everything it needed and take care of it without causing trouble for anyone else, she now found herself wanting Wei Jianguo to help teach the dog to go to the bathroom in a designated spot. Song Xuxian thought it was fine. She could be a bit shameless. While lost in thought, she prepared the ingredients. Song Shuxian felt she was truly amazing. When Wei Jianguo returned that evening, he was greeted by an unusually enthusiastic girl. "Jianguo, you're back. You must be tired. Here, have some warm water. Change into some slippers and relax your feet. Would you like to eat first or take a shower?" Not knowing how to charm him, she used phrases she often said to her father. Wei Jianguo was confused by this sudden treatment and felt a bit anxious. He started to recall if he had done anything wrong recently. Unable to hold back, he cautiously asked, "Wife, did I do something wrong?" Song Shuxian felt a bit shy. "It's about MOing. I don't know how to teach it to go to the bathroom. Can you help teach it to go in a designated spot?" "Just that." Wei Jianguo wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved. "Sure. I'll teach it right away and make sure it learns quickly." With Wei Jianguo's help, Song Shuxian sighed in relief. She was truly disgusted by Mo Ying's mess. Mo Ying had no idea it was being targeted by the household's big boss. It was happily circling around Song Shuxian's feet, enjoying the company of this two-legged creature. That night, Wei Jianguo came home a bit late. As he entered the family compound and saw the light turned on for him, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Wei Jianguo was a rough man. He wasn't romantic and didn't understand grand promises. He only knew that the woman inside was the one he had chosen at first sight, the moon he had mustered the courage to bring down, and the wife he wanted to cherish for a lifetime. Walking home, he saw his wife sitting at the table reading. When she heard him, she turned around and smiled, her eyes curving with joy. "You're back. Are you hungry? I can cook some noodles." Wei Jianguo embraced his chatty wife, leaning down to kiss her forehead.
"I'm hungry.
"I'll cook. I missed you." Song Shuxian blushed deeply, her face and neck turning red. She didn't push Wei Jianguo away. She quietly stayed in his arms, letting him calm his emotions. "Come on, help me cook." Song Shuxian followed Wei Jianguo to the kitchen, watching him skillfully boil water and cook noodles. "Add 2 eggs and some vegetables," she reminded him. At that time, eggs were a rare treat, and Wei Jianguo usually saved them for Song Shuxian. As he was about to refuse, he saw her serious expression and decided to comply for once. Having lived alone for so long, he had forgotten what it felt like to be cared for. In the warm light, that bowl of noodles would be something Wei Jianguo remembered for a lifetime. Before bed, Song Shuxian brought a book to the bedside. She wanted Wei Jianguo to study because she believed that everyone should learn, no matter what, as knowledge could be useful anywhere. She worried that bringing it up might hurt his pride. Seeing his usually straightforward wife act shy, Wei Jianguo found it endearing and wanted to see when she would speak up. After watching her struggle for a while, he decided to break the silence. "Wife, what did you do today?" "I read at home in the morning, then went to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms in the afternoon. I really enjoy mushroom picking in the mountains, and I want to go again tomorrow. Be careful. Don't go alone and don't wander too far into the mountains." "Okay, don't worry. We have enough firewood at home. Don't go collecting it yourself. I can bring it back when I rest." Wei Jianguo didn't want his delicate wife to gather firewood, especially since she was small and couldn't carry much. "All right." Song Shuxian appreciated Wei Jianguo's concern. "What books are you reading?" "I looked at some English today. I've forgotten a bit since I haven't used it for a long time, so I want to read more," she said casually, but Wei Jianguo broke into a cold sweat. After confirming no one was listening, he lowered his voice. "Wife, where's your book? You can't read those now. It could be dangerous. We need to burn them." Song Shuxian was confused. Why couldn't she read them? She remembered the original owner had read them. It wasn't her fault. She had been living in the Song family and the compound, without exposure to the outside world. Her understanding of danger was far less than reality. The books the original owner had hidden were well concealed, and over time, she had forgotten about them, not expecting Song Shuxian to find them. With Song Shuxian's strong filter for soldiers and her trust to her space, she didn't think much of it. "I'll hide them and not read them anymore. Can we not burn them?" Song Shuxian loved books and felt a pang in her heart at the thought of burning them, as if it were a crime against literature. But this time, Wei Jianguo was particularly insistent. Song Shuxian had been well protected and didn't know the dangers of the outside world, but he did. He understood the madness of this world too well. The compound seemed safe, but there were always people lurking. Small matters could be ignored, but life-threatening ones could not. Seeing Wei Jianguo's firm attitude, Song Shuxian had to choose between burning the books and revealing her secret. She decided to confess about her space. Living together, and with Wei Jianguo being an excellent scout, she felt she couldn't hide it. It was better to be honest now than to leave unresolved feelings later. After all, she had chosen him as her partner. But Song Shuxian wasn't completely without safeguards. She had a pill that, once swallowed, would prevent her from revealing the secret of her space. This was a built-in protection for the owner. Each owner only had one. Once she made up her mind, she stopped hesitating. Jianguo, please don't be angry. I have something to tell you. It's my biggest secret. As she said this, Song Shuxian fixed her eyes on Wei Jianguo, wanting to read his every expression. Wei Jianguo knew his wife wasn't one to speak without reason, so he patiently waited for her to continue. Suddenly, she turned her palm, and a book appeared. Then she turned her hand again, and it vanished. Wei Jianguo blinked hard, feeling like he was hallucinating. He grabbed Song Shuxian's hand and examined her, finding no hidden places. Wife, how did you do that? Are you saying you can perform magic tricks that no one else can see? You're too naive. If something exists, there will be traces. That's not safe. Song Shuxian didn't explain. Instead, she took out a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup she had bought in Jinling, took a big bite, and handed him a pair of chopsticks, inviting him to join her. Curious, Wei Jianguo took a few bites. It was indeed real duck blood vermicelli soup and still warm. This was a big deal. At that moment, Wei Jianguo felt like the science he had believed in for years was mocking him. He stood there, stunned. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling pain and grinning foolishly. Wife, is this the mustard seed space from stories? Is it a divine technique? Are there really gods in this world? Did you come down to experience life? Wife, you won't leave me, right? If you do, can you take me with you? Wife, how about you wait to leave until after 100 years? You gods live long. Just stay with me for a few decades and it'll be like taking a nap. He didn't know what he was imagining, but the more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded. A tough guy over 6 feet tall was turning himself into a whiny little wife, which was quite a sight. Song Shuxian quickly interrupted his rambling, explaining, "This is my special ability. I've had it since I was little. It's a small space of about 50 square meters where I can store things. Whatever I put in looks the same when I take it out. That's all." Wei Jianguo blinked. That's amazing. Wife, does this divine ability harm your body? No, it's a jade gourd passed down in my family. It chooses a fated person from the descendants to bind with. Once bound, it becomes one with the owner and cannot be separated. That means if I live, it lives. If I die, it disappears. It's just a space for storing things, but it does produce a drop of essence every day that can strengthen the body. I'll add it to our water kettle, and you've probably felt the effects by now. Wei Jianguo had indeed noticed that after getting married, his previous injuries were slowly healing, and he felt better overall. He thought it was just the joy of marriage, not realizing it was his wife's secret care. Thank you, wife. I'm so glad to know you. Song Shuxian handed him a pill. After you take this, you won't be able to reveal the secret of the space, and we'll be safe. Thinking she would have to persuade him more, Song Shuxian was surprised when Wei Jianguo swallowed it without hesitation, washing it down with some water. He was also worried about the secret leaking from him, and this pill was a great help. Accepting the reality, Wei Jianguo began to ramble, urging Song Shuxian to be extremely careful. It was better to avoid using it than to expose it. In this chaotic world, being discovered could be deadly. Song Shuxian understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded in agreement. Because of this secret, Wei Jianguo was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He always thought his wife was a little fairy, and now it seemed she was truly favored by fate. Why else would that jade gourd choose her as its master? His wife must love him dearly. Otherwise, why would she secretly use spiritual liquid for him? Wei Jianguo successfully convinced himself. In his eyes, his wife loved him deeply, and he loved her just as much. They were the happiest family. At 68, Wei Jianguo didn't really understand love, but he was sure of his feelings. He pulled his wife into his arms, squeezing her little hands and arms, feeling her softness everywhere, wanting to touch her more. Song Shuxian was sleeping soundly, but felt like a big furnace was chasing her, trying to melt her. She instinctively kicked. Wei Jianguo lifted his leg and trapped her legs, holding her tightly now. The scent of his wife filled his nose, and with her in his arms, he felt completely satisfied. In his youthful vigor, holding her for a while changed the mood. Song Shuxian, still half asleep, saw her husband and let him do as he pleased. In her dazed state, she was coaxed into doing many embarrassing things, and Wei Jianguo discovered a whole new world, realizing there were so many possibilities. The next morning, Wei Jianguo felt refreshed and went to training. Seeing his soldiers joking around, he immediately pulled them into practice. From 1-on-1 to 1-on-2 to 1-on-3. Wei Jianguo was frustrated with them, saying, "Can you even do this? Did you not eat? You have no strength. From now on, we'll practice every day. The winners will train half as much, and the losers will double their training." Satisfied, Wei Jianguo left, leaving the young soldiers feeling downcast. In a 3-on-1, they lost. They were simply outmatched. Feeling wronged and miserable, Captain Lu Xingua came over to see what was happening and nudged Wei Jianguo. "Didn't you eat enough last night? Came here to release some extra energy?" A group of rough men, lacking education. This was already a very polite way of speaking. Wei Jianguo had a strong feeling that if his wife found out he joked about their private matters with others, he would be in big trouble. This instinct helped him avoid danger many times, and he trusted it completely. He quickly moved away from Lu Xingua, saying, "Don't say that. Joking about your woman is not what a real man does." Lu Xingua was about to call him a hypocrite when he thought of Tian Tiantian's face. If his wife knew he joked about her, she'd punch him, and he'd be in trouble. Feeling a shiver, Lu Xingua quickly backed down. "You're right, my bad. Please keep it a secret." His unusual behavior showed he was feeling guilty, but Wei Jianguo didn't want to engage further. That day, the whole 2nd Battalion knew their captain was in a good mood. When he was in a good mood, he wanted to spar with someone. At home, Song Shuxian woke up close to noon and wandered into the kitchen for breakfast. After getting married, her biological clock was completely out of whack. She got up to water the vegetables in the garden and played with the mowing for a while before taking her bicycle to the town to buy newspapers. The military supply store here only sold essentials, and they didn't have what she wanted. Last night, Wei Jianguo reminded her that she had taken things for granted. Newspapers followed policies closely, and she could gather a lot of information from them. At the Xinhua bookstore, Song Shuxian smiled and asked the saleswoman, "Hello, I'd like to see the newspapers." "Keep striving, the newspapers are over there." "Can I look at all the books here?" "Yes, you can." Entering felt like a mouse in a grain store. Even breathing felt easier. She read quickly, able to scan 10 lines at once and remember everything, but there were too many books to read. From the newspapers, she gathered some information about policies. She bought a set of 100,000 Whys, essays by Lu Sun, and read People's Daily, Liberation Army Daily, and Huludeo provincial newspaper. Seeing her interest, the saleswoman brought out some expired newspapers, asking, "Sister, I have more newspapers here, do you want them?" "They're just expired." Song Shuxian bought 10 more issues of People's Daily, which had great research value. She was always politically sensitive and could understand a lot through the text. She also stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fabric for Wei Jianguo to make shirts. "Everyone line up. Today we have socks that don't need tickets." When the saleswoman shouted, Song Shuxian was pushed forward by 2 older ladies behind her. It was a real push. She barely had time to react before she found herself in line. Looking at the older lady whose height only reached her shoulder and her thin arms, she wondered how they managed to push her. Since she was there, she decided to go with it. When it was her turn, Song Shuxian asked the saleswoman, "Excuse me, are these definitely ticket-free?" "Yes, no tickets needed. I'll take 20 pairs for men and 10 pairs for women." Facing the crowd's judgmental looks, Song Shuxian explained, "My husband is a soldier. They work hard on missions, often enduring wet clothes. I'm worried he might get sick when he gets older, so I want to buy him more to have some to change into." Now, the people around her didn't think it was strange. In those times, soldiers held a high status. When one served, the whole family felt honored. The saleswoman was quite nice, knowing Song Shuxian was a military wife, and took her to buy ticket-free work gloves and thick-soled rubber shoes. "Sister, what size does your man wear? I have a few pairs of size 47 thick boots here. They're perfect for winter, waterproof and slip-resistant, no tickets needed." The saleswoman noticed that Song Shuxian was generous with her spending. These boots had been sitting there for a while, and they should have sold quickly since there was a nearby military unit, but they remained unsold. "Size 47 is perfect. Let me check the shoes." Song Shuxian looked at 3 pairs, all thick boots, 2 with rabbit fur lining and leather outer, very warm and protective of the ankles, and 1 pair made of horsehair, which was quite rare. "How much for each pair?" "This one is a bit pricey, 18 yuan each." Song Shuxian remembered she should negotiate. "That's too expensive. Can you lower the price?" "I want 2 pairs, the horsehair and the leather." It was her first time bargaining, and she felt a bit awkward. The saleswoman initially wanted to sell for more to please her boss, but fearing Song Shuxian might not buy, she decided to lower the price. "All right, if you take all 3, I'll give you 15 each, so 3 pairs for 45. Song Shuxian thought that was reasonable. Wei Jianguo went through shoes and socks quickly, so buying more to have on hand was a good idea. "Do you have these shoes in women's sizes? Size 36? Actually, we do have some, but they're defective." Song Shuxian was lucky. A previous saleswoman had hidden them to buy for herself, but after her uncle's incident, she was fired. No one knew about the hidden shoes. The saleswoman had just seen them while getting the men's shoes. Song Shuxian saw 1 pair in brown and another in gray, both looking nice, and they fit comfortably. "I'll take all 5 pairs. The saleswoman quickly prepared the bill, feeling a bit embarrassed to take advantage of this spendthrift young wife. Song Shuxian was unaware of this. She also bought some rice, flour, and cooking oil before heading back home. Thanks to the space cheat, she wouldn't have made it back with so many things. Song Shuxian returned home at a not-so-great time. It was cool in the afternoon, and many neighbors were out chatting with their kids. As a newcomer, she quickly became the center of attention. Even though Song Shuxian was used to being in the spotlight in her past life, she still felt uncomfortable. When someone greeted her, she paused and smiled, exchanging a few words. Everyone was polite, engaging in a bit of back and forth. Perhaps because of the men around, no one came over to dig through her basket directly. However, there was one gaze she disliked. That person looked at her with malice. Out of the corner of her eye, she met the gaze's owner. It was Chen Jiaojiao, who arrogantly lifted her chin to look at her. Ignoring her, Song Shuxian continued walking home. Then she heard an unfriendly voice say, "Humph, fox." Song Shuxian had never engaged in such childish insults. She preferred to target her opponent directly and strike hard. So, she ignored the woman. Unexpectedly, this made the woman think she was weak, and she became even more aggressive. "You shameless fox. If all the men in the world died, you'd still steal someone else's man. You're truly lowly. You look all charming, but who knows how many have been with you? You're trash." Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear. Being directly insulted like this, Song Shuxian felt she had to respond. "Who are you calling a fox?" "I'm calling you a fox," Chen Jiaojiao replied without hesitation. Song Shuxian didn't know what to say. She was really not good at dealing with direct confrontations. The sister who had called out to her earlier felt very embarrassed. If she hadn't stopped Song Shuxian, she wouldn't have been targeted by Qin Jiaojiao. Just when she thought it would end there, Qin Jiaojiao had other plans. Feeling humiliated, she came over to confront Song Xuxian. Song Xuxian had never seen someone ready to fight over a few words, but thankfully the other women held her back. Qin Jiaojiao pointed at Song Xuxian and said, "You lowlife, from now on avoid me. And stay away from Jiang Mingjie too. You're just spreading your allure everywhere." Song Xuxian said nothing and turned to leave. Everyone exchanged glances, expecting a fight or at least a heated argument. But this was it. Many began to look down on Song Xuxian, thinking she was spineless. Some wondered if she had something with Jiang Mingjie, otherwise why wouldn't she say anything and just walk away? While they were talking, they saw Song Xuxian coming with Director He and several women from the Women's Federation. In front of everyone, Song Xuxian quickly explained what had just happened. Then she said, "Director He, I suspect she's a spy. Why else would she suddenly say those things to drive a wedge between us as a couple? Furthermore, when soldiers go on missions, they rely on each other. If she's stirring up trouble between soldiers, what else could she be but an enemy agent?" Qin Jiaojiao was too scared to speak. But Song Xuxian wasn't done with her. "Director He, don't spies usually go straight to the leaders? Is this something you handle?" Whether Qin Jiaojiao was a spy or not, everyone knew that each person here had been investigated multiple times. The military knows its own better than anyone else. Other issues could be debated, but the destruction of a military marriage was something everyone witnessed and couldn't deny. Seeing the situation turning against her, Qin Jiaojiao began to cry. She sobbed, saying she was just jealous. "I wanted my sister Qin Baobao to marry into the compound, so they could look out for each other. After considering several options, Wei Jianguo seemed the best fit, so I wanted to introduce them. But he completely rejected me, saying he had no intention of marrying. Then he turned around and married this fox. Isn't this just like Qin Shimi? What'll happen to my sister Qin Baobao now that he's married?" Qin Jiaojiao cried with snot and tears, but Song Xuxian pretended not to see. Gradually, everyone learned the truth. It was just jealousy. The two sisters wanted to use Wei Jianguo as a stepping stone. Song Xuxian's appearance had ruined their plans. Now, the logistics team had no choice but to call Jiang Mingjie to handle his own family matters. As soon as Jiang Mingjie entered, he apologized, clearly familiar with the process. After apologizing, he looked at Qin Jiaojiao and said through gritted teeth, "If you don't want to continue this marriage, we can get a divorce." Then he turned to Song Xuxian and bowed, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't manage her well. We all know what happened today. It was Qin Jiaojiao spreading rumors. I hope you can give her another chance." With a soldier apologizing so sincerely, Song Xuxian felt it was hard to keep her guard up. Considering Captain Zhang's reputation, I won't hold this against her today. But I also ask Captain Jiang to manage his family well. If it happens again, I will go straight to the leaders, and whether it affects Captain Jiang is not something I should worry about. Captain Jiang shouldn't think I'm being unreasonable. If I hadn't stopped your wife's words in time, my reputation would have been ruined. In this day and age, a woman's reputation is crucial. She was trying to ruin me. And about our Jianguo, as a fellow soldier, you should understand how important conduct is. Jianguo is focused solely on the military, fighting on the battlefield, and cannot afford to have someone slander him. Moreover, as fellow soldiers, you and Jianguo might have to go on missions together at any time. If there's any discord, can Captain Jiang guarantee he won't be affected?
He couldn't.
Jiang Mingjie thought to himself. Earlier, some had said Song Xuxian was ruthless. But conflicts among families in the compound were common. Arguments and disputes were normal. There had never been anyone like Song Xuxian who directly accused someone of such serious things. Last time, she accused someone of robbery. This time, she called someone a spy. Each time, it was a matter of life and death. Now, after hearing Song Xuxian's reasoning, they felt she was right. Such matters should be handled by the leaders. If something happened later, where would they go to seek justice? By the time they finished, it was already very late. When Wei Jianguo got home, he learned about what happened to his wife today. He felt very sorry for her. They had agreed that he would take good care of her, but things kept coming up. I'm sorry, my dear. At this moment, Wei Jianguo was not the cold soldier, but a loving husband. Song Shuxian sat in Wei Jianguo's lap and said, "Don't say sorry. When you arrive in a new place, people will want to test me to see how to interact with me. If I seem weak, they might take advantage of me. If I seem tough, they will be more cautious. It's the same everywhere. Where there are people, there will be conflicts." Did they figure it out? His wife's gentle words calmed Wei Jianguo's heart, and now he felt like joking with her. They did. I'm a tough cookie. If they mess with me, they'll regret it. Wei Jianguo laughed heartily. He had been worried that his wife would be affected, but now he saw that she had a strong heart. After a moment, Song Shuxian added, "Jianguo, about the political review, I can't hide my identity. Maybe I'm just sensitive, but I feel like someone is trying to use me to find something from the Song family. I'm worried it might affect you." Wei Jianguo knew that the Song family must be hiding something. Not to mention, his wife's gourd space had secrets. But so what? Wei Jianguo was not the type to follow the rules. The Song family's legacy was donated when the country needed it most. What remained was what the elders left for Shuxian. "Dear, I haven't told you my plans before. I joined the army to have enough to eat, then to avenge my comrades, and now it's for you. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. If we can't avoid these issues in the army, we'll just leave, build our strength, and come back when we're ready." Song Shuxian nestled in Wei Jianguo's arms. "I feel so lucky. I had my mom and grandma's love when I was young, and now I have you. Jianguo, I'm so happy that you think of me. Even though my shoulders aren't as strong as yours, I hope we can rely on each other. I didn't handle the situation with Chun Jiao well today. I really didn't know how to argue with them. I couldn't say the things she said. I'm a bit worried she might get physical. Jianguo, why don't you teach me some self-defense? I don't need to be a master, just enough to protect myself." Song Shuxian was speaking without much logic, just saying whatever came to her mind. This feeling of relying on someone completely was new and wonderful. "Sure, starting tomorrow morning, wake up with me and I'll take you out to train." Wei Jianguo quickly arranged this, fearing Song Shuxian might change her mind. He always thought she was too delicate. In this era, a beautiful woman without self-defense skills was very dangerous. Now that his wife was willing to train, it was a pleasant surprise for Wei Jianguo. Thinking of what he brought home today, Song Shuxian rushed to get her backpack. "Jianguo, come try these. They say it's really cold here in winter. These 3 pairs of shoes will definitely keep you warm." Since joining the army, Wei Jianguo had only worn issued gear. It was the first time someone had arranged these for him, and he felt warm inside. Having a wife was truly wonderful. He tried them on, and they were very comfortable and warm. The quality of things these days was really impressive. Wei Jianguo's response to feeling touched was to shower his wife with love. Song Shuxian wanted to help Wei Jianguo improve his health, so she added some special liquid to their water for both of them to drink. The result was that Wei Jianguo went from good to exceptionally good. They tossed and turned all night, exhausted. The next morning, he woke up with puffy eyes. Sister Feng and Sister Ding heard about what happened yesterday and came to see Song Shuxian. Noticing her eyes, they scolded Qin Jiao for causing trouble and making her cry. "Song girl, don't argue with Qin Jiao. She's just looking for trouble. We all know who you are. When we go out, we'll help you spread the word," Sister Feng said angrily. This showed how well-liked Song Shuxian was. Although she hadn't been there long and hadn't actively made friends with the sisters, her reputation was good. She was not arrogant and treated everyone politely. People could see that her not chatting with the other sisters was just her personality, unlike others from the city, who looked down on them. The sisters from the city also had a good impression of Song Shuxian because she was always clean and well-mannered. She usually stayed home and didn't try to steal their spotlight. In short, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Of course, there were some who didn't like Song Shuxian, but that didn't matter. The 2 sisters kept their word and helped promote Song Shuxian, saying she cried hard yesterday and now had puffy eyes. They said Qin Jiao was being unreasonable, just picking on someone young and easy to bully. Otherwise, why wouldn't she confront Captain Wei? Some sisters who thought Song Xuxian was too aggressive also believed she was just scared and wanted to seek justice from the leaders. Due to various coincidences, Qin Jiao's trouble with Song Xuxian didn't end well. Song Xuxian was unaware of any of this. She was busy packing to go clam digging, excited about the home-cooked recipes she received from Tian, and some cookbooks she found in the Song family's collection. After preparing her gear, she rode her bike to meet Tian. The two agreed to go clam digging together. Tian, do you know how to dry seafood? It's cold here in winter, and I want to stock up so we can have a variety of dishes. You asked the right person. I know how to do it. We'll go pick some, and I'll teach you how to prepare them when we get back.
Great.
I have nothing to do at home, so come over whenever you can. Hey, I have to tell you, our compound is really interesting. Everyone here is talented, and I'm always watching the excitement. It's more entertaining than movies. Really? I didn't know that. You know Ma Xiaoya, right? She and Li Baozhen are from the same village. It's said that Ma Xiaoya is very capable at home, taking care of everyone, doing laundry and cooking, and earning full work points. Li Baozhen's mother liked that about her and arranged their marriage early. After they got married, Ma Xiaoya took care of the family for 3 years before her mother-in-law finally let her join the army. Tian sighed, realizing that the mother-in-law valued her ability to manage the household. Once she got here, she really made it. Exactly. Ma Xiaoya said that coming here felt like falling into a nest of blessings. Her husband treats her well, and they have a son named Li Baobei. They're busy having more kids now, saying they want at least 2 more, because having just one feels too lonely. That sounds good. 1 child is indeed a bit too few. Song Xuxian had a traditional mindset, believing that families should have at least 2 children so they can support each other when their parents grow old and pass away. The problem is with having kids. Li Baobei is already 2 years old. They've been trying for 2 years now, and they're getting anxious. You know how it is, when people get anxious, they make foolish decisions. She started believing in all sorts of folk remedies and is always acting strangely. As they chatted, time flew by, and before they knew it, they had reached the beach. Today is not a big tide, so there are fewer seafood and not many people around. The two of them casually chose a direction and started looking as they walked. Tian, with her rich experience in beachcombing, noticed that Song Xuxi wasn't finding much, so she decided to share her tips. Look at these holes. Each small hole could have something. This one is a clam hole, and it's slanted. You should dig from this side, and it's better to dig a bit deeper. If we had some salt, we could sprinkle it, and they would come out on their own. As she spoke, Tian dug out a big clam. You're amazing. Let me try, Song Xuxi said, following Tian's method, but after a long time, she found nothing. It was quite difficult. Salt was something Song Xuxi overlooked. With limited supplies, everyone had a fixed amount, including salt. In winter, when making pickled vegetables, that's when salt would be in high demand. Wow. Xuxi, come here. There are so many oysters. Tian ran over to a rock covered with oysters. The two of them used small shovels to pry open the oysters, one after another, having a great time. Tian, how do we eat these? The simplest way is to blanch them, or you can grill them. My favorite is with garlic, lots of garlic on top, and some vermicelli. Whoever eats it will love it. Thinking of the delicious oysters, they unconsciously quickened their pace. Before long, they had pried open more than half a bucket. They didn't know whose luck was better, but they always had good catches when beachcombing. They also found a few fish in a shallow area, each weighing over 2 pounds, along with many abalones, cat's eye snails, a coconut snail, and a big piece of kelp. They tied 2 large buckets to the back of their bicycle and wobbled their way home. Song Xuxi could ride fine on her own, but with so much stuff tied on, she felt unbalanced and rode carefully to avoid falling. Tian laughed heartily. She always saw Song Xuxi as so capable. She didn't expect her to struggle with the bicycle. Xuxi, when you get home, Ask your family's Captain Wei to get you a basket for the front of your bike. That way, you can carry things easily. You could also add a basket or a step at the back for convenience. Song Shushi's eyes lit up. Tian, you're so smart. When they returned to their housing area, they attracted a lot of attention. What are you two young ladies buying? You really know how to enjoy life, an older woman said sarcastically. She had never liked them, always thinking they did nothing but spend money. Annie, what are you talking about? What can we do? Our supplies are fixed. If we want to treat our men, we can only go beachcombing, Tian replied irritably, tired of these people always watching others. What are you ladies chatting about? What good food are you making for your kids tonight? Song Shushi cheerfully changed the subject. The older woman didn't take the hint. Did you find anything good at the beach? We're too old to go to the seaside. We can only eat simple food for our kids. Song Shushi and Tian knew they couldn't win against the older woman. Auntie, you keep busy. We need to go home and clean up. We found a lot of dead ones on the way back. We need to sort them out before they smell. With that, they turned and ran home, not giving the older women a chance to respond. Perhaps because they lived by the coast, the residents here weren't very enthusiastic about seafood. The older woman's attitude suggested she was only interested in taking advantage when possible. Song Shushi took Tian directly to her home, where it was easier to clean up in their yard. Come and have some water and take a break. Song Shushi quickly poured a glass of cool water. They sat at the stone table in the yard, with egg cake and fruit tea in front of them. Your little yard is nice. I didn't choose well back then. Living in an apartment feels cramped. The space is so small and the houses are too close together. You can hear everything going on next door. The noise from kids playing upstairs can be unbearable. Tian wished she could go back and wake up the version of herself that chose the apartment. Living in a communal building, only those who lived there would understand. Song Shushi had never lived in an apartment and didn't know these things. Hearing this now made her eyes widen. They can choose again after getting promoted. You should encourage your husband to get promoted quickly. Tian, stop teasing her. Getting promoted isn't that easy. I'll just have to endure. Is there anyone living in a bungalow who wants to switch to an apartment? If so, you could arrange a private exchange. I really don't know. The apartments over there are newly built, so someone might be interested. They both noted this down, planning to ask around later. Such matters couldn't be rushed. After resting, they began to clean the seafood. They dried what could be dried and slowly processed what needed to be handled. Although Song Shushi hadn't done much work before, she managed quite well. In just half an hour, she had cleaned up all of Tian's things. Shushi, I'll head back now. Don't rush to clean up yours. I'll come over tomorrow, and we can do it together. I've done the hard part. The rest won't take long. I can handle it myself, don't underestimate me. Song Shushi said proudly, as Tian had already taught her how to process it. After seeing off Tian, Song Shushi put the snails in water to keep them alive. She needed to take the meat out and give it to Wei Jianguo. She went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today, she had collected many small fish and seafood, so she planned to make a seafood stew and cornmeal pancakes. Song Shushi had a habit of stockpiling food since her time at the general's residence. Now, with plenty of small kitchens, she quietly switched the plates, claiming she had stored them in Jinling. Wei Jianguo already knew about the gourd space, so she didn't have to feel guilty anymore. When Wei Jianguo returned home, dinner was ready, and he just needed to cook. Wife, you're amazing. You managed to bring back so much seafood. Wei Jianguo loved to praise his wife at home, thinking she was perfect in every way. Try this little cake. I hid this food. This cheese is soft, sweet, and really delicious. Wei Jianguo looked at the cheese on the table, which resembled small buns. When he pressed it, a dent appeared, filled with a creamy filling made from milk, and it was delicious. This is good. Wife, do you know how to make it? You tell me and I'll make it. I really don't know. I can only guess what's in it. That's okay. I'll figure it out slowly and make it for you when I learn. Sounds good. After dinner, Wei Jianguo went to process the snail meat. When he opened the coconut snail, He removed the inedible parts and felt something inside. When he took it out, he found a bright orange pearl, about the size of a thumb, very beautiful. My goodness, Jianguo, you're incredible.
You found a pearl like this.
Hurry, open the rest, and see if there are more. This was Song Shushi's first time seeing a freshly opened pearl, and it was truly amazing. However, their luck was limited, and there was only this one. Song Shushi felt very satisfied. Days passed with eating, drinking, and having fun. Song Shuxian had been living in the family compound for 2 months. Now she could cook some simple home dishes. They weren't great, but they were edible. Going to the beach and foraging for wild food were activities that Song Shuxian and Tian enjoyed. Occasionally, Sister Ding and Sister Foam would join them, and they often had good luck with their finds. The pantry was stocked with plenty of dried goods. When she was home alone, Song Shuxian would browse through the books in her space. She had completely merged with the original owner's memories and learned all her skills. Recently, she was studying painting, trying to combine traditional Chinese painting with Western oil painting to explore new techniques. Winter in Holidio came a bit early, and now she needed to wear a thick coat when going out in the mornings and evenings. The wild foods on the mountain were also ripe. One rare morning, she woke up early. Song Shuxian skillfully rolled into Wei Jianguo's arms. When do you have a day off? I want to go up the mountain to forage. The sisters said there are sweet chestnuts and pine nuts up there which are really delicious, but I can't carry them. Wei Jianguo kissed the top of her head. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll bring a few people to help prepare firewood for winter. We can gather more when it gets colder. I'll take a half day off the day after tomorrow, and we can go pick the wild food together.
Great.
I also want a small stove to brew tea and roast chestnuts and peanuts. In winter, I can sit by the stove. I'll buy some coal and make it into honeycomb coal. It's safer to use for the stove. The two of them, enjoying their lazy morning, discussed their future plans. Song Shuxian was very satisfied with Wei Jianguo. He always kept his promises. Whenever she expressed a need, he would respond, agreeing to what he could do and explaining why he couldn't do the rest. He never brushed her off. This kind of appreciation was something Song Shuxian had longed for in both her lives. Will asking for help with firewood get us reported? Isn't that capitalist? A new family in the compound liked to report others, and with Manga Manhwa trying to get ahead, the atmosphere in the compound was quite bad. It won't. We're not paying them. It's just friends helping each other. Tomorrow night, we can invite them over for dinner. I'll go hunt for some game, and we can have something nice. We still have meat coupons. I'll buy 2 pounds of meat tomorrow and trade for some fish with the locals. We shouldn't hunt on the mountain for now. If people find out, they'll say we're taking advantage of socialism. Now, no one dared to openly forage for wild vegetables on the mountain, fearing accusations that they were taking from the collective. Everyone was on edge, and it was chaotic. With the help of the spiritual liquid, the vegetables Song Shuxian planted were growing well. She planned to gradually harvest them, drying them into vegetable chips, potato chips, dried mushrooms, dried beans, sweet potato chips, and various dried seafood she had stored over the past 2 months. That should be enough for winter. Each family was allowed to keep 2 chickens, and Song Shuxian had some in her yard, providing 2 eggs daily. They truly had enough eggs now. After discussing, it was almost time. Wei Jianguo had to go train. Song Shuxian also needed to get up to make winter clothes and alter a few blankets, since the current Kong was too hard for her to sleep comfortably. Making a Kong mat was her first time. Their Kong was very large, measuring 3 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, which was a bit challenging for her alone. Shuxian, are you home? Tiantian's voice came from outside. She had brought Sister Ding and Sister Foam to help. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Song Shuxian replied as she got off the Kong and walked outside. Neighbors in the area usually left the gates open during the day. If someone came to visit, the polite ones would call out. She had brought Sister Ding and Sister Foam to help. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Song Shuxian replied as she got off the Kong and walked outside. Neighbors in the area usually left the gates open during the day. If someone came to visit, the polite ones would call out, while the less considerate would just walk in. Song Shuxian disliked outsiders invading her space and didn't appreciate people casually coming over to chat. Especially after the last incident with Ma Tse. Song Shuxian scoffed at this. She had learned not to be foolish after turning 7. Fortunately, most people in the family compound were sensible, and those rumors never reached her. When the 4 of them entered, they saw the new cabinet Song Shuxian had made. Their cabinet was tall with plenty of space, reaching from the Kong to the ceiling, with many small compartments. There were sections for summer clothes and thick blankets, equivalent to 7 or 8 ordinary cabinets. As soon as Tian walked in, she started looking around. This is your new cabinet? It's very convenient and can hold a lot more. Sister Ding and Sister Feng also admired it, touching and examining everything. How is it? Is it more convenient to live here now? Song Shuxian said proudly, having renovated the room. Last month, it rained heavily outside and lightly inside, ruining the newspaper wallpaper, making it look terrible. While Wei Jianguo was fixing the roof, he also painted the walls and made some new furniture. 2 cabinets that Song Shuxian had brought from Jinling were also included. They were repainted to look like ordinary dressers, but they had a hidden compartment inside. Wei Jianguo also organized their guest room, turning it into a study and workspace. Song Shuxian loved reading and enjoyed curling up in a corner, lost in the world of books. This arrangement made her feel secure. After touring the house, Sister Ding and Sister Feng looked on with envy. You've organized everything so well. After extending the Kong, it can fit children too. Did you also fix the windows? It feels brighter. No, we just repainted the walls white, which made it look brighter, Song Shuxian explained. Looking at the spacious house and yard, Tian felt even less satisfied with her own building. Song Shuxian asked, have you applied for a swap for your house? Yes, as long as a house opens up in our area, we can move. I'll tell you, the building is always noisy. From the moment I open my eyes in the morning, there are arguments that last until night. We share a water room, and there are fights over the faucet in the morning. If someone makes too much noise at night, they get scolded. When cooking, everyone watches, and if there's meat, kids come asking for some. At first, I felt bad for the kids and gave them some a couple of times. After that, every time I cook, a crowd gathers. It's so annoying. Now, Tian ran to Song Shuxian's house every day as soon as she woke up, only returning home at night. Her family didn't cook, eating at the cafeteria every day. What she couldn't stand most was the noise at night. The sound insulation was terrible, and she often heard conversations from the neighbors. Even though she had gone through the open education of the apocalypse, she still felt shy and couldn't handle others hearing her, so she suppressed her voice. Some sisters even teased her for being young and not having a married life. Tian was so angry she wanted to fight them. Listening to her complaints, Song Shuxian was grateful they had chosen the little courtyard that no one wanted at the time. She couldn't get along with those sisters who said whatever came to mind. Sister Ding and Sister Feng comforted Tian together. Those older women loved to tease the young wives when they were bored. Tian, being shy, was exactly the kind of person they enjoyed teasing. It seemed natural that the villagers and city folks formed 2 camps. The village women spoke freely and loved to share stories about couples' private lives. In contrast, the city women valued privacy and wouldn't discuss such matters openly. The 4 of them looked at the cotton and fabric prepared by Song Shuxian. This was indeed a big project. They spread the cut fabric on the Kong, with each person holding a corner, gradually pushing cotton towards the center. While laying the cotton, they were very careful, placing small clumps to avoid unevenness. Then they smoothed it out with their hands. Finally, they sewed it together with another piece of fabric, little by little. This process couldn't use a sewing machine. It required teamwork from all 4. Song Shuxian wore 2 thimbles to protect her hands. With many hands, they finished the large mattress in just one morning. Let's eat here for lunch. I've prepared everything, Song Shuxian said, not wanting them to go back. The 3 of them had really helped a lot. Tian, and the others didn't refuse. They were close friends, and sharing meals together was common. There was no need to be overly formal. Today we're having big rice dumplings, which I learned to make a few days ago. Song Shuxian was quite enthusiastic about it. It was very simple to make. She used 2 eggs to fry some egg sauce, mashed steamed potatoes and eggplants, mixed them with brown rice, and wrapped everything in large vegetable leaves. The taste was excellent. Each person got one. It was simple and delicious. After lunch, they continued working on the mattress. The calm was too large, making it hard to buy such wide fabric. So, Song Shuxian used small pieces of fabric in different colors to create a beautiful pattern for a large calm cover, brightening up the whole room. Shuxian, your skills are amazing. These seemingly random pieces of fabric turn into lovely little animals in your hands. Tian praised sincerely. She learned to sew from Song Shuxian and knew her talent well, especially her embroidery skills. When a piece of clothing had a small tear, others would patch it with a piece of fabric, but Song Shuxian would embroider a suitable design, making it look like a brand new garment. When they first arrived at the housing compound, many people bet on how long Song Shuxian would stay and how often she would argue with Wei Jianguo each week. Although this place wasn't the hardest, it was still much tougher compared to a big city like Jinling. Many young wives who came with the troops couldn't handle the hardship and returned home shortly after arriving. Song Shuxian looked like a pampered girl from a wealthy family. When she first arrived, she couldn't even start a fire, filling the house with smoke and providing everyone with plenty of amusement. Unexpectedly, she adapted so well that now she worked quite skillfully. While she couldn't compare to the village women, she could take care of herself without any issues. Since getting married, Wei Jianguo's clothing had become very smart. He wore military uniforms, which Song Shuxian tailored to fit him better, and she could repair any damage so well that it was unnoticeable. During his breaks, he had more clothes, and his summer shirts looked very cool and comfortable. Thanks to her skills, Song Shuxian successfully integrated into the military wives community. After finishing their tasks, the 4 of them moved to the yard. At 3 in the afternoon, under the shade of the trees, the stone table and stools warmed by the sun, all morning felt very comfortable. They sat together, enjoying the afternoon breeze, with wild tea they had picked nearby. Sipping water and chatting, they felt quite relaxed. When are we going to gather mountain goods? Should we go to the mountain behind us? Song Shuxian was eager to collect chestnuts. Sister Feng bluntly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. That mountain behind us is visited by the cooking team every year. In winter, they need to ensure the soldiers' nutrition, and when supplies are low, they find their own solutions. They go up there quite early every year. Then can we go to the village below and trade with the locals? That's a good idea. We have plenty of goods here. But it's strictly regulated now. We must trade items and not use money, Sister Feng said, referring to the recent issues with people reporting others in the compound. Using money could easily lead to being reported for speculation. Let's find a time to go trade together. I have a piece of red fabric. With the cold weather coming, there will be weddings in the village, so we should be able to trade for a lot. Tian needed quite a few items to send home. How about tomorrow? Song Shuxian asked. Tomorrow won't work. Let's wait another half-month. This half-month is for the villagers to prepare, trading as much as they can. They only start stocking up for themselves after that. Sister Feng, who had been around longer, knew this well. After discussing serious matters, the 4 of them began gossiping. Tiantian's side of the public housing was practically the source of gossip. You all know Matsaya, right? The one who was so eager to have a baby? She finally got pregnant. Now she's always talking to her flat belly, calling it a son, and she touches her belly all the time, even sticking her waist out, acting really silly. Recently, she asks everyone why they're not pregnant yet, implying they must be incapable. Now, everyone runs away when they see her. She's become quite the character. When I found out she was pregnant, I was so happy I wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Really? Why would you celebrate her pregnancy? Song Shuxian didn't quite understand. Was there a story she didn't know? Noticing everyone's expressions, Tian quickly defended herself. You don't know how hard she worked for this child. The couple was busy until midnight every day. They started as soon as it got dark, and if they got tired, they'd take a nap, waking up to do it again a couple of times, and even exercise before getting up in the morning. The worst part is, they didn't even try to keep quiet. Their voices were so loud. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. Now that they finally got what they wanted, they can settle down for at least the 10 months of pregnancy and the month of postpartum rest. Song Shuxian felt a bit sorry for Tian. What kind of life was she living? It was quite embarrassing. Has anyone reported this to the Women's Federation? Sister Ding thought this issue would affect many people, especially those who couldn't stand others being happy. Of course, someone reported it. Ma Xiaoya said that if they can manage the heavens and the earth, they can't control what happens in their bedroom.
She said
that everyone should work hard like her to have a baby soon. Tian's face turned red as she spoke. Being forced to eavesdrop was genuinely unpleasant. Moreover, her husband Lu Xingguo would react if he heard about it, leaving her to bear the brunt of it all.
Well,
for a moment, Song Shuxian and the others didn't know what to say. It was an awkward situation for everyone involved. They wanted to comfort Tian, but didn't know how to start. Let's make a nice dinner tonight. If anyone asks, just say we're celebrating Ma Xiaoya's pregnancy, Song Shuxian suddenly suggested. The three people talking fell silent, then burst into laughter, clearly understanding the joke. Tian hugged Song Shuxian's arm. You're so mischievous, but I like it. Let's do it. I have some cured meat at home. I'll make cured meat rice for dinner, and we'll celebrate properly.
Ha ha ha.
It was hard to tell who laughed first, but soon all four were laughing. All the unpleasantness faded away with the laughter. Time flew by as they chatted and joked. As the four of them were saying goodbye at the door, Chen Jiao, who had been missing for a long time, appeared, helping an elderly woman towards them. Tian spotted them immediately. Shuxian, it looks like you have some trouble coming your way. As she spoke, the two approached, and the three of them decided to stay and see what Chen Jiao and her mother wanted, as they didn't have a good impression of her. Chen Jiao was bossy and competitive. Sister-in-law, you're not busy today? This is my mom. You can call her Aunt Chen. Chen Jiao introduced with a smile, as if they were very familiar. Song Shuxian, who never believed in kindness without reason, smiled and asked, Hello, what brings you here? Aunt Chen smiled warmly and reached for Song Shuxian's hand, but Song Shuxian stepped back. Aunt Chen didn't show any signs of being upset and kept her friendly demeanor. Your daughter is really pretty. I heard from my daughter that you are the wife of our son-in-law's leader. If there's a problem, I thought I'd come to you.
Song Shuxian
was confused and didn't understand a word. She looked up at Tian and the two sisters-in-law. All three shook their heads, indicating they didn't understand. Song Shuxian helplessly took a couple of steps outside and turned to lock the door. Auntie, I can't quite understand you, but I can tell you need something from me. I'm just an ordinary military wife and don't hold any position in our compound. I can't help you with anything. I can take you to the logistics department. They handle matters here. Tian, come help me. Let's take Auntie to logistics. Tian immediately understood, pushed past Chen Jiao, and helped the woman away. Aunt Chen was saying something, but they didn't understand a single word. If they listened closely, they could tell she didn't like Chen Jiao and felt that staying would be a hassle, wanting to push everything onto logistics. Seeing her mother about to be taken away, Chen Jiao protested, Song Shuxian, you're quite amusing. My mom came over to visit the leader's family, and instead of inviting her in, you want to take her to logistics. You really act like a big shot. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the commander's wife.
Huh?
Chen Jiao, let's not even talk about how I didn't understand a word your mother said. Just think about it. Who visits someone else's home at this hour? Besides, our relationship isn't one where we can just drop by unannounced. We've only met twice, and both times ended badly. And most importantly, while we were talking, your mother doesn't speak Mandarin, and neither do you? We were trying to communicate through gestures, and you just stood there watching without translating. Now we're going to logistics for help, and you come out saying we're being inconsiderate. That's really something. Chen Jiaojiao was at a loss for words. The elderly woman couldn't speak Mandarin but could understand it. Seeing her daughter at a loss, she stepped forward. Young lady, I came to discuss something with you. Jiao Jiao is expecting, and I came to help her. Our home is too small, and we'd like to borrow a room from you for a few months until she finishes her confinement. Chen Jiaojiao had learned her lesson and translated. Without thinking, Song Shuxian refused. She was someone who valued her personal space and usually locked the courtyard gate at home, keeping her distance from others in the compound. Suddenly having someone ask to borrow her house was out of the question. The thought of her home being invaded by outsiders made Song Shuxian feel suffocated. Moreover, if she set this precedent, what would stop others from coming to take advantage of her in the future? If Auntie successfully borrowed a room today, would she come back tomorrow to ask for money? The day after, would she ask for people? She would not make such a foolish mistake. I'm sorry, Annie, but my home has only 2 rooms, and they're both in use. I really don't have a place to lend. Besides, I'm not comfortable sharing a roof with outsiders. We have a man in our home, and your daughter is of marriageable age. It's not appropriate for young men and women to share living spaces. It's really inconvenient. You should check with logistics. They might have a solution, or you could look for a guest house. Aunt Chen replied, Oh, dear, you're quite something. I won't shortchange you. I'll pay you 1 yuan a month. Chen Jiaojiao translated, now acting as a cold-hearted translator. Song Shuxian said, Auntie, it's not about the money. It's just that we're young people who aren't related. It's very inconvenient, don't you think? After being repeatedly refused, Aunt Chen became unhappy, her earlier warm smile fading. Little Wei's wife, I'm of an age where I come to you for help, and you don't even think before rejecting me. That's really disrespectful to your elders. It's not like we're not offering you money. 1 yuan a month is quite generous. You're at home all day, spending your husband's money. It wouldn't hurt to have some extra income. Seeing her stubbornness, Song Shuxian felt annoyed, her expression turning cold. Auntie, I've made myself clear. No matter where you go, your family has no grounds for this request. The guest house is specifically for family members in need of accommodation. Whether you rent for a month or 2, you should go there. I have things to do, so I won't keep you any longer. Sister Ding and Sister Feng were also nearby, advising her that it's not appropriate to bring a grown daughter to someone's home to ask for a place to stay. Tian felt this family was unreasonable, as if they were trying to pressure her. They were clearly prepared to take over her home, create conflicts between Song Shuxian and her husband, and force Wei Jianguo to marry their daughter, Chen Baobao. It was utterly shameless. Chen Jiaojiao hurried to support her mother, trying to calm the elderly woman and bad-mouthing Song Shuxian. Back in the courtyard, the 4 felt their values had been shaken. They had only known Chen Jiaojiao to be a bit spoiled, but now they realized she was also shameless. Sister Ding and Sister Feng continued to advise Song Shuxian, saying she had handled the previous 2 matters too harshly. While it was fine to establish authority, she should be gentler moving forward since they all lived in the same compound and would see each other often. They didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. No one expected that this matter would have a follow-up. On the same day, when Wei Jianguo returned from training, he was blocked by Chen Jiaojiao and Aunt Chen on the way. Wei Jianguo always wore a cold expression, except in front of Song Shuxian. The stern camp leader was not just talk. To be honest, when Aunt Chen first saw him like this, she felt a bit intimidated. But thinking of her purpose, she mustered her courage and said, Little Wei, I want to tell you that this money-making opportunity should not be pushed away. Family matters should be decided by men. Women, have long hair, but short knowledge. Seeing Wei Jianguo's increasingly dark expression, Aunt Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Wei Jianguo did not recognize the old lady in front of him, but he knew Chen Jiaojiao beside her and had a very bad impression of her. She was someone who liked to pick on his wife, a troublemaker. Wearing his military uniform, he felt he couldn't just turn and walk away. He patiently asked, What do you want to say? Those familiar with him could see he was extremely impatient, but the mother and daughter in front of him were unaware. They were still trying to find the right words. Little Wei, I want to ask you for a favor. You and our Jiang Mingjie are comrades, right? Don't you say comrades are like brothers? When a comrade's family is in trouble, they can only turn to you brothers for help. Anshin was quite a character. She had been nervous just a moment ago, but quickly adjusted her mindset. She continued, our Jiao Jiao is pregnant, and our family of 5 is squeezed into a 30-square-meter small house. It's really too cramped. Your house is so big, just you 2 living there, it's empty. Andy wants to rent a room for 1 yuan a month, not for free. Your wife doesn't understand, and wants to push this good opportunity away. You can't do that. Who would refuse extra money? Wei Jianguo's brows furrowed tightly, and his face grew darker with every word from the old lady. He was now completely cold. Recently, people had come to him, criticizing his wife for being extreme and not wanting to get along with the other military wives. Wei Jianguo understood her behavior. She didn't look down on these people. She just found it hard to interact with them. He also didn't want to engage too much with these gossipy people, as talking too much could lead to trouble. His wife was worried that her identity would affect him. Before this, Wei Jianguo had planned to encourage his wife to make a few friends. They both had shallow family ties, and in the future, they might need help from their neighbors in the compound. Moreover, he was concerned that his wife staying at home all day would be stifling for her. Now, Wei Jianguo really wanted to slap himself for thinking that way. He was just standing there, not feeling the pressure. He didn't want to deal with these people, so why should he expect his wife to? Thinking about his wife's recent efforts, a pampered young lady who had learned to wash clothes and cook, and now had to face people like this, made Wei Jianguo feel very uncomfortable. He felt he wasn't trying hard enough. If he had a higher rank, no one would dare bully his wife. Aunt Chen had no idea that in such a short time, Wei Jianguo had thought so much. Looking at his dark face, she assumed he felt embarrassed by his wife and would go home to scold her. She started rambling, little Wei, your wife is young and doesn't understand. Just give her a few hits. Hearing this, Wei Jianguo was filled with cold anger. Comrade Chen, please clarify with your mother that our house will not be rented or lent out. If you have difficulties, go directly to logistics. If they weren't military family members and he wasn't in uniform, Wei Jianguo wouldn't have said a word to them. It was already disgusting enough. Seeing Wei Jianguo turn to leave, Aunt Chen, for some reason, sat down on the ground and grabbed his leg. Wei Jianguo instinctively lifted his leg to kick, but fortunately, Lu Xingguo passed by just in time to stop him. Lu Xingguo's face was frighteningly cold.
Whose family member are you?
Do you know that pulling on a soldier from behind like this is very dangerous? Are you trying to get hurt? Many of their training exercises were designed to develop such reflexes. Those instinctive reactions could save lives in combat. If Lu Xingguo hadn't come over to stop it, this ant would have seriously hurt Wei Jianguo. Lu Xingguo didn't care whether the old lady lived or died. The key was that it would affect Wei Jianguo. Others might not know, but these comrades did. They knew Wei Jianguo's wife came from a difficult background, and that several people had their eyes on her. If it weren't for the pressure from the military leaders protecting her, she would have already been taken for questioning. Aunt Chen also realized she was in the wrong and awkwardly let go, saying, little Wei, you are Jiang Mingjie's superior. When there are difficulties, you should help us solve them. We didn't say you couldn't live here. We'll still give you the big room. Just let us have the small room. We won't take up much space. Wei Jianguo was almost laughing in anger. Talking to such a person was pointless. Xingguo, please call Jiang Mingjie over, and also bring the political commissar and logistics personnel. 2 nearby young soldiers, quick-witted, shouted that they would go and ran off. Aunt Chen knew she was on shaky ground and was desperately holding on, hoping someone could help her against Wei Jianguo. What she didn't know was that the competition among these soldiers was healthy. If someone lost in training, they would openly seek to regain their honor. No one wanted to use today's incident to cause trouble for Wei Jianguo. Doing so would not only earn them disdain but also disrupt the rules among them, leading to chaos in the unit. The leaders arrived quickly. In front of so many people, Wei Jianguo recounted their earlier conversation word for word and stated, The country strictly prohibits speculation and illegal renting of housing. I will not break the law. Additionally, we have 2 rooms. One is for my wife and me, and the other is my study. There is no extra space to lend out. Jiang Mingjie was shaking with anger. He loved the army deeply, and this was a critical time for his promotion. Only one of the 3 battalion leaders would move up. He had always told his family to maintain good relationships with others in the family compound and to manage his reputation well. Since his wife came, she had caused him trouble time and again. Now, he was not only in trouble himself, but had also brought in help. The leaders were also very angry. This door could not be opened. If they pressured Wei Jianguo to lend his house today, others would come to borrow from them in the future. Moreover, their scheme was simply unacceptable. A man in his 20s living with an unmarried girl of 18 or 19 without any blood relation was just asking for trouble. Jiang Mingjie, the leader said sternly, with an unmistakable chill in his voice. Yes, Jiang Mingjie instinctively stood up straight and answered loudly. Handle your family matters yourself. If you can't, take off this uniform and go home to deal with them. This is the 3rd time this month your family has caused trouble, and I don't want a 4th. Stealing a glance at the leader's expression, Jiang Mingjie felt his heart sink. This time, the leader was genuinely furious. When Wei Jianguo got home, Song Shuxian had been waiting for a long time and was about to go out looking for him. Why did you come back so late? Hurry and wash your hands. I made your favorite fish today, Song Shuxian said with a smile as she came over to help him settle in. Seeing his wife smile, Wei Jianguo felt that all his hard work was worth it. Wife, you've worked hard. I ran into old lady Chen on my way back, and she asked to borrow a house. I refused, he said. Not wanting his wife to worry, Wei Jianguo tried to explain everything in one sentence. He didn't want anyone to upset her. Song Shuxian immediately became interested. Honey, tell me more. The term honey was something Song Shuxian learned from the original owner, and Wei Jianguo loved it. He often made her say it in moments like this. Wei Jianguo held his sweet and soft wife in his arms, gently coaxing her, hoping she would always come to him for anything that happened. He wanted to give her all his love and a sense of security, making sure she knew he would always support her. Wife, remember, no matter what, you are the most important. Never do anything that makes you feel wronged. Also, I have no childhood betrothal. Besides you, I have never liked anyone else, nor have I grown up with any other girl. Any matters regarding relationships with comrades' families will be handled in your presence. If any comrades' families need help, they will give you the information, and you can take care of it. Wei Jianguo shared everything he could think of. While Song Shuxian felt happy, she also found it a bit puzzling. He used to talk to her about these things, but not in such detail. Did something happen, Jianguo? Wei Jianguo sighed a little. It's just about old lady Chen. She came over asking for my help. If I hadn't seen Chen Jiaojiao's hostility toward you last time, I might have agreed casually. Fortunately, I didn't agree, or I wouldn't have known she wanted to borrow a house. It's interesting how a change in the order of words can lead to misunderstandings. Song Shuxian thought for a moment and understood what he meant. I should also clarify that I have no childhood betrothal, no childhood friend, and I have never liked anyone. In the future, if someone says anything to you, you must come to me for confirmation right away. The couple, in their sweet exchange, unknowingly nipped many attempts at sowing discord in the bud. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was in chaos. Having an unmarried adult sister-in-law living in their home was a big issue for Jiang Mingjie. It was only after Chen Jiaojiao promised him that she would find a husband for Chen Baobao who could help him in his career that he reluctantly agreed to let her stay temporarily. Jiang Mingjie was skilled at navigating situations and knew what could and couldn't be done. While at home, he required Chen Jiaojiao to stay inside, and Chen Baobao was not allowed in their room. No matter the time, Chen Baobao had to dress appropriately. These restrictions maximized the chances that Chen Baobao wouldn't bring trouble to him. But today, because of this sister-in-law, he faced a huge problem at home, and Jiang Mingjie wanted her gone. Today, the commotion between Chen Jiaojiao and old lady Chen was aimed at Wei Jianguo. They still hadn't given up on marrying Qin Baobao to Wei Jianguo, trying to create opportunities for him to marry her, whether actively or passively. It was unclear whether this family was truly foolish or just pretending to be. They only saw the benefits of having both daughters marry soldiers, thinking that if they got married, Wei Jianguo would treat Qin Baobao as he did Song Xuxian. They unconsciously ignored the possibility that if Wei Jianguo fell for their schemes, he might retaliate against them, ruining military marriages and whether the law would punish them. These people might never understand that marriage is not about creating enemies. Fortunately, Wei Jianguo and Song Xuxian remained vigilant against them. At this moment, Jiang Mingjie was extremely angry. Chen Jiaojiao, I don't care what schemes your family has. Tomorrow at dawn, have your mother take you and your sister away. Our family does not welcome either of you anymore. Chen Jiaojiao was on the verge of tears. Mingjie? Jiang Mingjie closed his eyes. Here we go again. Every time he didn't agree with her, it ended up like this. I'm not joking. If your mother and sister dare to do this, you must be supporting them from behind. I genuinely hope your sister can marry well, but that doesn't mean I allow you to be foolish or scheme against soldiers. Chen Jiaojiao, while I haven't changed my mind yet, send them away. Otherwise, I will make you leave with them. Seeing Jiang Mingjie's serious expression, Chen Jiaojiao knew there was no room for negotiation. She nodded and left to help them pack. Old Lady Chen had come to enjoy life. How could she leave just like that? Crying and apologizing to her daughter and son-in-law, she said she hadn't thought it through. She just felt their home was too small. The house Wei Jianguo's family had just cleaned up was nice and spacious, and she thought she could borrow it temporarily. Once Chun Jiaojiao had a baby, she could rightfully ask for a house exchange. Such a good house and such a large yard would all belong to them. Son-in-law, don't be mad at your mother. She was just blinded by the house. Old Lady Chen personally apologized to Jiang Mingjie, openly confessing her scheme and apologizing to the neighbors, saying she was just scared of being poor and momentarily lost her mind. It was quite effective. No one is perfect and everyone showed understanding. Jiang Mingjie finally relented, asking them to apologize to Wei Jianguo. If they could earn his forgiveness, they could stay. At Wei Jianguo's doorstep, Jiang Mingjie brought his family over and signaled Chen Jiaojiao to apologize. Old Lady Chen stepped forward and bowed to Wei Jianguo and Song Xuxian. Fortunately, the two reacted quickly and turned away. Captain Wei's wife, today I was wrong. I apologize to you both. Look at all the vegetables in your yard. They're enough for a family of 5 and will last through winter. The yard is clean and the house is spacious. I was just dazzled by this house and thought I could stay here first. If we get along well, I would bring up the idea of swapping houses later. I was just being short-sighted. Please don't hold it against me. Song Xuxian quickly supported Old Lady Chen, preventing her from bowing. You're of such an age. Bowing to us is too much. To be honest, we chose this yard because your family didn't want it and it was left over. When I came with the army, this yard was overgrown with weeds. When it rained heavily outside, it rained lightly inside. My husband was worried about me, so he asked a few comrades to help, and it took several months to clean it up to what it is now. If you like this little yard, you can ask logistics. There should still be some available. It's better to swap for another one than to drive out the current residents. Captain Jiang, what do you think? What could Jiang Mingjie say? He could only follow along with the apology and promise to manage his family well. Song Xuxian didn't press further. At this point, they were in the right, and it was clear they had gone too far. These little matters did not affect the young couple. After sending off the onlookers, they returned to the study to continue their studies. Wei Jianguo was very smart and learned quickly. Song Xuxian came over every evening to teach him something new. Sometimes it was high school subjects, and sometimes it was knowledge he didn't understand. Recently, she was teaching him history. Using a mirror made of bronze can correct your clothing. Using history as a mirror can help you understand rise and fall. Studying history can make you wise, and knowing the past can guide the present. Song Xuxian believed that history was a precious treasure left by their ancestors. It was essential to learn history. Thanks to her gourd space, She had plenty of books. They were very careful while studying, always keeping books on the table to use as cover. The next day, they both got up early and went up the mountain to gather wild goods. This was Song Xuxian's first time, and she was especially happy. She quickly changed her clothes, had breakfast, and waited for Wei Jianguo. Seeing his wife so childlike was refreshing and adorable to Wei Jianguo. They rode their bicycles to a mountain a bit farther from the army base, where there were more wild resources. Filled with joy about climbing the mountain, Song Xuxian didn't even notice the bumps on the bike. Wei Jianguo carefully checked the surroundings to make sure no one was watching before letting Song Xuxian put away the bike. "Wife, stick with me. If you can't walk anymore, I'll carry you." Song Xuxian huffed. "I'm not the same as before. After getting married, I've been training with you every day, and now I'm quite strong." Wei Jianguo chuckled. His wife was very talented in learning but not so much in sports. After training for a while, she could barely run 5 kilometers. He was now only teaching her self-defense techniques, especially against men, focusing on surprise attacks. During their time together, he also noticed that his wife loved compliments. Her eyes sparkled whenever she was praised. Song Xuxian's persistence in exercising was entirely due to Wei Jianguo's encouragement. They carefully made their way up the mountain, with Wei Jianguo patiently teaching Song Xuxian useful tips for walking in the wild, such as which paths were slippery, which plants were poisonous, and which could stop bleeding. Song Xuxian listened attentively, and she hoped to gather herbs on her own when Wei Jianguo was busy. She also planned to learn a bit about pharmacology, not to become an expert but just to know the basics. For example, she learned that for a sore throat, one could drink honeysuckle or fat sea. If injured on the mountain, dandelion leaves could be crushed and applied to the wound. Rabbit. Song Xuxian spotted a gray rabbit running by. Wei Jianguo was quick. Almost at the same time as her shout, a small stone flew out, and the rabbit fell, lifeless. "You're amazing! You can use a hidden weapon." Song Xuxian thought Wei Jianguo was more impressive than the generals of the Daong dynasty. While they needed bows and arrows to catch rabbits, he only needed a small stone. Jianguo, the storybook says the highest level of skill is to harm with flying leaves. Is that true? Can you do it? Out for fun, Song Xuxian was as joyful as a child, gradually regaining the demeanor of a pampered, noble girl from her past life. Of course, this was only in front of Wei Jianguo, who made her feel very secure. Wei Jianguo laughed at her playful antics, took her hand, and together they put the rabbit into the basket. Those stories about using flying leaves as weapons are just nonsense. At least I can't do that. Wife, you actually read storybooks? I thought you only liked serious books. I read a lot of different things. I'll read anything I can find. Recently, I've taken a liking to drawing. Next time I have a break, I'll draw a portrait for you. I'm still learning, so it won't be very good. You can't dislike it. He took her hand and kissed it, saying, "How could I dislike it? I'd be so happy that you want to draw for me. That means you think of me and care about me. You're so smooth-talking. I always hear people say you're a cold-faced captain, but you clearly love to smile. Why give yourself such a nickname?" It wasn't intentional. I had just come back from the battlefield and didn't want to smile or talk. During training, I always thought that sweating more in peace would mean bleeding less in war, so I was a bit strict. Gradually, I got that reputation, and I think it's good. It gives me authority, so I kept it. Song Xuxian felt a bit sorry for the man in front of her. She had seen people just returning from the battlefield and could imagine his state at that time. They changed from holding hands to intertwining fingers. At that moment, she suddenly wanted to have a child. But thinking of her situation, she decided to wait. The troubles of the Song family were still unresolved, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Having a child now would be irresponsible. Feeling her concern, Wei Jianguo felt very satisfied. "Let's go gather chestnuts and put them in your space." They wandered through the chestnut grove. Song Xuxian looked at the green spiky balls on the trees and then at Wei Jianguo, not understanding why he wasn't moving. She pulled him slightly. "Come on." Wei Jianguo picked her up, saying, "Silly wife, this is chestnut. Song Shuxian knew he was very careful and had checked that no one was around before picking her up, so she didn't struggle. She reached up to pick a green spiky ball from the tree and examined it closely, realizing it looked nothing like a chestnut. Wei Jianguo put gloves on her hands. I'll knock down the ripe ones. You can collect them from below. The ones on the ground are ripe and have fallen off, so you can pick those too. Facing her knowledge gap, Song Shuxian was very receptive to his words. She did whatever Wei Jianguo asked, behaving obediently. Wei Jianguo worked quickly, and soon they had enough for 2 large baskets. Song Shuxian quietly stored them in her gourd space. After gathering chestnuts, they continued deeper into the woods. There are 2 persimmon trees not far from here. Let's go pick some. I'll make persimmon cakes for you to snack on in winter. Influenced by Song Shuxian, Wei Jianguo had started preparing for winter, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry. Seeing his wife so happy, Wei Jianguo was very pleased with his plans. Originally, he had planned to gather firewood today, but he postponed it to their next break to focus on gathering wild goods with his wife. The persimmon tree was particularly fruitful, with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, weighing at least 100 pounds. As usual, Wei Jianguo climbed to pick the persimmons while Song Shuxian played below. Song Shuxian didn't waste time. She began searching for mushrooms nearby. After going to the mountains so many times with Tian, she recognized almost all the local mushrooms and could find her favorites based on their characteristics. While Wei Jianguo picked persimmons, he watched the little girl gathering mushrooms, feeling content. He wasn't obsessed with the army and had thought about life after retiring. The happiness he had now was something he never dared to dream of. After ensuring his wife had collected all the persimmons, Wei Jianguo once again marveled at how his wife was truly favored by the heavens, being given such good things. As noon approached, the 2 had been walking on the mountain path for a long time, and the little food they had eaten in the morning was almost digested. Wei Jianguo brought Song Shuxian to a valley. What do you think? Song Shuxian stared blankly at the beautiful scenery before her. The valley was not hidden, but entering it required passing through a narrow passage. Since few people came here, many wildflowers grew in the valley. It was autumn, and the entire valley was colorful and stunning. Song Shuxian regretted not bringing a camera. She could only carefully observe the beauty around her and plan to draw it later. Wei Jianguo didn't disturb his wife and went to pick some wildflowers and branches by himself. These random items transformed into obedient soldiers in his hands, quickly becoming a beautiful flower crown. Wei Jianguo didn't understand color matching, but he tried to group flowers of the same color together. The final product was unexpectedly beautiful, a gradient flower crown. He gently placed it on his wife's head, feeling that she was even more beautiful than the flowers. Receiving a gift from her husband always made Song Shuxian happy. She looked around to make sure no one was watching, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Wei Jianguo on the cheek before running away, her face flushed. His wife rarely took the initiative in this way, and Wei Jianguo smiled, so widely his eyes nearly closed. He held her in his arms, nuzzling her fluffy head and planting a kiss on it. Wife, you are so beautiful, the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Wife, do you like it here? If you do, we can come here every time we take a break. When I have time, I'll go with you to the beach, to climb mountains and do all the things you love. Song Shuxian blushed and replied, Thank you, husband. I love you too. Wei Jianguo's breath quickened as he held her tightly, not wanting any space between them. In terms of feelings, his wife was very reserved. She never said I love you, but every little thing in their daily life was filled with love. This was the first time she clearly expressed her feelings. At that moment, Wei Jianguo felt a satisfaction he had never experienced before. He didn't know how long they stayed close, but their hearts felt very close. Today, I'll make you a beggar's chicken. I promise you'll want more, Wei Jianguo said while preparing the wild chicken, describing the taste of the dish. Song Shuxian felt her mouth watering. After cleaning the chicken, he rubbed it with various seasonings collected from the mountains, kneading it repeatedly. Then he made a cut in the chicken's breast, added the seasoning, and continued to knead, which took a bit of time. He wrapped the chicken in large leaves, adding 2 layers to ensure the flavor. Then, he covered the chicken tightly with mud and placed it in the fire to roast slowly. While waiting, Wei Jianguo tossed a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire. Song Shuxian watched quietly. "How is it? Did you learn?" Wei Jianguo knew his wife's learning ability well. "I understand it in my head, but my hands might need more practice. I'm afraid to kill the chicken." Could Song Shuxian really be afraid to kill a chicken? No. She was just being coy in front of her husband. Let's not forget, in her past life, she had won battles in the backyard, and her hands were not clean. "Today, I brought Mourning with me, and it wasn't happy when we left," Song Shuxian pouted. Mourning was her family. Wei Jianguo didn't quite understand his wife's feelings for Mourning. To him, Mourning was just a dog that did what its owner asked. This was a generational gap, a gap that spanned a century and crossed social classes. Fortunately, Wei Jianguo respected his wife. He didn't understand but respected her, promising to bring Mourning next time. The two wandered in the valley, hoping to find something good. Wei Jianguo never contradicted Song Shuxian on small matters. He let her do whatever made her happy. "Jianguo, do you think that's wood ear mushrooms?" Song Shuxian excitedly called him over to take a look. Wood ear mushrooms were a great find, rich in nutrients and long-lasting. Wei Jianguo was shocked when he came over. His wife's luck was incredible. It was indeed wood ear mushrooms, and they were high-quality wild ones. They grew together on a dead tree, both white and black varieties. The two took small baskets and picked them carefully, trying not to waste any. After drying, they had almost a pound of mushrooms, enough to last a long time. They also found 2 precious lion's mane mushrooms. Song Shuxian was hooked and refused to leave. Wei Jianguo saw that it was safe around and let her continue. Song Shuxian wandered around the mountain by herself. She wasn't greedy. She didn't expect to find ginseng or spiritual herbs, just hoping to bring something back. It was no surprise that Song Shuxian had good luck. There were actually soft jujubes in the valley. These tasted similar to kiwis and were small, making them a favorite wild fruit for children. Usually, there was a child guarding each soft jujube tree, waiting to pick the ripe ones. When Wei Jianguo arrived, he saw his dear wife picking soft jujubes with a small basket. Occasionally, she would sneak one into her mouth and then continue working as if nothing happened. What a clever little thief. In Wei Jianguo's eyes, Song Shuxian was beautiful and cute, and he wanted to pamper and protect her. "You can't eat too many of these. Save some for later, and if you want more, eat them secretly. Don't share these with others. Soft jujubes are very nutritious, and since you usually don't get fruit, this is perfect for you." Wei Jianguo came over to help and chatted with Song Shuxian. His wife was so generous that she would give away dumplings to others, but thankfully, only to Lu Xingguo's family. Both of them were easygoing, and Lu Xingguo's family often received game from their hunts. Song Shuxian was also generous, often sharing her good finds. Wei Jianguo just couldn't bear for his wife to miss out on fruit. With the current situation, without ticket services, they could only try their luck in the mountains. Seeing that Song Shuxian enjoyed it, he said, "When I have a break, we'll come back and find more wild fruits for you. Blueberries are also delicious. There's some on the nearby mountain. I'll take you to pick them next time." As he spoke, he dug up a couple of soft jujube trees to plant in their yard so his wife could have them whenever she wanted. Having worked with crops since childhood, Wei Jianguo was skilled at farming. He managed the vegetable garden at home, and everyone praised its thriving growth. After finishing, they went to eat. Song Shuxian was especially looking forward to the beggar's chicken. Wei Jianguo dug out a clay lump from the fire and cracked it open with a stone, revealing the large leaves inside. Gently opening it, a delicious aroma wafted out, and Song Shuxian couldn't help but swallow. Just then, a chicken leg appeared in her hand. She took a big bite, and the tender, juicy chicken burst in her mouth, filling it with a unique flavor. It was intoxicating. She quickly finished one chicken leg. Another chicken leg was handed to her, but this time, Song Shuxian declined. "I want to try the roasted potatoes. I've heard they're delicious, and I also want to eat a persimmon." Wei Jianguo placed the peeled potatoes in a large leaf, along with some clean persimmons. Song Shuxian wasn't very hungry and felt quite full after eating these. This is so delicious. Sitting freely on the ground and eating heartily was a dream for Song Shuxian. She had always had a strict governess watching over her, and she had to maintain her posture and follow etiquette no matter what she did. Unexpectedly, coming to this world allowed her to realize a long-held dream. After climbing a mountain, the young couple felt closer to each other. Wei Jianguo secured 2 large baskets and arranged a comfortable spot for Song Shuxian before riding her to the courtyard. There were no houses near the mountain, and Song Shuxian hugged his waist, feeling very safe. As long as he was there, she felt protected. Wei Jianguo rode smoothly, avoiding bumpy areas. If you get tired, just rest your head on me for a bit. I'll wake you when we get there. Okay, I'll take a short nap. When she became aware again, they were almost at the family compound. Aunties were chatting in the open square of the compound. When they saw the couple riding by, the conversation naturally turned to them. Hey, did you hear? The wife of Captain Wei is so lazy. I saw him come back from training and wash clothes, not just his own, but also for little Song. If his mother-in-law were around, she'd have beaten her. She's always craving food. We live nearby, and you can smell the meat from their house. I even went to check. They love cooking seafood and go to the beach to gather every few days. Such a wasteful person. They even have curtains and cushions stuffed with cotton. My goodness, it's really wasteful. Captain Wei spoils her. If she were in another family, she'd be in trouble for being so wasteful. She can't even cook. When she first came, they ate at the cafeteria. Captain Wei would rush back to cook for her whenever he had time. Now she can make simple meals, so he leaves her alone for lunch. Oh, these young people just don't understand. Captain Wei treats this wasteful woman like a treasure. Honestly, besides her looks, she has no other qualities, just a flirt. These men really only care about looks. Once the lights are off, it's all the same. Hey Annie, are you jealous? Jealous that little Song married Captain Wei and gets treated like a child? That's an exaggeration. Who spoils their kids like Captain Wei does? A woman in her 40s joined the conversation. This aunt had tried to set up Captain Wei with several women before, but he always found excuses to decline. Now, it seemed none of her suggestions caught his interest. Her tone carried a hint of bitterness. I saw them with 2 baskets on their bike. They must have gathered a lot of good stuff, she said, more concerned about food than romance, as she had 5 children to feed. She wanted to know what they had collected from the mountain, hoping to get a share. They say 3 women make a drama, and the family compound was a gathering place for women, each with their own motives. Many scenes played out unnoticed every day. Wei Jianguo and Song Shuxian were unaware of this gossip. They had gathered a lot of mountain goods, and were now sorting them. Jianguo, can you make a wooden rack like this? It should have 5 layers, each big enough for a basket, where we can dry mushrooms, vegetables, seafood, or anything else. Song Shuxian sketched her idea. That's not hard. Do you need anything else? We have a carpenter in the logistics department who used to work for wealthy families. His skills are excellent. You can ask him directly. It's a benefit for military families. Song Shuxian was interested and also wanted a rocking chair. She quickly sketched it out. Seeing her bright eyes filled with trust, Wei Jianguo gently patted her head. I'll go find him tomorrow and have him deliver it when it's ready. Song Shuxian immediately gave him a sweet kiss. Recently, she discovered that Wei Jianguo was soft-hearted and liked when she depended on him. He couldn't resist her gaze. Wei Jianguo planted some wild fruit trees in the corner of the yard and tidied up, finishing all the visible tasks. For him, climbing the mountain and gathering goods was just a warm-up. He wanted to get everything done so Song Shuxian wouldn't have to work. Song Shuxian didn't have the same energy as Wei Jianguo. After saying what she wanted, she went to sleep. Some curious aunties came to find Song Shuxian to ask about her day, but they found Wei Jianguo tidying the yard. Captain Wei, busy? We came to chat with your wife. Not today. She's tired from climbing the mountain and is already resting, Wei Jianguo said, knowing his wife didn't like these visitors, and he sent them away. Where did you go today? And how was the haul? One auntie pressed, hoping he would feel awkward and share some of their goods. We just went to the mountain behind us. It was a decent haul. If you want to go, it's better to go with a group. There are wild animals in the mountains, which can be dangerous. You might not get much, but you can still gather some winter snacks. Wei Jianguo didn't engage with their chatter and continued with his work. Seeing they couldn't get anything, the group eventually left. Song Shuxian was awakened by a pleasant aroma and sleepily walked to the kitchen. Honey, what are you doing? Her voice was a bit hoarse from just waking up, with an unconscious sweetness and a hint of dependence. Wei Jianguo turned around and picked her up in a way that resembled holding a child. The woman, used to this, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling his face, her nose twitching as she tried to figure out what was enticing her. Wei Jianguo loved seeing his wife just after waking up. She was less dignified than during the day, exuding a charming innocence that was simply adorable. He was willing to spend his life protecting her in this completely relaxed state. He kissed her cheek and opened the clay pot for her to see. It's chicken soup, and I've added mushrooms. It's delicious, Song Shuxian said, peeking in and speaking sweetly. She was someone who would empty the large kitchen before leaving the general's residence and could never resist the temptation of good food. Among all foods, she especially loved various soups. Wei Jianguo understood his wife well and naturally catered to her preferences. The effect was excellent. Worried that his wife might be bullied, Wei Jianguo told her about the situation with the sisters who had just visited. Don't feel like you have to compromise. Just do what you want, he advised seriously. Song Shuxian was already used to her husband treating her like a child, and she enjoyed his concern. After dinner, the two began to sort the things they had gathered. Honey, we only have 2 baskets, so we can't bring back too much. We can't exceed the limit of 2 baskets. As for your things, we can take our time moving them out. Soldiers are sharp. We mustn't take out too much at once, okay? Worried that his wife might not take it seriously, Wei Jianguo explained how to maximize the basket's capacity, detailing how many chestnuts and hazelnuts it could hold, going through various combinations. Song Shuxian listened with wide eyes, feeling impressed. Honey, experienced soldiers can spot things at a glance, so we can't be careless. Treat your place as just a storage area. Use it only when necessary. If you must, I'll check the surroundings first. When it came to his wife's safety, Wei Jianguo was extremely cautious. He was afraid he might miss something and put her in danger. After spending so much time together, Wei Jianguo realized that while his wife appeared clever, she was actually just a slightly smart girl. She had been overly protected at home, somewhat out of touch with reality and completely unrelated to the current emphasis on hardship and simplicity. To outsiders, their life seemed perfect. In his wife's eyes, she saw herself as a hardworking, resourceful girl who embraced simplicity. Under Wei Jianguo's careful guidance, Song Shuxian used her gourd space very cautiously. She also saved the spiritual liquid, drinking it only after accumulating enough for 9 days. Quietly chatting while working, they cleaned and dried the mountain goods they had collected that day, which would be Song Shuxian's little snacks for winter. Honey, when we get a break next time, let's go to town. Your snacks are almost gone, and there's not much here in the village. I'll buy you some new clothes and some snow cream. Song Shuxian wouldn't refuse a trip, sure. But next time, you need to chop firewood. We still haven't prepared enough. We haven't even gotten the coal yet. Then let's go the time after that. I've already made arrangements for the coal stove, and we should have it before winter. Thank you, honey. That night, lying in bed, Song Shuxian finally understood the consequences of teasing a man. In the past, Wei Jianguo had held back, but today, when he heard her say she loved him, he couldn't control himself. They made love again and again, leaving evidence of their affection from the bathroom to the bedroom. Song Shuxian didn't remember when she fell asleep, only that she was drowsily coaxed into drinking water mixed with spiritual liquid. Then she was carried around the bedroom a few times. In the morning, Song Shuxian was awakened by the wake-up call. She felt the warmth beside her. He had just left. After getting up and drinking a glass of water, she felt instantly refreshed. Now, the spiritual liquid was stored for 9 days, and the small gourd was full. She poured half into small bottles for emergencies and added the other half to their bedroom kettle for daily use. Thanks to the spiritual liquid, both of their healths were excellent. Wei Jianguo's old battle injuries had healed, and he might still be the best soldier in this year's competition. Stretching widely, he went to the kitchen, where breakfast was warming up: a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, a steamed bun, and a plate of pickles. The simplest meal made her feel satisfied. Maybe she was just love-struck. Xiaoxian, remember to always leave yourself an escape route. Her mother's words suddenly echoed in her mind. Shaking her head, she thought differently now. The environment had changed, and the men here wouldn't allow polygamy. She wanted to be brave this time. After coming to this realization, Song Xuxian began to focus on her own activities. Recently, she had become obsessed with painting, combining traditional Chinese and oil painting styles. Today, she planned to paint the valley they had visited together yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Being cautious, Song Xuxian quickly put away her painting supplies and pretended to be sewing. Outside, Su Commissioner stood with a tall, thin young man and a short, chubby one, and the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Song Xuxian opened the door and asked, "Su Commissioner, who are these?" The short, chubby young man stepped forward, handed her his identification, and said, "We received a report stating that your family exhibits capitalist tendencies, promotes bourgeois lifestyles, and indulges in extravagance, which goes against socialist principles and affects socialist construction. We need to conduct a search of your home." Song Xuxian's heart sank. Her worst fears had come true. She forced herself to stay calm and stepped aside. "Please come in. You can look around the house, but please be gentle. I put a lot of effort into this place." The group entered and searched meticulously, especially in the study, checking every book and its annotations. Su Commissioner accompanied them the whole time, while the 2 committee members showed clear impatience. Among the 3 soldiers who accompanied them, one was a soldier under Wei Jianguo. He secretly whispered to Song Xuxian, "The captain is fine." Song Xuxian had adjusted her mood. Given her family's background, this was bound to happen eventually. She just had to accept it. These people were relatively polite and didn't resort to direct destruction, which she attributed to Wei Jianguo's military achievements. Their worst outcome would be being reassigned to a more remote area. In the small courtyard, the group spent 2 full hours searching, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they dug 3 feet into the ground. Seeing this, Song Xuxian felt relieved. They were clearly after the things hidden by the Song family, which meant they had a purpose. The tall, thin young man and the short, chubby young man exchanged a glance filled with reluctance. With so many people around, it wouldn't be easy for them to do anything. This small courtyard had been carefully checked inside and out. It was better than an average household but still within the means of Wei Jianguo. The tall, thin young man looked at Song Xuxian and said seriously, "Comrade Song Xuxian, you need to accept an investigation." Song Xuxian nodded. "Are we leaving now?" Her tone was calm, as natural as if she were agreeing to go for a walk. The 2 young men from the committee had seen many people throw tantrums and express deep sorrow, but this was the first time they encountered someone so composed. As she left, Song Xuxian remembered to lock the door, securing the living room, kitchen, and courtyard doors with a lock each. Mourning watched closely from the side. If Song Xuxian hadn't been comforting him, he would have rushed over to bite someone. Mourning, be good. I need to step out for a while. It might take some time. Take care of the house, and if you get hungry, eat the vegetables and chicken in the yard. Mourning barked twice, assuring her he would watch the house. Song Xuxian gently rubbed his head, making sure he was okay. Interrogation room. Song Xuxian sat alone on one side of the table, facing the tall, thin young man, the short, chubby young man, and an unfamiliar soldier from the army. Name?
Song Xuxian.
Place of origin? Jinling XXXXX. Have you had any contact with the bourgeoisie? I come from the Song family, which has some wealth. During the war, my grandparents believed in supporting the revolution and donated half of our family assets. After the founding of the new country, our family continued to support development. From 1950 to 1963, we donated all our assets, including many roads and bridges, such as the newly built Jinling Yangtze River Bridge. The leaders recognized us as red capitalists and allowed us to keep our ancestral home. After I get married this year, I plan to rent the ancestral home to the nearby government for use as an office. Your living conditions are good: electric fans, radios, watches, bicycles. Can you explain where these items came from? The watch was a wedding gift from my husband, bought at the first department store in Jinling with a receipt. The bicycle, electric fan, and radio were all brought from my family home. The Jinling textile factory used to be the Song family's private property, and after the public-private partnership, we received dividends every year. This year is the last. The electric fan and radio we use were purchased with those dividends. A family member reported that you stay home all the time and refuse to interact with fellow comrades, which shows you look down on the hardworking farmers. I was born in Jinling and grew up with my grandparents. My mother and grandmother passed away one after another, and now my grandfather has also gone. Before he passed, he worried I wouldn't take care of myself and hurriedly arranged for me to meet someone to marry. The changes came too quickly. I haven't adjusted and can only lick my wounds at home. Going out to socialize is beyond my ability. You never do any work at home. It's always Captain Wei taking care of you. Isn't this a longing for a capitalist lifestyle? I am the only daughter and the only child in 3 generations. My father was reckless in his youth, abandoned his first wife, and was cut off from the family by my grandparents. I haven't seen him since I was 3. My uncle, a pilot, died in battle at just 20. As the only child, my elders naturally spoiled me, so I wasn't given household chores to do. I married in a hurry and didn't know much about daily life. Thankfully, my husband has been patient and taught me, and now I can cook simple meals and manage household tasks. Has Wei Jianguo ever talked to you about things in the army? Never. I was closest to my uncle when I was young, and I didn't understand back then, always asking about planes. He would become serious and tell me not to ask about military matters. After a while, I learned not to. After marrying Jianguo, we agreed that he wouldn't talk about his work, and we only discussed our own family matters. The interrogation lasted an hour and a half, with questions rephrased and reordered, asked repeatedly. During this time, they mentioned Wei Jianguo and her grandparents. Fortunately, Song Shuxian had a good memory. She could recall exactly what she had said and could answer, without missing a word. No matter how they asked, she provided the same answers. The committee couldn't reach the army. They could only ask questions, not use torture. Alone in the interrogation room, Song Shuxian sat on the chair, reviewing her performance to ensure there were no flaws. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, feeling tense and cold sweat on her back. She wondered how Wei Jianguo was doing. If they dared to hurt him, she would find a way to escape the country and use the resources from her hidden treasures to build a group that would seize the country's resources. Throughout history, no country has been like this. The current situation in the new country is similar to the past isolation, and she believes it won't last long. In Daong, Song Shuxian had become an excuse for rebellion, a blade to overthrow the tyrant. Here, she wouldn't be bullied. No one knew that during this short time, Song Shuxian had thought so much and made such a terrifying decision. Having another enemy with hidden treasures was not good for the new country. Office Commander Zhang was almost losing his mind. Office Captain Zhang was extremely anxious, pacing back and forth in the room, continuously muttering, "I told you that Song Shuxian has issues. It will affect Wei Jianguo. We can't approve her report. You all said it was fine, claiming she is a red capitalist. Haven't many red capitalists been sent down over the years? So many old revolutionaries have been brought down. Wei Jianguo earned his military achievements through blood and sacrifice, and now it's all being ruined." Commissioner Su, frightened, quickly covered his old partner's mouth and whispered angrily, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't just say that."
There are still people from there. Do you want your whole family to be implicated because of your words? Captain Zhang was also sweating with fear. He was just a rough man, a former landlord's cowherd who had gained strength and earned some achievements by following the team. With his military record, he could have been a division commander, but he lacked education and couldn't express himself well, so he remained a captain. Wei Jianguo had a similar background and was a promising young man whom Zhang saw as his successor. Now, seeing Wei Jianguo getting implicated, he was extremely anxious. He forgot to be cautious with his words. Darn it, let them divorce and cut ties, then Wei Jianguo will be fine. Captain Zhang had a habit of rambling when nervous, speaking without a filter. Commissioner Su was also troubled. Confirming that his voice wouldn't carry, he let Zhang continue. If Su had his way, he would say that Song Xuxian's life was indeed a bit extravagant, even better than that of a division commander. She was not wrong to be reported. Forgive Su for not having seen much of the world. He didn't know how the truly wealthy lived. Su ignored Captain Zhang's ramblings because he understood Wei Jianguo well. Usually, Captain Zhang was in charge of their daily training, while Su managed their thoughts. Wei Jianguo was a calculated person. Before marrying Song Xuxian, he was aware of her family's situation and still rushed to apply for marriage, indicating he was prepared for the worst and could handle the consequences. Seeing how devoted he was to his wife, wanting to return home to a warm family life, was exactly what he wanted. He could keep her close without worrying about her not being able to cook and burning the house down. The matchmaker for the young couple, Deputy Division Commander Wang, was frantically making calls in the office. He couldn't suppress the situation, so he sought someone who could. He promised to protect that girl, and he would keep his word. Fortunately, nothing inappropriate had been found so far. Family compound. As Song Xuxian was taken away, the family compound erupted in chaos. In the past 2 years, the outside situation had become increasingly chaotic. Even going to a department store, one could see people being stoned. It was unexpected for such a trend to reach the compound. Some clever parents immediately began educating their children at home, forbidding them from leaving the compound or associating with questionable people. Some even kept their kids locked inside. Some perceptive individuals, like Tian had already suspected that an ordinary family could not raise someone with Song Xuxian's demeanor. Sister Ding, Sister Feng, and Tian gathered to discuss what they could do for Song Xuxian. After spending so long together, they didn't see her as a bad person. Sister Ding said her background isn't something Song could choose. She isn't arrogant at all and doesn't look down on country folks like other city people do. But their opinions didn't matter. They didn't even have the chance to speak, only waiting. Where there is good, there is also bad. Chun Jiaojiao was currently feeling triumphant. Seeing Song Xuxian in trouble made her want to buy firecrackers to celebrate. In the small square of the family compound, she shouted, "I told you she wasn't a good person, but you didn't believe me." She was hiding among the people as a bad element. Today, we will drive her out of the compound. We can't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. With a family tradition of reporting, Qian Lanhua laughed heartily. She embodies capitalism. I visited her house last time, and it was filled with capitalist luxuries. Let's go to her house and smash everything. A few people were stirred up and brought things to the small courtyard, ready to break in. Moing stepped forward and barked at them. Despite being young, Moing was a modified dog with combat skills. It could easily handle a few women. Tian heard the commotion and rushed over to the standoff. Without hesitation, she grabbed Qian Lanhua and struck, saying, Xuxian was just cooperating with the investigation. You want to punish her and bring people to steal? Who gave you the guts? You think you're tougher than the leaders? They need to investigate, but you can just convict her? In the end times, Tian was strong, easily handling 3 opponents. The few who came over were beaten badly. Interrogation room. As the interrogation dragged on, Song Xuxian became increasingly calm. The long duration without torture indicated they couldn't use it. They kept probing with words, but hadn't asked what they truly cared about. Now, All she needed to do was firmly state that the Song family had nothing left. The tall and thin man and the short and fat man had already investigated Song Shuxian's financial situation. She had over 30,000 in the bank, which was from the profit sharing after the public-private partnership, and her dowry from the Song family. When she left the Song family, she only took what she could use and even had the army help transport it, all under their watchful eyes. The sensitive items, like her unused piano, she donated directly to the army. She also rented out her house. No matter how you looked at it, she was transparent. However, 30,000 seemed like a lot to others, but it was not enough in the Song family. Song Shuxian not working could be explained as struggling to find a job or just transitioning to a new identity while learning to manage a household. It was hard to pin anything on her. For a moment, the investigation reached a deadlock. They tried to dig into Wei Jianguo's background, but found he was as clean as could be. His ancestors were poor farmers, and after his mother died, he was abused by his stepmother and joined the army for food. After that, he achieved great military success and was even a champion soldier in the last 2 competitions. Throughout the questioning, he was very formal and spoke very little. Wei Jianguo was now extremely worried about his wife, even though they had already discussed what to do privately. His wife, Jiao Jiao, was soft and alone. He wondered if she would be scared. On Song Shuxian's side, a new round of questioning had begun. Have you ever questioned the revolutionary slogans or policies? No, I read a few pages of the leaders' books every day. After reading them a lot, I remember some of the words. Some of the deeper meanings I don't understand, but after reading them several times, I remember them. The tall and thin man and the short and fat man casually tested a few questions, and Song Shuxian answered fluently. Have you had contact with those you think have problems? I haven't seen them. There is a guard booth at the entrance of the compound, which can verify my entry and exit records. You don't go out every day. What do you do at home? I make clothes. Wei Jianguo's parents are distant, and he has lived alone for many years. Now that we are married, he has military uniforms to worry about, so I changed his home clothes. The tall and thin man and the short and fat man were furious, blowing their cheeks in anger. This woman was slippery. It seemed she answered everything but actually said nothing. She now gave the impression of a little darling at home, cooking for her husband after marriage. Neither of them believed a word. Song Shuxian was not an ordinary girl. She had received a good education, and before starting sports, she had her own tutor. She had learned everything from her grandparents and mother. Such a woman would not be content to stay at home and support her husband and raise children. They didn't believe it. Song Shuxian's situation seemed like her own problem, but it was actually a signal. It was now 1968, during the most intense years of the movement. Should those who contributed to the revolution and donated their wealth appear on the list for punishment? As time passed, further questioning yielded no results. The tall, thin man and the short, chubby one had no choice but to let Song Shuxian go home, keeping Wei Jianguo to prevent the two from colluding. You can leave now, but don't leave the compound. We may need to ask you questions at any time, the short, chubby man said harshly. If he could, he would use torture. He couldn't believe that this delicate girl could be so tough. Song Shuxian thanked them and thought that they were just minor players in the situation, not important. Upon returning to the compound, the usually polite sisters-in-law avoided her like the plague, whispering and pointing. How can she come back after causing so much trouble for that man? Ugh, the capitalist spawn deserves to be punished. Look at her, acting as if nothing happened. She really has no shame. If I were her, I would just end it all to save air. Song Shuxian ignored them. They were just a bunch of clowns, believing everything they heard. She hurried home and opened the door. Mourning sensed her unease and circled around her. Song Shuxian hugged Mourning, feeling its warmth, which brought her some comfort. Now, all she could do was wait. The situation was as she and Wei Jianguo expected. They shouldn't find anything. Not to mention those saved by the Song family. Even families in similar situations would help. This door couldn't be opened. Once it was, they would be in danger. Tian received the news and rushed over, hugging Song Shuqian tightly. "How are you? Did they torture you?" Song Shuqian spun around. "I'm fine, just cooperating with the investigation and answering some questions. Our family was indeed prominent in the past, but my father squandered much of our wealth. He was kicked out by my grandfather and never returned. I was 3 years old then, and I lived with my grandparents and mother afterward. My family were red capitalists. During the war, they donated their wealth to support the revolution and contributed what was left after the founding of the country. Now we have nothing. I'm just a military wife relying on Wei Jianguo." In just a few sentences, she summarized her family's history. In the apocalypse, Tian had learned this history but didn't feel much about it then. She just knew it. Now, she understood the ignorance and cruelty of the common people in this era. She remembered reading about Xiang Lin's wife, where it described, men often hide their feelings and walk away uninterested. Women, however, immediately change their expressions to disdain and shed many tears. Some old women, not having heard the gossip on the street, would come specifically to hear her tragic story. These people were just like the women pointing fingers at Song Shuqian. Equally cruel. "Shuqian, don't worry," I asked Lu Xingua. "The military achievements of Captain Wei can protect both of you. The worst outcome would be his discharge, but that's okay. With your abilities, you can live, well, anywhere. We already know the worst outcome, so let's just wait calmly and prepare for various scenarios. If real problems arise, we won't be caught off guard." Tian, thank you." After sending Tian off, Song Shuqian began to tidy up the house. Although those people had been careful, they still made a mess and broke many things. She was grateful that she had been cautious and hadn't brought anything from her own time. This house could withstand any search. That night, Song Shuqian couldn't sleep. Lying in bed, she replayed the day's events, carefully analyzing every word and action of the interrogators, trying to find a flaw. In the end, she was disappointed. Those two were just ordinary small-time players with no useful information. For the next 2 days, Wei Jianguo didn't return, and no one came to find Song Shuqian, as if nothing had happened. She stayed home without going out. This feeling of having no news was unsettling, and she easily began to overthink. She had already written half a notebook of possible scenarios. She tried to cover all bases. Tian worried that Song Shuqian would get bored at home, so she took time to come and keep her company. Today, for some reason, the residents of the compound didn't talk about Song Shuqian, as if that incident had passed. Tian felt relieved. Song Shuqian had eaten most of the visible food. Tian urged her to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Come on, staying home will drive you crazy. Let those gossipers see that you're doing well." Unable to refuse her kindness, Song Shuqian followed her out. The residents of the compound saw her and quickly moved away, afraid of being affected by her. There were some whispers, but it seemed most people were taking a wait-and-see approach, ignoring her presence. As they walked to the cooperative, they encountered Old Lady Chen. After the incident with the borrowed house, Old Lady Chen had developed a grudge against Song Shuqian. Now that she saw her in trouble, she was happy to take advantage. Without hesitation, she shouted, "You heartless thing, born of a father but raised without a mother, and you wouldn't even lend us your house. Ugh, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. The capitalist's spawn deserves to be sent to the pigsty to be used by everyone. Shameless little girl. Who knows what tricks you used to charm Captain Wei? You're a loose woman. Now that we know you're a capitalist's child, how can you walk around this compound without shame? Is it that easy for anyone to have you?" Song Shuqian had never faced such an onslaught, and was stunned by the insults. Tian couldn't say anything at that moment, and just pulled Song Shuqian to fight back. 2 against 1. Old Lady Chen couldn't hold her own against them, and was pinned down and beaten. Tian, having experienced the apocalypse, knew how to hit without leaving marks. When Chen Jiao and Chen Baobao heard the commotion and rushed over, they saw their mother being held down and grabbed a stick to join the fight. Thanks to Wei Jianguo's training, Song Shuqian narrowly dodged. Tian quickly snatched the sticks from the sisters and threw them aside, and the 5 of them were in a chaotic brawl. Looking closely, Tian managed to control the Chen sisters while Song Shuqian focused on Chen Baobao, careful not to harm Chen Jiaojiao's stomach to avoid trouble. The 2 sisters cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Wei Jianguo's interrogation had ended, and he rushed back to the compound, worried about his delicate wife being alone at home. As soon as he entered the compound, he saw a chaotic fight. As soon as Wei Jianguo finished the review, he hurried to the family compound. He had been very worried these past 2 days, thinking about how fragile his wife was and how she would manage at home. Upon entering the compound, he saw a chaotic scene. Looking closely, he saw that the person in the middle was his beloved wife. To his surprise, she was holding her own against 2 opponents. The attackers were targeting sensitive areas, and just watching made Wei Jianguo feel pain. He had often heard Lu Xingguo warn him not to offend his wife, or he would face trouble at home. Today, he finally understood that Comrade Tian was truly a force to be reckoned with. Since his wife was holding her own, he was happy to watch the show. It was impressive that his seemingly delicate wife could take action. A fierce look flashed in Wei Jianguo's eyes before quickly fading. As the logistics leader approached, Wei Jianguo decided to reveal himself along with the crowd. He immediately hugged Song Shuqian, gently patting her back. "Wife, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset and hurt your health." Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, especially wanting to shout, "Are you blind?" Song Shuqian began to cry, starting with fake tears, but soon genuinely upset. Tian, being a good friend, quickly explained what had happened, sticking to the facts, including the harsh words from Mrs. Chen. The onlookers, who arrived late, only knew there was a fight, but not the reason behind it. After hearing Tian's explanation, they felt that the Chen mother and daughter deserved what they got. The logistics staff were also taken aback. They were all civilized people and had never heard such talk before. "Chen Jiaojiao, you 3 go back first. We will discuss your punishment in a meeting," said Wei Jianguo, lowering his gaze to hide his anger. Song Shuqian was clearly the victim, but since she had fought back, she too had to face consequences, and a meeting would decide that. "All right, the excitement is over. Everyone disperse." The logistics leader, nearly losing his hair from stress, had been dealing with constant issues since taking over the family compound. After saying goodbye to the crowd, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuqian home. The crowd that had just dispersed quickly gathered again. "Is the company commander out? Does that mean their family is in the clear? That can't be. Xiao Song is a capitalist, and she admits it herself. Look at their things, fans, radios, none of it is something we common folks can afford. And that bicycle, a 26-inch red one, is clearly imported. Commander Wei treats her really well. After causing such a big mess, he's still comforting her. Other men would have slapped her by now." Exactly. When Commander Wei heard Mrs. Chen's words, his face was dark. "Chen Baozhen will probably face some trouble later. Tian from Lu's family seems friendly, but she fights hard. Without her help, Commander Wei's wife would definitely have suffered today. 2 young wives taking on the 3 of them is impressive." Meanwhile, Wei Jianguo had returned home with Song Shuqian. He looked at the wounds on her hands with concern, gently blowing on them. "Wife, I'll teach you some fighting techniques later, focusing on pressure points. We can't let you get hurt in the future. Hang in there. I'll apply some medicine. We don't want any infections." Song Shuqian looked at the scratches on her hands, 2 red lines that stood out on her delicate skin. In reality, a little ointment would clear them up. Wei Jianguo took out some antiseptic and applied it along the red marks, even putting some on a few other spots. He also dabbed some on her collar. It looked like she had lost a fight and was badly hurt. Combined with her tired face from not resting well for 2 days, she resembled a sickly beauty. Wei Jianguo thought it wasn't enough. "Wife, get some of your makeup out and put on a little. You need to look even more delicate." Song Shuqian complied, wondering where her straightforward husband had gone and wishing he would return. "Wife, we've cleared up the situation. You were wronged. We need to go see the commander and the committee. They need to give us an explanation. This is serious, and the division leader might come too. Just speak your mind and don't be nervous. While Song Shuxian was putting on her makeup, Wei Jianguo chatted about the current situation and his plans. Once she was ready, Song Shuxian grabbed her backpack, and they headed to the military base together. Deputy Division Leader Wang, Political Commissar Su, Division Commander Zhang, and 2 committee members, one tall and one short, were already there. As they entered the meeting room, the tall member said, "Comrade Song Shuxian, we've investigated and found that you were wronged. Thank you for your cooperation during this time." Song Shuxian asked flatly, "You received a report and conducted an investigation, which is legal and proper. I have nothing to say, but I want to know who reported me and what the basis for the report was. If anyone can just report someone they dislike and conduct searches, how can the soldiers feel secure while on duty?" Division Commander Zhang nodded in agreement, sharing her concerns. The tall member replied, "We understand your feelings, Comrade Song. The committee encourages reporting and will keep the informant's identity confidential to eliminate hidden dangers among the people. We hope you understand our work." Song Shuxian turned to the military personnel. Deputy Division Leader Wang, Division Commander Zhang, Political Commissar Su, do you also think this way? If so, our husbands are out there risking their lives to protect the country. The people they protect are framing their families back home. How can we ensure the soldiers' peace of mind? Deputy Division Leader Wang said, "The military will enforce strict management. This kind of atmosphere cannot spread within the ranks. We will investigate the person who reported you and handle it seriously." Thank you, Deputy Division Leader Wang. With her goal achieved, Song Shuxian did not push further. The overall social atmosphere was like this, and she was grateful to have passed this hurdle with the military's help. She suggested these points as a way to give the military an excuse to reform the family compound. Instability at home would affect morale. From her backpack, Song Shuxian took out an oil paper package, layer by layer unfolding it to reveal some yellowed papers, including promissory notes, receipts, and clothing. The contents shocked everyone in the office, leaving them breathless. These promissory notes are from when the Song family lent to the authorities back in the day. Song Shuxian explained briefly, and everyone understood. Back then, the authorities were in dire straits and borrowed many things from the common people, often using aliases, making it hard to trace later. XXX borrowed 100,000 pounds of grain from Song Weigua in Fuping County on February 1, 1937. XXX borrowed 2 boxes of penicillin from Song Weimin in Zinfuxian on February 1, 1947. XXX borrowed 200 silver dollars from Song Weimin in Deco County on February 1, 1952. The entire oil paper package was filled with promissory notes, showing how the Song family had directly or indirectly saved many lives. Everyone present was stunned. Deputy Division Leader Wang immediately reported this. It was beyond his authority, as some of the promissory notes were written by high-ranking officials. When they got home, Wei Jianguo held Song Shuxian on his lap, burying his head in her neck, silent. He had been on the battlefield and understood what those IOUs meant to the soldiers. It was life, one vibrant life after another. He was so lucky to have such a wonderful wife and family. Neither of them spoke, just quietly held each other. When she first found those documents, Song Shuxian felt deeply moved. In her past life, she had lived at the border for a few years and helped with logistics during the war, so she understood the significance of those IOUs. Knowing this made her appreciate Grandma Song's generosity even more. These IOUs were made by Grandma Song behind Grandpa Song's back. She never intended to gain anything from it. She simply supported her younger son's choices. Before she passed away, she handed these to Song Shuxian, not seeking recognition, and told her not to reveal them unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. The entire upper echelon of the military district was stirred. Commander Zhang was overjoyed, saying, "Wei Jianguo is a lucky man. With these IOUs, he has caught the attention of the higher-ups. As long as he doesn't mess up, he'll be fine." He thought he had married a troublemaker, but it turned out to be a treasure. A wife like this could be worshipped like an ancestor.
Haha.
Political Commissar Su looked at the big guy in disbelief. Thinking about Wei Jianguo, that foolish boy, he realized he was betting his career on a whim. This unexpected surprise was pure luck, and he felt a bit jealous. Then he recalled Song Shuxian's calm response when she was suddenly investigated. At first, she seemed surprised and scared, but then she handled it with ease. In the inquiry room, facing intense questioning, she showed no fear, answering every question cleverly, saying everything while avoiding every trap. Afterward, life in the family compound was peaceful. When faced with Mrs. Chen's provocation, she reacted quickly and took action. And the timing of these IOU's appearance. The more he thought about it, the more he realized this girl was extraordinary. At 18, he didn't have such abilities. To have someone like her treat him sincerely, Wei Jianguo must have been genuine. Colonel Liu and Deputy Colonel Wang were also discussing this matter. Old Wang, tell me the truth, did you know that girl had these? Deputy Colonel Wang regretted it deeply. He had no idea what these documents were, stepping stones to success. If he had known, he would never have let that foolish Wei Jianguo have them. He had children of his own. If his son wasn't suitable, he had a nephew, and if not, there were other relatives. Wei Jianguo was just a promising junior he was considering bringing into the fold. He thought this but couldn't say a word. With a dark expression, Deputy Colonel Wang said, "We don't need to protect that girl anymore. Who would have thought the Song family had these? Now that they do, no one will dare to target her." Colonel Liu looked at Deputy Colonel Wang and felt embarrassed. That's good. These documents should be what Grandma Song left for her. I've heard that girl was raised by her personally. It seems to be true. Colonel Liu picked up the investigation materials in front of him. This was a detailed record of Song Shuxian's life, noting what she did at various ages. This girl is talented, fluent in English, German, and Russian. She started learning to manage a textile factory at 10, and it was quite successful. Before joining the military, she was a technician at a machinery factory, which shows she has real skills. See if you can arrange a job for her in the army. We shouldn't waste her talents. The two of them huddled together, discussing how to let Song Shuxian shine in the military. Several high-ranking old generals looked at the IOUs in front of them, recalling the hardships they faced back then. When they were hungry and too weak to fight, they would eat a bit of tree bark to fill their stomachs and then get back to fighting. Many injured soldiers voluntarily gave up treatment, considering themselves bombs to take down the enemy. After the war, they tried to find the villagers who had helped them, but those people had completely disappeared, along with the IOUs. Looking back, it was clear the old folks never expected anything in return. Outside, there was chaos, but the small courtyard was very quiet. Earlier, he had been too excited to pay attention to his wife's health, and now he noticed that in just 2 days, she had lost weight. Wei Jianguo went to the kitchen to cook, with Song Shuxian beside him, chatting. "Wife, since you have these documents, why didn't you bring them out sooner?" Song Shuxian liked that he asked questions he didn't understand. She was happy to explain everything to him. When they came to investigate, no matter what their real purpose was, the procedure was fine. If I had shown those documents right away, we could have avoided the investigation, but it wouldn't have been legitimate, leaving a handle for them to grasp. Plus, it wouldn't have maximized the impact of those IOUs. Once they finished their investigation and confirmed we were fine, bringing them out then could evoke their guilt. They were once so patriotic, saving so many soldiers, and now they only have a granddaughter who is being bullied. That's probably the idea. Feeling moved, guilty, and happy, with such complex emotions, of course, they would generously offer us good things. Such documents can only be used once, so we must find the best time to present them. After this, you'll have support in the military and will catch the attention of the higher-ups. Some messy issues won't find you. You just need to focus on what you're good at. Wei Jianguo remembered what his wife said. He didn't understand these things, but he was willing to learn. Song Shuxian still didn't realize the kind of person she would teach him to become in the future. At that moment, she was being held by Wei Jianguo in a way that resembled holding a child. Seeing his wife paving the way for him, Wei Jianguo felt immense joy. Now, he just wanted to fill his wife's stomach and nourish her soul. Unconsciously, he quickened his movements. A bowl of delicious seafood noodle soup was ready in no time. Wife, try it. Does it taste like before? Song Shuxian ate a lot, giving him face. It was indeed delicious and tasted just like before. After dinner, Wei Jianguo carried her to the bathroom, and then things took a different turn. The overly excited man had incredible energy. An experienced man who had been waiting for a long time was surprisingly enduring. A man filled with emotion could be incredibly gentle. In short, it was a very unforgettable night. In the morning, Song Shuxian didn't even have time to dilute the spiritual liquid and drank straight from the jade gourd. Getting out of bed was difficult. She was just too tired. But this kind of tiredness, she hoped to feel for a lifetime. Now, Song Shuxian's identity issue no longer causes any waves in the family compound. At first, everyone was waiting to see her fail, but now they have become the joke themselves. A couple of days later, while Song Shuxian was painting at home, a young soldier came over and said, "Sister-in-law, Commander Zhang and Political Commissar Su want to see you." "Okay, should I go now?" Song Shuxian replied, as she washed the paint off her hands. "Yes, sister-in-law, the commander and the political commissar are already waiting," the young soldier said. "All right, let me lock the door," she said. After being reported before, Song Shuxian added an extra lock and reminded Mourning to watch the house carefully before leaving. At the office door, she gently knocked and waited for the voice inside to say, "Come in," before pushing the door open. Upon entering, she greeted the two leaders before looking at Wei Jianguo with a questioning gaze. "What's going on?" Wei Jianguo replied, "About the report." Seeing Song Shuxian, Commander Zhang stood up and saluted her, saying, "Comrade Song Shuxian, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the situation before and treated you poorly." Song Shuxian quickly stepped back, feeling overwhelmed by this. "Commander Zhang, you were not wrong. Jianguo is your soldier. From 16 to 22 years old, you couldn't bear to see him dragged down. That's the love of a guardian for their own. He should be grateful to you. As for my identity, you were also not wrong. I've kept those IOUs hidden. No one knows about them except me. If it weren't for this incident, I would have continued to hide them. My elders always told me not to profit from those things." Political Commissar Su waited until they finished speaking before saying, "Comrade Song Shuxian, let's go. You're wanted by Chief Liu regarding those IOUs." The four of them headed to Chief Liu's office. They didn't mention Chief Liu directly to give Commander Zhang a chance to apologize and to avoid drawing too much attention from the family compound. Chief Liu appeared to be a stern little old man with a scholarly demeanor. Upon seeing Song Shuxian, he looked her up and down, and then laughed heartily. "Your grandmother saved me once when I was sick. The life-saving medicine came from the Song family. From now on, call me Uncle Liu. If you need anything, just ask your aunt." With this connection, the following discussions went smoothly. Song Shuxian didn't need the government to repay the money. Since she had given it, she never intended to get it back. "Uncle Liu, I won't be polite. Taking these things out this time is truly out of necessity, and I apologize for the trouble caused to you leaders. My grandmother told me before she passed that those things were just memories for me. But I was worried that not taking anything might set a bad example, which made me anxious. So, I dare to ask for an honor to fulfill my grandmother's wishes." Chief Liu was deeply moved. The older generation of revolutionaries was like that. They were willing to give everything for the country. His gaze towards Song Shuxian softened. "Don't worry, I'll help you with this." After bidding farewell to Chief Liu, Song Shuxian left with Wei Jianguo. "Jianguo, with this honor, we will be safe from now on. I feel this movement hasn't reached its peak yet, so we must be cautious and not trust anyone easily." Song Shuxian had a habit of reading the newspaper, and she sensed a crisis from it. Wei Jianguo always trusted his wife's judgment in these matters. The reward arrived a week later, featuring a banner that read concern for the country and serving the public, along with a medal for outstanding contributions. Chief Liu and Deputy Chief Wang accompanied comrades from the capital to deliver it. The comrades from the capital saluted Song Shuxian, saying, "Comrade Song Shuxian, Thank you for the Song family's support of the revolution. Song Shuxian repeatedly expressed her gratitude, stating that this banner would become their family's treasure, and they would always remember the sentiment and pass it down through generations. After sending off the noisy crowd, Song Shuxian jumped onto Wei Jianguo's back. Honey, we're safe now. The heavy burden that had been on her heart was finally lifted. Wei Jianguo was particularly excited, even more so than Song Shuxian. This honor meant something different for them. Wife, I want to see that banner again. Song Shuxian let him look at it while she found a scroll to frame the writing. She meant to pass this banner down through generations. With this, she had a safeguard in this era. As long as she didn't act foolishly, no one could use her identity against her. The cash she had would also be protected. She really wanted to hang the banner for good luck, but worried it might damage the scroll since it was so special. After thinking for a while, she came up with the idea of a camera. As long as she took a picture of it, they could keep a photo at home. Once she figured that out, Song Shuxian felt relieved. Family compound once again. The family compound buzzed with activity because of Song Shuxian. Last time, it was disdain and schadenfreude. This time, it was jealousy and admiration. No one expected Song Shuxian to have such valuable things. From now on, she would be someone they couldn't provoke. I told you, Xiao Song is a good person. Look how she smiles at us every time and is polite to everyone. Exactly. She even thanked me when I helped her with a basket and gave me 3 milk candies. My dog accidentally dirted her clothes, but she didn't say anything and comforted the child instead. She even gave my child candy. We misunderstood her. Should we apologize? Yes, if we did wrong, we should apologize. Maybe we don't need to. She didn't take it to heart, and I noticed that the wife of the Wei regiment doesn't like socializing. I think you're right. She never initiates gossip with us. Could it be that she doesn't like gossip? The regiment commander's wife also doesn't like it. Well, that doesn't concern us. The Wei regiment commander is lucky. His wife comes from a wealthy family. Haven't you heard? All her appliances were part of her dowry, and that bicycle was specially made for her. They have so many clothes at home that she can't wear them all, so her dowry must be substantial. The Wei regiment commander will have a good life ahead. No matter how they gossiped, everyone agreed that Song Shuxian was not to be trifled with and that they should avoid provoking her. The men in their families also warned them not to mess with Song Shuxian. There were also those who genuinely felt happy for her. Tian. She was worried that her good friend would be affected by her background. Now, no one could use that against her anymore. Tian wanted to see Song Shuxian but felt that the couple needed time to share their feelings after going through a major ordeal. Holding back, she planned to visit the next day. At this point, the crisis regarding identity was resolved. After exercising in the evening, Song Shuxian touched her belly. It had been almost 3 months since she got married, and she felt it was time to have a child. In the Daong dynasty, women married at 15, and those over 18 had to pay a high single tax. Song Shuxian thought that at her age, she should already have a child. She had been secretly using contraception, worried that the identity issue would be too complicated. It was also a final test for Wei Jianguo. Jianguo, let's have a baby, Song Shuxian said, snuggling against his chest. His arms tightened around her waist, and his voice trembled. Wife, what did you say? Feeling his tension, she spoke softly. I said, let's have a baby. Wife, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Breathing quickly, she felt herself losing control. The next day, her usually reliable biological clock completely stopped. When she opened her eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. In the kitchen, there was warm food waiting. For the first time in a while, she missed the meals from the general's residence. A basket of crab roe buns, a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge, and a small dish of vegetables, all eaten clean. After eating her fill, Song Shuxian took her bicycle and headed out to explore the county. Mourning, I'm going to the county. I'm too scared to go alone. Will you come with me? Woof woof. She quickly patted the dog's head. Mourning had been cooped up at home lately and had been neglected. Fortunately, he was good-natured and didn't hold a grudge against her. Song Shuxian's bicycle had been simply modified by Wei Jianguo. It had a woven basket in front for light items and a seat in the back. Mourning skillfully jumped onto the back seat, holding on tightly. Today, Song Shuxian wore a red shirt with black pants and black shoes, looking bright and elegant. With her red bicycle, she became a beautiful sight. Arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, she said, "Hello, I'd like a pound of egg cake, a pound of peach crisp, and a pound of nougat." After buying those, she went upstairs to look at pens. There were two types, hero pens and Yongxing pens. The hero pens were cheaper, around 10 yuan. Among the Yongxing pens, she immediately spotted a golden one. "Excuse me, can I see this pen?" The salesperson carefully assessed her outfit and confirmed she could afford it before showing it to her. The pen was entirely golden with silver vertical stripes, looking very nice. Holding it felt comfortable. "I'll take this one." Song Shuxian decided to buy it as a gift for Wei Jianguo to encourage him to read more. The path was already laid out, and it would be a shame if he didn't take advantage of it. "This one costs 98 yuan, no receipt," the salesperson said cheerfully. The pen had been sitting there for 6 months without selling, and it would be a problem during inventory. "Okay, please also give me a pack of drawing paper and these paints. That'll be 147.8 yuan in total." Song Shuxian paid quickly and left, leaving the salesperson wondering about her. She had never seen anyone buy things so decisively. After leaving, she inquired about cameras, wanting to buy one to take photos at home. However, the small county town had no cameras, and she would have to go to the big city. Resigned, she left the cooperative and planned to eat something good at the state-run restaurant. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a large group of people coming toward her. Song Shuxian disliked such crowds and stepped aside with Mourning. Then she witnessed a shocking scene. Several 14 or 15-year-olds, wearing red armbands, were pushing around some elderly people. One bespectacled man was beaten badly, his face bruised. A crowd of onlookers threw stones at the elderly people, shouting, "Beat the old nine to death." Watching the elderly being attacked, the crowd laughed loudly. Song Shuxian felt a chill run through her. Without Wei Jianguo and the loan notes from her grandmother, she didn't know what she would have experienced. In that moment, she gained a deeper understanding of this era. She stood in a corner, watching as the crowd dispersed. Mourning sensed her fear and lay down beside her protectively. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shuxian calmed down and rode her bike home with Mourning. She couldn't concern herself with so many people, nor did she have the power to change the current situation. All she could do was take care of herself and not worry Wei Jianguo. She pedaled quickly, eager to get home. Wei Jianguo, worried about his wife, returned at noon and happened to find her looking lost. "Wife, what happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll take care of it." Wei Jianguo could indeed do such things. If anyone bothered Song Shuxian, he would confront their men the next day. His motto was that if someone bullied his wife, he would bully their men back. If they didn't care, they could come at him. Though it was a bit unreasonable, Song Shuxian felt inexplicably happy. Who doesn't like being cherished? Thinking of this lifted her spirits, and she leaned against his broad chest, feeling secure. "No one bullied me. I saw some elderly people." Song Shuxian explained what she had witnessed, feeling a mix of fear and relief, unable to describe her feelings. Wei Jianguo understood. He had seen the situation in the city and knew it was a time of fear for everyone. "Wife, the military district is safe. We won't go into the city for a while. If you need anything, make a list for me, and I'll have logistics bring it back. For meat and eggs, go to the nearby village and trade with the locals. Remember to barter." Wei Jianguo knew his wife could manage well at home. With Tian visiting occasionally, she wouldn't feel lonely. The people outside had gone mad, with children reporting their parents, students reporting teachers, and neighbors reporting each other. Speaking of this, Wei Jianguo recalled some news he received today. "Wife, we found out who reported us. Given the current situation, the army can't impose severe punishment, so they just have to clean the latrines in the courtyard for a month." Wei Jianguo was not satisfied with this outcome,
but given the circumstances, there was nothing he could do. Song Shuxian thought this was fine. Being close by allowed her to plan her revenge. After their conversation, Song Shuxian remembered the pen she bought today. "Honey, this is for you." Wei Jianguo held the pen lovingly. He had never seen such a beautiful pen. The one he was using cost 3 yuan, had been used for 4 years, and the nib was already frayed. He gave her a big kiss on the cheek. 3 days passed quickly. Song Shuxian was once again invited to the military, and she was received by Political Commissar Su. This time, she was completely confused and had no idea why she was there. Perhaps because they had met a few times recently, Political Commissar Su got straight to the point. "Comrade Song, we want to establish a women's committee in our family compound. From your records, I see you have been learning management since you were 10 years old, and we would like you to take charge of the compound's management." Political Commissar Su was direct, and with the authority he held, Song Shuxian was even more straightforward. "Commissar Su, I'm very sorry. I feel my abilities are limited, and I really cannot take on this responsibility. I'm only 18 years old, just recently unmarried, and I'm still learning how to be a good wife. I hope you don't laugh, but even cooking was something I had to learn patiently from Jianguo. Someone as young and inexperienced as me isn't trustworthy enough. There are many experienced women in the compound, like your wife, Sister He, who would be very suitable. She has been responsible for this kind of work before, knows the people in the compound well, and is very enthusiastic about serving everyone. Commissar Su, they say to choose the capable without avoiding family ties, and I think Sister He would be a perfect fit." Political Commissar Su privately agreed that Song Shuxian was not suitable. She was too young and lacked experience. But this was a task assigned by his superiors. He could only patiently persuade her. However, Song Shuxian was slippery and wouldn't take the bait, insisting that she was too young and lacked the ability. With her evasive tactics, saying she lacked ability was just nonsense. Su had no choice but to compromise. "Then how about this? You can be the vice chairperson and assist the chairperson of the women's committee." Song Shuxian thought, is this Commissar Su out of his mind? If I won't be the chairperson, why would I be the vice chairperson? She could only continue to refuse. By now, Song Shuxian sensed something was off. Although Su was trying to persuade her, it felt more like he was just going through the motions. She was happy to cooperate. "Commissar Su, I'm really sorry. I don't have any plans to work at the moment. You know about the issues at home. Right now, I just want to be a good wife and support Jianguo." Well, this wasn't exactly a lie. After today's events, Song Shuxian didn't want to work for a while. In this era that emphasizes sacrifice, women are treated like men, and men like beasts of burden. Song Shuxian didn't want to be a beast. She wanted to be a lady. The two exchanged polite refusals, ultimately ending with Song Shuxian declining the work arrangement. Back home, she found the situation quite amusing. They had seen her records and wanted to make use of her. How ridiculous. All this talk about sacrifice and doing good for the compound and for Wei Jianguo's future development, yet not a word about what benefits it would bring to her, nor any mention of compensation. Hypocritical and disgusting. Song Shuxian's impression of these people had dropped to an all-time low. In fact, she had misunderstood them. People like Commander Liu were old revolutionaries who would burn themselves to light others. Take Commander Liu, for example. His wife was a child bride arranged by the family. He joined the army as a teenager, and by the time he returned, his child was already 7 years old, and his mother had passed away. He brought his wife along to the army, and at that time, the family compound was just starting to be built, with only a piece of wasteland. He was busy with work, while his wife and others worked hard to build the compound. At that time, Sister Liu was pregnant with their second child. And it didn't stop there. When the second child was 2 years old, Commander Liu brought back 2 children, orphans of martyrs, one 5 years old, and the other 4. Commander Liu probably thought the children would grow up on their own, leaving them with Sister Liu and not bothering to help. Despite this, he was still seen as a good man by everyone, and even after getting promoted, he didn't forget his humble wife, sending her his monthly allowance. In their view, as long as you have the ability, you should contribute to the cause of sexism.
These matters had nothing to do with Song Shuxian now. She had made her stance clear. She didn't want to work. It wasn't that she was being lazy. It was just that this period was too unreasonable. After leaving the military, Song Shuxian wandered over to Tiantian's house. After everything that had happened, what Tiantian did touched Song Shuxian, and they would become good friends. At the tenement building, a crowd had gathered, and no one knew what was happening. A girl around 18 or 19 was crying loudly, "Sister-in-law is abusing my sister-in-law. Before she got married, my brother treated me so well, always bringing me candy when he came home. Now that he's married, he complains about me being a burden at home. Do you think I wanted to come? You begged me to come. Sister-in-law is pregnant, and you said you were worried, and asked me to help. I came when she was 7 months pregnant, taking care of her, the postpartum period, and the baby. Now that the child is 1 year old, you complain that I'm a burden. You heartless people. You go around saying I'm freeloading at your house. You lack basic decency." Song Shuxian was stunned. She had seen older women crying like this before, but this was her first time seeing a young girl do it, crying, cursing, and pounding her thighs. The neighbors rushed over to comfort her. "Little girl, we all know your contributions. Please stop crying. Yes, this is your brother's fault. Don't cry like this. It will affect his work." The girl named Xiaoya exploded at this. "I've been worried about his work for the past 2 years because of these heartless people. Ugh, they want to marry me off to a divorced old man and make me a stepmother. Why should I care about his work? If I can't live well, then let's die together." Her fierce attitude silenced the crowd. People began to whisper, "These two are truly heartless. Xiaoya is such a good girl, and they've pushed her to this point. They make Xiaoya wash all their clothes, and she has taken care of the child since birth, even sleeping with the child at night." Just then, Xiaoya's brother returned. As soon as he arrived, he grabbed Xiaoya's arm and tried to pull her inside. Xiaoya was determined and lay on the ground. "Wah, you want to take me back to beat me again? Every time I resist a little, you all gang up on me. I'm telling you, if you don't kill me today, I'll set this house on fire, and we'll die together." Her tone was chillingly resolute. The onlookers, hearing this, rushed over to help, rescuing Xiaoya from her brother's grip. Xiaoya's brother finally faced his sister. "Tell me, what do you want?" 500 yuan and a proper job. The usually quiet sister-in-law suddenly lunged at Xiaoya, grabbing her hair and hitting her. Xiaoya, used to hard work, was strong and didn't back down, and the two fought fiercely. The crowd pulled them apart. Xiaoya stood up, straightened her disheveled clothes. "I'm moving to the guest house today. You have 2 days to comply with my demands. If you don't, I'll go to your military unit and cause a scene. Word will spread in the village that you are a bully to your sister, ungrateful, and disrespectful to your parents. Just try me." With nothing to lose, Xiaoya seemed determined to get what she wanted. Song Shuxian thought. The crowd dispersed, and Tian spotted Song Shuxian at the back. Wow. Her sister stood out in the crowd like a shining star. Tian walked over and linked arms with Song Shuxian. "You're here. Let's go to my place." Tian lived in a small 1-bedroom apartment, about 30 square meters, where she had to cook in the hallway. The bathroom and laundry room were shared, one on each floor. Previously, Song Shuxian had been hesitant to get too close to others, worried that her background might affect them. So, this was her first time visiting Tiantian's home. The place was small but very clean, with separate areas for the living room, dining room, and bedroom. "I've always wanted to see you. Lu Xingwa said you both have been busy lately and didn't want me to come over," Tian said, sounding a bit pitiful, betraying her friend without hesitation. Song Shuxian chuckled. "It has been busy lately, but it's actually good that it came out. Otherwise, I'd always be worried about that unresolved issue." "That's true. But your family's Captain Wei is really something. When trouble arose, he took it all on himself. Old Lu said Wei Jianguo even considered retiring to ensure your safety. Now that's a real man." As she spoke, Tiantian's eyes sparkled with playful admiration for her friend. Song Shuxian replied, "Your Captain Lu isn't bad either. No wonder they get along so well. Birds of a feather flock together. They both laughed, clearly satisfied with their partners. Neither Song Xuxian from the Daong dynasty nor the one from 1968 had seen the earlier commotion as clearly, so she was still curious about what had happened. What was that commotion about earlier? She never believed that seeing was believing. About 50-50. Half of it is true. That girl really came to take care of her sister-in-law and was dedicated. The child is 1 year old, and her sister-in-law hasn't changed a diaper since then. She's been hoping to find a partner here. The girl may be small, but her standards are high. She has her eyes set on the commander of the 3rd Regiment, a divorced man with a child, no elders around, so she would be in charge if she married him. The commander is also quite pleased with her. She's young, looks good, and can take care of kids. His wife died during childbirth, leaving him with a child that urgently needs care. Tian said this with a disdainful pout, clearly unimpressed by the family. She continued, this was supposed to be a good thing, but the problem is that the girl's sister-in-law is too greedy. She wants the girl to keep taking care of the child, and also wants a bride price. That's how they ended up making a foolish move and introduced a man to the girl. They brought him home to meet her, but he was hard to describe, and he spoke poorly. He greeted the neighbors and mentioned his mother 7 times in 3 sentences. Plus, he's a divorced man with 2 kids. What good would that be for her? The girl's sister-in-law had it all figured out. After marriage, the girl would still rely on her brother and would have to continue helping with the child. But the girl turned out to be quite clever and caused a scene, exposing their shame. I just wonder if this will affect her brother's military service. Song Xuxian felt it wouldn't affect him. It's rare to cultivate a mature soldier, and if the girl's brother was unaware, it would just be a small lesson for him. Does her brother know? I guess not. He treats her well. I've seen him give her money a few times. I heard they had a good relationship when they were young. Her family favored boys, and her brother always protected her. Living behind closed doors, we outsiders don't really know the details. Not knowing the whole story, she refrained from commenting. Song Xuxian never trusted what she saw with her own eyes. In the small courtyard, Song Xuxian was in a good mood. She spent the afternoon making pea cake and red date cake, steamed base, and a northeast dish that Wei Jianguo loved, green beans with rice. She took out her cherished peach blossom wine from her gourd space, waiting for Wei Jianguo to come home. When Wei Jianguo walked in, he saw his wife wearing a red long-sleeve dress paired with black shoes, her hair styled in a way he hadn't seen before, looking stunning and vibrant. The red skirt swayed as she moved, fiery, like a blooming rose. She waved her hand in front of him. Are you stunned? Don't I usually look pretty? Wei Jianguo snapped back to reality. Pretty? Of course. My wife is the most beautiful in the world. I'm just not used to seeing you in such a bright dress. It caught me off guard. Song Xuxian was pleased with his reaction, happy that her efforts to dress up were worth it. Once he regained his senses, Wei Jianguo picked up his wife and headed inside.
Stop it.
I made dinner. Let's eat first.
No time for that.
I have to go on a mission. I'm leaving early in the morning. Without waiting for Song Xuxian to respond, he drew the curtains and walked to the bedroom. Any lingering feelings of worry and reluctance in her quickly vanished. She couldn't spare any extra thoughts. This man was unusually eager and fierce today, wanting to finish everything for the next half-month in one go. Afterward, Song Xuxian barely managed to stay awake and not fall asleep immediately. I'll pack your things. A pair of large hands lifted her along with the blanket. You stay home. If you need anything, go find Tian. I've talked to Lu Xingua. He'll look out for you. If you encounter any problems, ask Captain Zhang. He's reliable. Someone will bring firewood over the day after tomorrow. It's a kid from the production team named Chiwa. You've met him, and his dad will be with him. I've already paid them. I've also informed the logistics team. If you need anything, let them know. The county is chaotic lately, so try not to leave the family compound. Always take Mourning with you. You should still practice the boxing techniques I taught you. Recently, someone might come to introduce you to a job. If you want to go, go. If not, don't. My salary can support the family.
Got it?
Wei Jianguo, feeling uneasy, repeated everything he could think of. Song Xuxian grew more confused as she listened and eventually fell asleep. The next morning at 8 a.m., Song Xuxian slowly woke up and instinctively reached out to the side, feeling only coldness.
He had been gone for a long time.
After getting up and washing up, she went to the kitchen. All the food she made yesterday had been eaten by Wei Jianguo. There was half a plate of pea cake and red date cake left, and the kitchen was spotless. On the table was a note. The food was delicious. I took the leftovers and half the cake. If you miss me, eat it. Take care of yourself. I'll check when I get back. The handwriting was hard to describe. Looks like she needed to practice her writing. Song Xuxian thought, how could her husband be so careless? She needed to practice her writing. Feeling too lazy to cook, she made a cup of milk powder and ate a few pieces of cake to fill her stomach. Mourning kept circling around her. She hadn't taken it out for a walk yet that morning. Mourning, wait a moment. I'll change my clothes, and then we'll go mushroom picking. At 8:30, while other women had already finished their morning chores, Tian came to find Song Xuxian. They had planned to go up the mountain together. After many attempts, their luck had been average or slightly better. But as long as they were together, their luck was always great. It was another fruitful day, and they even picked some August fruit, which was an unexpected bonus. Days without Wei Jianguo. During the day, it was manageable for Song Xuxian to organize her life. When she had time, she painted. She finished the painting of the valley she visited last time and was now working on a family portrait of the three of them, Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo at the beach with Mourning playing nearby. She hoped to finish it before Wei Jianguo returned. It would be a gift for him. Song Xuxian loved gifts, the surprise of receiving them, and the thoughtfulness of preparing them. She didn't care about the gift's value, just the sentiment behind it. She valued rituals and always gave gifts on holidays, even creating her own occasions to do so. Couples often learn from each other, and now even the rough Wei Jianguo had learned to surprise his wife. He brought home a pot of flowers from his morning exercise and wild fruits from his outdoor training. Oh, I forgot to mention, Wei Jianguo didn't have much money. Song Xuxian gave him 10 yuan a month for pocket money. Since he didn't spend it, he saved up to buy gifts for her. Both were satisfied with this life, and their relationship grew stronger. Yuan. The only issue with Wei Jianguo not being home was controlling the amount of food cooked. Song Xuxian didn't have a big appetite, and most of the meals were eaten by Wei Jianguo. She only had a little. Fortunately, she had a gourd space to keep food fresh, so she could cook once and eat for a long time. At night, without that warm chest beside her, she felt something was missing. It was unsettling. Song Xuxian decided to use the bedding from the general's house. It was soft and warm, making it very comfortable to sleep. She planned to make a pillow to replace Wei Jianguo when he was away. Lost in thought, she dozed off. With no one to disturb her at night, she woke up with the morning call, tidied the yard, tended to the vegetable garden, cleaned the house, fed him Mourning, and took him out for a walk. She never realized there were so many morning chores. After finishing, she was exhausted. Forcing herself to get up, she cooked a bowl of egg noodles and felt satisfied. She went to the service center with Tian. They were selling autumn vegetables today. Winter was cold here, so they needed to stock up on vegetables. She ran into Sister Ding and Sister Foam, who seemed a bit awkward upon seeing Song Xuxian, as if they had done something wrong. Thinking it over, she understood. When Song Xuxian was reported, they didn't help and had been avoiding her. Song Xuxian greeted them as usual, acting as if there were no issues between them. She didn't blame them. It was human nature to avoid danger. But they wouldn't become close friends. At best, they had a mutually beneficial relationship. The quality she valued most was loyalty. Everything else could be learned over time, but loyalty was innate. Should we buy a few cabbages? Song Xuxian asked, looking at Tian. Tian thought for a moment. Let's see what others are buying. We should buy a little less than them. After we finish buying, we should go pickle some sauerkraut. In winter, we mainly eat pickled vegetables. Thinking of Sister Ding and Sister Foam, she realized she still needed to ask them. Sister Feng, how much did you buy? Sister Feng was surprised and replied with a smile, I have 5 people in my family, bought 140 pounds, with 90 pounds for pickling and the remaining 50 pounds for fresh eating. In winter, it was cold here and there were no fresh vegetables, so they had to stock up in autumn. The main vegetables were cabbage, potatoes, and radishes, which could be stored for a long time. Diligent families would grow vegetables in their plots and dry some for later. When are you pickling the sauerkraut? Tian and I would like to learn. It's our first time doing this, Song Shuxian asked. We'll start tomorrow afternoon. You can come over. It's very simple. You two will catch on quickly, Sister Feng replied. After exchanging pleasantries, it was their turn to buy vegetables. Tian and Song Shuxian each bought 100 pounds. It looked like a lot, but winter lasted long, and Song Shuxian worried it wouldn't be enough. Thinking of the various vegetables she had stored in her gourd space, she felt a bit relieved. Shuxian, you stay here. I'll borrow a cart to take these back. Most of the women here were quite capable. They could carry over 100 pounds of cabbage back themselves. They first went to Song Shuxian's house to drop off her 100 pounds. Seeing the yard full of firewood, Tian suddenly realized something. I forgot to stock up on firewood, she said, patting her forehead. Song Shuxian laughed. We can gather it ourselves, but how long will that take? When the men have time off, we can ask a few young soldiers to help, and it'll be done in a day. Captain Liu should have a plan. You should talk to him about it. I'll ask him tonight, but I'm worried he'll suddenly get a mission and leave me to deal with this alone. Tian complained about her husband without holding back. It was clear only a wife could speak so freely. Song Shuxian thought of her own rough husband. He might be rough around the edges, but he treated her well. Changing the subject, Tian asked, Why were you so nice to Sister Feng? They betrayed us. Betrayed? Song Shuxian pondered the word. It felt too strong. She analyzed their psychology for Tian, explaining that they were just trying to protect themselves. It wasn't wrong, just unwilling to form close ties. In the harsh world Tian lived in, they had moved past the stage of mutual destruction. The survivors were united and would genuinely help each other. What Tian didn't understand was exactly what Song Shuxian excelled at. The two pushed the cart to Tian's house to store the vegetables in the cellar. There was a large cellar here, divided into sections for each family. Upon arriving at Tian's house, they encountered the girl who had quarreled yesterday. She was angrily scolding her brother's family, addressing each one. Song Shuxian was impressed. If they were still in the Great Yong dynasty, she would have taken this girl with her to handle disputes. Brother, how could you change like this? I didn't cause trouble at the army, because I didn't want to affect your work. But you called Mom and cut me off. If you don't treat me like a sister anymore, don't blame me. The girl's desperate voice revealed her hope for her brother. This was the second time Song Shuxian saw such determination in the girl's eyes. She was sure that if this family continued to bully her, the girl would resort to extreme measures. The argument continued, and the girl's sister-in-law spoke up. You go. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Do you really think we're afraid of you? We fed you, sheltered you, and brought you here to enjoy life, only to raise a thankless child. What's wrong with the man I found for you? He's a divorced man with kids. Look at yourself. You only went to school for 2 years and can't even read properly, and you're from the countryside. What decent city person would marry someone from the village? Go ahead and make a scene. Tomorrow we'll send you back and see what your mother can find for you. The girl shrank back, clearly afraid of her mother. In a family that favored sons over daughters, the mother was likely to drain the daughter's resources to support the son. The girl's fate was likely to be determined by whoever offered the most. As the drama unfolded, Song Shuxian and Tian finished unloading the cart of cabbage into the cellar. The argument between the sisters-in-law continued. Sister Feng, we came to learn how to make pickled vegetables. Here's the tuition, Song Shuxian said with a smile, shaking the oil paper bag in her hand. Sister Feng's 2 children, Hotu and Maodan, swallowed hard at the sight of the bag. They knew it contained peach crisps, which were sold at the service center, all packaged like that. Oh, you don't need to be so polite. Learning this doesn't take much effort. Just take it home and enjoy, Sister Feng insisted, genuinely not thinking that learning to make pickled vegetables was worth peach crisps. Sister, if it were just you, I wouldn't be so polite. But there are also Hutu and Maodan here. If the adults don't eat, the kids should at least have something sweet. Mentioning the kids softened Sister Feng's refusal. She could manage on her own, but she couldn't bear to see her children drooling. Both of them were good kids, never crying or demanding anything, but their eager eyes told the truth. A mother's heart aches for her children. Sister Feng nodded and accepted the peach crisps. Learning to make pickled vegetables is too much for this. I can also make mustard greens, pickled radishes, sweet garlic, and spicy cabbage. Just a few can fill a jar. In winter, we rely on these vegetables to get by. Then we'll trouble you, Sister Feng, was Song Xuxian's true intention. Sister Feng took out a large jar, the kind used for water, and explained, you need a lot of pickled vegetables to last through winter, so we use this big jar for pickling. Tian asked Sister Feng, does the service center sell these big jars? Sometimes they do, but you have to order in advance. If many people order, the buyer will get them all at once, but they can be a bit pricey. Before the new year, the production team will organize a market, and it's better to buy things there. Hearing this, Song Xuxian remembered her previous trip with Wei Jianguo to trade items in the village. They should be able to find a water jar there. Sister Feng continued explaining, first, we cut the cabbage in half, blanch it in boiling water, then let it cool. After that, we arrange it neatly and dry it. Then we can put it in the jar, layering cabbage with coarse salt and adding a bit of Sichuan pepper for flavor. Once it's full, we press it down with a heavy stone. After about a month, it should be ready. Be careful to use coarse salt and check it a few times during the process. Stir it gently with clean chopsticks to avoid spoilage. Also, keep it in a cool, ventilated place. Song Xuxian thought it didn't seem too difficult and noted everything down. Sister Feng also shared a few methods for pickling other vegetables. As it was getting late, Song Xuxian and Tian said their goodbyes. On the way home, Tian asked, Xuxian, don't you think Sister Feng and the others have been much more polite to us? Today, Sister Ding was especially focused on her work and spoke very little. Song Xuxian smiled, I noticed.
We can slowly distance ourselves.
I understand Sister Ding's concerns. She worries something might happen to us and affect her. But she's overthinking it. After that, they didn't mention them again, as they were unimportant. Back home, Song Xuxian recalled the steps for pickling vegetables and took out a notebook to write down the method for making pickled vegetables. She also thought of garlic eggplant. Once, when they visited a state-run restaurant, Wei Jianguo really liked it but didn't dare to eat it for fear of the garlic flavor. Actually, as long as it was cleaned up after eating, it was fine. Song Xuxian wasn't that strict. Song Xuxian had a delicate stomach and preferred very light food. Her favorite dishes were blanched vegetables and seafood. Wei Jianguo, on the other hand, liked heavier flavors, such as spicy hot pot and pickled pork bones. After they got married, Wei Jianguo always catered to Song Xuxian, sometimes adding a spoonful of chili sauce for himself. Song Xuxian wasn't heartless. She also wanted to make something he liked. Coincidentally, they had garlic and eggplants growing in their yard, and Sister Ding had mentioned the method for garlic eggplant today. Since it was still early, Song Xuxian grabbed her small basket and went to the yard to pick eggplants. With the help of the spirit liquid, their vegetables were growing well. She washed the eggplants, cut them in half without slicing through, and made 3 or 4 cuts in each eggplant before steaming them. She crushed the garlic, added salt, soy sauce, chili oil, and cilantro, and mixed it all together. By this time, the eggplants had cooled down. She spread the prepared garlic mixture between the layers of eggplant, placed them in a clean small jar, and pressed them down with a stone to squeeze out excess moisture. After finishing, Song Xuxian felt like her waist wasn't her own anymore. It was sore and achy. At that moment, she really missed Wei Jianguo, wishing he was there to help massage her back. She casually took a bite, rubbed her waist, and went to take a shower. She had never felt so messy, covered in garlic smell. In the bath, She added petals brought from the Daong dynasty and a drop of spirit liquid, soaking in it and feeling incredibly relaxed. Singing a little tune, she pampered herself with skincare. Using the specially prepared lotion, she carefully applied it all over her body. These were made by her mother with a royal physician, using just a little bit at a time. Usually, Song Xuxian wouldn't be so generous. After finishing her skincare, she also did a hair treatment, ensuring she looked beautiful inside and out before stopping. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Indeed, women love beauty. Tidying up didn't feel tiring at all. She lit a sleep-inducing incense and went to bed peacefully. The next morning, she woke up at 8. She had slept very well. When Tian Tian arrived, Song Xuxian was having breakfast. Want to eat together? Tian Tian waved her hand. I've already eaten. You go ahead. I just asked at the service center, and they don't have any water jars. Let's go ask in the village below. Okay, give me 10 minutes. Song Xuxian was determined to be quick. She finished her meal in 10 minutes, tidied herself up, and set off on time. Today, both of them coincidentally wore military uniforms, feeling it would lend them more credibility when buying things in the village below. Yangshan village, 2 very pretty girls arrived in the village, and notably, both were riding bicycles, causing quite a stir as they entered. The 2 were quickly surrounded. Girls, which family are you from? What are you doing in our village? Are you here for matchmaking? Which family caught your eye? Song Xuxian smiled and explained, we are military wives here to see the team leader about something. Which aunt can take us to find the team leader? One aunt stepped forward. I'm the team leader's wife. They're at the team office. I'll take you there. The 2 quickly thanked her. Song Xuxian handed a hard candy to the team leader's wife. Thank you, aunt. It's getting cold soon, and we just got married. We have a lot of mountain goods to prepare, so we'll need your help to connect us when we trade from the team. The team leader's wife smiled and accepted. That's no problem. I'll make sure to pick the best for you. Aunt, do you have any mountain goods available now? We traveled quite a distance, so if you have some, we can trade for them. We'll need a bull cart to help us take them back. The team leader's wife didn't want to miss such a good opportunity and quickly agreed. Yes, we have some. Don't worry, I'll help you check the goods. Our village never cheats people. Hey, old man, these 2 comrades are looking for you. The team leader's wife called out to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Song Xuxian and Tian Tian quickly greeted him. Hello, team leader. We are military wives from the unit above, and would like to trade for some local mountain goods and also exchange for a few jars of pickled vegetables. We heard there are people in the village who can make them. Upon hearing they were military wives, the team leader felt relieved. Yes, there are a few skilled artisans. I'll take you to them. The team leader was happy. It was not easy for villagers to earn money throughout the year. If they could build a relationship with these military wives, many families in the compound could benefit. He knew that the village of Lushu Tun was doing well because they exchanged meat and eggs with military wives. Both sides were eager to build a good relationship, and as they interacted more, they grew closer. The team leader led them to a courtyard and said, Here it is, Uncle San, we have people here to trade for jars. Uncle San, about 60 years old, was a lively old man. He was not surprised to see Song Xuxian and the others. We have different sizes here. What do you want to use them for? We need 2 larger jars for sauerkraut and 6 smaller ones for pickling vegetables. They had discussed this before coming. The team leader was excited. This was a big order. Villagers were frugal, and they could only sell this much at a big market. We have them ready. The large jars are 12 yuan each, and the smaller pickling jars are 8 yuan each, Uncle Sen said, a bit nervous, fearing they might not buy. Song Xuxian and Tian Tian thought the prices were very cheap and immediately agreed to buy. Team leader, can we have an ox cart from the village to help us deliver? We will pay for it, Tian Tian asked. Naturally, the team leader agreed to this good news. Team leader, does the village have any dried mountain goods like hazelnuts, chestnuts, walnuts, or pine nuts? We would like to trade for some. If you have meat or mushrooms, that would be great too, Song Xuxian inquired. The team leader's wife had already mentioned this to him, which was why he was so enthusiastic. These items were truly needed for the long term. The villagers may not have much, but we have plenty of mountain goods. How much do you want to trade? Knowing these items wouldn't spoil, Song Shuxian replied, "We'll take as much as you have. We are here with the military and we have a large family to send items to on both sides." The team leader realized that military personnel had good salaries. He didn't expect it to be this high, but he understood that those who could accompany the military were usually officials, so he felt relieved. He didn't dare to involve the whole village, but asked the team leader's wife to find some clean and efficient villagers to help. In the end, Song Shuxian and her companion traded for 20 pounds of pine nuts, 100 pounds of walnuts, 200 pounds of chestnuts, 150 pounds of hazelnuts, 50 pounds of dried mushrooms, 2 chickens, 200 duck eggs, and 2 pieces of cured meat. As they were leaving, a child ran up to Song Shuxian's sister. "Do you want ginseng?" Song Shuxian thought the child was just being playful and replied, "Yes, but ginseng is rare. You need to go to the hospital to find a doctor for that." The hope in the child's eyes faded instantly. Realizing the child was serious, Song Shuxian said, "Little friend, you need your parents' permission to sell ginseng." The child looked at Song Shuxian, shy but determined. "Sister, I know. Grandpa needs money for medicine. Children from poor families grow up fast." Song Shuxian didn't mind helping, as she needed ginseng too. She took the child to find the team leader's wife and asked, "Aunt, this child says his grandpa is sick and needs money, and he wants to sell me ginseng. I'm not sure about the situation. Can you tell me more?" The team leader's wife sighed and said, "This child is unfortunate. His parents passed away early, leaving him and his grandpa to rely on each other. There's a little uncle who is heartless. He left and never returned. At the beginning of the month, the old man fell and broke his leg. He couldn't afford to go to the hospital, so he asked the village doctor for help. Our village doctor can handle minor ailments, but not much else. The ginseng he mentioned was left by his father. Young lady, if you need ginseng, just buy it. I can see you have a kind heart." Song Shuxian looked at the thin little child. "Little friend, can you take me to see your grandpa?" The child nodded in agreement. Song Shuxian and Tian Tian followed the child to his home, which was a very dilapidated yellow mud house. The situation was even worse than what the team leader's wife had described. The old man showed Song Shuxian the ginseng, a 50-year-old mountain ginseng with a fair appearance, a few roots broken, worth no more than 200 yuan. The old man must have inquired, "Young lady, I know the condition of this ginseng. A few roots were broken when it was dug up, and it hasn't been preserved well. You can give me 180 yuan, the same price as the collection station." He was straightforward, Song Shuxian thought. In front of the team leader, Song Shuxian said, "I'll give you 220 yuan. Please don't rush to refuse. This item is priceless to someone in need. I happen to be looking for ginseng for emergencies. My husband is a soldier, and I need to prepare these things to ensure his safety." She handed the 220 yuan to the old man and added, "You should go to the hospital for your injury as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the harder it will be to treat. You should try for your grandson's sake too." The old man accepted the money and told the little boy, "Huzi, remember the kindness of that sister. She bought the ginseng to help us." The old man had been a scout in his youth, returning to the village after the war to live with his family. He had witnessed his family members leave one by one. Now he only had a young grandson left. He didn't want to avoid medical treatment. It was just that as an old man, it was already hard to support his grandson, and medical care costs money. Song Shuxian truly didn't need just one ginseng, but she wouldn't mind having more. After exchanging various items, Song Shuxian looked at the large jars. "Team leader, do these large jars have lids?" "Yes, they are wooden. There is a carpenter in the village who can make them. Want to take a look?" The team leader's current mindset was to take advantage of the opportunity with 2 people who seemed willing to spend money. Song Shuxian and her friend didn't mind the cost. They quickly came to an agreement. The village carpenter had previously worked for wealthy families and returned to the village only when necessary. Now he made things for the local villagers to supplement his income. As soon as Song Shuxian entered, she was dazzled by the wooden products in the yard. The plates looked beautiful. She was particularly interested in a set of wooden tableware, including wooden bowls, spoons, and small plates shaped like cutting boards. "Can I trade for everything in this yard?" The carpenter could see that Song Shuxian genuinely liked the items, and he was very pleased. "You can trade for all of them. Choose whatever you like." Since that was the case, Song Shuxian didn't hold back. She picked many items: wooden tableware and wooden racks. "Uncle, can you make things according to my design? I want to make a lamp stand and hooks with specific patterns," she said, and then began to draw. Her drawing skills were excellent, and the carpenter immediately understood what she wanted to create. A bullock cart brought back several large jars, causing quite a stir in the family compound. Fortunately, Song Shuqian and Tian Tian had the foresight to put everything they exchanged into the jars and covered them. Whether it was for show or not, no one in the compound dared to lift the lids. Soon, the reputation of Song Shuqian and Tian Tian as spendthrifts began to spread. Also gaining attention was Tian Tian's incredible strength. After delivering the jars to the gate of the courtyard, Tian Tian sent the bullock cart away. She easily pushed a cart full of items to Song's small courtyard and effortlessly lifted a jar with a diameter of 1.2 meters into the yard. The onlookers were stunned. Once the gate was shut, blocking the view of the crowd, Song Shuqian gave her a thumbs up, saying that with such strength, she was unbeatable. Tian Tian proudly replied, "I told you I'm amazing. Old Lu is no match for me. From now on, I'll protect you." "Then thank you, superhero Tian Tian," Song Shuqian said with a smile and a bow. Tian Tian stared in awe. "You are just too beautiful." There's a girl who is pretty, but doesn't know it. "Do you want to look at your own face before complimenting me?" Song Shuqian joked. The two laughed together. After their playful banter, they began sorting through the items they had exchanged for today. Tian Tian really needed to send some to her in-laws and parents, while Song Shuqian was stocking up for herself. Once they finished, the strong Tian Tian pushed her cart to head home. Song Shuqian quickly got up. "I'll go with you." "You should trust my strength," Tian Tian said proudly. Song Shuqian chuckled. "I'm just going to help keep an eye on the jars so no one opens them and sees what's inside. We may not fear trouble, but it's better to avoid it." They quickly reached an agreement. Curiosity was high in the building, and as soon as they reached the bottom, a crowd gathered around them. "Hey, wife of the company commander, what did you buy? Open it up for everyone to see. If there are good things, you shouldn't hide them." "Exactly, we all live in the same compound. We're neighbors. If you have connections, think of everyone. This stuff is heavy. Why not wait for the men to come home to help?" "Tian Tian, wait, let me help you." There were all sorts of comments. Tian Tian thanked everyone for their kindness and easily carried the jar away. The onlookers were left speechless. Song Shuqian helped diffuse the situation. Tian Tian's parents and grandparents care for her a lot. They worried she would be bullied when she grew up, so they found a master to teach her martial arts. She's also hardworking, training in winter and summer, and with her natural strength, she's become like this over the years. They say, parents who love their children plan for their future. Tian Tian is very lucky to have loving parents. The last sentence successfully shifted everyone's focus to the relationship between parents and children. Those who were pampered at home began to miss their parents. Those who were mistreated silently cursed. Seeing everyone lost in their thoughts and not paying attention to Tian Tian's strength, Song Shuqian kept her achievements hidden. Back at home, leaning on the sofa, Song Shuqian began to think about the wild fruits on the mountain. She had eaten a few today, and they were quite tasty. She would ask Wei Jianguo to pick some when he returned. Hee, Song Shuqian chuckled to herself. After more than 2 months with the army, she had learned how precious food was here. What they exchanged today would ensure they wouldn't go hungry this winter. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Mo Ing lay by her feet, also asleep, filling the room with warmth. After a short nap, she felt recharged and was full of energy again. She stored the items they bought today in her gourd space, planning to have Wei Jianguo organize them when he returned. Song Shuqian took out a bowl of oil-slicked eel noodles and happily started eating. In the afternoon, she went back to working on her painting. She had to finish it before Wei Jianguo came back. Since her identity was revealed, Song Shuqian had become less cautious. Everyone knew she came from a wealthy family and that she had a share of the factory profits from the public-private partnership, so pretending to be poor was pointless. With the title of a high-ranking official, no one dared to challenge her. Now, she had brushes, ink, paper, and various paints spread out in front of her, with two painting styles intertwining in her mind. Days passed, and Song Shuqian's health improved remarkably. No one could honestly say anything negative about her. Shuqian, Tian came over to play. Wait a moment. Song Shuqian quickly put away her brushes and paper into her space, and got up to open the door. Shuqian, hurry. I want to show you something exciting. It's still fresh. Tian pulled Song Shuqian and ran off. They arrived at the building, where the main event today was still about Lilia. After dragging on for so long, their family's issues finally had a resolution. Lilia reported her sister-in-law for trafficking women. She bypassed the military and went straight to the committee to file a complaint. Now the committee was there to arrest people. Song Shuqian nudged Tian. What's going on? Her sister-in-law got anxious and desperately wanted to get rid of her. She set up a trap, drugged the food, and forced Lilia into a situation she couldn't escape from. Tian explained simply, but everyone understood the implication. Just moments ago, those who thought Lilia was being unreasonable now looked at her brother and sister-in-law differently. Lilia cried, "The hardships I endured as a child were eased by my brother's support. He protected me, allowing me to grow up. When my brother said his wife was pregnant and wanted me to come over, I didn't hesitate and came right away. Once I arrived, I tried not to trouble my brother, taking care of my sister-in-law and becoming invisible, fearing I would cause any issues. After the child was born, I took care of the baby diligently, and now that the child is 1 year old, my sister-in-law hasn't even washed a diaper. Do you know why she is so eager to marry me off? Because her brother at her family wants to marry and is looking to use me as a bargaining chip for a bride price."
Ugh.
In the past, when I caused a fuss, it was just to get my brother to pay attention to his wife. But now, sister-in-law, how did this drug come about? Can you tell me, brother? I have no evidence, but without your backing, she wouldn't have been so bold. Previously, out of respect for our childhood bond, I tried not to involve you. But now I see you are the one with a dark heart. Her sister-in-law shouted from the side. What family doesn't have the elders arrange marriages? You are the one who suggested the meal today. You agreed to marry, and we all had dinner together as a celebration. After eating, you were supposed to leave. I know I pressured you before, and I'm sorry. Today, I offered all the meat tickets from our family to apologize. These past 2 years, you have indeed worked hard taking care of the child, but we haven't let you do it for free. We give you a decent allowance every month. Look at what you're wearing. Which sister-in-law buys clothes for her sister-in-law like this? The argument continued, while Lilia's brother looked wronged, as if his heart was broken by his sister. Lilia was determined, addressing the committee. Hello, comrades. I am formally reporting my sister-in-law, Li Juhua, for trafficking women. She still has unused drugs in her room. My brother is an accomplice. He didn't directly participate, but the idea was his. The committee had been looking for a way to trouble the military, and if they could find an opening, it would make things easier in the future. With Lilia coming forward, they quickly sent their smartest people to handle it. Those people could turn fake into real, let alone the complicated nature of this situation. Logically, it was unreasonable for someone to scheme against their own sister for the sake of their wife's family, but Lilia was adamant. Previously, no matter how much she caused a scene, she avoided her brother, clearly having feelings for him. Now, this situation was very puzzling. As the farce ended, everyone was left wanting more, feeling that there were too many unreasonable things that stirred their curiosity. The girl looked at her brother, whom she had admired since childhood, and asked, "Brother, why?" "I'm sorry," he said, and then left with the committee members. At this point, the army could no longer protect the girl's brother and had to discharge him. The army compensated the girl with a job, and she went to the county town. It felt terrible to be left hanging like this. Tian tried to gather information. Even though she considered herself a gossip expert in the family compound, she couldn't find any clues. The family had always been fine until one day, the conflict between the sister-in-law and the younger sister became irreconcilable. Then the sister-in-law started to create trouble and plot against her. The younger sister cried out in the courtyard, making it known to everyone. In the end, the drugging and the force situation were unexpected. It was unclear if the drugging worked, but in the end, the girl married the man chosen by her sister-in-law. Amidst the hustle and bustle, time passed quickly. In the early morning, Song Shuxian was sleeping soundly when she felt a warm embrace beside her, which felt somewhat familiar. She suddenly woke up, grabbed the dagger hidden under her pillow, and was ready to stab. Wei Jianguo quickly grabbed her hand, saying, "Wife, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Song Shuxian relaxed and complained, "Why did you come back at this hour without saying anything?" "You scared me to death." Wei Jianguo, in a good mood, admitted his mistake. "It's my fault. I'll be quieter next time. Are you sleepy? Want to go back to sleep?" Song Shuxian closed her eyes and soon calmed her breathing. In the next moment, she opened her eyes wide and sat up straight. "Have you eaten?" Wei Jianguo felt soft-hearted, with her small hands kneading him repeatedly, and he replied hoarsely, "I ate, but I'm hungry again. I want meat." "Oh, I'll get it for you. I've stored a lot in the treasure gourd," Song Shuxian said carelessly. Wei Jianguo didn't expect much from her and took the initiative to pounce over, knowing he had to get the food himself. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Song Shuxian felt this deeply. That night, they went back and forth, exhausting each other repeatedly. What was most frustrating was that this person knew the effects of the spiritual liquid, which was particularly potent. When Song Shuxian felt faint from it, he would feed her a bit of water, and this went on until dawn. Song Shuxian cursed, "You beast." Then she fell into a deep sleep. Wei Jianguo, on the other hand, felt refreshed and energetic early in the morning, like a spirit absorbing sunlight. After reporting on the task, he even scolded some relaxed soldiers in the 2nd Battalion. When he finished and returned home, he cuddled with his wife for a nap. They woke up to find it was already noon. Song Shuxian said irritably, "Captain Wei, you've fallen behind. You only woke up at this time." Wei Jianguo immediately pounced on her. "I need to check if anyone has mistreated my wife." Your waist isn't thin, but are your legs thinner? Wow, your buns have grown quite a bit. Let me massage them. I heard it helps them grow." He was full of flirtatious talk. Song Shuxian's face turned red, and she couldn't respond. Wei Jianguo. She thought she sounded powerful, but in reality, she was like a fluffed-up kitten, adorably cute. Wei Jianguo was especially gentle this time, taking his time and caring for every part of her. Song Shuxian enjoyed this different experience immensely. A man in his 20s had terrifying energy. Afterward, Wei Jianguo held her gently, waiting for the last waves of pleasure to pass. "Wife, have some water to refresh yourself. Are you hungry? I can cook for you." Song Shuxian huffed. "Don't cook. There's food in the treasure gourd." Wei Jianguo rubbed her head. "Silly wife. Who doesn't cook for a day? Just eat something to tide you over while I cook." Being careful was ingrained in Wei Jianguo. He never underestimated anyone. Song Shuxian got up too. The couple tidied themselves up, one going to cook and the other to tidy the vegetable garden. Thinking of the recent exchanges, Song Shuxian went to the kitchen. Tian and I traded some pickled vegetables and a large water tank at Yangshan. We also brought back a lot of mountain goods, including hazelnuts, chestnuts, walnuts, pine nuts, and some preserved wild game. The most valuable item is a 50-year-old ginseng. She also mentioned the recent commotion, recounting everything about the girl's situation. The biggest gossip in the family compound lately was this. After finishing, Song Shuxian went to play with Mourning. She told Wei Jianguo for 2 reasons. First, to make him feel involved in the family matters even when he wasn't around. Second, so he would be aware and could handle anything if she did something wrong, as he was a local. Third, there seemed to be some secrets behind the girl's situation, and while her curiosity wasn't strong, it might be useful for Wei Jianguo. After all, sharing didn't take much effort. Wei Jianguo looked at his wife with eyes full of affection. His little wife was truly wonderful. Wei Jianguo finished his task and could rest for 2 days. In the afternoon, Song Xuxian dragged him to practice writing. Taking out the calligraphy books collected by the Song family, she said earnestly, "Honey, they say a person's handwriting reflects their character. You used to write poorly because you didn't have time to practice. Now that you have time, and I'm here to teach you, let's start practicing." Wei Jianguo had always been obedient in his studies, so he took the calligraphy book and practiced diligently. Song Xuxian also felt the urge to write, so she took out her writing tools and began practicing. After a while, Wei Jianguo looked up and saw his wife writing at the end of the water. "I sit and watch the clouds rise." Wei Jianguo didn't understand calligraphy and couldn't express his admiration, but he thought his little wife looked incredibly beautiful at that moment, like a celestial fairy. If she changed her clothes, she would resemble a young lady from an ancient noble family. He was momentarily mesmerized. When Song Xuxian finished writing, she noticed her husband staring blankly. After placing the brush down, she waved her hand in front of him, pushing him slightly, and Wei Jianguo snapped back to reality. "Wife, you look so beautiful." Song Xuxian beamed. She had been practicing calligraphy since she was 3, writing 2 large characters every day without fail. Her handwriting was her pride. "If you want, I can teach you. Start with penmanship, it's more practical. Once you master that, we can secretly practice calligraphy." Wei Jianguo agreed. "Wife, what style of writing was that?" "This is running script, which is between cursive and regular script. It's quite lively and very practical. I'm also good at small regular script, but that's too delicate for you." "Wife, you worked hard when you were young, learning so many things." Wei Jianguo genuinely felt that his wife had worked hard. He had seen her background information, noting that she was proficient in English, German, and Russian, could play the piano, paint, dance, and understood management and technology. Just learning the basics of all these was tiring, especially since she was only 18. Now he found out she was also skilled in calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting. Song Xuxian felt a bit guilty. She had inherited all the knowledge from the original owner. It really was hard work. At 4:30 a.m., Wei Jianguo got himself ready and said, "Wife, wake up, it's time to get up." Song Xuxian, still half asleep, opened her eyes a little and asked, "What time is it?" "It's 4:30. "Oh, I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep for 2 more minutes." 2 minutes later. "Wife, you have to get up," Wei Jianguo said as he picked her up and shook her gently. Song Xuxian found a comfortable position and sleepily mumbled, "Just 2 more minutes," and fell back asleep. Wei Jianguo. This was the first time he had to wake his wife up, and he found it quite amusing. But they really needed to hurry. If they didn't leave soon, they would miss the supply truck. Determined, he used a cold towel to wash her face. That did the trick. She was suddenly more awake. Song Xuxian quickly finished her morning routine in 5 minutes, looking nothing like her usual elegant self. 5 minutes later, she stood in front of Wei Jianguo, out of breath, and said, "I'm ready, let's go." Wei Jianguo held back a laugh, finding this side of his wife amusing. "First, let's eat something. I made porridge." Song Xuxian knew she wasn't fast at eating, so she took Wei Jianguo's hand and said, "Let's go." When they arrived, the supply truck driver had just shown up. "Hello, Captain Wei, and hello, sister-in-law. I'm Xiaoho." The driver was a clever young soldier, chatty, and had a dimple when he smiled. After some small talk, the timing was just right. Song Xuxian watched as the 2 other sisters-in-law easily climbed into the truck bed, but she looked down and realized she couldn't do it. Wei Jianguo reached out, lifted her by the armpits, and helped her up, then climbed in himself. The 2 sisters-in-law were a bit surprised to see Wei Jianguo. Usually, family members sat in the truck bed while soldiers took the front seat. They still greeted Wei Jianguo and his wife with smiles. After a brief chat, the truck started moving. As it swayed, Song Shuxian's sleepy head bobbed up and down. She fought to stay awake and sat up straight. Wei Jianguo smiled and gently encouraged her, "Sleep for a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive." He draped his jacket over her. Being so familiar with him, Song Shuxian felt no discomfort and quickly fell asleep. The truck rocked gently, like a cradle from her childhood, and she slept very comfortably. The two sisters-in-law were initially surprised, then envious. Captain Wei was worried about the bumps, but for the entire 3-hour journey, Song Shuxian didn't wake up at all. As they neared their destination, Wei Jianguo softly woke her up, his expression gentle. Anyone could see they had a strong bond. Song Shuxian, still groggy, mumbled, "Are we there? Let me wake up in 2 minutes." Then she closed her eyes and sat still for 2 minutes. When the 2 minutes were up, she was lively again, back to being the graceful young lady from the Song family. The transformation was astonishing. Wei Jianguo helped her down from the truck and asked, "Wife, how do you manage to wake up so quickly after just sitting for 2 minutes?" "I'm used to it. In the past, when I didn't get enough sleep, I had to go to class and pay respects to the elders, so I could only catch up on sleep in short bursts." Wei Jianguo felt a pang of sympathy. No wonder his wife slept so long after they got married. She must have been sleep-deprived as a child and was now trying to make up for it. Song Shuxian had no idea what he was thinking. If she did, she'd probably call him lovesick. The couple headed straight to the state-run restaurant, just in time for the tail end of breakfast. "We only have mackerel dumplings now," the waitress said impatiently. Mackerel dumplings? This was the first time Song Shuxian had heard of them. They ordered 2 servings. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. Delicious. She pushed the plate toward Wei Jianguo, saying, "You should try this. It's really tasty and very fresh." They ordered 2 bowls of dumpling soup and ate until they were full. They had come to the city to buy a camera, as Song Shuxian wanted to take a photo of the big leader's calligraphy to hang in their living room. This was her lucky charm, and even the slightest damage would upset her. A new department store had opened in the city, a 3-story building reportedly aimed at foreigners to earn foreign currency. The couple went straight to the 3rd floor, heading for the camera counter. The salesperson sized them up. Their clothes fit well, were clean, and they both wore watches. They looked energetic and healthy. Yes, they seemed to be well off. The salesperson greeted them warmly. "This Seagull camera takes larger photos. A roll of film can capture 12 pictures and costs 189 yuan plus a camera ticket. This Shanghai brand 203 camera is a simple-to-use film SLR, more expensive than the previous one, costing 203 yuan plus a ticket." Song Shuxian held the Shanghai camera in her hands and said, "I'll take this one." The salesperson glanced at Wei Jianguo in surprise, not expecting the pretty young wife to make the decision. Wei Jianguo nodded, took out the money and ticket, and said, "We also need 5 rolls of film." Seeing them spend over 300 yuan without blinking, the salesperson felt a pang of envy. Why were they so wealthy? Not only did they have money, but they were also good-looking. Regardless of her thoughts, she quickly processed the payment and issued the receipt. With the camera purchased, they had completed their main task for the day and decided to wander around. The department store had a wide variety of items. Song Shuxian spotted an Omega watch that perfectly matched her taste, but was too expensive at 665 yuan. That was equivalent to 2 years' salary for an average worker. Wei Jianguo knew his wife's financial situation and didn't interfere. Song Shuxian really liked it, and since she had a watch ticket, she hesitated for a moment before buying it. To her, it felt like she was spending not 665, but 6.5. Though others envied her, everyone working there was smart. If someone dared to spend openly, it meant their money was legitimate. The salespeople had nothing to do with that. Afterward, they wandered to the 2nd floor, where Song Shuxian was drawn to some yarn. "Your sweater is worn out. I'll knit you a new one. What color do you want?" Wei Jianguo smiled widely, feeling very happy that his wife thought of him. He wouldn't pretend to decline in front of her. He knew she wasn't short on money or clothes. The things she packed from her family home in Jinling could fill a small supply store. I want gray. Okay, I'll also get gray. Your blue and light gray will match, and my gray will go with pink. With the help of a salesperson, they bought enough yarn to knit 2 sweaters. Song Shuxian also wanted to buy more to knit Wei Jianguo some long johns. I don't have enough tickets. When we get back, can you see if you can exchange some tickets? I want to knit you some long johns. Sure, I'll ask when we get back. The salesperson, seeing they were well off, wanted to make a sale. We have some yarn without tickets, but it has minor flaws. The dye isn't perfect. Do you want it? Song Shuxian smiled sweetly. Yes, please. Thank you. She discreetly slipped a handful of white rabbit candies to the salesperson. Seeing her so savvy, the salesperson's attitude became even warmer. I'll take you to the storeroom. We have a few blankets without tickets that I can offer you. Song Shuxian quickly thanked her. Miss, how much yarn can I buy at most? My husband is a soldier and I live in the military family compound. Many sisters want to knit sweaters for their men, but yarn is scarce and hard to find. So when I saw this, I wanted to buy more to share with them. We all fight side by side, and I want them to stay warm during missions. Upon hearing that her husband was a soldier, the salesperson's attitude improved even more. Being able to live with the military meant a decent rank, and not being short on money indicated good family conditions. I can give you a maximum of 5 jin, she said, biting her lip and offering her highest allowance. I can give you 5 pounds, the older sister gritted her teeth, and offered all her permissions. Song Shuxian quickly thanked her and handed her 2 chocolates. Sister, have some chocolate to sweeten your day. These chocolates were gifts brought back by Wei Jianguo from his mission, and Song Shuxian loved them. She was willing to spend on them to build a good relationship. In these times, chocolate is a luxury, not only expensive, but also requiring a ticket, which made the older sister even happier. Both sides wanted to be friendly, and soon they were chatting warmly. Song Shuxian picked out yarns, black, blue, gray, and white, and she also took a little green. She avoided the really popular colors, and the older sister thought this girl had great taste. She could introduce her to good things in the future. Song Shuxian didn't think much. She simply liked those colors. For blankets, she chose 3. She didn't think it was too many. They could be used when she had children. The 2 of them had no more needs, so they went to the food counter and bought a pound of white rabbit candy, a pound of shikima, a box of Jinji biscuits, and 3 cans. To carry everything, they also bought a large basket. After leaving the department store, they found a secluded spot and, using the basket for cover, Song Shuxian put the heavier items into her treasure pouch. After shopping, they noticed it was still early, so they strolled around the city. The city had more and better items than the county. Suddenly, Song Shuxian whispered, "Should we go to the black market to buy food?" Wei Jianguo ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, I've arranged everything. We'll just ask logistics for help. It's quite dangerous there, and they might not even have what we need." Song Shuxian didn't understand much. She just listened to whatever Wei Jianguo said. "Let's go to the park. I'll take your picture." Wei Jianguo thought his wife was the prettiest. They went to the park and took a few solo photos. Since they couldn't find anyone to help, they didn't take any together. Seeing that it was still early, Song Shuxian wanted to visit a bookstore to check out the paints. Here, buying paint required a recommendation letter, which they didn't have, so they used Wei Jianguo's officer ID to buy it. "Jianguo, look at these short stories. Do you think I could write something?" Wei Jianguo thought about the current trends and how saying the wrong thing could be risky. Writing articles was like handing someone a weapon against you, so he suggested quietly, "Let's talk about it at home." Song Shuxian understood immediately. He didn't support it. They changed the topic and continued choosing books. There weren't many books available now. She already had most of them, and those she didn't have weren't what she needed. After browsing, they left. It was about time, so they went to a restaurant, and today's offerings were quite plentiful. They ordered a dish of 3 fresh vegetables, a sweet and sour pork, a serving of cold noodles, and packed a small chicken and mushroom stew and some stir-fried meat in a takeout box, drawing the attention of many diners. It was quite extravagant. Due to their clothing and demeanor, no one spoke to them. In these times, Everyone was cautious, preferring to act rather than talk. The few who were bold enough to confront them were rare. They wouldn't dare cause trouble at home. I've heard the chef here is great, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Song Shuxian particularly enjoyed the eggplant today, even more than the meat. Wei Jianguo took care of her, finishing his meal quickly only after she was full. Song Shuxian was picky. It wasn't easy for her to find something she liked. So, Wei Jianguo developed the habit of prioritizing her food. They were used to this, which made many young wives envious. After eating and drinking their fill, they arrived early at the place to wait for the bus. They had agreed to come around 1 o'clock, but the timing was uncertain. When they got there, several women were already waiting. These women were from the city, visiting their families for a couple of days before heading back to the compound. They exchanged pleasantries upon meeting. Song Shuxian had lived in the compound for over 2 months, but she didn't like going out and stayed in the back courtyard, making her a stranger to everyone. Now that they met, they pulled her into conversation. People were quite reserved these days, rarely initiating conversations with men, so Wei Jianguo stood aside while the young wives chatted excitedly. "Sister, have you been to the department store? The new one in the city has everything, including many hard-to-find items," one woman said mysteriously. Song Shuxian smiled and replied, "Yes, the 3 floors have a lot. I've been wanting to knit Jianguo a sweater, but it's hard to find yarn in the town. The city has more colors." "Oh, there's yarn. I should have gone today." "You're lucky. I went yesterday and didn't find any." "That's really lucky. It must have just arrived." Jianguo used to manage alone, and you know how tough it is for soldiers. It's so cold in winter without a sweater. "I'm glad I found one, otherwise, I was planning to wait at the supply store in town." Another woman sensed the mood was off and quickly changed the subject. "That's right. Before they got married, they all managed on their own. You're a good person, caring for Captain Wei." Song Shuxian pretended not to notice the hidden meaning in the woman's words. She wasn't one for gossip. They chatted about trivial matters. The woman who spoke earlier noticed Song Shuxian's watch. "Sister, this watch is beautiful. It makes your wrist look so fair." Song Shuxian gracefully lifted her arm to show them. This was a gift from Jianguo as part of the wedding dowry. "It's a jade brand, and I think it's really pretty." After saying this, she shyly smiled, looking like a girl in love. Jade is a leading domestic watch brand, and she chose it specifically to avoid anyone saying she wore an imported watch. Today, she planned to keep the Omega she bought along with the previous owner's watch. If she couldn't wear it openly in her lifetime, she would pass it on to her daughter. In the end, she acted impulsively. She had never lacked money, and when she saw something she liked, her first instinct was to buy it. 3 women made for a lively scene, and now there were 9 women, each with their own stories. When the truck arrived, Song Shuxian suggested Wei Jianguo sit in the front. It would look odd with so many women around him. Wei Jianguo didn't argue, and let Song Shuxian step on his leg to get into the truck. It turned out to be quite convenient. Once seated, she noticed several women looking at her with envious eyes. She had seen that look many times today and was already immune to it. These women meant no harm, and Song Shuxian enjoyed chatting with them. While talking, she subtly changed the subject to discuss which husband in the compound was the best, bringing up Chen Jiaojiao's husband, who doesn't support their own parents, but instead brings their mother-in-law and sister-in-law to live with them. He usually indulges them, and despite Chen's mother offending many people in the compound, she hasn't been sent back. This made many women envious. These days, married daughters are like spilled water. If they bring too much back from their family, they get scolded by their in-laws. They chatted and laughed all the way, and time flew by. These women got to know Song Shuxian better. She was easy to get along with, spoke gently, but was very shrewd, never taking advantage of others and not allowing anyone to take advantage of her. Although Song Shuxian did nothing, she felt very tired and just wanted to lie down. Wei Jianguo set up a lounge chair for her to rest while he organized the things they bought today. "Wife, take out those mountain goods so I can sort them," he said. Song Shuxian followed his instructions. After drinking the spirit liquid, Wei Jianguo not only healed his hidden injuries, but also improved his physical condition. He now had endless energy. Going shopping in the city was just a warm-up for him. He quickly sorted the mountain goods, categorizing them and placing some in their storage room. It only took an hour to finish everything. Wei Jianguo wanted to take care of all the household chores. His wife, however, was not very good at working. "Wife, how do we prepare the sauerkraut?" "Let's do it together," he said. Song Shuxian opened her cooking notebook and guided him through the steps. He quickly finished processing 50 pounds of cabbage. Their neighbors saw Wei Jianguo, working nonstop since he returned home. He was just pickling vegetables and now was washing clothes. Looking back at her husband, who was lying down and resting, she felt annoyed. She kicked him and said, "Go wash the clothes." The man thought he misheard. "You want me to wash clothes?" "Yes, you're not wearing any. Look at all those clothes, they're covered in mud and hard to wash." What a joke. Washing and cooking are women's work. You stay at home all day without earning money, and you won't even wash a few pieces of clothing? With just a few words, they started arguing. Wei Jianguo and his wife didn't even realize someone was fighting because of them. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. This was just their daily life. Song Shuxian washed her own clothes, and Wei Jianguo felt sorry for her. He thought it was unfair for her to marry him and have to do such hard work. There was no way he would let her wash the bed sheets and combat uniforms. They were too heavy for her. In the study, Song Shuxian looked at the painting in front of her and felt very satisfied. It depicted her, Wei Jianguo, and Mourning playing by the sea. It radiated warmth. This was the piece she was most proud of since she started learning oil painting, perhaps because she unconsciously infused her emotions into it. When Wei Jianguo entered the room, he saw the painting for the first time. Although he didn't understand art, he could feel the happiness of the people in it. Suddenly, he had an idea. He quietly left the room, quickly found the camera, and pressed the shutter. The sound startled Song Shuxian, who was lost in the painting. When she saw it was Wei Jianguo, she smiled broadly. "Why are you back at this time?" Wei Jianguo put the camera down and hugged her. "I need to discuss something with you. Comrade Su asked me to come back and talk to you." "What's going on?" Song Shuxian couldn't think of why the military would need her. "There's a task that requires participants to speak English," Wei Jianguo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "There's no one in the military who can speak it. They finally found 2 people, but they're not very good, and their English is quite different from yours." Wei Jianguo looked at Song Shuxian apologetically. This was his fault. The task was urgent, and they needed to learn simple communication quickly. He had carelessly mentioned it. He was just a rough man with only a primary school education. How could he speak English? Due to the previous reporting incident, the leadership had almost all seen his wife's information. Once he mentioned it, they naturally thought of her. When Wei Jianguo was asked, he could only tell the truth. "My wife thinks skills are always useful, and she taught me some basic phrases." The officers couldn't speak English, but they could tell his pronunciation was more authentic. So, the leaders asked him to return to do family work and teach an English class for the military. At that moment, Wei Jianguo felt like a big dog that had done something wrong. Song Shuxian laughed. "It's not your fault. My information is out there. They probably saw it. They didn't come directly to me, probably because I previously refused to take charge of the family area and be the women's director. At that time, I made the excuse that I needed to take care of the family and didn't plan to work. Actually, I'm not completely unwilling to work. I just don't like trouble. I'm not suitable for the women's director role." Wei Jianguo also thought of this. He had no objections to whether his wife worked. Her happiness was the most important thing. "It's also my fault. If I hadn't bragged a bit, they wouldn't have thought of you. Let's ask how to teach, who to teach, and if it's not too much trouble, I'll take it. Staying at home every day is a bit boring." In the commander's office, Song Shuxian met Commander Zhang and Comrade Su again. She had seen them too often lately. Everyone was busy, so Song Shuxian got straight to the point. "Jianguo said the military needs me to teach a few soldiers English. I want to know their current level, what I need to teach, and how long I have." Commander Zhang looked at Comrade Su, thinking this wasn't his area to answer. Song Shuxian noticed Zhang's reaction and couldn't help but smile. He was quite direct. Comrade Su thought for a while and said, "We need to teach 10 soldiers. Besides Wei Jianguo, the others don't know anything at all. They have 1 month to learn simple daily communication. Is it just basic daily conversation, or does it involve a specific field?" "Just daily conversation." Song Shuxian thought this wasn't too difficult. She could teach it after a couple of listens. Out of caution, she asked, "How much study time is there each day?" "At most 2 hours of class time." "That works." They quickly reached a consensus, which neither had expected. At that moment, their thoughts strangely aligned. It's so convenient to discuss things with someone you know. Song Shuxian didn't mention compensation, but Comrade Su had to bring it up. "Comrade Song, we can apply for 30 yuan a month for you. Is that okay?" Song Shuxian waved her hand. "No need for payment. I'm a military wife here. Helping out in our military district is just part of being family." With her saying that, Comrade Su didn't insist on payment. Not accepting it would benefit Wei Jianguo's career. As a couple, this achievement would reflect on Wei Jianguo. After their discussion, Song Shuxian took her leave. In the office, Commander Zhang asked Comrade Su. She didn't want to work before. Why did she suddenly agree? I was ready to say a lot to persuade her. Comrade Su now understood. It wasn't that she didn't want to work, but she was just afraid of the hassle. But he couldn't say that. It's because the military urgently needs her help. 2 hours a day isn't a demanding job at all. Commander Zhang thought about it and quietly muttered, "Not diligent at all." Song Shuqian's English class is scheduled for the afternoon, lasting 2 hours each day, with a total of 10 students. When she entered the classroom, she recognized 2 familiar faces, Wei Jianguo and Lu Xinghua, while the other 8 were young soldiers in their 20s, all very serious. "Hello everyone, I am Song Shuqian. Commander Zhang and Political Commissar Su asked me to teach you English. First, I want to see your basic skills. Please introduce yourselves in English. You can use a nickname or talk about something you're interested in, as long as it's in English." Not wanting to judge the military's confidentiality rules too strictly, she allowed them to speak freely, as she wasn't genuinely interested in their personal lives. "Wei Jianguo, you go first, then Lu Xinghua." She decided to start with someone she knew. Wei Jianguo had already learned a bit from Song Shuqian and could say a few simple sentences with very good pronunciation. Lu Xinghua could also manage a few simple phrases. The rest of the group could speak a little as well. After assessing their skills, Song Shuqian began her daily lessons. She used a situational simulation method, speaking in the simplest English, avoiding difficult words and sentence structures, and required them to memorize the content they discussed each day. The tasks were not difficult, and they found learning quite easy. At first, these soldiers wondered if Song Shuqian, being a young girl, was just a connection and not very capable, wasting their time. By the end of the first class, they realized they were wrong. Song Shuqian's English was truly impressive. Her accent was just like that of native speakers. After one class, she felt her throat was sore from talking so much. Wei Jianguo brought her a cup of water. "Are you tired? Drink some water." Feeling a bit shy, Song Shuqian blushed as she took the water and had a few sips. At that moment, everyone realized that this English teacher was Wei Jianguo's wife. Wei Jianguo had training in the afternoon, and after saying goodbye to everyone, Song Shuqian returned to the family compound alone. This left Wei Jianguo to be teased by the others. His good friend Lu Erping said, "Old Wei, I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be so beautiful and talented. How did you win her over? Any tips to share?" Wei Jianguo thought about his daily interactions with his wife. "Actually, yes. Be sincere, and try to see things from her perspective." Yuan on her first day of teaching, Song Shuqian was quite nervous and couldn't sleep at noon. Now back home, she felt exhausted and fell asleep on the bed without even changing her clothes. She slept longer than expected. When Wei Jianguo returned from training, he found Song Shuqian still in her clothes from the morning, sleeping soundly in the rocking chair. "Wake up, dear. Get up and eat something, then go back to bed." "What time is it?" How did you come back? It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to cook. You get up yourself. Okay. After speaking, Song Shuqian sat in the chair, completely still, staring blankly for 10 minutes. In her mind, she thought she was dreaming about Wei Jianguo coming back to cook for her. Why was she dreaming this? Song Shuqian couldn't figure it out. While cooking, Wei Jianguo checked on her and found her in a daze. She looked silly, clearly still half asleep. Letting her be, Wei Jianguo returned to the kitchen. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she fully woke up, washed her face to refresh herself, and got ready. It was getting late, and Wei Jianguo made a bowl of tomato dumpling soup, adding some wildflowers he had picked, which tasted delicious. After finishing a bowl, she felt warm and comfortable. Jianguo, those flowers are really tasty. They would also make a great cold dish. I'll ask if any of the soldiers over there can get some more. These seasonings were local specialties from the grasslands, sent to the military region as thanks from the locals when Wei Jianguo went on missions. How did my class go today? Is there anything I need to improve? It was great, perfect, no need for changes. You don't know how envious they were of me after you left. They kept praising me until I was a bit dazed. Wei Jianguo chuckled, clearly pleased with the compliments he received. What did they say? Song Shuqian rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wei Jianguo almost forgot that his wife loved compliments. They said I married a talented and beautiful girl, and most importantly, we both care for each other. When we first got married, I was really nervous, afraid you wouldn't like me. Compared to you, I felt like an illiterate. Wei Jianguo was speaking from the heart. His wife liked the refined and cultured, while he considered himself a rough man. If it weren't for this challenging time, they might never have crossed paths. Song Shuqian smiled and said, I never worried about that. A young general and his sweet little wife. How wonderful. The little general is a hero outside, but a rough man at home. I loved stories like that as a child. Now, it's like a novel come to life. Wei Jianguo hugged her tightly. He loved holding Song Shuqian. Sometimes, even when she was right next to him, he felt a distance. Holding her made it feel right. She would always be there. I didn't expect you to think like that. No wonder you're my wife. You have good taste. Song Shuqian giggled, feeling tickled and laughing heartily. When we were set up for marriage, I was the one who told my grandpa I wanted to choose a soldier. I thought the army was safe, and soldiers are reliable. Most of them are straightforward. How many soldiers did you meet for matchmaking? Wei Jianguo asked cautiously. He knew matchmaking was in the past, but he couldn't help feeling a bit jealous.
2.
I met one in the morning on the day I met you, but he wasn't suitable. After meeting you in the afternoon, we went straight to get the marriage certificate. This was a pleasant surprise. Wei Jianguo thought Song's family would arrange for her to meet several candidates. What were you thinking? Parents who truly care for their children wouldn't cast a wide net like that. It would harm their reputation. They usually select carefully, investigate, and then arrange for their child to meet the best match. After hearing Song Shuqian's explanation, Wei Jianguo felt satisfied. The following days flew by as she continued teaching. The selected 10 students were all outstanding in various aspects, including their studies. Their English improved quickly. Within a month, they could hold daily conversations. Song Shuqian's teaching work came to a perfect end. This also meant that Wei Jianguo would be going on a mission again. As she packed his things, she said, Wei Jianguo, I know there are confidentiality rules, and I won't ask anything. Just promise me one thing. Come back alive. Even if you come back missing an arm or a leg, it doesn't matter. Remember, we have enough money to support ourselves and even have more children in the future. You must come back alive. Wei Jianguo hugged Song Shuqian, knowing he couldn't hide anything from her. She had already guessed that he was going on an overseas mission during their English lessons. Don't worry, I promise I'll come back alive. I can't leave you alone. After packing, as he left, Song Shuqian felt her heart racing and an inexplicable anxiety. She only returned home after he was out of sight. Moing, their cat, sensed something was off with Song Shuqian and came over to nuzzle against her. During Wei Jianguo's absence, Song Shuqian's life became chaotic. Perhaps due to excessive worry, she couldn't sleep at night and struggled to wake up during the day, completely disrupting her biological clock. Tian came over several times, but each time, Song Shuqian was asleep. During their conversations, she could barely say 3 sentences before dozing off. "You can't keep going like this. We need to go to the hospital," Tian insisted. Recently, Song Shuqian had been particularly stubborn, refusing to go to the hospital multiple times. Tian noticed she seemed fine and didn't push her. But this time, it was serious. While talking, she fell asleep. "I'm fine. Last night, as soon as I closed my eyes, I dreamed of Wei Jianguo lying in a pool of blood. I couldn't sleep all night, and now my head hurts from exhaustion," Song Shuqian said weakly, deeply worried about Wei Jianguo. Anxiety can be contagious. Initially, Tian thought it was normal for someone to be on a mission, but now she was worried about her partner, Lu. She had no idea what they were doing this time. Before leaving, Lu had given many instructions and seemed very uneasy. The more she thought about it, the scarier it became. There were too many things that felt off. "Shuqian, do you think they went somewhere dangerous?" "The more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel," Tian said, looking anxious. Song Shuqian realized she had been careless and quickly tried to reassure her. Dreams are often the opposite. "Don't worry, they're both very cautious. They know each other well and work seamlessly together. Let's not scare ourselves." Tian still felt worried. "Let's go get some chickens and ducks. They must be exhausted from their mission and need to replenish their energy. We should prepare in advance." Song Shuqian's tactic of changing the subject worked well, and Tian began to plan where to get supplies. She enjoyed going out more than Song Shuqian and had explored all the nearby teams due to her strong skills. "This time, let's go to the Lu Shu Tun team. Their village has 2 troublemakers who hang around there, and several families secretly raise chickens and ducks. Once they're grown, they sell them directly to those 2, Tian said, having traded with them before and knowing their service was good and their supplies ample. "Okay, let's also get some eggs. They are good for health." Both of them were action-oriented and rode their bicycles straight to the Lu Shu Tun team. The 2 troublemakers Tian mentioned were indeed lazy. As soon as they entered the village, they found them chatting under a willow tree with some local women. When Song Shuqian and Tian stated their intentions, the women were intrigued. "Girls, what do you want to trade?" Song Shuqian planned to use money for the exchange. Buying directly would be easier. But she couldn't say that now. Speculating was not a good idea. Song Shuqian took out 5 industrial coupons from her pocket. "We'll trade these." The women's eyes lit up, and they eagerly agreed to the trade. It was not easy for rural people to earn money, and they had never even dreamed of coupons. 5 industrial coupons could buy a lot. The women know the value of these coupons. "We want to trade for some plump chickens and ducks, and we prefer to do it with one family. That way, we can settle the accounts easily." The women hesitated. "Does it have to be one family?" "It must be one family. You know how things are now. We don't want to take risks while trading. Let's just find one family and complete the exchange." In the village, the number of chickens and ducks was limited, so it was unlikely any family could provide 4. Song Shuqian and Tian pretended to be disappointed. "Aunties, we'll check other villages. We've been scared lately due to frequent reports." With that, they turned to leave. On the way, they encountered the troublemakers waiting for them. "Tell us who sent you. What information do you have?" Tian swiftly executed a perfect shoulder throw. "We're just here to trade, but we came looking for you because we know you have connections from the black market." The man on the ground was questioning his life choices. How could a 150-pound man be thrown down by a girl? He was very familiar with Tian's shoulder throw. He had been thrown like that many times before. "Big sister, it's you. Just say what you need, and I'll bring it to you," he said, looking very servile. Tian scoffed. "I won't take anything for free. We must trade, and I can't let you cause trouble for my partner, Lu. The sycophant glanced at Tiantian's expression and then at Song Shuxian, confirming that they were not short on money. All right, big sister. What do you want to trade for? Song Shuxian replied, we need 2 chickens and 2 ducks, and anything that can help with health. Just give us your prices. Our situation is special, so we can only buy from you like this.
Sorry.
Hearing this, the sycophant understood their concerns. Many military wives bought things from the black market, but it was risky. Trading directly in the village was safer, as long as both sides were willing. No one could say anything. Once he understood, he was no longer afraid. Ladies, we really can't provide that many. Each family has a limit on how many chickens and ducks they can raise, and with so many people, 2 isn't enough. Tian clenched her fist, ready to take action. Song Shuxian gently pulled her hand. Let's be clear. If we can find you, it means we know something. Don't worry, we just want a stable and safe place to trade. It should be with local villagers. Anything else is not our concern. The sycophant's demeanor changed completely. He became a savvy businessman, starting to negotiate with them for military supplies. Song Shuxian chuckled lightly. Those items are precious and meant for soldiers. Even if we had them, we wouldn't dare to touch them. Don't let money blind you. If it weren't for the fact that this person seemed decent and might save them trouble in the future, she wouldn't have bothered to warn him. Now, that comment was already overstepping her bounds. The sycophant took her words to heart, breaking out in a cold sweat. He would swear on a bun that if he got involved, these 2 easygoing girls would turn hostile and report them. The following exchange was straightforward. They handed over the money and received the goods, even trading for some dried abalone and sea cucumbers, all in excellent condition, at black market prices. After the trade, the 2 left. Tian, you really found a great place. In the future, when we need supplies, we can come to him without risking going there ourselves. But we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. We should still look for other villagers like before. That way, we won't raise any suspicions. Tian agreed. The 2 happily rode back. Shuxian, have you found out who reported you? No clear news yet, but I have a rough guess. Qin Jiaojiao and Qian Lanhua. One has a motive, and the other has a habit. Is there any punishment? Given the current situation, reporting is expected, and the punishment will be minor. For a moment, both felt helpless, unsure of whom to talk to. For Song Shuxian, one misstep could lead to disaster, while the real culprits remained unscathed. The rest of the journey was a bit silent. When they returned to the courtyard, the women saw the baskets on their backs and felt their eyes hurt. How much do you think those 2 are worth? We know Xiao Song's family has money, but what about Xiao Tian? How is she doing so well? Captain Lu has been a soldier for so many years. How could he not have savings? He has no burdens at home. It doesn't concern us. So let's not create trouble for ourselves. Everyone recalled how Song Shuxian often went to the logistics for help. Those who could get along were all quite similar. When Song Shuxian got home, she happily put away her things, knowing that she couldn't handle them and would wait for Wei Jianguo to deal with them when he returned. After tidying herself up a bit, she fell straight into bed. In a daze, she felt something nudging her, like a fluffy creature. When she slightly opened her eyes, she saw the enlarged face of Mourning, her dog.
Montagchen was hungry.
He had been waiting by the bed for a long time, hoping his owner would wake up. With no other choice, he gently nudged her, then nudged her again. Lately, his owner seemed very tired and always slept, not playing with him. Mourning felt a bit down. Seeing it was Mourning, Song Shuxian instinctively hugged his head and rubbed it. Mourning, what's wrong? Are you bored? I'll play with you as soon as I get up. Mourning was a smart dog. He could sense human emotions. His owner was still as gentle as before and didn't dislike him. He happily barked twice, shaking off his earlier gloom, and circled around Song Shuxian. Oh no, it's dark already. It's so late. Mourning, are you hungry? Wait for me while I cook, she said, soothing Mourning before hurriedly heading to the kitchen. She had food for herself, but Mourning had finished his. Since Mourning was still young, he needed special food. Fortunately, his meals were simple and easy to prepare. Song Shuxian treated Mourning like family, setting up a small table next to hers and placing his bowl there. Mourning, you can eat now. She wondered what Wei Jianguo was doing and if he had eaten. Song Shuxian still wasn't used to life without him, especially at night when there was no one to talk to. She wasn't sleepy yet after just waking up, but reading in the dark hurt her eyes. Bored, she started looking through the treasures in her magical gourd. There were complete sets of jewelry, beautiful dresses, and various exquisite ornaments. The most interesting were some weapons. She picked out the ones she found fun to play with and even pretended to wield them. Though it looked awkward, it was entertaining. During this, she found a dagger, entirely black and gleaming coldly. Thinking about the safety in this era, she instinctively placed the dagger where it was easy to reach for self-defense. The couple's feelings for each other were not mutual. Wei Jianguo had no time to miss Song Shuxian right now. His current mission was to bring a weapons expert back home. The foreign side aimed to destroy what they couldn't obtain, and the journey had been very tough. They had to escape from wave after wave of attacks, running in a panic. The car was speeding. At that moment, they were hiding their identities, dressed in plain clothes, and had settled in a small town. The English he learned helped a lot, preventing them from starving. They were waiting for someone to pick them up at a shabby little inn. The next day, she woke up at 8 again. Song Shuxian considered her sleep a blessing. She could sleep so much. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She knew her body was fine. With the help of the spiritual liquid, she wouldn't even catch a cold. As she thought, her expression grew more troubled. Pregnancy not only causes nausea, but also excessive sleepiness, and her period hadn't come. She instinctively touched her flat stomach. Was there really a baby inside? She longed to have a child of her own, one who would call her mother in a sweet voice. Calculating the time, it was still early, so it should be too soon to tell. But she had a feeling there was a small life inside her. Thinking of this, Song Shuxian remembered she hadn't eaten yet. With a baby, she needed to ensure her daily nutrition, eat on time, sleep on time, and exercise regularly. She recalled her mother saying when she was pregnant with her brother that it was essential to have a balanced diet and ensure various nutrients were consumed. Walking more would help with a smooth delivery. She went to the kitchen and made herself a bowl of steamed egg custard, a cold dish, and a big bun, which tasted delicious. After eating, she took the initiative to tidy up the vegetable garden, picking the last batch of vegetables for the year. These vegetables needed to be stored in the magical gourd. Once she finished, Song Shuxian went back to her room to make a list. With a child on the way, there was a lot to prepare. A cotton cloth, white rice, flour, a lot of eggs, milk powder, maternity clothes and shoes, baby blankets. She filled 2 whole sheets of paper. Previously, she thought the money at home was enough for 2 people for years, but now it seemed insufficient, especially for milk powder. She would need to find some experienced women to help. Thinking about it, there was still quite a bit to prepare. She kept busy all morning at home. With her mind occupied, the days passed a little faster. It had been 10 days since Wei Jianguo left. She didn't know if it was because of the pregnancy, but she had been feeling increasingly anxious, sensing that something was about to happen. She felt very restless. Tian, influenced by her, was also anxious, worrying about Lu Xinghua every day. The 2 of them spent their days together. Letting their emotions spread, they only felt worse. Song Shuxian knew this couldn't go on. Tian, our state isn't right. If this continues, even if they are fine, we might end up with problems. I know, but I can't control myself. I'm feeling down every day. Realizing her mood swings were due to pregnancy, Song Shuxian had a bold guess. When was the last time you had your period? Tian casually replied, just yesterday. Wait, no, I didn't get it this month. All right, confirmed. Let's go to the hospital. You might be pregnant, Song Shuxian said softly, feeling a bit shy. Tian wasn't shy. She was shocked. In this harsh world, the birth rate was low, and she had overlooked the possibility of being pregnant. Once Song Shuxian mentioned it, she realized she might be pregnant too. Tears started to flow uncontrollably. Seeing Tian cry, Song Shuxian felt a bit helpless about how to comfort her. Forget it. No need to comfort her. Let her cry for a while and release her pent-up emotions. As Tian cried, she felt no one was comforting her, which felt wrong. Looking up, she saw Song Shuxian silently shedding tears beside her, quietly and without a sound. The sight broke Tian's heart. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. "Let's get ready and go to the hospital," Tian said. "Okay, let's go. We can't stay at home anymore." In a closed space, emotions can magnify, which isn't good for the baby. Tian had already regained her usual self. Song Shuxian, not knowing much, obediently followed. "I'll listen to you. Where should we go?" After thinking for a moment, Tian said, "Let's go to the gossip area. There's a lot of excitement in the courtyard."
I wanted to take you there before.
"And about those two people who reported us, we should get revenge." Song Shuxian quickly stopped her. "We can get revenge, but not now. If we act now, everyone will know it's us, and we'll get into trouble." Knowing she hadn't forgotten about revenge reassured Tian. Hospital Tian sat in front of a beautiful doctor, staring blankly. "What's wrong?" The female doctor, used to such situations, calmly continued her work. Tian was still fixated on the doctor's face, showing no reaction. Inside, Song Shuxian's little self was laughing. She finally understood why Tian was so enthusiastic when they first met. It turned out she was just drawn to good looks. The doctor patiently asked again, but Tian remained lost in admiration. Song Shuxian couldn't watch any longer and helped Tian place her arm on the pulse pillow. "Doctor, please don't mind her. She might be pregnant and has been acting a bit carefree lately." The doctor accepted Song Shuxian's explanation with a smile. "Switch to the other hand." Song Shuxian helped switch hands. "You are indeed pregnant, almost 2 months along," the doctor said. Tian exclaimed, "I'm really pregnant?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked just like someone who had just passed an important exam. The doctor, unfazed by such reactions, continued, "You need to pay attention to your diet, get some nutrition, and avoid heavy work." Tian, still in a daze, didn't hear the doctor's advice, but Song Shuxian noted everything down and asked many questions she was concerned about. Then, feeling a bit shy, Song Shuxian placed her hand on the pulse pillow. "Doctor, could you check me too?" The doctor was surprised, not expecting both of them to be pregnant. After the examination, she said, "Congratulations, you are also pregnant, about a month along. It's not very obvious yet. Come back in half a month." Song Shuxian beamed with joy. She was going to have her own child too. That moment of happiness was something the doctor would remember for a lifetime. After leaving the hospital, the two supported each other, taking 2 hours to walk a 30-minute journey. Back home, Song Shuxian sat in a chair, rubbing her belly, saying, "Hello, I'm your mother. Welcome to the world." Mourning came over, circled around her, and found a spot to lie down. Song Shuxian suddenly realized Mourning's recent behavior. It had been cautious and less playful around her.
So that's why.
They say animals have a sense of things. She hadn't experienced it before, but now she understood. "Mourning, do you know we are getting a new family member? You're welcoming him too, right?" Mourning barked twice and wagged its tail. As if to say, "Sister, I'm clever, right?" In the following days, Song Shuxian and Tian spent every day together, going out to enjoy the lively atmosphere, trying to avoid falling into negative emotions again. Today's excitement was brought by Chun Jiao, with Song Shuxian adding fuel to the fire. The situation was simple. Many in the neighborhood disliked Chun Jiao. Song Shuxian and Tian subtly mentioned that the happiest woman in the neighborhood was Chun Jiao, whose husband supported her mother and sister. The more they talked, the more people resonated with them. Never underestimate a woman's jealousy or the connections of military wives. At that moment, Jiang Mingjie's mother arrived, with a ready excuse to care for her pregnant daughter-in-law, bringing along Jiang Mingjie's 3 older children. Only then did Song Shuxian realize there were 3 children between this old couple. Jiang's mother was a respectable elderly lady, her clothes clean and her demeanor pleasant. chatting amiably with the neighbors. I'm Jiang Mingjie's mother. I heard my daughter-in-law is pregnant, so I came to take care of her. I also brought the 3 kids to see their dad. My 3 little grandsons are pitiful. After their mother passed away, no one took care of them, and they couldn't even get a warm meal. My heart ached for them, so I brought them here. A year has passed, and the kids miss their dad. I had no choice but to bring them. The neighbors knew about the 3 children. Their mother had died after giving birth to the youngest son, and no one cared for them after that. Of course, these 3 kids have grown up under our watch. They are good kids. Annie has a kind heart and takes good care of them. Zhang's mother held the hand of the person speaking and patted it. They are all like my own children. Taking care of them is my duty. I have 4 sons, and I'm bringing these 3 grandsons to live with me. The other 3 daughters-in-law don't want them, but they have to send the kids to me. Auntie, don't laugh at me. With 10 or so half-grown kids, I truly can't afford to raise them all. That's why I brought them here for their dad to take care of them while I help out. Zhang's aunt's words reflected reality, and everyone understood. They felt that Chen Jiao, as a daughter-in-law, was thoughtless for leaving her children at home for her mother-in-law to raise. With just a few words, Zhang's mother had firmly taken the high ground in public opinion. Downstairs, they encountered Chen Jiao and her mother, who were out for a walk. Seeing a crowd gathered, Chen Jiao looked disdainful, every day with nothing to do, just gossiping about others' lives. Is that interesting? Chen's mother lightly hit her. What nonsense are you talking? This shocked Song Shuxian. The Chen family mother and daughter had lost their minds. Such words would surely anger many, and they were offending so many people at once. Did they not want to stay in the neighborhood anymore? Tian clarified for her. You were reported before. Although there was no clear statement, everyone isn't foolish. The report about you must have come from someone who visited your home. After confirming you were fine, they were punished to clean the toilets. It's not hard to connect the dots. Song Shuxian wanted to give her a thumbs up. Impressive. Chen Jiao, pushing her mother, tried to leave the crowd. Stop. Chen Jiao turned to see Zhang's mother and flinched. Mom, what are you doing here? I heard you're pregnant, so I came to take care of you and brought the 3 kids along. Before Chen Jiao could say anything, Chen's mother was already displeased. Mother-in-law, aren't those 3 little ones your responsibility? Why bring them here for our Jiao to take care of? Zhang's mother struggled to maintain her smile. These are Mingjie's children, of course. They should live with their dad. Before marriage, you knew Mingjie was a remarried man, and that you would be a stepmother. I thought it would be nice for them to have time to bond, so I kept the kids with me. What's this? Are you saying you don't plan to keep the 3 kids? Mother-in-law, that's not what I meant. Those 3 kids are your grandsons. Isn't it natural for them to live with their grandmother? We never said we wouldn't take care of them, but the house is too small. Jiao's father occupies 1 room, and I share another with the baby. There simply isn't enough space. This shameless excuse shocked everyone. It seemed they wanted to live in their son-in-law's house and have him support them. Zhang's mother's face darkened. Chen Jiao, you speak. Chen Jiao stepped forward timidly, her tone helpless. Mom, I'm sorry, but I can't ignore my mom and sister. My sister is already looking for a match, and once she marries, she'll move out. The onlookers felt particularly sympathetic towards Zhang's mother, voicing their disapproval of the Qin family mother and daughter. After the lively gathering, Song Shuxian felt unsatisfied. She had originally planned to bring Zhang's mother over to annoy Qin Jiao and then attack from other angles. But she didn't expect that the Qin family had 3 more children. What a coincidence. From now on, Qin Jiao's life would surely be very exciting. She looked forward to it. And then there was Qian Lanhua. Song Shuxian didn't plan to handle that herself. She was now focused on finding dirt on others. She gave Qian Lanhua a little push to make her more reckless. To bring someone down, you must drive them mad. It's no wonder Song Shuxian acted cautiously. In a military family compound, if she wanted to keep her hands clean, she had to be very careful. Shuxian, I want to check the service center. I heard they have some new autumn vegetables, Tian said. Many families living in the dormitory didn't grow their own vegetables. When they arrived at the service center, they saw a long line. "Auntie, what vegetables do you have today?" Tian asked a departing aunt. "Today we have fresh vermicelli and sweet potato noodles." Vermicelli is limited to 3 pounds per family. "It's great for stewing chicken in winter," the aunt replied enthusiastically. After coming here, Song Shuxian really liked eating vermicelli, but she had never heard of sweet potato noodles. While waiting in line, the two asked the aunties how to cook sweet potato noodles and learned how to prepare them by the time they reached the front. "Excuse me, is there a limit on sweet potato noodles?" "No limit, it's 10 cents a pound." 10 cents was quite expensive, so not many people were buying. "I'll take 30 pounds of sweet potato noodles." "How much vermicelli can I buy?" 3 pounds. "Then I'll take 30 pounds of sweet potato noodles and 3 pounds of vermicelli." Song Shuxian thought about how long winter would be here without vegetables. She couldn't stand not eating them. Tian ordered 10 pounds of sweet potato noodles and 3 pounds of vermicelli. After buying, as Song Shuxian was about to carry them back herself, she ran into Sister Feng and Sister Ding, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Seeing their load, the two offered to help carry it back. With this, the four of them started walking slowly together. It wasn't a big deal. People are generally self-interested. Besides, what Song Shuxian was dealing with was a serious matter that could affect her whole family. It was normal for them to protect themselves. Song Shuxian understood, but they just hadn't realized it at that moment. Back home, Song Shuxian began to clean the sweet potato noodles, washing off the dirt, and waited for Wei Jianguo to come back to pickle them together. Song Shuxian always felt that home belonged to two people and both should participate in household matters, especially since she was pregnant and couldn't do any heavy work. Life passed quickly amidst the chaos and stockpiling. Wei Jianguo had been away for over a month. Song Shuxian had adapted well to her pregnancy. The baby in her belly seemed to be a blessing. Apart from being sleepy and not liking meat, she had no other reactions. One day, while playing with Mai at home, she heard a noise at the courtyard gate and ran out to see Wei Jianguo, who had been missing for a long time. They stood at the door, one in the living room and the other outside, without saying a word. It was Mai who saw the male owner and ran over to open the gate, breaking the awkward silence. Song Shuxian quickly approached Wei Jianguo, and when she saw his injured arm, tears streamed down her face. Wei Jianguo was taken aback. He had planned to show off to his wife, but she started crying. "Wife, don't cry, don't cry. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. A few days of rest, and I'll be okay." Wei Jianguo reassured her, and he meant it. His injury really wasn't serious. Song Shuxian knew that, but she couldn't control herself and felt particularly wronged for being alone for over a month. People passing by saw the two in the courtyard and smiled kindly. They were all military wives and understood the situation. A newlywed wife must have been anxious during this time. They conveniently ignored the recent sightings of Song Shuxian and Tian out and about. They even rationalized it, thinking the two young wives must have been crying at home every day, feeling too miserable, so they went out to find some fun. They themselves hadn't started out enjoying the excitement. Life had pushed them into it. Hearing the laughter, Song Shuxian blushed and pulled Wei Jianguo inside. "Take off your clothes. I want to see your injury." She worried he might be hiding something. Having not seen his wife for so long, Wei Jianguo was eager to comply with whatever she said. As Song Shuxian looked at the new cuts and bruises on his body, some already scabbed over and others wrapped in bandages, her eyes felt heavy with tears. She quickly took out some healing liquid.
"Drink this quickly."
Wei Jianguo looked at his silly wife, capped the healing liquid, and told her to keep it safe. "It's not the right time yet. I need to go to the hospital tomorrow to change the dressing. This injury isn't life-threatening. It just looks bad. Let's take it slow, no rush." Song Shuxian understood the situation and didn't push. They chatted sweetly for a while, and she asked, "Have you eaten?" "I'll go cook. Just boil some noodles. I'll take a shower. You're the only one who doesn't mind me. I must smell terrible. Can you shower with those injuries?" Song Shuxian was concerned. Wei Jianguo took the opportunity, then you helped me. After being married for so long, Song Shuxian was no longer the shy little wife she once was. Besides, her mind was filled with concern for Wei Jianguo's injuries, and she wasn't thinking about anything else. In the bathroom, she helped him wash carefully. Wife, how have you been at home lately? Are you bored? Not bored. Tian, and I go out every day to see what's happening. I found out our compound is really lively, with all kinds of interesting people, Song Shuxian said casually, but to Wei Jianguo, it was a shock. When did his wife start enjoying such excitement? She had always been a quiet person who could stay home all day. Wife, has something happened recently? Wei Jianguo asked cautiously, fearing he might hear something he didn't want to know. Song Shuxian suddenly remembered she hadn't told him about her pregnancy. Ahem, I'm pregnant. That voice was so soft that if it weren't for Wei Jianguo's keen hearing, he wouldn't have caught it at all.
Splash.
Wei Jianguo stood up from the water, disregarding everything else, and looked at Song Shuxian carefully. Wife, what did you say? Say it again. I'm pregnant, almost 3 months along. Wei Jianguo forgot everything else and hugged Song Shuxian tightly, laughing so hard his chest vibrated. I'm going to be a dad. I have a baby. Song Shuxian let him enjoy the moment. After a while, when Wei Jianguo finally calmed down, he noticed that Song Shuxian's clothes were all wet. Wife, hurry and go change your clothes. He dried himself off quickly, not caring whether he finished washing or not, and sent Song Shuxian back to change. After sending her back, Wei Jianguo insisted that Song Shuxian not do any work. He went back to finish a shower and then started cooking. The next day, Wei Jianguo and his wife went to the military hospital together. Wei Jianguo changed his bandages and underwent an examination, while Song Shuxian went to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Recently, she had been very emotional and was unsure if it would affect the baby. Watching the doctor change Wei Jianguo's bandages, Song Shuxian realized that his arm was broken and he had a knife wound on his waist. Having never seen such a scene, Song Shuxian's eyes filled with tears. Wei Jianguo held her hand and gently squeezed it, offering silent comfort. Song Shuxian quickly composed herself and asked the doctor how to care for his injuries, what precautions to take, and what he should eat. The doctor, experienced in these matters, answered her questions in detail. After confirming that Wei Jianguo was not seriously injured, they went to the obstetrics department for Song Shuxian's checkup. The doctor was a bit surprised to see Song Shuxian. Nowadays, people usually only come to confirm their pregnancy and during labor, and they often avoid the hospital otherwise. Though the doctor thought this, he knew he couldn't say it. What's bothering you? He asked. I've been very emotional lately, often wanting to cry and feeling inexplicably sad. After some self-reflection and getting out more to meet people, I feel a bit better. Doctor, I want to confirm if my previous emotional state affected the baby. The doctor examined her carefully and found no issues. The baby was developing well. He reassured Song Shuxian, saying, it's normal to feel emotional during pregnancy. Don't suppress your feelings. Let them out or distract yourself. The baby is fine. Just pay attention to your nutrition, avoid heavy work, and stay active with some walking. Wei Jianguo asked many questions to ensure Song Shuxian was okay and to learn how to care for her during pregnancy. The doctor felt he had little more to say after answering all of Wei Jianguo's questions. As they left the hospital, both felt relieved. Thinking of Tian, Song Shuxian asked, has Captain Liu returned? Wei Jianguo knew his wife was asking about Liu because of Tian. Since he was away, the two of them had been together. He's back, but he hurt his leg and is resting at home. They had worked together on a mission and stayed in the hospital for a few days after returning to confirm they were fine before going back to the military district. Neither of them had told their families about the injuries to avoid worrying them. Song Shuxian suddenly said, Tian is pregnant too. The two of us are together and feeling very down. We realized something was off, since we're not usually like this. We went to the hospital together and found out we were both pregnant. Wei Jianguo also thought it was quite a coincidence. That's great. You two can look out for each other, and the kids can grow up together. Lu has been trying to find a new house near us, so you two can play together more easily. Song Shuxian glanced at Wei Jianguo, then back again. Wei Jianguo found it amusing. I'll help them move as soon as possible. Song Shuxian smiled. Back home, Song Shuxian started preparing pickled vegetables. She had planned to leave the heavy work to Wei Jianguo, but now that he was injured, she had to do it herself. Wei Jianguo wouldn't let his pregnant wife do heavy work and persuaded her to take a break. Song Shuxian didn't want Wei Jianguo to work either. Drink the essence and we won't go to the hospital for now. We can wait until your leave is over. How long is your leave?
A week.
Wife, you underestimate the doctor. He can tell. We still need to be careful. Thinking of something, Song Shuxian asked, do you have any more leave? Can you take more time off? We can't train in 7 days. I only took leave when we got married. I still have plenty of leave left. Why do you ask, dear? Let's go on a trip. To the provincial capital, Ice City, or somewhere else. Once the baby is born, we won't be able to go anywhere for 4 years.
We should take the chance to go out now.
Then you can relax and drink the essence, and you can return to your unit in a month. Song Shuxian had her reasons for suggesting this. Although Wei Jianguo hadn't said much, she could sense that something was off with him. The mission was confidential, so she couldn't ask, but she could help him change his environment and ease his mind. Wei Jianguo could never refuse Song Shuxian, especially when she looked at him with her big eyes and made her requests. He was in trouble. Wei Jianguo and his team had nearly not returned this time. There was a traitor among the rescue team, and they had to escape through the mountains. Several brothers sacrificed themselves to cover their escape. Wei Jianguo couldn't understand why a brother he had fought alongside would betray him. Seeing Wei Jianguo's leave request, Captain Zhang approved it without hesitation. He had been too tense and needed a good rest. Wife, I got my leave approved. Including recovery time, I have a whole month off, Wei Jianguo told his wife as soon as he got home, wanting to make her happy. Song Shuxian was indeed very happy. A whole month? That's great. Where should we go? Should we visit your family? Wei Jianguo hesitated, but then thought about his life growing up and said, no need. There's nothing worth remembering there. Let's go where you want. As for where to go, Song Shuxian didn't have a specific place in mind. I'm not sure yet. Let's tidy up first, then we can discuss it together. Okay, leave all the chores to me. Your little hands shouldn't be doing hard work. Just focus on doing what you love, like reading or painting. If you get bored, you can go out for a stroll or even go to the beach to collect seafood. Wei Jianguo was determined not to let his wife do any work. Song Shuxian felt both speechless and happy. Before, Wei Jianguo would let her do some work, but since he learned she was pregnant, he wouldn't let her do anything, fearing for the baby's safety. Song Shuxian didn't like working much anyway, so she happily agreed to Wei Jianguo's suggestion, but she had one request. Drink a drop of the essence. It will help your wound heal better and won't be too noticeable. Wei Jianguo agreed, took a drop from the bottle, and instantly felt warmth inside. The pain from his wound eased a bit. Afterward, Wei Jianguo used one hand to clean the vegetables and prepare the pickles. He pickled long beans, cucumbers, cabbage, green onions, and ginger, all the ingredients he had prepared. First, he washed them thoroughly, then dried them, sorted them into jars, and poured in the prepared sauce. These vegetables would be great additions to their winter meals. Did you get the train tickets? Song Shuxian's voice was filled with joy. She had never traveled before. In her past life, she was always busy with various things after arriving in this life, and then she joined the army directly. Wei Jianguo was happy to see his wife so excited. As a soldier, most of his time did not belong to him, and he often had to go on missions. This time he returned, he understood his wife's emotional sensitivity. The doctor said it was normal for pregnant women to be affected by hormones. But Wei Jianguo knew his wife well. If she wasn't extremely worried about his safety, she wouldn't struggle to control her emotions. Now that his wife wanted to take this opportunity to travel, he was willing to accompany her. Wei Jianguo gently replied, I got 2 sleeper tickets. We'll stay at the guest house for 2 hours, then head to the train station. I don't want to go to the guest house. I want to stroll around nearby and then wait in the waiting room. What if we miss the train? Her tone revealed her excitement about the trip. Before leaving, Song Shuxian had talked to Tian Tian, who informed her that the transportation was not very good and trains often ran late. Moreover, whether one could board the train mainly depended on personal ability. It didn't matter if they didn't have tickets. As long as they could get on the train, they could buy tickets from the staff. Song Shuxian felt she couldn't push through the crowd, so she planned to arrive early and let Wei Jianguo help her board. Wei Jianguo didn't know his wife's thoughts, but that didn't stop him from listening to her. The waiting room had a strong smell, which even made Song Shuxian, who didn't have morning sickness, feel uncomfortable. Seeing her expression, Wei Jianguo quickly took out an orange, peeled it, and said, "Smell the orange peel. If it doesn't help, drink some water." Their water had a special liquid added, which was a kind of cheat. Song Shuxian calmly took out a special mask and put it on, with orange peels tucked inside to cover the smell. It immediately masked the odors around them. She smiled and winked at Wei Jianguo, as if to say, "Aren't I clever?" Wei Jianguo leaned closer to her protectively. "You're the best." "Hee, Tian Tian told me. She's the smartest." "Honey, what's fun to do in Harbin?" Harbin is an industrial city with unique architecture. There might be good food, but I don't know much else. Wei Jianguo had spent years on the battlefield and didn't understand much about leisure activities. He didn't even know how he managed to get a whole month off this time. The preparations he made before asking for leave were unnecessary. Song Shuxian understood. Tian Tian said this was a common issue for soldiers after combat. It wasn't just Wei Jianguo. Lu Xinghua had also taken leave. Not wanting to dwell on that, she quickly changed the subject. "Jianguo, I heard the red sausage in Harbin is delicious. Let's buy some when we get there." She winked, hinting at a surprise. Wei Jianguo understood immediately. He could never refuse Song Shuxian. After much effort, they finally squeezed onto the train. It was really crowded, and Song Shuxian was pushed forward by the crowd. If Wei Jianguo hadn't been protecting her, she would have fallen. They struggled to reach their sleeping berths. Since they were at the starting station, the berths were quite clean, one upper and one middle. Wei Jianguo placed his coat on the pillow so his wife could lean against it. "How are you? Are you feeling okay? Did anyone bump into you?" Wei Jianguo felt guilty. His wife was pregnant and didn't understand the risks. He regretted agreeing to this chaotic situation. With so many people, it could be dangerous. Song Shuxian took his large hand. "Don't worry. You protect me well, and the baby is fine. We have our secret weapon, remember?" With her reassurance, Wei Jianguo gradually calmed down. "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me right away, okay?" "Okay, Daddy. Someone stepped on my foot earlier. It hurt." Song Shuxian playfully shifted his focus. Wei Jianguo was indeed distracted. He helped her take off her shoes and checked her feet, relieved to see they were still soft and fair. "Just lean here. If you get sleepy, take a nap. Take off your mask and see if the smell is strong. Should we open a window?" Song Shuxian complied. "The smell isn't too strong now. If it gets worse, we'll open the window." Song Shuxian leaned against the window, and Wei Jianguo sat at her feet. They chatted casually. The other 4 people in the compartment gradually arrived. In those days, not everyone could buy sleeper tickets. Only officials, military personnel, or railway workers were eligible. The 4 newcomers were well-dressed, without any patches, 2 men and 2 women. From their conversation, they learned they were workers from the Harbin Steel Factory on a business trip. While Song Shuxian observed them, they were also watching her and Wei Jianguo. There was no denying that Song Shuxian was exceptionally beautiful, and her aura was not something an ordinary family could cultivate. Wei Jianguo looked fierce and intimidating. Together, they resembled the beauty and the beast. It was quite an impression. People were friendly in those times, and strangers could easily strike up a conversation. Wei Jianguo didn't talk much with strangers. Song Shuxian mostly answered for them. A short-haired woman across from them took the initiative to greet them, saying, "Comrades, we are from the Harbin Machinery Factory. What about you?" Song Shuxian smiled and replied, "We're also going to Harbin for business." The woman with 2 braids said, "It's a bit cold in Harbin now. You should wear thicker clothes." Song Shuxian immediately said, "We did pack a bit lightly. Where can we buy ready-made clothes in Harbin, preferably something trendy?" Harbin 100 and Harbin 200 have a wide variety of items and styles. If you need something thicker, you can go to a small shop behind Central Street. There's a state-owned tailor shop there with leather jackets, and you don't need tickets. The girl with braids was very enthusiastic and introduced many places to Song Shuxian. "We also want to bring back some local specialties for friends and family. Do you have any recommendations?" A middle-aged man joined the conversation. "Harbin red sausage and dried sausage are very delicious. There are specialty stores on Central Street, and you don't need tickets for those either. You can buy them, they're tasty and affordable. Also, the big rye bread can last a long time, and you can mail it this season." Song Shuxian was curious. "What is big rye bread?" The short-haired girl looked at Song Shuxian disdainfully and muttered, "Country bumpkin, doesn't even know what big rye bread is." Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo, having enhanced hearing, naturally heard her. Wei Jianguo glared at the girl, and she immediately fell silent, trembling in fear. Song Shuxian ignored her. Such words had no effect on her. Wei Jianguo explained to Song Shuxian, "Big rye bread is a type of bread that came from the Russians. It's quite large, about 2 pounds, with a crispy crust and soft inside. It's not something you would like." Song Shuxian had never tried it. "Isn't bread just cream and jam? Sweet, how could it be bad?" "Big rye bread isn't sweet. I'll buy you some when we get there," Wei Jianguo indulgently said. He had no problem spending money on Song Shuxian. He was only stingy with himself. The 4 people across from them also heard the short-haired girl's comment and felt embarrassed. Their pleasant conversation had been disrupted by her. Song Shuxian and her companions needed to stay on the train for 33 hours. By noon, the smell of various foods filled the train car. Wei Jianguo looked at his sleepy wife and gently helped her sit up. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" "I'm not very hungry. I want a rice ball and some hawthorn cake," Song Shuxian replied, as they had prepared many convenient snacks. Wei Jianguo stood up, holding a water bottle and a lunchbox. "You stay here and don't go out. I'll go get some water and be right back." Song Shuxian nodded. Once Wei Jianguo left, the 4 people across from them relaxed. His presence was quite strong. At 1.85 meters tall, he had a commanding presence. The girl with the long braid looked at Song Shuxian and said enviously, "That was your husband, right? He treats you really well." It was clear to her that he treated others very differently than he treated Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian wanted to learn more about Harbin, so she engaged them in conversation to avoid being clueless when they arrived. "Yes, he is my husband," Song Shuxian said with a shy smile, perfectly showing her happiness. The short-haired girl seemed to want to say something, but held back. Song Shuxian guessed it was something like gold digger, but she didn't care. The girl with the braid introduced herself. "I'm Wang Dachuan. What's your name?" Song Shuxian replied, "I'm Song Shuxian." The 2 started chatting casually. Wei Jianguo returned with hot water and placed the lunchbox on the small table. He used a few small wooden sticks to support the rice ball above the hot water to warm it up. He also added 2 big scoops of malted milk powder to the thermos. Finally, he took out 2 clean cucumbers and a persimmon. Once the rice ball was warm, he handed it to Song Shuxian. "Eat this first. Even if you're not hungry, you should have something," he said, passing her the water bottle. Song Shuxian obediently ate. The rice ball was made of sticky rice, filled with pickled radish, fried egg, roasted meat, and seaweed. It had a rich taste. It was one of their family's favorite foods. The one she had was small, just the size of her palm, perfect for her. Wei Jianguo's rice ball was 3 times bigger and had even more filling. He warmed 3 large rice balls using the same hot water. By the time Song Shuxian finished her small rice ball, Wei Jianguo had already eaten 2 large ones. She quickly passed the water bottle to him.
"Slow down.
Eating so fast isn't good for your stomach." Wei Jianguo listened and took a couple of sips of malted milk before slowing down to eat the last rice ball. Song Shuxian held the water bottle, sipping the malted milk slowly. She also grabbed a small pastry to eat. She had made the pastries herself, each one small enough to eat in one bite, with various flavors, making dozens of them. After eating 7 or 8, she didn't want any more. Wei Jianguo handed her persimmon. Here, enjoy this. Song Shuxian nodded. Recently, she had not been keen on rice and preferred vegetables and fruits. Wei Jianguo worried about her nutrition and insisted she eat fruit only after finishing her meal. The 4 people across from them were surprised. They thought this was quite a pampered way to raise a daughter. Moreover, the couple's meals looked very good, white rice with eggs and meat. They had noticed. They had suspected the couple was well off, and now they had a deeper understanding of it. All 4 of them had jobs and ate well, but they felt a bit inferior compared to this couple. After the meal, Wei Jianguo took Song Shuxian to stand in the aisle, gently supporting her. They quietly chatted about the scenery outside. Song Shuxian said, "Honey, I read about the Greater and Lesser Xing'an Mountains and Changbai Mountain. They say there are many resources here, much more than back home. This time, let's see if we can buy more ginseng, reishi mushrooms, pine nuts, mountain walnuts, monkey head mushrooms, hazelnuts, yellow mushrooms, blueberries, jujubes, lady's fingers, black fungus, and snow frogs." It all sounds so appealing. Wei Jianguo understood his wife's tendency to stock up and always wanted to fill her treasure pot. "Okay, I have comrades here. We can go to the village to trade for supplies.
Prepare plenty of what you like.
The fish here is also delicious, with a different taste from sea fish. We should buy some, along with chickens and ducks, to help you recover after giving birth." "Yes, everyone says there are plenty of resources here. I will definitely stock up this time." Wei Jianguo ruffled her hair, letting her have her way with these little things. Song Shuxian had this habit because during her past life at the border, she witnessed how the court withheld supplies, leaving soldiers to fight on empty stomachs. She had a treasure pot, but it only contained gold, silver, and jewels, which were useless in wartime. The 2 stood in the aisle for half an hour before returning to their sleeping area. Song Shuxian, feeling bored, pulled Wei Jianguo to read with her. Of course, books that were allowed in this era. As they read, she fell asleep. Wei Jianguo made sure she was comfortable, helped her take off her shoes, and tucked her in. He sat at her feet, resting his eyes. The 4 people across from them watched the scene, unsure whether to envy Wei Jianguo for marrying such a beautiful wife or to envy Song Shuxian for having such a caring husband. Song Shuxian usually napped for half an hour, but today she had woken up early and slept for an hour. When she woke up, she saw Wei Jianguo watching over her, feeling warm inside. "Jianguo, come lie down for a bit," Song Shuxian said, making space for him. "No need, I can just lean for a bit." Song Shuxian knew he was worried about her. "I'll just sit here and won't go anywhere. You can see me as soon as you open your eyes." Once he confirmed she wouldn't leave, Wei Jianguo felt comfortable lying down to sleep. "If you need anything, call me. Don't wander off. Even if you go to the restroom, call me to go with you. Okay, next time we go out, we'll bring Mourning so you can relax." Song Shuxian missed Mourning, their little dog, who had been sent to a military dog training base. They were researching which breeds were suitable for military work and had sent many dogs for training and experiments. Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo couldn't refuse, but they repeatedly emphasized that Mourning was part of their family. They could help, but only as help. To ensure this, Song Shuxian had insisted that Captain Zhang and the leaders at the training base make a promise before agreeing to send Mourning. Wei Jianguo needed to rest well after his injury, and he fell into a deep sleep. Song Shuxian had already started chatting with the 4 people across from them, mainly about Harbin. While discussing winter deerskin boots, the short-haired girl abruptly asked, "What's your husband's name?" Song Shuxian ignored her. Wei Jianguo was a soldier, and it was best not to share his information. The girl asked again. Song Shuxian felt confused. It's rude to directly ask for someone's husband's information. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to share his information with you." "Why are you so stingy?" "I just want to know his name." "And then what? What information will you find out from his name?" Having lived in the courtyard for a few months, Song Shuxian realized that in this era, it was best to be straightforward. They wouldn't understand subtle hints. Now, she had successfully become a direct speaker. The short-haired girl's face turned red with anger. Song Shuxian said, "You might not be married or have ever dated, so you don't realize your behavior is bothering me and my husband. Remember to keep your distance from taken men in the future." Song Shuxian rarely showed kindness, but she sincerely reminded her. She sensed that the girl meant no harm. She was just curious. After saying that, Song Shuxian stopped talking to the 4 people across from her and took out an apple to eat. The other 3 felt awkward and didn't know how to talk to her. In the end, the girl with short hair was with them, but they all decided to keep their distance from her in the future. At this moment, people really look down on third parties who disrupt others' families. As dinner time approached, the carriage became lively, waking Wei Jianguo from his nap. Still a bit dazed from waking up, Song Shuxian handed him a water bottle filled with special liquid, saying, "Drink some water to wake up. You can sleep more later." Wei Jianguo replied softly, still trying to gather his thoughts. After taking a few sips of water, he gradually felt more alert. "How long did I sleep?" 3 hours. "You've been too tired lately. You should rest well." After waking up, Wei Jianguo accompanied Song Shuxian to the restroom, which was really dirty. Song Shuxian immediately went into her special bag. No wonder Wei Jianguo bought several spittoons for her to use. When she came out of the restroom, Song Shuxian looked a bit unwell. Wei Jianguo immediately understood why and chuckled. "It's okay, I'll handle it." Song Shuxian's face turned bright red. "I can do it myself." Wei Jianguo took her hand, showing no disgust. "I'm your husband. Let me take care of this. I clean our toilet at home too. It's the same." Feeling embarrassed, Song Shuxian could only nod. "Is your stomach feeling okay?" "No, I wouldn't have thought about it if you hadn't reminded me," she replied. This child really is easy to manage. Ever since Wei Jianguo returned, she hasn't had any reactions. When they returned to their seats, it was already dark outside. "It gets dark earlier here. I wonder if the sunrise is also earlier." Wei Jianguo casually started a conversation with his wife. Song Shuxian explained, "Sunrise and sunset times are affected by the season and latitude. In winter, our country is near the perihelion, so the days are shorter, with late sunrises and early sunsets. In summer, we are near the aphelion, so the days are longer, with early sunrises and late sunsets. Latitude also affects this. In high-latitude areas, sunrises are late and sunsets are early, resulting in shorter daylight. In low-latitude areas, sunrises are early and sunsets are late, resulting in longer daylight." Wei Jianguo didn't understand. "What is latitude?" Latitude refers to the angle between a point on the Earth's surface and the equatorial plane. Harbin's latitude is between 44 and 46 degrees north. Haludio's latitude is between 40 and 41 degrees north. This is just a rough range. The exact measurement needs to be precise to seconds, which I don't remember." As she spoke, Song Shuxian used a small notebook she carried to explain. She even covered longitude. By the time she finished, half an hour had passed. Wei Jianguo really enjoyed his wife explaining various things to him. She was like a walking encyclopedia. He could ask her anything he didn't understand. He knew these things would come in handy someday. Even though they spoke softly, the 4 people around them heard a few sentences. They were filled with respect. These were things they had never heard of before. Even though school was currently out, truly knowledgeable people still respected intellectuals. The belief that reading is the highest pursuit has not been easily overturned over hundreds of years. After the couple finished talking, they began to eat. Dinner was meat sandwiches with thin porridge, which could be heated and eaten the same way. Their food was good, but the taste was mild, so it didn't attract much attention from others. Instead, it was Song Shuxian's cucumber after the meal that caught the attention of an elderly lady. She approached Song Shuxian, looking pitiful. "Dear, I'm feeling a bit carsick. Can you spare me a cucumber?" Song Shuxian didn't let Wei Jianguo speak and smiled. "Ma'am, I'm pregnant, and I specifically brought some refreshing snacks to help with my pregnancy symptoms. If it were any other time, I would give you one. A cucumber isn't worth much. But now it's special, and I didn't bring many. I only allow myself to eat one after my meal. You should check at the dining car. They should have some. The elderly lady looked at Song Shuxian's flat stomach. Are you really pregnant? Is there any doubt? A few months ago was when I had symptoms. The lady left unhappily. Competing with a pregnant woman for food was a losing battle. Wei Jianguo enjoyed how his wife defended him. Usually, he was the one protecting her, but being cared for felt nice. After dinner, they continued to stand in the aisle. Outside, it was completely dark and nothing could be seen. Song Shuxian gazed into the darkness ahead, feeling curious rather than scared. She remembered reading about all kinds of creatures in the wild at night. Of course, she knew she couldn't say that out loud, so she kept it to herself. Worried that his wife might become emotional and overthink things, Wei Jianguo thought it would be better to have her teach him something. Wife, what powers the train? The train we're on now is powered by a steam engine. There's a boiler on the train where workers add coal to heat water into steam, which enters the cylinder, pushing the piston and providing power to the train. From a distance, you can see the smoke coming out of the train's chimney. Song Shuxian had previously worked in the design department of a machinery factory. She didn't get in through connections but through her skills. These basic mechanical principles were easy for her. After arriving here, she absorbed all of the original owner's memories and studied even deeper. So, she could easily answer these questions. Perhaps it's a natural interest in machinery that men have. When Wei Jianguo found out his wife knew all this, he took her to their bunk to continue asking, Wife, how is the train's speed controlled? There are many ways. One is similar to a car, adjusting gears. Cars have first, second, and third gears, and trains do too. Another way is to adjust the steam supply. For slight speed changes, you can adjust the throttle. For larger speed changes, you need to operate the steam valve. The last method is emergency braking, which can be done with an emergency brake wheel or using air brakes. The last method is controlling the boiler pressure, which means adding more or less coal. There might be other methods I haven't thought of. If you're interested, you can ask a teacher later when you have related courses. Wei Jianguo looked at his wife with admiration. She knew everything. You're amazing, wife, he said sincerely. Song Shuxian quickly drew a diagram of the steam engine principle for him, which he treasured and planned to study closely to remember everything she explained. Song Shuxian felt uneasy. I'll keep it for now and give it to you when we get back. Wei Jianguo had no objections. Seeing how much he liked it, Song Shuxian drew a diagram of a bicycle's structure and its principles, which should be safe to share. Earlier, they had spoken quietly, and only the two of them could hear. It was at this moment that Wei Jianguo realized his wife was actually knowledgeable about machinery. Song Shuxian didn't correct him. She was good at mechanical principles, and thanks to her photographic memory, she remembered everything she had seen. But if she had to operate anything, she would be clueless. By the time they finished talking, it was late, and Song Shuxian wanted Wei Jianguo to rest well. I'll sleep in the middle bunk, so you can protect me from below. Anyone who comes by will have to go past you, she insisted. Wei Jianguo couldn't argue with her, and simply picked her up and placed her in the middle bunk.
Call me if you need anything. Okay.
After a good night's sleep, they woke up to find themselves in Harbin. After a quick tidy-up, Song Shuxian followed Wei Jianguo off the train. There were fewer people getting off than getting on, and they weren't in a hurry. The two of them waited for the crowd to disperse before getting up slowly. They walked along with the flow of people. The Harbin train station was large, with a sign that read Harbin train station at the entrance, and the overall architecture had a European style. Song Shuxian, being a bit old-fashioned, found it very interesting. Jianguo, I want to take a photo in front of a train station. This building is unique, and it's my first time seeing this architectural style. Wei Jianguo naturally had no objections and helped her take a picture. Once everything was settled, they headed to the guest house. They weren't short on money, so they went straight to the Harbin government guest house. With Wei Jianguo's military ID and a letter of introduction from Commissioner Su, they successfully checked in. As soon as they arrived, Song Shuxian fell in love with the place. It had another architectural style she had never seen before, with a reddish-brown exterior, a brown-green dome at the entrance, a mansard roof, and colorful parapets. She felt like her eyes couldn't take it all in. The receptionist was a friendly lady with a lovely smile. "Hello. How many rooms do you need?" "One room for 3 days," Wei Jianguo replied, handing over their introduction letters and his ID. "You also need a marriage certificate," the lady said. Wei Jianguo found the marriage certificate and handed it over. The lady checked it carefully before returning it. Song Shuxian chimed in, "Excuse me, could you help us choose a room with a good view? I really love this place and want to see more. Can we stay in a room with a balcony?" The lady was pleased to be called sister by a pretty girl. "That room is reserved for government guests. If you want to stay there, we can arrange it today, but if someone with a higher status comes, you'll have to change rooms." In short, their current status was not high enough to keep that room permanently, but they could stay there for now. "We'll be out exploring Harbin's charm, so if you need the room, I might not be around." "I don't want to cause you any trouble," Song Shuxian politely declined. She didn't like the idea of rushing to make space for someone else. A regular room would be fine. With the keys in hand, they headed to their room. Unlike the dull floors elsewhere, this place had carpet. The room featured a large bed, a sofa, a coffee table, a desk, and a lamp. What pleased Song Shuxian the most was the attached bathroom, where she could take a bath. After a long day on the train, she really wanted a nice shower. "Should we shower first or eat?" Song Shuxian poked her head out of the bathroom to ask. Wei Jianguo checked his watch. "Let's freshen up quickly and eat first. The state-run restaurant will close soon." Song Shuxian realized he was right. The restaurants here had strict opening and closing times. If they arrived late, they would only get what was left. "Wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face and change clothes." Song Shuxian moved quickly. She wore a military green outfit similar to a uniform, paired with a white shirt and brown leather shoes. It was a very fitting outfit for the era, made by herself. The only clever detail was her bag, which matched her shoes. Wei Jianguo wore a Zhongshan suit. They had agreed that he wouldn't wear military attire unless necessary. They arrived at a nearby state-run restaurant just in time for dinner. "Hello, I'd like 1 order of stir-fried meat, 1 order of 3 vegetables, 1 order of beef with potatoes, 1 bowl of rice, and 3 steamed buns." After placing the order, Song Shuxian saw that Wei Jianguo had found a spot at a corner table, sharing it with others. "I've ordered. You can go get the food," she said, handing him the menu while she took a seat and waited for the meal. At their table were 2 young men who brightened up when they saw Song Shuxian. Wei Jianguo. His wife was too charming, a sweet burden. "Wife, sit tight and don't wander off. Do you want some kvass from outside?"
Yes.
"Okay, don't move. I'll be right back." The 2 young men sharing the table were already feeling a bit smitten. Wei Jianguo quickly returned with a bottle of kvass and a bottle of white pear juice for Song Shuxian to choose from. "Wife, try both and see which one you like. We'll buy that one later." Just then, their order was called, and Wei Jianguo hurried to get the food. After wiping the chopsticks with a napkin, he handed them to Song Shuxian, saying, "Today we have beef, which is quite rare." Song Shuxian rarely got to eat beef. In the Great Yong Dynasty, cows were important for farming, and the government didn't allow them to be killed casually. It was the same in this era. Getting beef was purely a matter of luck. The chef's skills were excellent. The stir-fried meat was sweet and sour, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The 3 vegetables were soft and melted in the mouth, and the beef with potatoes was perfectly cooked and flavorful. Both Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo were very satisfied with the meal. They enjoyed their dinner thoroughly. After finishing, there was still a lot left. Song Shuxian took out a food container from her bag to pack the leftovers. This was a good habit she had picked up since arriving. "Jianguo, let's take a walk." "I ate too much," she said, realizing she had overindulged because the food was so delicious. "All right, let's stroll along Fanqiu Street. Yes, I really like the architecture here. It's different from Jinling, and also different from Holidio. Do you want to take pictures? We can go back and grab the camera to take some for you. On the way back, Wei Jianguo reminded Song Xuxian that even if she loved the architecture, she shouldn't say it out loud. These buildings were built by foreigners, and it could get them in trouble. When discussing the history, they had to speak very quietly. It was dangerous. Song Xuxian nodded, indicating she understood. Their guest house was conveniently located on Fanqiu Street, making it easy to retrieve things. Today, Song Xuxian was a great model. She knew her best angles. Wei Jianguo was also learning how to take better photos of her. As they walked along the street, admiring the European-style buildings and the surrounding architecture, they imagined the prosperity of the past. Women all love shopping. What was supposed to be a post-meal walk turned into a shopping spree for Song Xuxian when she saw all the great things available without tickets. Hello, how many of these red sausages can each person buy? Song Xuxian really liked red sausages. They were meaty and tasted great with porridge. The young clerk was very talkative. This is a new flavor from our factory, with garlic added. Each person can buy up to 5. I'll take 10 for 2 people, she said, pointing to Wei Jianguo. The clerk wrapped up 10 sausages in oil paper. Will there be more items available without tickets in the future? Song Xuxian was eager to buy more ticket-free items since tickets were hard to come by. We have gift boxes without tickets, but they are a bit more expensive. However, considering the price of the tickets, it's actually quite reasonable, the clerk replied honestly. Song Xuxian thanked him and left with the sausages. She turned around and went to the Harbin No. 1 department store, which was not crowded since it wasn't a holiday. It was a perfect chance for her to see things she hadn't seen before. She picked up a loaf of bread, 2 pounds of chocolate-filled candies, a pound of fruit, a pound of rice sticks, and a pound of cake from the snack counter. The two of them moved to the second floor, where a batch of dark green wool fabric caught Song Xuxian's eye. This fabric would make a beautiful coat. Upon closer inspection, she also found a piece of navy blue fabric for Wei Jianguo. She began to think about how many fabric tickets she had at home and whether it would be enough for 2 coats. While she was thinking, a woman with a lot of fabric stood by the counter and said, "They have flawed fabric now." Suddenly, a crowd of women and men appeared, forming a long line. Song Xuxian instinctively grabbed Wei Jianguo and joined the queue. Wei Jianguo was almost panicking. My stomach, dear, my stomach," he said, sweating. He continued to scold her. "You need to remember you're pregnant, carrying a baby. You can't be reckless. You should avoid crowds. Move slowly and never run," he added. Song Xuxian knew she was in the wrong and listened obediently. The people around them were trying to hold back their laughter at their conversation. An experienced man said to Wei Jianguo, "The women here are tough. When my wife was pregnant with our second child, she even fought for meat. Just try to handle these things and don't let her deal with money or tickets." Before Wei Jianguo could respond, the woman in front was unhappy. "Nonsense. If my husband dared to take control of the household, I'd scratch his face. Don't listen to him, young man. Let me tell you, a pregnant woman's feelings are the most important. You can take on the hard work, but don't take away her power." The man disagreed, and they started arguing across Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo, who didn't have a chance to speak. They could only focus on waiting to buy fabric. Finally, it was their turn, and the clerk was already impatient. "Which one do you want?" Song Xuxian quickly handed over 2 big, white rabbit candies. "Sister, I want to buy some soft fabric to make clothes for my baby. Which one is suitable?" "I'm not sure." The clerk took the candies and smiled. "This piece is cotton, but it's slightly damaged from dyeing. It won't affect wearing." Song Xuxian decided to buy it. "Sister, I'll take this half piece of cotton. It's rare, and I'll prepare it for my future child. Also, I want to buy some wool fabric. Do you have any without tickets?" She discreetly handed over 5 more big, white rabbit candies. The clerk quickly collected the items, showing her experience. "Yes, I'll take you there shortly." After buying the cotton fabric, Song Xuxian waited for the clerk. The clerk was chatty and, noticing their clothes and that they were staying at the Harbin government guest house, wanted to befriend them. She took them to the storage room. "Here it is. These wool fabrics are from last year, and were damaged by bugs. It looks serious, but it's actually fine. A skilled tailor can easily avoid the damaged parts. After checking, Song Shuxian agreed it was fine. She could also add embroidery for decoration. She bought enough for 2 coats, one navy blue and one cream. Just thinking about it made her happy. The clerk asked, "We also have canned goods without tickets. Do you want any?" "Yes, yes, yes." Song Shuxian quickly replied. How could we pass that up? Eating canned food in winter is wonderful. When they parted ways, they exchanged contact information to keep in touch. After a round of shopping, Song Shuxian was satisfied but a bit tired and decided to go back to rest. Wei Jianguo followed closely, afraid she would see another store and go in. He never knew his wife was such a shopaholic. They returned to the hotel with a pile of items. Song Shuxian was exhausted. "I'm going to take a bath and then sleep. Please organize these things," she said, heading straight to the bathroom. Wei Jianguo looked at the pile and resigned himself to tidying up. At 5:30 p.m., Song Shuxian finished her bath and came out. It was completely dark outside. Wei Jianguo finally understood what his wife meant by her perspective. After her bath, Song Shuxian lay on the bed while Wei Jianguo dried her hair. By the time he finished, she was already snoring softly. Wei Jianguo didn't want to wake her and planned for them to have a simple dinner from the treasures in their bag. Today was meant for resting. Early to bed and early to rise. The next day, at 6 a.m., Song Shuxian woke up. After 2 days of running around, she finally had a good sleep, and her energy was fully restored. She took her daily potion, mixed it with water, and drank it all at once. Since becoming pregnant, she hadn't felt much different. Her energy was about the same as before, and walking long distances didn't tire her out. Song Shuxian believed this was all thanks to the potion. After getting ready, she started sorting through yesterday's treasures. The cotton fabric that had color issues was especially nice and soft. After washing it a few more times, it would be ready for the little one. Song Shuxian was skilled at sewing and could make clothes quickly. She had almost finished the small clothes, only the diapers were left to make. Those would be quick too. With the fabric ready, she could finish them in a day. Thinking about the diapers gave her a headache. She absolutely wouldn't wash them, and with Wei Jianguo busy, she couldn't just throw them away. When in doubt, ask your husband. "Honey, what should we do about the diapers after the baby is born? I can handle everything else, but I can't deal with that. Can we get a sister-in-law to help? We can say she's just lending a hand, and we'll give her some money privately." Song Shuxian knew this was a bit sneaky, but she couldn't let Wei Jianguo stay home washing diapers. She hadn't thought about this before, but now that she did, it was quite troubling. Wei Jianguo hadn't considered this either. He had never seen anyone dislike their own child. But since it was his wife, he thought it was normal. No one knew better than him how much Song Shuxian loved cleanliness. He, a rough man, had now become quite refined. Worried that his wife might overthink, he quickly reassured her, "Leave it to me. I'll find someone reliable to help take care of the baby until she's 2. After that, I promise to teach her how to use the toilet." Wei Jianguo spoke confidently, and Song Shuxian believed him. Neither of them realized that a 2-year-old can't control themselves at all. They could only say that having never had a child, they were thinking too simply. Now, thinking simply, the two of them went out to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. They heard from the receptionist that the lamb soup and baked pancakes in Tianjing Alley were exceptional, so they decided to try them. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at the restaurant. It was quite busy, and the daily specials were written on a small blackboard. As usual, Song Shuxian ordered 1 bowl of lamb soup, 2 baked pancakes, 1 bowl of tofu pudding for fried cakes, and 1 pound of dumplings. She liked to order a bit of everything to taste. Unfortunately, her eyes were bigger than her stomach. She was full after just 1 fried cake, 1 bowl of tofu pudding, and 1 dumpling. A few hours later, she was hungry again and needed another meal. Now, she was eating 5 small meals a day. Eating less but more often was very healthy. Wei Jianguo, the big eater, could finish whatever he ordered. After the meal, they went to the Songhua River,
where the scenery was beautiful. The water was clear and sparkling, and there were many animals nearby, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Some local residents were fishing, and they observed that although it was rare, some people were able to catch fish. Wei Jianguo chatted with one of them and learned that the old man's son and daughter-in-law were successful, so he didn't rely on his salary anymore. He retired and spent his days fishing and taking walks, living a very comfortable life. Song Shuxian felt no envy at all. "Honey, don't you think my life is just like that old man's? Our family doesn't rely on me to earn money, and I don't want to work. I can just read at home and take care of the baby. Life is so pleasant." Wei Jianguo thought about it and realized it was true. He was the only one working hard. But he said, "Wife, how can you think like that? Being pregnant is tough. You can still go out now, but in the later stages, it will be hard. After the baby is born, it will be even harder. You are the anchor of our family." Song Shuxian was amazed by Wei Jianguo's response. Was this really the same man who used to be so clumsy with words? What kind of evolution class had he taken? "Honey, I want to take a photo here," Song Shuxian said, choosing a spot surrounded by mountains with a Songhua River in the background, which looked magnificent. Wei Jianguo took the photo seriously. He had run out of film, but luckily, they could buy some here. After living together for so long, Wei Jianguo knew how much his wife liked to spend money. He didn't earn enough for her, but he didn't mind living off her. At noon, they went to the Ma Dai Air Western restaurant. This was Song Shuxian's first time trying Western food, and she was a bit excited. They ordered canned braised beef, red vegetable soup, pickles, large bread, and 2 servings of steak. It was all meat. Song Shuxian cut the steak into small pieces, explaining dining etiquette to Wei Jianguo as she did. "These dishes are from the old Russians. Try them and see if you like them. We're here to experience new dishes today." Since the day Wei Jianguo decided to be with Song Shuxian, he knew there was a gap between them. So he didn't mind not knowing these things. He listened carefully to what she said and took notes to avoid feeling embarrassed later. After cutting his steak into small pieces and taking a bite, he commented, "This isn't very tasty. It's a bit tough on the teeth." Song Shuxian agreed. She didn't like it either and only forced herself to eat a few bites. The canned braised beef with the large bread was okay. Song Shuxian's favorite was the pickles. They suited her taste perfectly. 1 serving wasn't enough, so she ordered another. As they were leaving, Wei Jianguo asked the waiter to buy an extra serving of pickles. Song Shuxian smiled happily. "Jianguo, do you think we can make these pickles ourselves? What if I want some after we go home and I can't find any to buy? Leave it to me. I'll find out how to make them." Wei Jianguo was always worried that Song Shuxian wasn't eating enough. When he found something she liked, he wished he could bring it all home for her. That afternoon, they went to the famous Songguang Cinema to watch The Bell of Death and Tunnel Warfare. Song Shuxian enjoyed it and planned to go to the town to watch movies whenever she had time after returning home. That night, lying in bed, Song Shuxian rarely felt sentimental and said, "Jianguo, thank you. Why are you suddenly thanking me? Without you, I couldn't have solved my identity so easily. Without you protecting our home and country, I wouldn't be safe to go watch movies. Without you by my side, I wouldn't have such a happy family." Wei Jianguo held her tightly. They leaned on each other. After a long, sweet conversation, they talked about Harbin. "Honey, I heard from the salesperson that there are many good medicines here, like ginseng, deer antler, bear bile powder, schisandra, and toad oil. Do we have a way to buy some for emergencies? I have comrades here. I'll contact them tomorrow to see if I can arrange something." Actually, Wei Jianguo didn't quite understand Song Shuxian's thinking. Why buy medicine when they were healthy? But he was used to listening to her about these little things. Song Shuxian noticed his confusion and explained, "It's better to be prepared. When we need them, we can take them out right away. Plus, we won't have to worry about them expiring." Her magic gourd kept everything just as it was. Wei Jianguo was a man of action, and the next day, he contacted his comrades. They really managed to trade for 2 wild ginseng roots, one 100 years old and the other over 30 years old, for mushrooms,
30 pounds of fish from the river, over 10 pounds of monkey head mushrooms, 50 pounds of hazelnuts, 20 pounds of wood ear mushrooms, 10 pounds of birch fungus, 40 pounds of mushrooms, 10 pounds of wild honey, and 3 farm-raised chickens. Relying on the mountains for food, Wei Jianguo's comrades traded for these items from a nearby village. Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo thanked them profusely. This was truly a big help. They packed everything up to send back home. In the past 2 days of exploring Harbin, Wei Jianguo felt a bit better as he saw the people's lives here. The heavy weight on his heart slowly lifted. Song Xuxian always felt that after crossing the majestic mountains and rivers, her soul was filled with the beauty of nature. The little worries that once troubled her became insignificant in the face of the vast landscape, and her heart opened up. She wanted Wei Jianguo to join in on this trip, discussing everything together. At that moment, she asked, "Where do you want to go tomorrow? Where do you want to go?" Wei Jianguo came out this time to accompany his wife. After their child was born, his wife was tied to home, and it would take years before she could go out again. Moreover, he might have to leave for a mission at any time, so his time at home was limited. As a soldier, he served his country, but felt he was neglecting his family. "I really like the architecture here. It's different from what I've seen before. I want to take a good look. Let's just wander around and try some local food." "Okay, let's go to Dongfanghong Street. There are buildings with different styles there." Wei Jianguo had learned a bit about Harbin in the past 2 days. Song Xuxian reminded him, "There's also Laodao Wai. It has a Baroque architectural group." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Thinking about Wei Jianguo's recent interest in machinery, Song Xuxian added, "We can also visit Harbin Institute of Technology. I heard this school is great for machinery. When I worked in Jinling, many people in my office dreamed of studying there." Wei Jianguo immediately included it in their itinerary for the next day, noting that the university library must have many books. "I wonder if I can borrow any. I don't even understand the basics of mechanical principles." Song Xuxian smiled at him, not saying anything, just grinning mischievously. Seeing her like this, Wei Jianguo knew she had a plan. "Good wife, just tell me your plan." "Hee, it's actually very simple. I have a photographic memory. Haha, just bring me the book you like, and I'll help you memorize it when we get back." Wei Jianguo always knew his wife was smart, but he didn't expect her to be this clever. He had once felt sorry for her for not having a childhood and always studying, but it turned out she remembered so much just from casually reading. People can really be different. For him, learning something required a lot of effort. They say 2 people can't share the same blanket. He and his wife are just 2 different types of people, the smart one and the not-so-smart one. Wei Jianguo felt a deep jealousy. Then he reassured himself that if their child inherited the mother's intelligence, he would be satisfied for life. Song Xuxian found his changing expressions very amusing. She just kept watching him without saying anything. Wei Jianguo suddenly said, "Wife, you've worked hard." Song Xuxian felt confused. Wei Jianguo explained, "Thank you for helping me remember the books." Song Xuxian, your thought process is quite something. How's your belly? Is the baby bothering you? It's only the size of a peanut. What can it do? Don't worry, it's fine. Since she didn't have morning sickness, Song Xuxian didn't see herself as a pregnant woman and did whatever she wanted. Wei Jianguo could only watch over her. The 2 chatted while lying down and eventually fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Song Xuxian rarely wanted to sleep in, and Wei Jianguo let her. They had breakfast at the hotel and waited until the sun came out, and it warmed up before heading out. They first went to Dongfanghong Street, where they saw the Church of the Assumption, a pure white building, part of which was damaged, so only the exterior was visible. Worried about being caught, they only dared to glance at it, taking pictures to capture the buildings. Song Xuxian was very curious about these buildings. In her mind, architecture should be like that of the Great Yong Dynasty, with elaborate wooden structures. She quietly introduced the church to Wei Jianguo. This church is made of brick and wood, with a square layout. Inside, you can see the mother and child windows, and the small windows are in Roman style. The roof has 2 layers of domes, with an onion-shaped dome on top.
I wonder what it looks like inside now.
Wei Jianguo didn't understand her regret. To him, these foreign things were not good, and if they were destroyed, so be it. It was a shame for the Chinese. Song Shuxian focused on the architecture itself. Afterward, they also saw the Christian cathedral, the Catholic St. Stanislaus Church, and the Bliss Temple. When they entered Harbin Institute of Technology, they chatted with the security guard for a while and eventually found an acquaintance who assured them they just wanted to visit the library, which allowed them to pass. It was Song Shuxian's first time at a university, and she found it very large and impressive. The civil engineering building had 5 floors and resembled the letter E, strong yet elegant. They walked for a long time before finally finding the library. Jianguo, do you think I'll have a chance to study here in the future? Just thinking about it feels wonderful, studying in such a big campus. Like everyone visiting a university for the first time, Song Shuxian longed to join and experience campus life. Wei Jianguo thought seriously, now the university has stopped enrolling students. If they resume, we'll apply. If not, we'll find a way to get you in. Song Shuxian loved this man even more. He always responded to her every silly thought. I'm just thinking out loud. If I study, I'll have to leave you and the baby, and I can't bear that. In the future, you can come with me to visit. Okay, if you really want to study, you must tell me, and we'll find a way together. Your knowledge is very competitive. When they arrived at the library, it felt like mice falling into a grain bin. The collection of books was extensive, and Wei Jianguo saw many mechanical books he liked. Song Shuxian enjoyed reading novels, like Tianqiang Biao by Wu Longsheng, Red Crag by Luo Guangbin, and On the Fields, Forward by Ding Ling. The library had a rich collection, and Song Shuxian read quickly, soon getting lost in the books. Wei Jianguo, looking for mechanical books, also found a few military-related ones and became engrossed. They were only brought back to reality by their hunger, having stood for too long, their legs a bit numb. They found a quiet corner where they wouldn't disturb anyone, used their backpacks as shields, ate some pastries, and continued reading. This time, Song Shuxian helped Wei Jianguo with the books he liked, promising to memorize them for him later. Time flew by as they focused, and by the time they finished the books in front of them, the library was about to close. They thanked the librarian and left. Jianguo, why do you think such a great library and environment has so few visitors? They had spent most of the day there, and there were barely 10 people in total. What a waste of resources. Wei Jianguo knew. The university has stopped enrolling students, so the only ones here are those who were admitted before. There aren't many. Despite speaking softly about these sensitive topics, they still touched on them. Let's go eat at Lao Dao Ichu. I heard from the front desk that their chef makes amazing dumplings with delicious 3-flavor filling and sour cabbage filling, Song Shuxian said, her mouth watering. Seeing her like this, Wei Jianguo couldn't say no. The two of them asked around as they walked in that direction. On the way, they passed a clothing store, and Song Shuxian was immediately attracted. Inside the store were several winter outfits, including cotton jackets and fur coats. Wei Jianguo noticed a red cotton jacket with large flowers that looked very festive. He thought it would be perfect for Song Shuxian and that she would be the prettiest young wife in the neighborhood wearing it. Song Shuxian replied, "Thank you, but no, it's not for me." She rolled her eyes and ignored him. Song Shuxian felt that Wei Jianguo had used all his aesthetic sense on finding a wife. She spotted a long coat made of deep blue fabric with links for lining, which reached her calves. It looked very warm and understated. If someone didn't know better, they would think it was just a regular cotton jacket. The coat was tailored at the waist, making it look slim when worn. Wei Jianguo usually wore military uniforms, so he picked out 2 pairs of thick cotton pants and 2 vests made of fox fur. The cotton pants had extra padding at the knees and waist for comfort. He also bought 2 hats and 2 pairs of gloves for both of them to wear when they went out. As they were leaving, Song Shuxian noticed a pair of pure white horsehair boots in the corner, which were quite rare, and she quickly bought them. "Annie, do you have wool socks?" she asked. "Yes, I'll get them for you," the shopkeeper replied warmly to her 2 big customers. The socks were only available in black and gray, knitted tightly so they wouldn't pinch the feet. Song Shuxian bought 10 pairs for Wei Jianguo. After paying, they left the small shop feeling satisfied. Once outside, Song Shuxian was especially happy, saying, "With these, I won't be afraid of the cold this winter." I wanted to make a thick cotton jacket at home, but couldn't find good cotton. Now it's all sorted. She felt very content to buy such suitable items for a little money. Wei Jianguo looked at the things in his hands, which represented half a year's salary. He decided that he was destined to rely on his wife. If that was the case, he would do it openly. They arrived at Lao Du Yi, but it was a bit late, and the staff was preparing to close. "Can we still order?" Wei Jianguo asked. "Yes," came the reply. "I'd like a pound of 3 flavor dumplings, a pound of sauerkraut dumplings, a portion of braised fish, a portion of sauerkraut with blood sausage, and some spicy dried tofu," Wei Jianguo ordered, used to ordering extra and packing leftovers for his wife. You never know when you might not want to cook. Song Shuxian loved 3 flavor dumplings, saying, "The shrimp in the filling is so delicious. Every dumpling has shrimp in it. They're really generous." Wei Jianguo helped her remove the fish bones, saying, "You should eat some fish too. I heard that eating fish makes children smart." "Then I'll make sure to eat more fish when I get home." Wei Jianguo especially enjoyed blood sausage, dipping it in garlic sauce for extra flavor. "Wife, I'll brush my teeth soon," he said sheepishly, having snuck in a couple of bites earlier. Song Shuxian rolled her eyes at him. "If I had known you liked this, I would have pickled some garlic eggplants at home. In a marriage, if you like something, just eat it. Don't hold back. Just clean up after eating." Wei Jianguo was delighted. His wife really cared for him and didn't mind him eating strong-flavored food. He enjoyed his meal, alternating between sauerkraut and blood sausage, feeling very satisfied. After the meal, they packed up the leftovers, which were all for Wei Jianguo. Once outside Lao Du Yi, it was completely dark, and they could hardly see anything. Wei Jianguo held Song Shuxian's hand with one hand and a flashlight with the other as they slowly walked back to the hotel. "The stars are so bright tonight," Song Shuxian said, taking a deep breath of the cool air and looking up at the stars. "The stars here aren't even the best. If I get the chance, I'll take you to the grasslands to ride horses and see the stars. They shine so brightly there, it's like they can talk." Wei Jianguo shared his experiences of seeing stars in different places. Back in their room, Song Shuxian took out the things they bought today, carefully checking them to ensure everything was fine, as they planned to send them back tomorrow. They agreed to keep valuable items in their treasure pot and send the rest back so they would have supplies for the future. They had been there for 4 days, and after one more day of shopping, they would head to the capital. Trains were really slow these days, and they spent a lot of time traveling. Considering that Song Shuxian was pregnant, their schedule was very relaxed, allowing for breaks whenever needed. "Hubby, I want to take a hot bath," Song Shuxian said. Since arriving, she had been taking baths every day and clearly loved the bathtub. At first, Wei Jianguo disagreed, worried she might slip. But he had gotten used to it now. After giving her a few reminders, he stood by the door to keep watch. That night, the couple lay in bed planning the next day's itinerary. With supplies being tight, the service center's offerings were limited. They needed to buy more items to bring back, as they might not be able to find them later. "I really liked those liquor-filled candies we bought last time. Let's bring back more to enjoy slowly," Song Shuxian suggested. Wei Jianguo planned to buy from the black market since they didn't have many candy tickets left, and they would need them in the capital. "Let's also get some red sausage and blood sausage. Those are really tasty." "Okay. I heard from the lady downstairs that the frozen pears here are delicious. Let's buy some," Song Shuxian said, not realizing that frozen pears were just pears that had been frozen. "Sure, I'll buy those from the black market tomorrow. I'll also get you some blueberries and raspberries since you like them," he replied. "Buy more, I really like them." Wei Jianguo always agreed to Song Shuxian's requests. Thinking of the big loaf of bread, Song Shuxian asked, "Should we bring some of that big bread?" Wei Jianguo quickly declined. "Let's skip that. It's not very tasty. The best staple food is still the big white steamed buns." Speaking of pastries, let's check out Lao Ding Feng tomorrow. I heard their pastries are the best. We should try them. If we like them, we can buy them from the black market. I'm a bit worried about the tickets. In this era, having money wasn't enough. You also needed tickets, or you couldn't get anywhere. The tickets issued by the army were hardly enough. After agreeing, they planned to have a ticket-free hotel breakfast the next morning. Buns, fried dough sticks, eggs, tofu pudding, and coarse porridge. It was simple, but being able to eat these was great in this time. After breakfast, they strolled to Louding Foam, where they could smell the sweet aroma from a distance. Louding Foam was an old shop that had been in business since 1911, holding a status in Harbin similar to that of Daohua Village in Beijing. As Song Xuxian entered, she saw several pastries displayed in the glass counter, and the fragrance was wafting from there. "Hello, do I need a ticket to buy pastries?" she asked, wanting to clarify first. The salesperson, a woman in her 40s, replied, "It's cheaper with a ticket. Without a ticket, it's a bit more expensive. I'd like 5 pounds of peach crisps, 5 pounds of rice bars, 6 pounds of egg cake, 4 pounds of tongue cake, 5 pounds of sakuma, and 6 pounds of bite-sized pastries. Please calculate the price without tickets," Song Xuxian said, wanting to stock up. Hearing it was a large order, the salesperson quickly got to work packing. She also recommended, "Do you like mooncakes? Our mooncakes are delicious. We have 5-nut, red bean paste, and mixed fillings." Song Xuxian had never tried them. Which one sells the best? The salesperson cut a small piece of each flavor, saying, "You can try them." Song Xuxian didn't particularly like the taste and decided not to buy any. After taking Song Xuxian back to the hotel, Wei Jianguo went out to find the black market. He had been wandering around the city for days and had cleverly located the black market. Worried about causing unnecessary trouble, he changed his appearance and disguised himself so that only someone very familiar with him would recognize him. He arrived at the black market, paid a 20-cent entrance fee, and went inside to shop. The black market had everything. Following the list that Song Xuxian had prepared yesterday, Wei Jianguo bought items one by one. His big spending caught the attention of the black market boss. Wei Jianguo was skilled and quickly shook off anyone who followed him. After circling outside for a bit, he returned to the hotel. Inside, Song Xuxian was sleeping soundly. She had been sleeping particularly well lately, falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Wei Jianguo quietly tidied up the items on the floor, dividing everything into 2 parts, one for his treasure jar and the other to send back to the army. When Song Xuxian woke up, she saw Wei Jianguo reading a book intently. "What time is it?" "You're awake. It's 11 o'clock. Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry. After we eat, let's go to the department store." "Sure." In just a few words, Wei Jianguo had helped Song Xuxian sit up and put on her clothes. After washing her face, Song Xuxian felt refreshed. They went out together, and Wei Jianguo led her to an inconspicuous house. He knocked rhythmically a few times, and a middle-aged aunt opened the door, looked at them, and said, "Nephew and niece-in-law are here. Come in." As Wei Jianguo responded, he led Song Xuxian inside. Throughout the process, Song Xuxian was confused, wondering what was happening and where she was. Once inside, the aunt took them to a room with 2 tables. "What would you like to eat?" she asked. Seeing that his wife was back to her senses, Wei Jianguo had her look at the small blackboard, which listed the dishes available that day. "I'll have a white meat blood sausage, a stewed fish, a serving of grilled meat, a bowl of rice, and 1.5 pounds of dumplings. Also, please pack 2 hams and 2 smoked chickens." Song Xuxian's big order shocked everyone. The aunt left, and Wei Jianguo explained to Song Xuxian that this place was privately run and only accepted business through referrals. The knocking was a secret signal. They cooked whatever ingredients they managed to buy that day. Song Xuxian was amazed that people still dared to run a private business in this era. After a while, the aunt returned, wiping the small blackboard clean of the hams and smoked chickens. It seemed the only 2 available had already been taken. After about 20 minutes, all the dishes were served. Song Xuxian's target was the stewed fish. The fish had firm, tender meat with few bones, even better than sea fish. The tofu inside had soaked up the broth, bursting with flavor with each bite. Song Shuxian couldn't stop eating. There were also some delicious vermicelli in the fish. She finished an entire serving of stewed fish and felt like her stomach was about to burst. Wei Jianguo, who usually wasn't picky, had developed a taste for good food after eating with Song Shuxian every day. This meal had raised their dining experience to a new level. They left through another door of the small courtyard. Once outside, they found themselves near the second department store. The Harbin Second Department Store was a 3-story European-style building. The first floor sold snacks and daily necessities, the second floor had clothes and cultural items, and the third floor featured larger items like watches, radios, and bicycles. Song Shuxian browsed carefully, hoping to find something unique to Harbin, but found nothing. Everything was the same as in other department stores. She did discover 2 colors of paint that she hadn't seen before, which was a pleasant surprise. After leaving, Song Shuxian still felt a bit bewildered. Jianguo, don't you think it's strange? I've been to the department stores in Jinling and Helidio, and this one in Harbin has similar items. But these 3 cities are far apart, with different climates and lifestyles. Logically, the products should have some regional characteristics. Wei Jianguo had never been to a department store before and didn't know about these things. After listening to Song Shuxian, he found her reasoning very valid. But given the current situation, they felt powerless. As he thought about how to comfort Song Shuxian, he saw her carefree, continuing to enjoy the sights. Wei Jianguo. Noticing his reaction, Song Shuxian moved a little closer and said, "History isn't written by just one person. Whether in talent or ability, I'm just ordinary, with no grand ambitions. I just want to take care of my little piece of land and live well. Those thoughts are just things I share with you. You can consider them my daily complaints." Wei Jianguo didn't see her lack of ambition as a flaw. Instead, he appreciated it. She always knew what kind of life she wanted and was willing to work for it. On their way back, they passed a Xinhua bookstore and went in to browse, but found nothing of interest. After leaving, Song Shuxian complained again. There are so many books in history, so many useful ones, yet not a single one here. There are also foreign books. Those foreign language books could be translated for everyone to read, but they aren't available. Isn't this just a policy to keep the people ignorant? They don't want the common folks to read and learn, fearing they might suddenly become smart. Wei Jianguo found his little wife, who was fuming, adorable. He didn't even realize that her daily little complaints had transformed him from a soldier who followed orders into a general who could think independently and make choices. "Tomorrow we leave, but I feel like we haven't seen anything." Song Shuxian thought this trip was different from what she had imagined. "Think about where we haven't been. We still have time, we can go see something." Counting on her fingers, Song Shuxian realized there weren't many attractions in Harbin. As she thought, she remembered a place they had missed. Shi Hall, a famous medical clinic in Harbin. Its Ngong Nyo Huangwan, bear oil, tiger bone ointment, and deer antler glue were all excellent traditional Chinese medicines. "Jianguo, let's go to Shi Hall and buy some medicine." Song Shuxian pulled Wei Jianguo along. After taking a few steps, she realized she wasn't moving at all and couldn't pull him along. "Why aren't we going?" "Wife, are you feeling unwell?" Wei Jianguo asked, looking worried as he examined her for any signs of illness. Jianguo, let's go to Shi Hall and buy some medicine." Song Shuxian pulled Wei Jianguo along. After taking a few steps, she realized she wasn't moving at all and couldn't pull him along. "Why aren't we going?" "Wife, are you feeling unwell?" Wei Jianguo asked, looking worried as he examined her for any signs of illness. Wei Jianguo recalled how Song Shuxian stocked up on Ganoderma and understood. Wealthy families prepare in advance, while poor families only seek medical help when absolutely necessary. They walked toward Shi Hall, with Song Shuxian explaining the principle of being prepared. Upon arriving, they found it was just a small pharmacy, with an unremarkable entrance. Once inside, they were greeted by an elderly doctor who had a much better attitude than the staff at the department store. "We can't treat patients right now. We only sell medicine." "Shopkeeper, we're here to buy medicine." We've heard a lot about Shi halls and Gongnyo Huangwan and want to buy some for emergencies. Oh, please don't call me shopkeeper. My surname is Su. Just call me Comrade Su. How many bottles of Gongnyo Huangwan do you need? Comrade Su, do we need a ticket to buy medicine? To be honest, I don't have many tickets on me, and I want quite a few. You don't need a ticket to buy medicine. Then I'll take 10 bottles of Gongnyo Huangwan, 10 boxes of bear oil tiger bone ointment, and 10 boxes of deer antler glue. If you have anything for beauty and health, please add some for me. Seeing such a big order, the shopkeeper was delighted and eagerly recommended some beauty products. Song Shuxian bought everything she wanted. Comrade Su, could you please leave me an address? I'll contact you when I need more later. Sure, just send your letter to this address. Wei Jianguo was once again impressed by his wife's big spending. Early the next morning, the two arrived at the train station. Looking at the dense crowd, Song Shuxian felt a chill run down her spine. The fear of taking the train returned, making it hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, Wei Jianguo was there to support her. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Maybe it was his calming voice or his reliable shoulder, but Song Shuxian gradually relaxed and no longer felt the crowd's pressure. With Wei Jianguo guiding her, they reached the window. I'll lift you up through the window. Our seats are just up there. Before she could react, he lifted her into the train car. A female attendant helped her settle in and took Wei Jianguo's luggage, saying, "Hello, I'm Yang Guifan, the wife of Wei Jianguo's former squad leader. You're pregnant, so sit and rest. I'll take care of everything." Seeing she couldn't help, Song Shuxian obediently sat down. They didn't bring much, just 2 bags, one for food and one for clothes. Before she could chat with Guifan, Wei Jianguo returned. "Sister-in-law, thank you for your help. This is my wife, Song Shuxian." Wei Jianguo was familiar with the family and felt at ease. "Sister-in-law, this is Guifan, my squad leader's wife. I served under him when I joined the army, so we're close. No need to be formal with her." "Hello, sorry for the trouble earlier," Song Shuxian said, feeling a bit shy. She wasn't used to being too close with Wei Jianguo in front of others. Guifan was warm and straightforward, typical of someone from Northeast China. "You're really beautiful." No wonder Jianguo didn't want to find a wife before. He must have had high standards. "Don't be shy, I'm happy to help you." After some friendly exchanges, they felt closer. When it was time to part, Wei Jianguo took out a toy. "Sister-in-law, this is for Dog Dan, as I promised. That little brat asked you for a toy again? Don't pay attention to him. I purposely didn't buy him one. He's the youngest and spoiled. He needs to be taught a lesson while he's still young, otherwise, who knows what he'll become. Don't be formal with me, sister-in-law. I've watched Dog Dan grow up. He's like my own nephew." Guifan thanked him for the gift and invited them to visit her home next time. No matter how many times Song Shuxian watched, she could never learn the extreme friendliness of Northeast people. It was too overwhelming. Thankfully, Wei Jianguo was there. After saying goodbye to Guifan, Wei Jianguo turned to find his wife sitting on the bed, looking anxious. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No. I'm just thinking how lucky we are that we don't have to deal with such extreme friendliness. I really can't learn it. I'm straightforward. If someone gives me something, I accept it and return something similar when I can." Wei Jianguo wasn't used to this culture either, but he knew everyone was like this, and over time, he would understand it better. He gently ruffled her hair. "If you can't learn it, don't worry. I'll handle everything." They organized their things and sat on the bed, waiting for the other 4 passengers to arrive. They hoped to meet friendly people. "Hey, get up. I want this seat," a rude female voice called out. Song Shuxian looked over to see a somewhat pretty girl, but her arrogant expression spoiled her looks and made her seem harsh. Song Shuxian ignored her. Seeing this, the girl reached out to pull Song Shuxian, but Wei Jianguo blocked her. Song Shuxian didn't want to argue with the arrogant girl. Winning wouldn't matter, and losing would only upset her. She turned her attention to the middle-aged woman accompanying the girl. "Excuse me, ma'am, how long are you going to let your child act so rudely? Shouldn't you take her home and teach her properly? Or
Do you want me to help with that?
The woman felt embarrassed when Song Shuxian called her out.
How can you talk like that?
My child is still young and doesn't understand. Just let her have the seat.
Why, be so stubborn.
Song Shuxian laughed lightly. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter a family drama on the train. Is this lady not your real mother?
Don't get angry yet.
Ask the people around us, who would let their child behave like this. Normal parents would correct their child's bad behavior, even if they don't stop it immediately. They would set an example to show what's right and wrong. Unlike you, who seems to be spoiling her. The onlookers, enjoying the scene, began to think along with Song Shuxian and agreed with her. One by one, they spoke up. If that were my child, I would have slapped her already. It's better to discipline her now than to let her offend someone important later and ruin the whole family. Now I understand. Who didn't get a beating when they were young? We all realize later that our parents did it for our own good. Is she a stepmother? They can be the worst. Exactly. Just listen to how she talks. She says her child is still small, but that girl looks at least 17 or 18. How is she still small? We have a stepmother like that in our village. She strictly disciplines her biological kids but spoils her stepchildren. Everyone praises her as a good stepmother. Now her biological son works for the government, while her stepchild is a troublemaker. With each comment, the middle-aged woman was left speechless, insisting she didn't mean to be that way. The young girls seemed to understand something, looking dazed. Once the crowd dispersed, they returned to their seats. The girl took the lower bunk while the middle-aged woman went to the upper one. Song Shuxian leaned against a blanket, ready to take a nap. Wei Jianguo helped her take off her shoes, laid his jacket on the pillow, and covered her with his blanket. Close your eyes and get some good rest. Song Shuxian nodded and closed her eyes. She was tired, and her belly had a noticeable curve now. The young girl watched this scene in surprise. She had never seen a couple interact like this. In her family, her father was the authority, and her mother took care of the home and served him. What shocked her even more was how Wei Jianguo took care of Song Shuxian. He prepared her meals at the restaurant and stood with her after eating to help her stretch. Such thoughtfulness was something she had never witnessed before. Passing through City Z, after sitting for 20 hours, Song Shuxian felt a bit tired. She leaned against the window, bored, watching the crowd at the station. Wei Jianguo had been called by Sister Guifan to help with something, and she didn't know what it was. A very new cigarette box caught her eye. It was a De Chongjiu brand, a special cigarette for military leaders, hard to find outside. She had seen it with Grandpa Song, and it took some effort to get. She noticed the cigarette box because it was so pristine. After half a year of being a military wife, Song Shuxian understood how rough soldiers lived. The cigarette boxes they used were all crumpled. Even children would find them unappealing. This box was so new, indicating that its owner cherished it. But she saw the owner casually toss the box into a corner. This seemed unreasonable. Was it a thief who didn't know its value? Before long, a plain-looking young man came by and picked up the cigarette box. For some reason, Song Shuxian felt something was off, very off, especially awkward. But she brushed it off. Overall, it didn't concern her much. She continued to observe others. An aunt boarding with a big rooster, an uncle carrying 2 jars, a couple bickering, a shy newlywed couple holding hands, and playful children, showcasing the variety of life. The more she watched, the more interesting it became. Song Shuxian quietly noted these scenes, planning to draw them later, calling it the many faces of life at the train station. Wei Jianguo, feeling uneasy, quickly returned after finishing his task. He couldn't help it. His wife was too beautiful and easily caught the attention of bad people, which led to some teasing from Sister Guifan. You're back. Why are you sweating so much? Wipe your face, Song Shuxian said, taking out her handkerchief to help him. As an old married couple, Wei Jianguo didn't hesitate and wiped his face. His mouth didn't stop. How are you, my wife? Are you feeling okay? I'm fine, just sitting here listening to you, not running around. The girl across from them had forgotten her earlier displeasure and, unable to get what she wanted, envied them, saying, Fox spirit, all you do is attract men. That man is useless,
letting a woman control him. What a disgrace. Song Shuxian and Wei Jianguo were keeping a low profile on this trip. To avoid revealing that Wei Jianguo was almost fully recovered, they didn't meet any of his comrades in Harbin. Hearing the girl's words, though she didn't name names, they didn't plan to argue. Unexpectedly, their retreat made the girl bolder, and she continued her taunts. Song Shuxian smiled and said, "Little sister, let me teach you something. The chairman said women can hold up half the sky, and that men and women are equal, just with different roles in the family. Are you saying you disagree with the chairman or want to restore feudalism with your talk of male superiority? Don't worry, little sister. I'll remember what you said and later chat with the train police. I'll have them take you to the committee to see what kind of person you are." As soon as she finished speaking, the once arrogant girl turned pale.
I didn't mean it, don't say that.
No, I was just joking, it was all a joke. Please don't take it seriously. She was quite flexible. The girl's mother slapped her face and turned to apologize to Song Shuxian. "Miss, my child is just ignorant, but she didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. I'll keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't speak out of turn. You're an adult. Please don't hold it against her." Song Shuxian looked at them and smiled, "But I do want to hold it against you." The mother and daughter were taken aback, clearly not expecting that response. They could only keep apologizing. This time, the onlookers didn't speak up, likely fearing that Song Shuxian would catch them in something. In this era, what people feared most was the committee. They were like wolves that would devour you whole. Song Shuxian said nothing, just smiled at the mother and daughter. The mother, being clever, took out 20 yuan. "I'm sorry, I didn't manage my child well.
This is to apologize to you.
We shouldn't have troubled you." Song Shuxian refused the 20 yuan. The military had its rules, and if she accepted it now, Wei Jianguo could be reported tomorrow. Besides, she didn't need the money. It wasn't worth the risk. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with panic when she was refused. With her stunning beauty, Song Shuxian said something heartbreaking. "Tisk, no wonder you're not tall. It's all in your scheming heart. You're trying to think of a way to get me to accept the money so you can report me, aren't you? You really want to ruin my reputation. Saying you have a heart of a snake and scorpion is not unjustified. No wonder that silly girl is being played by you. Everyone, please help us confirm that we did not accept any compensation from them." The crowd responded, willing to testify that the earlier incident was not their fault. The aunt was shaking with anger, but had no way to retaliate. All her tricks had been preemptively countered. She could only glare fiercely at Song Shuxian. But who cared? Song Shuxian smiled and said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just 2 requests, and we can consider this over." The girl was anxious. "Tell me. I'll agree to anything. First, apologize to me sincerely. No half-hearted apologies. Second, for the rest of this trip, keep quiet and stay away from me." The girl immediately responded, "I'm sorry," bowing deeply, clearly sincere. Song Shuxian didn't press further. It was just a few words, not worth dwelling on. The rest of the journey was quite peaceful, as the people around seemed to realize that Song Shuxian was not to be trifled with and didn't approach her. This suited Song Shuxian just fine. She and Wei Jianguo leaned their heads together, chatting. Song Shuxian recalled the strange scene she had just seen and shared it with Wei Jianguo. It was like that. Doesn't it seem unreasonable? Catching spies had almost become part of Wei Jianguo's DNA. Upon hearing Song Shuxian's description, he instinctively felt it was about passing messages. He immediately became serious. "Wife, you stay here for a bit. I have something to do, and I'll be back soon." Song Shuxian sat reading a comic when Sister Guifan came over. "Sister, Wei Jianguo asked me to keep you company." She nudged Song Shuxian's shoulder, and the meaning was clear. Song Shuxian felt a bit shy. "He's just worrying too much. I'm fine here, not wandering around." Sister Guifan said, "Sister, you can't think like that. A marriage needs to be nurtured. When a man shows concern and buys you gifts, just show that you're happy and admire him. Then find opportunities to guide him to prepare gifts according to your preferences. Over time, a good man will be cultivated." Song Shuxian's eyes sparkled.
Sister Guifin, you're amazing. You understand so much. Oh, it's nothing special, just life experience. That's how I manage my husband. Song Shuxian realized that Sister Guifin was a very perceptive person. She always knew what she wanted and worked hard to achieve her desires. Wei Jianguo returned 2 hours later, his clothes a bit wrinkled, showing signs of a struggle. He quickly walked over to Song Shuxian and asked, "How are you? Were you scared?" "No, don't worry. After all, I'm a martyr's family member. I'm not that timid," she replied, pouting playfully, not wanting him to worry about her while he was busy. It was impossible not to worry, especially since Song Shuxian was pregnant. Placing his hand on her belly, Wei Jianguo asked, "How's the baby? Is he causing you any trouble?" "The baby is very well behaved. He probably knows Daddy is busy, so he's keeping Mommy company," she said, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks, feeling a bit shy. Wei Jianguo adored her cute demeanor. In a soft voice, Song Shuxian asked, "Is everything settled? Was it that person?" Wei Jianguo, feeling helpless, could only satisfy her curiosity. "Yes. Now I need to take you to make a statement." If it weren't for the statement, he couldn't share specific details with her. They quickly packed their bags and asked the train attendant in charge of their carriage to watch over their things for a moment before leaving. On the way, Wei Jianguo explained, "There are a few soldiers on leave on this train. I ran into them when I went to explain the situation to the train conductor. We worked together to resolve it quickly." 2 young soldiers came to take Song Shuxian's statement. When they learned that the spy was exposed simply because the bored young girl found their cigarette box too new, they were speechless. To be honest, those 2 spies deserved their bad luck. After taking the statement, this matter was no longer related to Wei Jianguo and Song Shuxian. It was handed over to the soldiers on leave, led by a regiment commander. Back at their seats, Song Shuxian felt a bit indignant. "Why didn't they let you participate? It feels a bit unfair." Wei Jianguo explained, "I volunteered to step back. The most important thing for this trip is to spend time with you. Now that you're pregnant, I really can't leave you alone. They are all excellent soldiers, and they can handle things well." Influenced by her past life, Song Shuxian disapproved of such behavior of abandoning those who have served. After hearing Wei Jianguo's explanation, she felt a bit better. "What are our plans next?" she asked. "Beijing is the capital, and there are many interesting places to visit. We should explore Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, Fragrant Hills, and the zoo," he replied. With each place he mentioned, Song Shuxian's excitement grew. At that moment, her anticipation for Beijing reached its peak. "Jianguo, what delicious food is there?" Wei Jianguo, realizing his wife's love for food during this trip, replied, "There's doji, fermented mung bean juice, aiwo with sweet rice dumplings, Peking duck, copper pot hot pot, fried cakes, and stuffed intestines. Beijing has so much delicious food. Once we get there, we can ask around and try everything." Song Shuxian eagerly agreed. Thinking about her health, Wei Jianguo suggested, "Wife, when we get to Beijing, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll feel better knowing you're okay." Song Shuxian, not one to refuse good advice, readily agreed. As long as she didn't have to drink traditional medicine, seeing a doctor was no big deal. With no one causing trouble, Song Shuxian enjoyed the latter part of the journey. After a nap, they arrived in Beijing. "Wife, walk in front of me." Wei Jianguo gently wrapped his arm around her, creating space to protect her from the crowd. Upon arriving at the train station square, Song Shuxian was amazed by the capital's grandeur. This was the most impressive train station she had ever seen. It was huge, really huge. Later, she learned that the station was 218 meters wide and 124 meters deep, with a total area of 71,054 square meters. The North Square alone was 40,000 square meters. The waiting hall had the words Beijing written in bold, powerful characters. On both sides, there were capital station clock towers with 8 faces. Every day from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., on the hour, the clock would chime "The east is red. The east is red, the sun rises." Ulayo. Every line expressed the people's love for it at that time. In the midst of it all, Song Shuxian felt a surge of pride. As usual, Wei Jianguo took photos of her at the train station square. Afterward, they headed straight to the Jingxi Hotel. They could stay there because Wei Jianguo was a soldier, and Commander Liu had helped with a recommendation letter. It was the highest-rated hotel in Beijing at that time. This hotel also left Song Xuxian in awe. Standing in front of it, she counted the floors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. 13 floors. It was so high, it was beyond her imagination. She wondered if standing on the 13th floor would make her feel short of breath. After successfully checking in, Song Xuxian excitedly explored the room, which had a private bathroom for showering. Although she didn't get to experience the view from the 13th floor, the 12th floor still offered a glimpse of the scenery. Standing by the window and looking down made her dizzy and breathless. After leaning on Wei Jianguo for a while to recover, she curiously looked down again, seeing tiny people and objects below, all reduced to little dots. She wondered if it looked the same from above. Jianguo, I really like it here. The environment is great, clean and hygienic. Most importantly, this is my first time standing so high. It feels like the air is different, she said, smiling brightly. Seeing her happy face, Wei Jianguo felt everything was worth it. He earned the privilege to stay there through his hard work. When Commander Liu asked what reward he wanted, he said he wanted to take his wife to the best hotel to experience the strength of their country. Also, because of Song Xuxian's special status and the leaders knowing she was financially secure, they helped her with a recommendation letter. After spending 2 days on the train, feeling dirty, they took turns showering, feeling warm and cozy, lying in bed, not wanting to move. In the end, Wei Jianguo went out to buy food from a nearby state-run restaurant. He got a stir-fried vegetable dish, Peking-style shredded pork, sweet and sour cabbage, half a kilogram of rice, and 2 steamed buns, bringing it back to enjoy with Song Xuxian. Song Xuxian secretly sipped on her little belly, trying to hide her baby bump. But with her belly already showing a noticeable curve, hiding it was futile. Seeing Wei Jianguo's amused smile, she gave in. All right, your son was demanding food, so I had a bowl of chicken soup and a few soup dumplings. Wei Jianguo could never blame her. He helped her sit at the table, saying, I'm not laughing at you. I just think you're adorable like this. Come, try some and see what you like. With that encouragement, Song Xuxian quickly joined him for a meal, and they saved the leftovers in a container. The next day, the two of them woke up early and headed straight to Tiananmen, their first stop in the capital, to watch the flag-raising ceremony. This was very important to Wei Jianguo. It was his belief. The electrician on duty at the History Museum carried the national flag to the flagpole and, accompanied by the national anthem, raised the 5-star red flag. Wei Jianguo stood straight and saluted the whole time. Song Xuxian also stood tall, paying her respects. Tears welled up in their eyes as they thought of the soldiers and the revolutionary martyrs. Their emotions surged, and they found it hard to control themselves. As they toured Tiananmen Square, they tried to calm their feelings. The stable life they enjoyed today was earned through the blood of countless revolutionary martyrs. At that moment, Song Xuxian felt a sense of belonging to this country and wanted to contribute in some way. It was rare for Wei Jianguo to show such emotions, so Song Xuxian used her camera to capture the moment, resulting in photos of him with the flag, with statues of great leaders, and at Tiananmen Square. In each photo, Wei Jianguo was saluting, his expression solemn, and his eyes filled with respect and sincerity. Song Xuxian also asked the staff who raised the flag to take a few pictures of them together. They hung these photos in the most prominent place in their home. Yuan in the waiting room of the Capital Maternal and Child Hospital, Wei Jianguo carefully helped Song Xuxian sit down. He was as nervous as when they first went for a prenatal checkup. Don't be afraid, my wife. I'm here. You'll be fine, and the baby will be fine too. He was rambling, unsure of what to express. Song Xuxian was quite pleased with his state. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be this nervous about a checkup. Feeling bold, Song Xuxian held his sweaty hand and gently wiped it dry with a cloth. Don't be nervous. I'm fine. This is just a routine check. After this, we can go eat something delicious. Didn't they say the state-run restaurant nearby is great? Perhaps this reassured Wei Jianguo, as he finally relaxed a bit. It wasn't entirely his fault. When they entered the hospital, they saw a woman who had miscarried, and her blood had stained her pants. In Wei Jianguo's limited understanding, pregnant women should stay home and be careful, not out having fun like they were. He didn't know that many pregnant women at home were busy taking care of their families, doing laundry, and cooking without a moment's rest. Now that it was Song Shuqian's turn, he became anxious again. Song Shuqian had no issues as she entered the examination room. "Doctor, I'm here for a checkup. My belly seems a bit big. Am I overdoing it with the supplements?" This was the real reason Song Shuqian agreed to come to the hospital. She was worried that the baby was too big to deliver. The doctor, a woman in her 40s, asked her to lie down and carefully listen to her belly with a stethoscope. After a long examination, she said, "We have just introduced a new ultrasound machine. Let's do an ultrasound." Both were confused, and Wei Jianguo became tense again, sweating profusely. Song Shuqian quickly grabbed his hand. "Jianguo, help me sit up." Her words snapped him back to reality. The doctor felt a sense of relief. This man had a strong presence. Song Shuqian smiled apologetically. "Doctor, please don't mind. We saw a woman who had miscarried when we came in, and my husband got scared." "What is an ultrasound? Is it because something is wrong with my baby?" Her last question trembled with worry. "Don't be nervous. Your baby is developing well. I want you to have an ultrasound because I suspect you might be having twins. The ultrasound will show the baby's development. It is a bit expensive, so you can decide." With that, Song Shuqian relaxed. "Let's do it. Where do we go for that?"
"Follow me." They followed the doctor to the ultrasound room.
The doctor wanted to ask the family to leave, but decided against it when she saw Wei Jianguo's expression. It was better to let him stay. It could be worse if he got upset. The new parents were amazed to see their two little babies on the screen, feeling their hearts melt. After the examination, the doctor remarked, "You are the healthiest pregnant woman I have seen." Still in shock, it was Wei Jianguo who reacted first. He took out his notebook and began asking the doctor various questions, including how to care for a pregnant woman, what changes to expect each month, potential issues, solutions, and what to do if the pregnant woman's emotions fluctuate greatly. The doctor was overwhelmed with questions. If it weren't for the man's evident care for his wife, she would have sent him away long ago. After half an hour of questioning, the doctor smiled and said, "I can prescribe you a pound of brown sugar and a pound of red dates to help the pregnant woman's health. Do you want them?" At that moment, money was tight, and many people hesitated to buy such expensive items. Wei Jianguo didn't think twice and asked, "Doctor, a pound is too little. Can you give us more?" The doctor found it amusing and frustrating but still agreed to give them 3 pounds each. After leaving the hospital, Song Shuqian felt like she was receiving special treatment since she was now carrying 2 babies. Suddenly, she asked, "Jianguo, do you want a boy or a girl?" Without hesitation, Wei Jianguo replied, "A boy." Song Shuqian stopped in her tracks, waiting for an explanation. This world is too hard on women. Look at the wives in the family compound. They take care of everyone at home. If they make a mistake, everyone talks about them. Those whose mothers-in-law are not around can take charge, but those whose mothers-in-law are present have to be cautious. Those who can earn a salary are better off. Having money gives them confidence. But many don't earn a salary and only have 10 yuan a month for household expenses, managing to feed and care for the whole family. They have one child after another, and their health declines. If we have a daughter, we'll raise her like a boy, so she has the confidence to live her own life. When she grows up, she can find a husband who will treat her well, and no one can bully her. Song Shuqian felt touched by his words. He was speaking about the reality of the military wives in the compound. "I didn't expect you to know this." Wei Jianguo shrugged. "Surveillance is one of our training subjects. Everyone knows this. Some just pretend not to." Song Shuqian agreed. If someone truly cared, they would know about the life of their partner. It's just that they don't pay attention. She said, "I also want a son. We can raise them together." You teach them how to be strong men, and I'll teach them to love life. The couple dreamed about their future as they headed to the state-run restaurant. To their surprise, it was closed. Seeing the big lock on the door made them laugh unexpectedly. Wei Jianguo took Song Shuqian to a nearby park, found a bench, and said, "You have a lunchbox in your backpack. Let's eat here and go for roast duck at noon." Using her backpack as a shield, Song Shuqian took out a lunchbox of dumplings. She always kept an empty lunchbox in her bag for situations like this. They had pork and sauerkraut dumplings, which they had packed in Harbin. After filling their stomachs a bit, they strolled leisurely to Wang Fujing department store. Wei Jianguo took Song Shuqian to the tram station to wait for the tram. At that moment, the tram had two long antennas on top, connected to the overhead wires, following the route of the wires. Song Shuqian curiously observed everything. The tram was light blue with a white roof, resembling a big blue loaf of bread. It was a beautiful sight on the streets of the city. Once on board, there weren't many people, and Song Shuqian found a window seat. Wei Jianguo stood beside her to ensure her safety. The tram wasn't very fast, and through the window, the outside world looked wonderful. "Jianguo, don't you think this city is colorful while others are gray?" "I really like it here. It's clean and convenient." Song Shuqian shared her feelings. In her eyes, the country could be divided into this city and other cities. People here spoke with more energy and confidence, showing hope for life. When they arrived at Wang Fujing department store, Song Shuqian was impressed. It was indeed the best department store in the city, with 2 underground levels and 4 above, covering 39,000 square meters. The building displayed the words 1949 and Wang Fujing department store. This was the largest department store Song Shuqian had ever visited. "Honey, I think I'm going to buy a lot today," she said excitedly, pulling Wei Jianguo along. Deep down, she was still the daughter of a general's family, never lacking money even in tough times. Wei Jianguo thought about the money returned by the government after the Song family's assets were merged, which was likely several thousand yuan. This meant Song Shuqian was not short on money. With his years of allowances and bonuses, she could buy whatever she wanted without worry. It seemed he thought a lot, but it was just a moment. He said, "Then buy more, choose what you like. I'll carry it." Song Shuqian smiled sweetly at him, feeling very satisfied. The two rushed into the department store. The first floor sold meat, eggs, and vegetables, with dedicated counters for chickens, ducks, and pork, crowded with people. The vegetable section had fewer people, but still quite a few. When Song Shuqian turned around, she spotted a fruit stall and was pleasantly surprised. "Hello, I'd like 2 pounds of persimmons and 2 pounds of apples." The saleswoman, an auntie, was very friendly. "Apples are 30 cents a pound, persimmons are 25 cents a pound, totaling 1 yuan for 2 pounds of fruit." Wei Jianguo paid, and they continued shopping. At the candy counter, Song Shuqian was drawn to the chocolate. She had tried it before and liked it. "I'll take 2 pounds of this chocolate," Wei Jianguo said. This chocolate seemed to be sold only in the city. They hadn't seen it in other places, so they wanted to buy more. While browsing the candy counter, Song Shuqian noticed a type of candy she had never seen before called shrimp crisp. "I'll take 2 tails of this shrimp crisp." With not many candy tickets left, she decided to buy only her favorites. After tasting a piece of shrimp crisp, she couldn't wait to share one with Wei Jianguo. "This is really good. You should try it. If you like it, let's buy more when we go back." Song Shuqian shrugged, "But we don't have enough tickets." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Wei Jianguo planned to visit the black market to get what they needed before leaving. Song Shuqian understood his thoughts. "Then let's buy more. We are a family of 4, and it won't spoil. We can eat it slowly." Wei Jianguo agreed. Next, they went to the daily necessities counter, where Song Shuqian bought several beauty products, planning to try them out and find the best one for herself. At that time, shopping meant buying what you liked, and if you didn't want it, you just didn't buy it. There was no trial period. In simple terms, it was a seller's market. The products in this city were much better than those in Holidio. She also bought a large blue bottle of shampoo. Then they visited the fabric counter, but had no luck finding any defective fabric. They had used up most of their fabric tickets, so they didn't buy anything. At the ready-to-wear counter, Song Shuxian was attracted to a cashmere coat, camel-colored with a waist design, which looked very elegant on her. Wei Jianguo immediately understood her intention and said, "Please get a size suitable for my wife." The saleswoman looked at their attire, confirmed they could afford it, and brought it out while saying, "This is from Shanghai, and there are only 2 pieces, one large and one small, each priced at 121 yuan. Song Shuxian took off her outer coat and tried on the cashmere coat, and her whole demeanor changed. Wei Jianguo quickly said, "Please wrap it up. Are there other colors for this coat?" The saleswoman quickly prepared the order, saying, "There is a black one." Noticing that his wife didn't like black, he decided against it. They continued shopping and found a pair of leather shoes in Wei Jianguo's size, which they bought. What surprised Song Shuxian the most about the department store was its openness to cultural learning. There were many books available, and even the painting supplies she needed were well stocked. She picked out several colors. As they continued shopping, they grew a bit tired but pushed on. Then they discovered a stall selling air guns. Although she didn't know much about air guns, she recognized they could be dangerous. They could be used for hunting and would hurt if shot at someone. Song Shuxian was curious, but didn't buy one, thinking it was unnecessary. Wei Jianguo simply wasn't interested. He had the real thing. Thinking of future children, Song Shuxian bought some toys, a tin frog and a tin train. Inspired by the dolls here, she decided to make her own when they returned. After finishing their shopping, they stumbled upon a musical instrument section, which surprised Song Shuxian. She thought there would be no music here in the future. To her surprise, they found instruments for sale: guitars, eru, flutes, harmonicas, and accordions. Confirming that she could try them out, she picked up an accordion and tried a couple of notes, managing to find the scales, but unable to play a tune. They experienced a day of shopping, seeing a lot but buying little. Even with many tickets, they couldn't keep up with Song Shuxian's spending, and now there weren't many left, so they could only enjoy the sights. After leaving Wangfujing department store, the two strolled along Wangfujing Street towards Baiyanyufang, where the roast duck is said to be especially delicious. Song Shuxian was curious. "I've only heard of Quanjude roast duck. What's Baiyanyufang?" Wei Jianguo had asked his comrades before coming. Quanjude is more famous. Their roast duck is roasted in a hanging oven. Baiyanyufang is for food lovers. They use a different roasting technique. We'll eat at Baiyanyufang today and Quanjude tomorrow to see which one you prefer. Such a wasteful man. Song Shuxian originally spoke in Jinling dialect, but living in the Northeast influenced her. Now, her speech has a mix of Jinling and Northeast accents, and when she occasionally speaks dialect, it sounds like a cute little kitten trying to mimic a lynx, making hearts flutter. Wei Jianguo couldn't resist it at all. As they walked, they saw Niliansheng, a shop selling handmade cloth shoes and satin shoes, which looked very comfortable. "Honey, let's go in and take a look. The shoes here are all sewn by workers, ensuring good quality. Can I try on the shoes?" Song Shuxian asked. The male staff member had a very nice attitude. "Of course. What size do you need?" Song Shuxian told him her size. Wei Jianguo took the shoes and said, "You sit still. I'll help you." He helped Song Shuxian change her shoes, attracting the staff's attention. They probably didn't expect a man to be so considerate and obedient to his wife. Song Shuxian chose a pair of satin shoes with embroidery, which were very comfortable to wear. "I'll take these. Honey, you should try some too. Let's buy a couple of pairs for the hot weather." Wei Jianguo obediently tried on a pair of cloth shoes and a pair of liberation shoes, both of which he liked. Before leaving, he also got 2 pairs of shoes in a larger size for Song Shuxian. The doctor said your feet might swell in the later stages of pregnancy, so it's better to have a larger size. Let's wait until they swell to buy them.
We don't know how much they'll swell.
What if it's 2 sizes? All right then. The two left Niliansheng with the brown paper bag. Song Shuxian felt nostalgic about the packaging style from this era, similar to the way things were packaged in the Daong dynasty. At Baiyanyufang, they ordered a roast duck, a dish of 9 tern intestines, a serving of stir-fried fish slices, and a scallion braised sea cucumber. They couldn't wait to dig in. Using small pancakes to wrap the roast duck slices with sauce, scallions, and cucumber, one bite made a crunch sound, and the fat burst in the mouth without feeling greasy, leaving only a rich aroma. One after another, they found one roast duck wasn't enough and ordered another. The stir-fried fish slices were a classic Shandong dish, perfectly replicated by the chef. One bite was incredibly tender, almost melting in the mouth. The 9-turn intestines, which have a stronger flavor, were Wei Jianguo's choice. Song Shuxian didn't like them. "Honey, let's pack some to take home. If we crave it later, we won't be able to get it." Wei Jianguo naturally agreed. After the meal, they took a tram back to the hotel. Song Shuxian, being pregnant, fell asleep as soon as she lay down and didn't even have time to tidy up. Wei Jianguo resigned himself to help clean up. He washed his face with a warm, damp towel, careful not to wake her. Then he picked her up to wash her feet. The hardest part was brushing her teeth. Song Shuxian liked to keep clean and insisted on thoroughly cleaning her teeth after every meal. Reluctantly, he had to wake her up. At this point, she was moving but still asleep. After waking up, she only had a vague memory, like "I brushed my teeth," but had no recollection of what else happened. Wei Jianguo learned that it was best to let her sleep well during this time. He wrote a note and placed it where Song Shuxian would see it when she woke up. Wei Jianguo went out to look for the black market, planning to exchange some tickets. His wife should be free to buy what she likes without worrying about tickets. Wei Jianguo felt conflicted. He wanted to work hard to get promoted and be a support for his wife, but he also wanted to spend more time with her. After 2 minutes of conflict, he realized his wife was never a parasite. He would train seriously, make plans, and ensure his safety while on missions. At home, he would wholeheartedly accompany his wife. The black market in Beijing was larger and bolder than in other cities, with a wide variety of goods. Wei Jianguo exchanged many tickets, including common meat, cloth, and sugar tickets. Most importantly, he managed to get a few foreign exchange vouchers, which would make Song Shuxian happy while shopping. He also bought a lot of candy that didn't require tickets, like chocolate and shrimp chips, to stash in the treasure gourd. The candies they bought this time would last Song Shuxian for many years. Passing by Jude, thinking of his wife's love for roast duck, he packed 2 more to enjoy slowly later. When Song Shuxian woke up and called out for water, not hearing Wei Jianguo respond, she got up to look for him. Seeing the note on the table, she realized he had just gone out to buy things. Still, she felt a bit worried and couldn't sleep, so she started checking their supplies. To her surprise, they had really bought a lot during this time. Fortunately, the Song family was well off. While looking, she found some boxes forgotten in a corner, like trophies from a victorious battle that had been misappropriated. Back then, she was a clear-minded girl who thought her father's behavior of seizing trophies was unfriendly. She secretly collected them, planning to ask her mother how to handle them when she got back. Later, with so many things happening, she forgot about those boxes. Opening the boxes, she found the contents were in disarray. 2 egg-sized night pearls, a piece of cut jade, a completely black and purple dagger, a piece of soft armor, and some jewelry. Song Shuxian was very interested in the dagger and the soft armor. She took them out to play with. When Wei Jianguo returned, he saw his wife playing with a dagger that glimmered coldly. He lowered his voice and gently said, "Honey, I'm back. I bought you some candy." Hearing this, Song Shuxian put the dagger aside and reached out for a hug. Wei Jianguo quickly moved closer, tossing the dagger a bit further away. Holding Song Shuxian, he patted her back and said, "That dagger must have killed many people. It's radiating coldness. It's not safe for you to play with. Quickly put it away and don't take it out again." He was terrified. As someone who had been on the battlefield, he knew what weapons that had seen blood for years were like. When it came to Song Shuxian, he was superstitious. Such things were not good for pregnant women and children. If possible, he hoped his wife would never touch these items. Song Shuxian, having traveled from another world, believed in mysticism. She handed the dagger to Wei Jianguo, saying, "Here, you keep it. It suits you better." Wei Jianguo indeed liked it and felt he could handle its ominous energy, so he accepted it. Honey, here's this soft armor too. I found it while organizing the treasure gourd. I don't know when it was put in. Wei Jianguo opened the soft armor, which was entirely silver and woven very tightly. When he poked it with his dagger, it surprisingly wouldn't pierce through. Wei Jianguo. Could this be the legendary golden silk soft armor? The couple began various experiments and ultimately discovered that it was indeed the legendary golden silk soft armor. Honey, quickly put it on. Wearing it close to your body gives you extra protection. Wife, put it away. This thing can be a family heirloom. Their voices echoed simultaneously. They looked at each other. Honey, quickly put it away. This is too precious. No matter how precious, it's still an object. Since it's an object, it should be used. You should wear it. In the end, Wei Jianguo relented and put on the soft armor. He didn't even dare to move, fearing he might damage this legendary item. Song Shuxian was fine with it as long as he wore it. Wei Jianguo was now very curious about the Song family. What kind of family would have scholars, successful merchants, and the coveted heirlooms of military families? In Song Shuxian's puzzled gaze, Wei Jianguo blurted out, Honey, soft rice tastes so good. I want to eat it for a lifetime. In terms of material conditions, Wei Jianguo had given up. He wanted to eat soft rice. Only eating Song Shuxian's soft rice. At a state-run restaurant, Song Shuxian looked at the bowl in front of her, which had a strange smell, and frowned. Wei Jianguo, you better tell me the truth. Are you trying to poison me so you can marry someone else? Wei Jianguo was confused. What does that even mean? I'm just a man who feels wronged, he said. Dear, this is doji, a special snack from Beijing. Song Shuxian thought. What is that? I've studied a lot. You can't fool me. Wei Jianguo insisted. Really, you can drink it. Look around. Everyone is having it. It's made from fermented mung beans. I'll drink it to show you. He lifted the bowl and took a big sip. Ugh, it was awful. He had been on many missions and could eat anything, but that didn't mean he didn't have taste. It was sour and smelly, like old leftovers. Dear, don't drink it. It's really not good. You don't want to upset the baby in your belly, he said quickly as he swapped the bowl for some tofu pudding. He gulped down the remaining doji and quickly ate a sesame pancake to wash away the taste. The young couple at the next table couldn't help but laugh, shaking their shoulders. When they met Song Shuxian's gaze, they awkwardly looked down. The wife said apologetically, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. I had the same reaction when I tried doji for the first time and even complained to the waiter, thinking they sold bad food. Really? I thought it was just my pregnancy cravings. The smell made me feel uncomfortable. You get used to it. We even make it at home now. After a brief chat, they returned to their meals. Song Shuxian decided against trying the doji herself. She took a bite of the tofu pudding, which was smooth and tasty, with a perfect balance of salty and sweet, melting in her mouth. A bite of pancake and a bite of tofu pudding, delicious. Jianguo, this is really good, she said. With oil and flour supplies tight, this pancake, made mainly from zucchini, was light and surprisingly suited her taste. Wei Jianguo quickly tried a bite. Dear, this is easy to make. Besides zucchini, you can also use potatoes and carrots. I'll try making it at home, and I'll learn. After getting married, Wei Jianguo unexpectedly discovered his talent for cooking. He could easily replicate simple dishes he had tasted. He didn't always follow recipes. He had a natural talent for it. The dishes Song Shuxian knew were all taught to her by Wei Jianguo. He enjoyed a bowl of noodle tea, 2 sweet oil pancakes, and a sugar fire cake. These rich foods suited his taste. Since marrying Song Shuxian, his living standards had greatly improved, and he no longer lacked for good food. In the past, he would have devoured any greasy meal. Wei Jianguo represented most people of his generation. Song Shuxian had never lacked money in her life and preferred more refined, health-conscious meals. After eating, they took the bus to the zoo, their destination for the day. After buying tickets, Song Shuxian was a bit excited. Honey, what do you think it's like inside? This is my first time at the zoo, and I don't know what animals I'll see. They walked side by side, with Wei Jianguo carrying 2 crossbody bags and a camera. His task for the day was to take pictures of Song Shuqian and accompany her to see animals she had never seen before. You'll find out soon. I saw on the sign that there are elephants, tigers, bears, rhinos, hippos, peacocks, and snakes. Don't be scared when you see them. They're all caged and very safe. I'm not scared. This zoo has been here for 60 years. If something was going to happen, it would have happened by now. Song Shuqian said proudly. They first arrived at the panda exhibit, where the adorable black and white balls of fluff were. Song Shuqian exclaimed how cute they were. One was lazily lying on a tree branch, gazing into the distance, as if pondering some deep life question. Song Shuqian tugged at Wei Jianguo's shirt, urging him to look. This panda loves sleeping on branches. Look, it's asleep. Song Shuqian thought. Wasn't it thinking? How could you tell it's asleep just by looking at its dark circles? I want to take a picture with it. Dear, you know this animal is black and white. Will the photo even show its true colors? Stop talking, you're being too honest and it hurts. Okay, dear, stand still. Here on the left is the sleeping panda and behind is the one eating bamboo. You look the best. Such a tease, Song Shuqian pouted. In the past, Wei Jianguo was just a bit chatty, but since coming to Beijing, he had become increasingly playful. Song Shuqian suspected he had awakened some hidden talent. Next, they went to see the elephant, which was as big as a small hill. Standing in front of it, Song Shuqian felt tiny. Wei Jianguo, come take a picture with the elephant. Wei Jianguo felt touched by his wife's concern, but with limited film, he still thought of taking a picture of himself first. If Song Shuqian knew, she would tell him he was overthinking it. She just wanted him to look small next to the elephant. But she realized she was wrong. Wei Jianguo's presence was impressive, even next to the elephant. Dear, how much do you think an elephant eats in a day? Elephants eat grass. An adult elephant needs about 200 kilograms of food daily. They live in matriarchal societies, with the oldest female leading the group. Look at its eyes. In the past, elephants were used as mounts in battles. How do you know so much? Song Shuqian replied, I have a book of 100,000 whys at home. After seeing the elephants, they went on to see tigers, leopards, and bears. The snakes fascinated Song Shuqian the most. The snakes were beautifully colored, with a rich blue hue, a very noble shade. There were also yellow and white patterns and solid green ones. For someone like Song Shuqian, who loved to paint, their colors were nature's gift. The funniest sight was a giraffe trying to pick up a piece of grass from the ground but failing repeatedly. It was so entertaining. The two of them had a blast at the zoo until 4 p.m. when they were starving and reluctantly decided to leave. They finished another roll of film, which they had been trying to save. After leaving the zoo, Song Shuqian was exhausted. Wei Jianguo gently supported her. Drink some water and take it easy. After we eat, we'll head back to the hotel, he said softly. Song Shuqian obediently followed his advice. After leaving the zoo, the two took the bus to the Clay Pot restaurant. This is a century-old establishment, older than Quanjude. It opened in 1714 and has been around ever since. It's said that the emperor used to give leftover pork from ancestral offerings to the night watchman. The watchman was well-liked and opened a restaurant with a former imperial chef, naming it Clay Pot Restaurant. The clay pot pork is made from that pork. Song Shuqian quietly explained to Wei Jianguo. Eating here doesn't require tickets, but the prices are a bit higher than state-run restaurants. The waiter led them to their seats and asked, What would you like to eat, gentlemen? Wei Jianguo remained expressionless, and Song Shuqian replied, We are here on business and aren't familiar with the local specialties. Can you recommend something? Our top recommendations are clay pot pork and clay pot lion's head meatballs. Every table orders them. Also, the 3 delights, crystal pork knuckle and 9-turn fatty intestines are very popular. You're lucky today. Since you came early, you can order anything. Song Shuqian, who was open to suggestions, said, Then we'll have 1 serving of clay pot pork, 1 serving of clay pot lion's head, 1 serving of crystal pork knuckle. one serving of braised pork knuckle, and one serving of 3 delights. Do you have garlic? Please add a whole head of garlic. The waiter interjected. You've ordered too much. Our portions are large. Usually 3 people order 3 dishes just right. Song Shuxian replied, It's fine. We both have big appetites. After trying a bite of the crystal pork knuckle, she thought, how to describe it? The texture is smooth and delicate, the skin is soft and chewy, and the lean meat is fresh and juicy, not greasy at all. In short, it's delicious. She kept eating several bites before trying the other dishes. Wei Jianguo tasted the pork and found it rich but not greasy, paired perfectly with the garlic paste, chive flowers, and soy sauce dip. He couldn't stop eating. Wife, you should try a bite. It's really good and not greasy at all, he said, offering a piece to Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian didn't eat fatty meat, including the fat from braised pork. Seeing how much Wei Jianguo enjoyed it, she took a bite, and her eyes lit up. This is delicious. But her favorite was still the clay pot meatballs, cooked just right, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. They were especially good dipped in the 3 delight sauce. By the end of the meal, they had finished everything, leaving no sauce behind. Wei Jianguo, the big eater, was rare to be full. He supported Song Shuxian as they slowly walked back to the hotel, where she could rest well. Back at the hotel, Song Shuxian was still amazed by the chef's skills. Wife, get some good sleep, rest a bit, and when you wake up, we can go out again tonight. You should rest too. Okay, I'll lie down with you for a while. If I'm not here when you wake up, don't worry. I want to buy some local specialties to share with friends. Wei Jianguo planned to pick some items that represent the city, like fulling cake, ergo to liquor, dried fruits, and pastries. What Song Shuxian bought was too nice and not suitable for gifts. After lying with Song Shuxian for half an hour and coaxing her to sleep, Wei Jianguo got up. As usual, he left a note. He noticed that when Song Shuxian was tired, her memory wasn't great, so he wanted to remind her in case she woke up and couldn't find him. The Jingxi Hotel is on Chang'an Street, making it convenient to get to Dashilan or Wangfujing. He didn't take the bus and walked there instead. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to confirm they had everything. He had exchanged enough local tickets yesterday, so he didn't mind spending. He bought 3 pounds of dried fruits, 5 bottles of libija pickles, 6 bottles of ergotu, and 5 pounds of herba sauce for hot pot. He had heard from his comrades that their herba sauce pairs perfectly with hot pot. Carrying bags back to the hotel, he found Song Shuxian still asleep, her little face rosy and looking healthy. Wei Jianguo was thankful for the special liquid. Without it, he wouldn't have agreed to take Song Shuxian out. It was too dangerous. When Song Shuxian woke up and saw all the items, she asked, Jianguo, did you buy all this? You're awake. Come see if there's anything missing. This is for sharing with others, Wei Jianguo said, hugging her as he checked the items on the table. This herba sauce is made from 20% sesame paste and 80% peanut paste. Smell it, it's really fragrant. I heard it goes perfectly with hot pot. Wei Jianguo opened the jar for her to smell, and Song Shuxian dipped her chopsticks in to taste it. It's delicious. If you add some chive flowers, it'll taste even better. I love it. It can be used for noodles or cold dishes. Does this need a ticket? Yes, I exchanged a lot of local tickets yesterday. We have enough. Knowing they had enough tickets, Song Shuxian felt relieved. They tasted the dried fruits and pickles again and had to admit they were really good. Husband, I want to go for a walk. I'll accompany you for dinner later. Wei Jianguo held her a bit tighter, knowing she had slept all afternoon and couldn't be hungry. She was just worried about him. He happily agreed. They went to a state-run restaurant, a small place that was quite busy at mealtime. Wei Jianguo ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles, while Song Shuxian got a bowl of wontons to eat randomly. She glanced at Wei Jianguo while eating, looking quite pitiful. Suddenly, Song Shuxian craved an ice pop. In the cold weather, Wei Jianguo disagreed and directly carried her away. Song Shuxian wasn't unreasonable. She just wanted to be a little willful in front of her husband. As the saying goes, only those who are loved can be fearless. Seeing she couldn't eat anymore, Wei Jianguo took her leftover wontons and finished them in a few bites. This was their routine after marriage. Song Shuxian didn't have a clear understanding of her appetite and always left food behind. To outsiders, this showed how well the couple got along, looking sweet together. After the meal, they took a different route back. They encountered Daxiankin, which was about to close. Husband, is Daxiankin an old brand pastry shop? Yes, we have pastry tickets. Let's see if there's anything you like. Song Shuxian hurried in before they closed, already prepared for the staff to be unfriendly. Unexpectedly, the staff here were surprisingly friendly. Comrade, what do you need? Do the pastries here require tickets? Yes, they do. Then I'd like 1 piece of oven-baked cake, 2 pieces of filling cake, and 1 pound of sakuma. Compared to the pastries outside, she preferred homemade ones that weren't too sweet and were convenient. Sakuma needs to be fried, and since there's limited oil at home, she decided to buy it ready-made. She planned to try the oven-baked cake and filling cake. If they were good, she would buy more. The two returned to the hotel, and it was a bit chilly outside. Song Shuxian tasted the filling cake, which was sweet but not overwhelming, shaped like a full moon, bringing good fortune. Wei Jianguo, did you bring the water hose? Song Shuxian's voice came from the bathroom. Yes, I brought it along with snacks, a camera, and some cash. Wei Jianguo counted for the 3rd time. Today, Comrade Song Shuxian is taking Comrade Wei Jianguo to the Summer Palace. It's the legendary royal garden. Song Shuxian is particularly focused on today's trip. She feels she might find traces of the Daong dynasty there. After coming into this world, she looked through history and found no mention of the Daong dynasty. She wants to find something to prove its existence in her past life. Today, Song Shuxian is dressed beautifully in a black umbrella skirt that reaches her calves, a white shirt, and a long khaki trench coat, combining elegance with femininity. She wears a pair of soft leather shoes that are perfect for walking. Jianguo, I'm ready. Seeing his well-dressed wife, Wei Jianguo realizes how much she values today's trip. He jokes, so happy today? Yes, I've longed to visit the Summer Palace. It is said that the Summer Palace combines architectural styles from various regions. The Eastern Palace area features typical northern courtyard style. The southern lake area resembles Hangzhou's West Lake. The northern side of Longevity Hill has Tibetan Lama temple style, and the northern Suzhou Street reflects the water towns of Jiangnan. It's truly a place where every few steps reveals a new scene. Of course, what I want to see most is the 17 Arch Bridge. I've heard that during sunset, golden light shines through the arches, and I want to see it with my own eyes. Seeing his wife genuinely happy, Wei Jianguo is also pleased. Then let's see it for ourselves. They hold hands and leave the room. The Summer Palace is quite far, but luckily there's a bus. On the bus, Song Shuxian is very excited, constantly watching the changing scenery outside. Upon entering the Summer Palace and seeing unfamiliar buildings with no trace of the Daong dynasty, Song Shuxian feels disappointed. She knows that bad emotions can be contagious, so she tries to control her feelings and stay cheerful. In a long corridor, Song Shuxian feels like she's in a painting. The entire corridor serves as a frame, cleverly designed. There are 3 tourists in a pavilion, and just as she feels inspired to write poetry, her enthusiasm fades away. In this day and age, one must be cautious even around acquaintances, let alone strangers. She pulls Wei Jianguo aside to take a photo, feeling satisfied afterward. The two stand in a pavilion, watching small boats on the lake and the distant buildings. Song Shuxian understands this era as cautious, numb, and poor. Today, she sees another side, warm, kind, and easily satisfied. There are many visitors at the Summer Palace, with long skirts and military uniforms mingling together. On the lake, Song Shuxian also becomes one of those rowing boats. In October's Beijing, the weather is just right, not too hot or cold, with a gentle breeze carrying moisture. For Wei Jianguo, rowing such a small boat is as easy as handling a toy gun. At this moment, he doesn't bother with the oars, allowing the boat to drift on the lake. He picks up the camera and captures Song Shuxian in her most relaxed state. Etiquette is ingrained in Song Shuqian. Unconsciously, she splashes a handful of water, gazing at Longevity Hill in the distance, a charming smile on her lips. A photo is captured. This is one of Wei Jianguo's favorite photos. Jianguo, after our baby is born, we must bring them to Beijing to see this place. It's so different from other cities. The summer palace is also unique, grand yet delicate. There are 2 very good universities nearby, and I always feel like I could go to college again. I want to send our child here for school. Wei Jianguo chuckles. Last time, his wife said she wanted their child to attend Harbin Institute of Technology. Luckily, they have 2 kids to share. He looks at her fondly, no trace of his cold battlefield demeanor left. All right, we'll do as you wish. In the future, if we have the chance, let's visit Suzhou.
I want to see what a real Suzhou garden looks like.
Sure. When I have my next break, let's take the kids with us. And we must bring Mai. I can't be apart from it anymore. Song Shuqian really misses Mai, who spends more time with her than Wei Jianguo does. Wei Jianguo knows his wife agreed to let Mai go for training just for him. He will call to check on Mai's situation when they return. Song Shuqian's mood swings quickly. Now she's a happy pregnant woman. The summer palace is vast, and after a long walk to Longevity Hill, Song Shuqian can't take another step. Wei Jianguo skillfully takes off his coat and folds it neatly. Wife, sit here. The stone is cold, and he worries she might catch a chill. A nearby girl keeps looking at her boyfriend, hoping he can learn something. The boy doesn't understand her hint at all and says, Xiao Fong, you're great, not at all pretentious. You're a good comrade of the working class. Song Shuqian is enjoying the scene but feels unfairly implicated. The girl rolls her eyes, having her own thoughts. Taking off your coat and folding it nicely is capitalist indulgence? Then why does your family borrow my electric fan? Why do you always find excuses to eat meat? Have you forgotten the efforts of our revolutionary predecessors? You should be eating tree bark and roots every day. Enough talk. I'm sitting on your coat now. The boy reluctantly grumbles as he folds his coat carefully, finding a flat, clean rock to lay it down gently. Be careful when you sit. Once you're down, don't move. Don't ruin my clothes. His reluctant little eyes make Song Shuqian laugh. Wei Jianguo doesn't know what his wife developed this new hobby, but he's perceptive. He quietly takes out the prepared malt milk and mung bean cake. Wife, have a few bites to fill your stomach. Lunch might be late today. Song Shuqian feels a bit hungry. She needs to eat 5 meals a day now. Luckily, she doesn't eat much at each meal. The girl also takes out her snacks and starts eating. Song Shuqian hands Wei Jianguo a rice ball. You eat too. In that moment, the corner is filled with the aroma of food, leaving the boy who likes to overthink desperately swallowing his saliva. The girl is also clever. She smiles and says, I know you're a good revolutionary comrade who can withstand tests. I'll help you deal with these sugary temptations that might corrupt your will. Don't worry. I'll supervise you to become an excellent proletarian warrior. Song Shuqian quickly takes a sip of malt milk to calm her nerves. Impressive. Really impressive. This girl is quite a character. With someone like her, she will never be at a loss. After a day at the summer palace, my legs felt like they belonged to someone else. At this moment, Song Shuqian needed to rest after just a few steps, and getting back to the hotel was a struggle. But she felt satisfied. Although there were no grand buildings from the Daong dynasty, it was a visual feast. The Tower of Buddhist Incense, the Hall of Dispelling Clouds, and the Sea of Wisdom, each building carried deep historical and cultural significance. On the bus back from the summer palace, Song Shuqian leaned against Wei Jianguo and fell asleep. Wei Jianguo felt a bit heartbroken. Shuqian was already struggling with her pregnancy, and today she had walked so much. He selectively forgot that it was her decision to go out, which she had looked forward to. Wei Jianguo lifted his arm to protect Song Shuqian, preventing her from sliding down as she slept. A loud woman sitting behind them said, These young people today have no shame, hugging and cuddling in public. Sleeping in front of a bus full of men is really inappropriate. If she were my daughter-in-law, I would have sent her home already. Wei Jianguo worried that her loud voice would wake Song Shuxian, so he turned around and gave the woman a cold look, warning her to be quieter. The woman didn't like that and started shouting, claiming he was threatening her. Though it was true, who said you couldn't use a glare to intimidate someone? Wei Jianguo coldly replied, "My wife is pregnant. She needs her sleep and gets tired easily." The onlookers, hearing that she was pregnant, began to support him. They just enjoyed the drama. They weren't bad people. Being women themselves, they felt sympathy for Song Shuxian being criticized. Song Shuxian woke up amidst the commotion. Despite Wei Jianguo trying to cover her ears, she still heard the argument. The woman shouted, "You look like a soldier. Soldiers are supposed to protect the people. Now that I want your seat, you have to give it to me. That's called respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Look at your clothes. You've clearly been corrupted by the sweet life. Give me your watch. I'm a poor farmer and can wear it." Wei Jianguo remembered he was a soldier and shouldn't clash with civilians, so he forced himself to endure and would settle the score later. Song Shuxian couldn't hold back. "What's wrong with being a soldier? Do soldiers owe you something? Not only do we have to deal with your foolish harassment, but we also have to give you money and things to satisfy your demands. Where do you live? I'll go talk to your workplace and community. Are you just a bad seed who targets soldiers?" In her past life, Song Shuxian had disguised herself as a man in the military, exuding an aura that a mere housewife couldn't match. Though her body was already exhausted, her words were still sharp. "You young people have no respect for the elderly. You're calling me an old lady." Song Shuxian didn't want to cause trouble. "Respect is earned. I'm just trying to ride the bus peacefully, and you're yelling at me, expecting my respect. Fine, I guess I don't understand the rules of this city. I hope your children meet someone like you in the future so they can respect you properly." After saying that, Song Shuxian fell silent, leaning against Wei Jianguo to rest. The woman wanted to say more, but the surrounding people silenced her. People in this city care about their reputation, and they couldn't let someone like her embarrass them further. This little incident didn't dampen Song Shuxian's mood. She and Wei Jianguo took the bus to Donglishan. What could be more satisfying after a long day than a meal of hot pot lamb? They arrived early and didn't have to wait, following the waiter to their seats. The service at Donglishan was much better than at state-run restaurants. "What would you like to order?" 1 pound of Inner Mongolia lamb, 1 pound of lamb shoulder, a serving of frozen tofu, a serving of vegetables, 2 pieces of sweet garlic, and half a pound of noodles. "That should be enough for now. Can we order more if needed?" "Yes, we can add more. Today we have fresh fish balls and squid. Would you like some?" the waitress asked. Song Shuxian was starving. Since her pregnancy, she hadn't felt this hungry. At that moment, she felt she could eat a whole cow. "Yes, I'll have half a pound of fish balls." While waiting for the food, Song Shuxian stared at the copper pot, recalling how Kublai Khan wanted boiled lamb, but the chef, thinking time was short, made hot pot instead, and Kublai ended up loving it. Once the food arrived, Wei Jianguo personally cooked the lamb, timing it perfectly at 13 seconds. The lamb was tender and delicious. Song Shuxian couldn't help but eat happily, one bite after another. When she finally realized it, she had eaten a pound of lamb, half a plate of tofu, half a plate of vegetables, and 7 or 8 fish balls. She was amazed at herself. Wei Jianguo was very pleased. He liked that his wife had a good appetite. To him, being able to eat was a blessing. "Come on, eat. You've been busy taking care of me," Song Shuxian urged him. Only after confirming she was full did Wei Jianguo start eating. Worried he wouldn't have enough, Song Shuxian ordered 2 more pounds of lamb. The lamb at Donglishan came from the vast grasslands of Inner Mongolia with no gamey taste, and it was incredibly delicious. At that time, people lacked meat, oil, and nutrition. Although Wei Jianguo usually ate well, he rarely had meat, especially lamb. He polished off a whole table of food. When they settled the bill, the waitress looked at the total in shock, almost ready to say they were gluttons and wasteful. The couple slowly walked back to the hotel after leaving Donglishan. They had eaten so much that they could hardly sit. The food felt stuck in their throats. That night, Lying in bed, Song Shuxian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She had overeaten and felt uncomfortable. Wei Jianguo didn't dare to rub her belly, as the doctor advised them not to touch it too much for fear of affecting the baby's position. He could only help her walk slowly around the room. Unfortunately, after walking so much during the day, Song Shuxian didn't want to take another step. They kept this up until after 10 at night before they finally went to sleep. In this era, there was no nightlife. Once it got dark, it was time for bed. The next day, Song Shuxian enjoyed a rare lion, waking up at 8:30. Wei Jianguo had already finished his morning exercise and was reading on the sofa. Now, he used every spare moment to study, wanting to bridge the gap between him and Song Shuxian so they would have common interests in the future. Wei Jianguo remembered a time he felt very insecure when his wife said, "In marriage, we need to adapt to each other. I'll learn from you where you're better than me, and you'll learn from me where I'm better than you. If you're moving fast, I'll wait for you. If I'm moving fast, I'll wait for you. We'll move forward together." Since then, Wei Jianguo never felt insecure again because he knew his wife would always be by his side. Now, they also had two little treasures in her belly. Seeing Wei Jianguo lost in thought, Song Shuxian didn't disturb him. She got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When Wei Jianguo came back to reality, he saw Song Shuxian coming out after washing up. "Wife, are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" He shouldn't have asked. As soon as he did, Song Shuxian felt like yesterday's lamb was still in her stomach. "I'm not hungry. I can't eat anymore. I still haven't digested yesterday's lamb. Now I understand why I eat so many meals in a day. All those meals add up to about the same as yesterday's one." Wei Jianguo couldn't help but laugh at her. Yesterday was exhausting, so today they mainly rested and strolled around nearby. They left the house close to noon. They went to a state-run restaurant and ordered a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of shredded potatoes, a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup, and 4 steamed buns. It was a very light meal. After eating well yesterday, they planned to eat vegetarian for the next couple of days. In this era, living like they do is quite rare. Thanks to Wei Jianguo's thriftiness, they hadn't spent much money over the years. To be honest, the chefs at the state-run restaurant were quite impressive. The shredded potatoes were cooked perfectly, with a nice balance of sweet, sour, and spicy flavors. Song Shuxian took a bite and immediately loved it. After the meal, they wandered into a trust shop, which Song Shuxian had requested to visit. She had heard that they could find some old items there and wanted to see what was available and at what prices. It was also a good opportunity to get a general idea of what was in her treasure gourd. At that time, trust shops were quite unique, somewhat like old pawn shops. They operated in 2 ways. One was consignment, where the shop took a commission after selling the item. The other was direct purchase, where the shop bought items outright and the original owner had no say in the selling price. There was only one employee in the store, an old man. Song Shuxian casually browsed and found that the shop had a decent selection, including secondhand clothes, quilts, furniture, and luxury items like watches, cameras, and radios. The most interesting items were the old trinkets, which were all quite small. She spotted a jade hairpin, which wasn't made of precious jade, but rather a type called Xiao jade, completely white, with a beautifully carved cat on it. Song Shuxian had many better items in her collection, but she couldn't take them out. Buying this one came with proper documentation, so if it were checked, she wouldn't have to worry since it was officially sold. "Sir, how much is this?" The old man weakly replied, 90 cents. Song Shuxian didn't bargain and just bought it. To her, it seemed incredibly cheap. If she weren't worried about causing trouble for herself, she would have wanted to buy everything in the shop. In reality, 90 cents wasn't cheap at all. At that time, pork was 52 cents per pound, and vegetables were 2 cents per pound. In Wei Jianguo's view, that hairpin was quite expensive. "Jianguo, do you think anyone buys the things sold in trust shops? The clothes are all worn by others," she said. Song Shuxian had never lacked money since coming to this era. The only crisis she faced was resolved when she married Wei Jianguo. Plus, her friend Tian Tian was someone who didn't skimp on herself either. She really couldn't imagine wearing someone else's old clothes. Wei Jianguo softly told her about his childhood. Back then in our village, during winter, a family only had one pair of cotton pants. Whoever went out wore them, and those who stayed home just stayed inside. Our family was considered better off. At least one person earned a salary. Even so, the older kids wore the clothes until they were too small, then they were altered for the younger siblings. By the time the youngest wore them, the clothes were in tatters. Everyone made do with clothes that were new for 3 years, old for 3 years, and patched for another 3 years. This was partly because fabric tickets were hard to come by, and partly because there was no money. Why didn't they buy flawed fabric? That doesn't require tickets, she said, referring to the people in the city, where almost every family had a worker. Wei Jianguo gently squeezed her hand. It's easy for you to buy flawed fabric because of your appearance. You clearly don't come from an ordinary family. Salespeople want to befriend you and are willing to offer you some benefits. Plus, you secretly give away big white rabbits, which aren't cheap. Ordinary people can't buy flawed fabric. Once it's available, the salespeople keep it for themselves. That's also why salespeople are so confident in their jobs. The 8 professions, salespeople, drivers, telephone operators, projectionists, health workers, broadcasters, butchers, and grain management staff. If anyone from a family works in one of these, it's a point of pride. Song Shuqian realized she still knew too little. Did you have a good childhood? After being married for so long, Wei Jianguo rarely mentioned his family. Song Shuqian was worried about touching on painful memories, so she hadn't brought it up. Now that the conversation had led here, she wanted to ask. Wei Jianguo paused, surprised that she would ask this. He said, I had a decent childhood. My parents had me a year after they got married. In the village, if a couple didn't have a child within a month of marriage, they would be urged to have one. My birth was something my parents hoped for, and life was okay then. After my mother passed away, things got worse. My stepmother didn't like me, but everyone in the village shared the same surname, Wei, and they wouldn't allow outsiders to bully a Wei family child. Aunties and older women would keep an eye on me, so at least I wasn't mistreated when it came to food. It was just that my family ignored me and didn't talk to me. Later, my stepmother had her own children. With limited food at home, if I ate more, others would eat less, and they started cutting back on my rations. When I was young, if they didn't feed me, I would sneak food, which often got me beaten. As I grew older, I realized I wasn't welcome at home. An old hunter in the village, my uncle, lived alone. He sympathized with me, often helping me out and teaching me how to hunt and navigate social situations. With the game I caught in the mountains, I never went hungry again. My family just ignored me as if I didn't exist, and they never stole from me. After my uncle passed away, I started hunting and saving money on my own. When I was 16, the army came to recruit soldiers, and I joined them. Before I left, I approached the village chief. After all these years, everyone knew what kind of life I had, and we were all poor, but only my uncle had helped me. I asked to be adopted by my uncle and to be his son. The village didn't want to accept it, but my maternal grandfather had done good for the village. I asked them if they felt right watching me be bullied by that family all these years. My father didn't want to, so I reminded him of what he promised my mother before he died. After a lot of fuss, I successfully got adopted. Outwardly, I said my father rejected me and cut ties to save face. Song Shuqian felt a sharp pain in her heart. She couldn't imagine how a child could live alone. That kind of neglect from a family could drive someone mad. Holding Wei Jianguo's big hand, Song Shuqian said, "From now on, you have me and our 2 lovely children. We are a family." The hand she held tightened. "Okay, from now on we are a family, always together," Wei Jianguo said firmly. It was wonderful. He finally had a family, a loving wife and 2 children. Although Song Shuqian had never said she loved him, Wei Jianguo still felt her love in their daily life. He didn't even realize his emotions were off, but Song Shuqian noticed and was willing to accompany him to relax. How could that not touch him? At first, he didn't realize it, but later it was Song Shuqian's occasional carefulness and intentionality that made him aware. Yet he pretended not to know and enjoyed this care.